The Matarese Circle by Robert Ludlum.
Part 1. Chapter 1. We three kings of Orient are, bearing gifts we traverse afar. The band of carolers huddled at the corner, stamping their feet and swinging their arms, their young voices penetrating the cold night air between the harsh sounds of automobile horns and police whistles and the metallic strains of Christmas music blaring from storefront speakers. The snowfall was dense, snarling traffic, causing the hordes of last-minute shoppers to shield their eyes. Nevertheless, they managed to sidestep each other, as well as the lurching automobiles and the mounds of slush. Tires spun on the wet streets, buses inched in maddening starts and stops, and the bells of uniformed Santas kept up their incessant, if futile, clanging. Field and fountain, moor and mountain. A dark Cadillac sedan turned the corner and crept past the carolers. The lead singer, dressed in a costume that was somebody's idea of Dickens's Bob Cratchit, approached the right rear window, his gloved hand outstretched, his face contorted in song next to the glass. Following yonder star. The angry driver blew his horn and waved the begging caroler away, but the middle-aged passenger in the back seat reached into his overcoat pocket and pulled out several bills. He pressed a button. The rear window glided down, and the gray-haired man thrust the money into the outstretched hand. "God bless you, sir," shouted the caroler. "The Boys' Club of East 50th Street thanks you. Merry Christmas, sir." The words would have been more effective had there not been a stench of whiskey emanating from the mouth that yelled them. "Merry Christmas," said the passenger, pressing the window button to shut off further communication. There was a momentary break in the traffic. The Cadillac shot forward only to be forced to an abrupt, sliding stop 30 feet down the street. The driver gripped the steering wheel. It was a gesture that took the place of cursing out loud. "Take it easy, Major," said the gray-haired passenger, his tone of voice at once sympathetic and commanding. "Getting upset won't solve anything. It won't get us where we're going any faster." "You're right, General," answered the driver with a respect he did not feel. Normally the respect was there, but not tonight, not on this particular trip. The General's self-indulgence aside, he had one hell of a nerve requesting his aide to be available for duty on Christmas Eve. For driving a rented civilian car to New York so the General could play games. The Major could think of a dozen acceptable reasons for being on duty tonight, but this was not one of them. A whorehouse. Stripped of its verbal frills, that's what it was. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was going to a whorehouse on Christmas Eve. And, because games were played, the General's most confidential aide had to be there to pick up the mess when the games were over. Pick it up, put it together, nurse it through the next morning at some obscure motel, and make goddamn sure no one found out what the games were or who the mess was. And by noon tomorrow the chairman would resume his ramrod bearing, issue his orders, and the evening and the mess would be forgotten. The Major had made these trips many times during the past 3 years, since the day after the General had assumed his awesome position, but the trips always followed periods of intense activity at the Pentagon, or moments of national crisis, when the General had shown his professional mettle. But never on such a night as this. Never on Christmas Eve, for Christ's sake. If the General were anyone but Anthony Blackburn, the Major might have objected on the grounds that even a subordinate officer's family had certain holiday priorities. But the Major would never offer the slightest objection about anything where the General was concerned. Mad Anthony Blackburn had carried a broken young lieutenant out of a North Vietnamese prison camp, away from torture and starvation, and brought him through the jungles back to American lines. That was years ago. The lieutenant was a major now, the senior aide to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Military men often spoke bromidigally of certain officers they'd follow to hell and back. Well, the Major had been to hell with Mad Anthony Blackburn, and he'd return to hell in a shot with a snap of the general's fingers. They reached Park Avenue and turned north. The traffic was less snarled than on the crosstown route, as befitted the better section of the city. 15 more blocks to go. The brownstone was on 71st Street between Park and Madison. The senior aide to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff would park the Cadillac in a prearranged space in front of the building and watch the general get out of the car and walk up the steps to the bolted entrance door. He would not say anything, but a feeling of sadness would sweep over the major as he waited, until a slender woman dressed in a dark silk gown with a diamond choker at her throat reopened the door in 3.5 or 4 hours and flicked the front lights. It would be the major's signal to come up and collect his passenger. "Hello, Tony." The woman swept across the dimly lit hallway and kissed the general's cheek. "How are you, darling?" she said, fingering her choker as she leaned toward him. "Tense," replied Blackburn, slipping his arms out of his civilian overcoat, held by a uniformed maid. He looked at the girl. She was new and lovely. The woman saw his glance. "She's not ready for you, darling," she commented, taking his arm. "Perhaps in a month or two. Come along now. We'll see what we can do about that tension. We've got everything you need. The best hashish from Ankara, absinthe from the finest still in Marseille, and precisely what the doctor ordered from our own special catalogue. Incidentally, how's your wife?" "Tense," said the general quietly. "She sends you her best." "Do give her my love, darling." They walked through an archway into a large room with soft, multicolored lights that came from unseen sources, circles of blue and magenta and amber revolving slowly across the ceiling and the walls. The woman spoke again. "There's a girl I want to have join you and your regular. Her background is simply tailor-made, darling. I couldn't believe it when I interviewed her. It's incredible. I just got her from Athens. You'll adore her." Anthony Blackburn lay naked on the king-sized bed, tiny spotlights shooting down from the mirrored ceiling of blue glass. Aromatic layers of hashish smoke were suspended in the still air of the dark room. 3 glasses of clear absinthe stood on the bedside table. The general's body was covered with streaks and circles of water paint, finger marks everywhere, phallic arrows pointing to his groin, his testicles and erect penis coated in red, his breasts black, matching the matted hair of his chest, the nipples blue and joined by a straight finger line of flesh white. He moaned and whipped his head back and forth in sexual oblivion as his companions did their work. The 2 naked women alternately massaged and spread thick globules of paint on his writhing body. As one revolved her breasts about his moaning, moving face, the other cupped his genitalia, groaning sensually with each stroke, uttering false, muted screams of climax as the general approached orgasm, halted by the professional who knew her business. The auburn-haired girl, by his face, kept whispering breathless, incomprehensible phrases in Greek. She removed herself briefly to reach for a glass on the table. She held Blackburn's head and poured the thick liquid onto his lips. She smiled at her companion, who winked back, Blackburn's red-coated organ in her hand. Then the Greek girl slid off the bed, gesturing toward the bathroom door. Her associate nodded, extending her left hand up toward the general's head, inserting her fingers into his lips to cover for her companion's brief indisposition. The auburn-haired woman walked across the black carpet and went into the bathroom. The room resounded with the groans of the general's writhing euphoria. 30 seconds later the Greek girl emerged, but she was no longer naked. She was dressed now in a dark tweed coat with a hood that covered her hair. She stood momentarily in the shadows, then stepped to the nearest window and gently pulled back the heavy drapes. The sound of shattering glass filled the room as a rush of wind billowed the curtains. The figure of a broad-shouldered, stocky man loomed in the window. He had kicked in the panes, and now leaped through the frame, his head encased in a ski mask a gun in his hand. The girl on the bed swung around and screamed in terror as the killer leveled his weapon and pulled the trigger. The explosion was muted by a silencer. The girl slumped over the obscenely painted body of Anthony Blackburn. The man approached the bed. The general raised his head, trying to focus through the mists of narcotics, his eyes floating, guttural sounds coming from his throat. The killer fired again, and again, the bullets entering Blackburn's neck and chest and groin, the eruptions of blood mingling with the glistening colors of the paint. The man nodded to the girl from Athens. She rushed to the door, opened it, and said in Greek, "She'll be downstairs in the room with revolving lights. She's in a long red dress with diamonds around her neck." The man nodded again, and they rushed out into the corridor. The Major's thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected sounds that seemed to come from somewhere inside the brownstone. He listened, his breath suspended. They were shrieks of some kind, yelling, screams. People were screaming. He looked up at the house. The heavy door flew open as two figures ran outside and down the steps, a man and a woman. Then he saw it, and a massive pain shot through his stomach. The man was shoving a gun into his belt. Oh, my God. The Major thrust his hand under the seat for his army automatic, pulled it out, and leaped from the car. He raced up the steps and inside the hallway. Beyond, through the arch, the screams mounted. People were running, several up the staircase, others down. He ran into the large room with the insanely revolving colored lights. On the floor, he could see the figure of the slender woman with the diamonds around her neck. Her forehead was a mass of blood. She'd been shot. Oh, Christ! "Where is he?" he shouted. "Upstairs," came the scream from a girl huddled in the corner. The Major turned in panic and raced back to the ornate staircase, taking the steps 3 at a time, passing a telephone on a small table on the landing. Its image stuck in his mind. He knew the room. It was always the same room. He turned in the narrow corridor, reached the door, and lunged through it. Oh, Jesus! It was beyond anything in his imagination, beyond any mess he had seen before. The naked Blackburn covered with blood and painted obscenities. The dead girl slumped over him, her face on his genitals. It was a sight from hell, if hell could be so terrible. The Major would never know where he found the self-control, but find it he did. He slammed the door shut and stood in the corridor, his automatic raised. He grabbed a woman who raced by toward the staircase and shouted, "Do as I say or I'll kill you. There's a telephone over there. Dial the number I give you. Say the words I tell you, the exact words." He shoved the girl viciously toward the hallway phone. The President of the United States walked grimly through the doorway of the Oval Office and over to his desk. Already there, and standing together, were the Secretary of State and the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. "I know the facts," said the President harshly in his familiar drawl, "and they turn my stomach. Now tell me what you're doing about them." The Director of the CIA stepped forward. "New York Homicide is cooperating. We're fortunate insofar as the General's aide remained by the door and threatened to kill anyone who tried to get past him. Our people arrived and were at the scene first. They cleaned up as best they could." "That's cosmetics, goddammit," said the President. "I suppose they're necessary, but that's not what I'm interested in. What are your ideas? Was it one of those weird, kinky New York murders, or was it something else?" "In my judgment," answered the Director, "it was something else. I said as much to Paul here last night. It was a thoroughly analyzed, prearranged assassination, brilliantly executed, even to the killing of the establishment's owner, who was the only one who could shed any light." "Who's responsible?" "I'd say KGB. The bullets fired were from a Russian Grasburya automatic, a favorite weapon of theirs." "I must object, Mr. President," said the Secretary of State. "I can't subscribe to Jim's conclusion. That gun may be unusual, but it can be purchased in Europe. I was with the Soviet ambassador for an hour this morning. He was as shaken as we were. He not only disclaimed any possible Russian involvement, but correctly pointed out that General Blackburn was far more acceptable to the Soviets than any who might immediately succeed him." "The KGB," interrupted the Director, "is often at odds with the Kremlin's diplomatic corps." "As the company is with ours?" asked the secretary. "No more than your own consular operations, Paul," replied the director. "God damn it," said the president, "I don't need that crap from you two. Give me facts. You first, Jim. Since you're so sure of yourself, what have you come up with?" "A great deal." The director opened the file folder in his hand, took out a sheet of paper, and placed it in front of the president. "We went back 15 years and put everything we learned about last night into the computers. We cross-checked the concepts of method, location, egress, timing, and teamwork. We matched it all with every known KGB assassination during the period. We've come up with 3 profiles, 3 of the most elusive and successful killers in Soviet intelligence. In each case, of course, the man operates under normal covert procedures, but they're all assassins. We've listed them in order of expertise." The president studied the 3 names. Talenyakov Vasily, last reported post, Southwest Soviet sectors. Krylovich Nikolai, last reported post, Moscow VKR. Zhukovsky Georgy, last reported post, East Berlin Embassy Attaché. The Secretary of State was agitated. He could not remain silent. "Mr. President, this kind of speculation, based at best on the widest variables, can only lead to confrontation. It's not the time for it." "Now, wait a minute, Paul," said the president. "I asked for facts, and I don't give a damn whether the time's right or not for a confrontation. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has been killed. He may have been a sick son of a bitch in private life, but he was a hell of a good soldier. If it was a Soviet assassination, I want to know it." The chief executive put the paper down on the desk, his eyes still on the secretary. "Besides," he added, "until more is known, there won't be any confrontations. I'm certain Jim has kept this at the highest level of secrecy." "Of course," said the director of the CIA. There was a rapid knock on the Oval Office door. The president's senior communications aide entered without waiting for a response. "Sir, the Premier of Soviet Russia is on the red telephone. We've confirmed the transmission." "Thank you," said the president, reaching for a phone behind his chair. "Mr. Premier, this is the president." The Russian's words were spoken rapidly, briskly, and at the first pause an interpreter translated. As was customary, the Soviet interpreter stopped, and another voice, that of the interpreter's American counterpart, said simply, "Correct, Mr. President." The 4-way conversation continued. "Mr. President," said the Premier, "I mourn the death, the murder of General Anthony Blackburn. He was a fine soldier who loathed war as you and I loathe war. He was respected here, his strength and perception of global problems a beneficial influence on our own military leaders. He will be sorely missed." "Thank you, Mr. Premier. We too mourn his death, his murder. We are at a loss to explain it." "That is the reason for my call, Mr. President. You must know beyond doubt that General Blackburn's death, his murder, would never be desired by the responsible leadership of the Soviet Socialist Republics. If I may, the contemplation of it would be anathema. I trust I make myself clear, Mr. President." "I think so, Mr. Premier, and I thank you again. But, if I may, are you alluding to the outside possibility of irresponsible leadership?" "No more than those in your Senate who would bomb the Ukraine. Such idiots are dismissed, as they should be." "Then I'm not sure I grasp the subtlety of your phrasing, Mr. Premier." "I shall be clearer. Your Central Intelligence Agency has produced 3 names it believes may be involved with the death of General Blackburn. They are not, Mr. President. You have my solemn word. They are responsible men, held in absolute control by their superiors. In point of fact, one man, Zhukovsky, was hospitalized a week ago. Another, Krylovich, has been stationed at the Manchurian border for the past 11 months. And the respected Talenyakov is, for all intents and purposes, retired. He is currently in Moscow." The president paused and stared at the director of the CIA. "Thank you for your clarification, Mr. Premier, and for the accuracy of your information. I realize it wasn't easy for you to make this call. Soviet intelligence is to be commended, as is your own. There are fewer secrets these days. Some say that is good. I weighed the values and had to reach you. We were not involved, Mr. President. I believe you. I wonder who it was. I'm troubled, Mr. President. I think we should both know the answer to that. Chapter 2. "Dmitri Yurievich," roared the buxom woman good-naturedly as she approached the bed, a breakfast tray in her hand. "It's the first morning of your holiday. The snow is on the ground, the sun is melting it, and before you shake the vodka from your head, the forests will be green again." The man buried his face in the pillow, then rolled over and opened his eyes, blinking at the sheer whiteness of the room. Outside the large windows of the dacha, the branches of the trees were sagging under the weight of the snow. Yurievich smiled at his wife, his fingers touching the hairs of his chin-beard, grown more gray than brown. "I think I burned myself last night," he said. "You would have," laughed the woman. "Fortunately, my peasant instincts were inherited by our son. He sees fire and doesn't waste time analyzing the components, but puts it out. I remember him leaping at me. He certainly did." Yurievich's wife put the tray on the bed, pushing her husband's legs away to make room for herself. She sat down and reached for his forehead. "You're warm, but you'll survive, my Cossack. Give me a cigarette." "Not before fruit juice. You're a very important man. The cupboards are filled with cans of fruit juice. Our lieutenant says they're probably there to put out the cigarettes that burn your beard." "The mentality of soldiers will never improve. We scientists understand that. The cans of juice are there to be mixed with vodka." Dmitri Yurievich smiled again, not a little forlornly. "A cigarette, my love? I'll even let you light it." "You're impossible." She picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, shook one out, and put it between her husband's lips. "Be careful not to breathe when I strike the match. We'd both explode, and I'll be buried in dishonor as the killer of the Soviet's most prominent nuclear physicist. My work lives after me. Let me be interred with smoke." Yurievich inhaled as his wife held the match. "How's our son this morning?" "He's fine. He was up early oiling the rifles. His guests will be here in an hour or so. The hunt begins around noon." "Oh, Lord, I forgot about that," said Yurievich, pushing himself up on the pillow into a sitting position. "Do I really have to go? You and he are teamed together. Don't you remember telling everyone at dinner that father and son would bring home the prize game?" Dmitri winced. "It was my conscience speaking, all those years in the laboratories while he grew up, somehow behind my back." His wife smiled. "It will be good for you to get out in the air. Now finish your cigarette, eat your breakfast, and get dressed." "You know something," said Yurievich, taking his wife's hand. "I'm just beginning to grasp it. This is a holiday. I can't remember our last one. I'm not sure there ever was one. You work harder than any man I've ever known." Yurievich shrugged. "It was good of the army to grant our son leave. He requested it. He wanted to be with you." "That was good of him, too. I love him, but I hardly know him." "He's a fine officer, everyone says. You can be proud." "Oh, I am, indeed. It's just that I don't know what to say to him. We have so little in common. The vodka made things easier last night." "You haven't seen each other in nearly 2 years." "I've had my work. Everyone knows that." "You're a scientist." His wife squeezed Dmitri's hand. "But not today. Not for the next 3 weeks. No laboratories, no blackboards, no all-night sessions with eager young professors and students who want to tell everybody they've worked with the great Yurievich." She shook the cigarette from between his lips and crushed it out. "Now, eat your breakfast and get dressed. A winter hunt will do you a world of good." "My dear woman," protested Dmitri, laughing, "it will probably be the death of me. I haven't fired a rifle in over 20 years." Lieutenant Nikolai Yurievich trudged through the deep snow toward the old building that was once the Daka's stables. He turned and looked back at the huge 3-story main house. It glistened in the morning sunlight, a small alabaster palace set in an alabaster glen carved out of snow-laden forest. Moscow thought a great deal of his father. Everyone wanted to know about the great Yurievich, this brilliant, irascible man, whose mere name frightened the leaders of the Western world. It was said that Dmitri Yurievich carried the formulae for a dozen nuclear tactical weapons in his head, that left alone in a munitions depot with an adjacent laboratory, he could fashion a bomb that could destroy Greater London, all of Washington, and most of Peking. That was the great Yurievich, a man immune to criticism or discipline, in spite of words and actions which were at times intemperate. Not in terms of his devotion to the state. That was never in question. Dmitri Yurievich was the 5th child of impoverished peasants from Kurov. Without the state, he would be behind a mule on some aristocrat's land. No, he was a communist to his boots, but like all brilliant men, he had no patience with bureaucracies. He had been outspoken about interference, and he had never been taken to task for it, which was why so many wanted to know him. On the assumption, Nikolai suspected, that even knowing the great Yurievich would somehow transfer a touch of his immunity to them. The lieutenant knew that was the case today, and it was an uncomfortable feeling. The guests, who were now on their way to his father's Daka, had practically invited themselves. One was the commander of Nikolai's battalion in Vilnius, the other a man Nikolai did not even know. A friend of the commander from Moscow, someone the commander said could do a young lieutenant a good turn when it came to assignments. Nikolai did not care for such enticements. He was his own man first, his father's son second. He would make his own way. It was very important to him that he do so. But he could not refuse this particular commander, for if there was any man in the Soviet army who deserved a touch of immunity, it was Colonel Yanek Grigorin. Grigorin had spoken out against the corruption that was rife in the Select Officer Corps. The resort clubs on the Black Sea paid for with misappropriated funds, the stockhouses filled with contraband, the women brought in on military aircraft against all regulations. He was cut off by Moscow, sent to Vilnius to rot in mediocrity, whereas Nikolai Yurievich was a 21-year-old lieutenant exercising major responsibility in a minor post. Grigorin was a major military talent relegated to oblivion in a minor command. If such a man wished to spend a day with his father, Nikolai could not protest. And after all, the colonel was a delightful person. He wondered what the other man was like. Nikolai reached the stables and opened the large door that led to the corridor of stalls. The hinges had been oiled. The old entrance swung back without a sound. He walked down past the immaculately kept enclosures that once had held the best of breeds and tried to imagine what that Russia had been like. He could almost hear the whinnies of fiery-eyed stallions, the impatient scruffing of hooves, the snorting of hunters eager to break out for the field. That Russia must have been something, if you weren't behind a mule. He came to the end of the long corridor where there was another wide door. He opened it and walked out into the snow again. In the distance, something caught his eye. It seemed out of place. They seemed out of place. Veering from the corner of a grain bin toward the edge of the forest, there were tracks in the snow. Footprints, perhaps. Yet the two servants assigned by Moscow to the Daka had not left the main house, and the groundskeepers were in their barracks down the road. On the other hand, thought Nikolai, the warmth of the morning sun could have melted the rims of any impressions in the snow, and the blinding light played tricks on the eyes. They were no doubt the tracks of some foraging animal. The lieutenant smiled to himself at the thought of an animal from the forest looking for grain here, at this cared-for relic that was the Grand Daka's stables. The animals had not changed, but Russia had. Nikolai looked at his watch. It was time to go back to the house. The guests would be arriving shortly. Everything was going so well, Nikolai could hardly believe it. There was nothing uncomfortable at all, thanks in large measure to his father and the man from Moscow. Colonel Drigorin at first seemed ill at ease. The commander, who had imposed himself on the well-known or well-connected subordinate, but Yuri Yurievich would have none of it. He welcomed his son's superior as an anxious, if celebrated, father, interested only in furthering his son's position. Nikolai could not help but be amused. His father was so obvious. Vodka was delivered with the fruit juice and coffee, and Nikolai kept a sharp eye out for dangling cigarettes. The surprise and delight was the colonel's friend from Moscow, a man named Brunov, a high-ranking party functionary in military-industrial planning. Not only did Brunov and Nikolai's father have mutual friends, it was soon apparent that they shared an irreverent attitude toward much of Moscow's bureaucracy, which encompassed, naturally, many of those mutual friends. The laughter was not long coming, each rebel trying to outdo the other with biting comments about this commissar with an echo chamber for a head, and that economist who could not keep a rouble in his pocket. "We are wicked, Brunov," roared Nikolai's father, his eyes alive with laughter. "Too true, Yurievich," agreed the man from Moscow. "It's a pity we're so accurate. But be careful, we're with soldiers, they'll report us. Then I shall withhold their payrolls, and you'll design a backfiring bomb." Dmitri Yurievich's laughter subsided for a brief moment. "I wish there were no need for the functioning kind. And I that such large payrolls were not demanded." "Enough," said Yurievich. "The groundskeepers say the hunting here is superb. My son has promised to look out for me, and I promised to shoot the biggest game. Come now, whatever you lack we have here. Boots, furs, vodka." "Not while firing, father." "By God, you have taught him something," said Yurievich, smiling at the colonel. "Incidentally, gentlemen, I won't hear of you leaving today. You'll stay the night, of course. Moscow is generous. There are roasts and fresh vegetables from Lenin knows where. And flasks of vodka, I trust?" "Not flasks, Brunov. Casks. I see it in your eyes. We'll both be on holiday. You'll stay." "I'll stay," said the man from Moscow. Gunshots rang through the forest, vibrating in the ears. Nor were they lost on the winter birds. Screeches and the snapping of wings formed a rolling coda to the echoes. Nikolai could hear excited voices as well, but they were too far away to be understandable. He turned to his father. "We should hear the whistle within 60 seconds if they hit something," he said, his rifle angled down at the snow. "It's an outrage," replied Yurievich in mock anger. "The groundskeepers swore to me, on the side, mind you, that all the game was in this section of the woods, near the lake. There was nothing over there. It's why I insisted they go there." "You're an old scoundrel," said the son, studying his father's weapon. "Your safety's released. Why?" "I thought I heard a rustle back there. I wanted to be ready." "With respect, my father, please put it back on. Wait until your sight matches the sound you hear before you release it." "With respect, my soldier, then there'd be too much to do at once." Yurievich saw the concern in his son's eyes. "On second thought, you're probably right. I'd fall and cause a detonation. That's something I know about." "Thank you," said the lieutenant, suddenly turning. His father was right. There was something rustling behind them. A crack of a limb, the snap of a branch. He released the safety on his weapon. "What is it?" asked Dmitri Yurievich, excitement in his eyes. "Shh," whispered Nikolai, peering into the shaggy corridors of white surrounding them. He saw nothing. He snapped the safety into its locked position. "You heard it too, then?" asked Dmitri. "It wasn't just this pair of 55-year-old ears." "The snow's heavy," suggested his son. "Branches break under its weight. That's what we heard." "Well, one thing we didn't hear," said Yurievich, "was a whistle. They didn't hit a damn thing." 3 more distant gunshots rang out. "They've seen something," said the lieutenant. Perhaps now we'll hear their whistle. Suddenly they heard it, a sound, but it was not a whistle. It was instead a panicked, elongated scream, faint but distinct, distinctly a terrible scream. It was followed by another, more hysterical. "My God, what happened?" Yurievich grabbed his son's arm. "I don't—" The reply was cut off by a third scream, searing and terrible. "Stay here," yelled the lieutenant to his father. "I'll go to them." "I'll follow," said Yurievich. "Go quickly, but be careful." Nikolai raced through the snow toward the source of the screams. They filled the woods now, less shrill, but more painful for the loss of power. The soldier used his rifle to crash his path through the heavy branches, kicking up sprays of snow. His legs ached. The cold air swelled in his lungs. His sight was obscured by tears of fatigue. He heard the roars first, and then he saw what he most feared, what no hunter ever wanted to see. An enormous, wild black bear, his terrifying face a mass of blood, was wreaking his vengeance on those who'd caused his wounds, clawing, ripping, slashing at his enemy. Nikolai raised his rifle and fired until there were no more shells in the chamber. The giant bear fell. The soldier raced to the two men. He lost what breath he had as he looked at them. The man from Moscow was dead, his throat torn, his bloodied head barely attached to his body. Grigorin was only just alive, and if he did not die in seconds, Nikolai knew he would reload his weapon and finish what the animal had not done. The colonel had no face. It was not there. In its place, a sight that burned itself into the soldier's mind. How? How could it have happened? And then the lieutenant's eyes strayed to Grigorin's right arm, and the shock was beyond anything he could imagine. It was half severed from his elbow, the method of surgery clear. Heavy caliber bullets. The colonel's firing arm had been shot off. Nikolai ran to Brunov's corpse. He reached down and rolled it over. Brunov's arm was intact, but his left hand had blown apart, only the gnarled, bloody outline of a palm left, the fingers strips of bone. His left hand. Nikolai Yurievich remembered the morning, the coffee and fruit juice and vodka and cigarettes. The man from Moscow was left-handed. Brunov and Grigorin had been rendered defenseless by someone with a gun, someone who knew what was in their path. Nikolai stood up cautiously, the soldier in him primed, seeking an unseen enemy. And this was an enemy he wanted to find and kill with all his heart. His mind raced back to the footprints he had seen behind the stables. They were not those of a scavenging animal, though in animals they were. They were the tracks of an obscene killer. Who was it? Above all, why? The lieutenant saw a flash of light, sunlight on a weapon. He made a move to his right, then abruptly spun to his left and lunged to the ground, rolling behind the trunk of an oak tree. He removed the empty magazine from his weapon, replacing it with a fresh one. He squinted up at the source of the light. It came from high in a pine tree. A figure was straddling two limbs 50 feet above the ground, a rifle with a telescopic sight in his hands. The killer wore a white snow parka with a white fur hood, his face obscured behind wide black sunglasses. Nikolai thought he would vomit in rage and revulsion. The man was smiling, and the lieutenant knew he was smiling down at him. Furiously he raised his rifle. An explosion of snow blinded him, accompanied by the loud report of a high-powered rifle. A second gunshot followed. The bullet thumped into the wood above his head. He pulled back into the protection of the trunk. Another gunshot, this one in the near distance, not from the killer in the pine tree. "Nikolai!" His mind burst. There was nothing left but rage. The voice that screamed his name was his father's. "Nikolai!" Another shot. The soldier sprang up from the ground, firing his rifle into the tree, and raced across the snow. An ice-like incision was made in his chest. He heard nothing and felt nothing until he knew his face was cold. The Premier of Soviet Russia placed his hands on the long table beneath the window that looked out over the Kremlin. He leaned down and studied the photographs, the flesh of his large peasant face sagging with exhaustion, his eyes filled with anger and shock. "Horrible," he whispered. That men should die like this is horrible. At least Yurievich was spared, not his life, but such an end as this. Across the room, seated around another table, were two men and a woman, their faces stern, watching the premier. In front of each was a brown file folder, and it was apparent that each was anxious to proceed with the conference. But with the premier one did not push or intrude on his thoughts. His temper could be unleashed by such displays of impatience. The premier was a man whose mind raced faster than anyone's in that room, but his deliberations were nevertheless slow, the complexities considered. He was a survivor in a world where only the most astute and subtle survived. Fear was a weapon he used with extraordinary skill. He stood up, pushing the photographs away in disgust, and strode back to the conference table. "All nuclear stations are on alert, our submarines approaching firing positions," he said. "I want this information transmitted to all embassies. Use codes Washington has broken." One of the men at the table leaned forward. He was a diplomat, older than the premier, and obviously an associate of long standing, an ally who could speak somewhat more freely than the other two. "You take a risk I'm not sure is wise. We're not that certain of the reaction. The American ambassador was profoundly shocked. I know him. He wasn't lying." "Then he wasn't informed," said the second man curtly. "Speaking for the VKR, we are certain. The bullets and shell casings were identified. 7mm, grooved for implosion. Bore markings unmistakable. They were fired from a Browning Magnum grade 4. What more do you need?" "A great deal more than that. Such a weapon is not so difficult to obtain, and I doubt an American assassin would leave his business card." "He might if it was the weapon he was most familiar with. We've found a pattern." The VKR man turned to the middle-aged woman, whose face was chiseled granite. "Explain, if you will, Comrade Director." The woman opened her file folder and scanned the top page before speaking. She turned to the second page and addressed the premier, her eyes avoiding the diplomat. "As you know, there were two assassins, presumably both male. One had to be a marksman of extreme skill and coordination, the other someone who undoubtedly possessed the same qualifications, but who was also an expert in electronic surveillance. There was evidence in the stables, bracket scrapings, suction imprints, footprints indicating unobstructed vantage points, that lead us to believe all conversations in the Dachau were intercepted." "You describe CIA expertise, comrade," interrupted the premier. "Or consular operations, sir," replied the woman. "It's important to bear that in mind." "Oh, yes," agreed the premier, "the State Department's small band of negotiators." "Why not the Chinese Taopans?" offered the diplomat earnestly. "They're among the most effective killers on Earth. The Chinese had more to fear from Yurievich than anyone else." "Physiognomy rules them out," countered the man from VKR. "If one was caught even after cyanide, Peking knows it would be destroyed." "Get back to this pattern you've found," interrupted the premier. The woman continued. "We fed everything through KGB computers, concentrating on American intelligence personnel we know have penetrated Russia, who speak the language fluently and are known killers. We have arrived at 4 names. Here they are, Mr. Premier. 3 from the Central Intelligence Agency, 1 from the Department of State's Consular Operations." She handed the page to the VKR man, who in turn rose and gave it to the premier. He looked at the names. Schofield, Brandon Allen, State Department, Consular Operations. Known to have been responsible for assassinations in Prague, Athens, Paris, Munich. Suspected of having operated in Moscow itself. Involved in over 20 defections. Randolph, David, Central Intelligence Agency. Cover is Import Traffic Manager, Dynamax Corporation, West Berlin Branch. All phases of sabotage. Known to have been instrumental in hydroelectrical explosions in Kazan and Tagil. Saltzman, George Robert, Central Intelligence Agency. Operated as pouch courier and assassin in Vientiane under AID cover for 6 years. Oriental expert. Currently, as of 5 weeks ago, in the Tashkent sectors. Cover Australian immigrant, sales manager, Perth Radar Corporation. Bergstrom Edward, Central Intelligence Agency. Mr. Premier, interrupted the man from VKR, my associate meant to explain that the names are in order of priority. In our opinion, the entrapment and execution of Dmitri Yurievich bears all the earmarks of the first man on that list. This Schofield? Yes, Mr. Premier. He disappeared a month ago in Marseille. He's done more damage, compromised more operations than any agent the United States has fielded since the war. Really? Yes, sir. The VKR man paused, then spoke hesitantly, as if he did not want to go on, but knew he must. His wife was killed 10 years ago in East Berlin. He's been a maniac ever since. East Berlin? It was a trap, KGB. The telephone rang on the Premier's desk. He crossed rapidly and picked it up. It was the President of the United States. The interpreters were on the line. They went to work. We grieve the death, the terrible murder of a very great scientist, Mr. Premier, as well as the horror that befell his friends. Your words are appreciated, Mr. President, but as you know, those deaths and that horror were premeditated. I'm grateful for your sympathies, but I can't help but wonder if perhaps you are not somewhat relieved that the Soviet Union has lost its foremost nuclear physicist. I am not, sir. His brilliance transcended our borders and differences. He was a man for all peoples. Yet he chose to be a part of one people, did he not? I tell you frankly, my concerns do not transcend our differences. Rather, they force me to look to my flanks. Then, if you will forgive me, Mr. Premier, you're looking for phantoms. Perhaps we've found them, Mr. President. We have evidence that is extremely disturbing to me. So much so that I have— Forgive me once again, interrupted the President of the United States. Your evidence has prompted my calling you, in spite of my natural reluctance to do so. The KGB has made a great error. 4 errors, to be precise. 4? Yes, Mr. Premier. Specifically the names Schofield, Randolph, Saltzman, and Bergstrom. None was involved, Mr. Premier. You astonish me, Mr. President. No more than you astonished me the other week. There are fewer secrets these days, remember? Words are inexpensive. The evidence is strong. Then it's been so calculated. Let me clarify. 2 of the 3 men from Central Intelligence are no longer in sanction. Randolph and Bergstrom are currently at their desks in Washington. Mr. Saltzman was hospitalized in Tashkent. The diagnosis is cancer. The President paused. That leaves one name, doesn't it? Said the Premier. Your man from the infamous consular operations, so bland in diplomatic circles, but infamous to us. This is the most painful aspect of my clarification. It's inconceivable that Mr. Schofield could have been involved. There was less chance of his involvement than any of the others, frankly. I tell you this because it no longer matters. Words cost little. I must be explicit. For the past several years, a covert, in-depth dossier has been maintained on Dr. Yurievich, information added almost daily, certainly every month. In certain judgments, it was time to reach Dmitri Yurievich with viable options. What? Yes, Mr. Premier, defection. The 2 men who traveled to the Dachau to make contact with Dr. Yurievich did so in our interests. Their source control was Schofield. It was his operation. The Premier of Soviet Russia stared across the room at the pile of photographs on the table. He spoke softly. Thank you for your frankness. Look to other flanks. I shall. We both must. Chapter 3. The late afternoon sun was a fireball, its rays bouncing off the waters of the canal in blinding oscillation. The crowds walking west on Amsterdam's Kalverstraat squinted as they hurried along the pavement, grateful for the February sun and gusts of wind that came off the myriad waterways that stemmed from the Amstel River. Too often February brought the mists and rain, dampness everywhere. It was not the case today, and the citizens of the North Sea's most vital port city seemed exhilarated by the clear, biting air warmed from above. One man, however, was not exhilarated. Neither was he a citizen nor on the streets. His name was Brandon Allen Schofield, Attaché at Large, Consular Operations, United States Department of State. He stood at a window 4 stories above the canal and the Kalverstraat, peering through binoculars down at the crowds, specifically at the area of the pavement where a glass telephone booth reflected the harsh flashes of sunlight. The light made him squint, but there was no energy evident on Schofield's pallid face, a face whose sharp features were drawn and taut beneath a vaguely combed cover of light brown hair, fringed at the end with strands of gray. He kept refocusing the binoculars, cursing the light and the swift movements below. His eyes were tired, the hollows beneath dark and stretched, the results of too little sleep for too many reasons Schofield did not care to think about. There was a job to do, and he was a professional. His concentration could not waver. There were 2 other men in the room. A balding technician sat at a table with a dismantled telephone, wires connecting it to a tape machine, the receiver off the hook. Somewhere under the streets in a telephone complex, arrangements had been made. They were the only cooperation that would be given by the Amsterdam police, a debt called in by the attaché at large from the American State Department. The 3rd person in the room was younger than the other 2, in his early 30s, and with no lack of energy on his face, no exhaustion in his eyes. If his features were taut, it was the tautness of enthrallment. He was a young man eager for the kill. His weapon was a fast film motion picture camera mounted on a tripod, a telescopic lens attached. He would have preferred a different weapon. Down in the street a figure appeared in the tinted circles of Schofield's binoculars. The figure hesitated by the telephone booth, and in that brief moment was jostled by the crowds off to the side of the pavement, in front of the flashing glass, blocking the glare with his body, a target surrounded by a halo of sunlight. It would be more comfortable for everyone concerned if the target could be zeroed where he was standing now. A high-powered rifle calibrated for 70 yards could do it. The man in the window could squeeze the trigger. He had done so often before. But comfort was not the issue. A lesson had to be taught, another lesson learned, and such instruction depended on the confluence of vital factors. Those teaching and those being taught had to understand their respective roles. Otherwise, an execution was meaningless. The figure below was an elderly man, in his middle to late 60s. He was dressed in rumpled clothing, a thick overcoat pulled up around his neck to ward off the chill, a battered hat pulled down over his forehead. There was a stubble of a beard on his frightened face. He was a man on the run, and for the American watching him through the binoculars there was nothing so terrible or haunting as an old man on the run, except, perhaps, an old woman. He had seen both, far more often than he cared to think about. Schofield glanced at his watch. "Go ahead," he said to the technician at the table. Then he turned to the younger man who stood beside him. "You ready?" "Yes," was the curt reply. "I've got the son of a bitch centered. Washington was right. You proved it." "I'm not sure what I've proved yet. I wish I was." "When he's in the booth, get his lips." "Right." The technician dialed the prearranged numbers and punched the buttons of the tape machine. He rose quickly from his chair and handed Schofield a semicircular headset with a mouthpiece and single earphone. "It's ringing," he said. "I know. He's staring through the glass. He's not sure he wants to hear it. That bothers me." "Move, you son of a bitch," said the young man with the camera. "He will," said Schofield, the binoculars and headset held firmly in his hands. "He's frightened. Each half-second is a long time for him, and I don't know why. There he goes. He's opening the door. Everybody quiet." Schofield continued to stare through the binoculars, listened, and then spoke quietly into the mouthpiece. "Dobry dzień, priaciel." The The conversation, spoken entirely in Russian, lasted for 18 seconds. "Do svidania," said Schofield, adding, "Zavtra nochin. Namostje." He continued to hold the headset to his ear and watched the frightened man below. The target disappeared into the crowds. The camera's motor stopped, and the attaché at large put down the binoculars, handing the headset to the technician. "Were you able to get it all?" he asked. "Clear enough for a voice print," said the balding operator, checking his dials. "You?" Schofield turned to the young man by the camera. "If I understood the language better, even I could read his lips." "Good. Others will. They'll understand it very well." Schofield reached into his pocket, took out a small leather notebook, and began writing. "I want you to take the tape and the film to the embassy. Get the film developed right away and have duplicates made of both. I want miniatures. Here are the specifications." "Sorry, Bray," said the technician, glancing at Schofield as he wound a coil of telephone wire. "I'm not allowed within 5 blocks of the territory, you know that." "I'm talking to Harry," replied Schofield, angling his head toward the younger man. He tore out the page from his notebook. "When the reductions are made, have them inserted in a single watertight flat case. I want it coated, good enough for a week in the water." "Bray," said the young man, taking the page of paper, "I picked up about every third word you said on the phone." "You're improving," interrupted Schofield, walking back to the window and the binoculars. "When you get to every other one, we'll recommend an upgrade." "That man wanted to meet tonight," continued Harry. "You turned him down." "That's right," said Schofield, raising the binoculars to his eyes, focusing out the window. "Our instructions were to take him as soon as we could. The cipher plaintext was clear about that, no time lost." "Time's relative, isn't it? When that old man heard the telephone ring, every second was an agonizing minute for him. For us, an hour can be a day. In Washington, for Christ's sake, a day is normally measured by a calendar year." "That's no answer," pressed Harry, looking at the note. "We can get this stuff reduced and packed in 45 minutes. We could make the contact tonight. Why don't we?" "The weather's rotten," said Schofield, the binoculars at his eyes. "The weather's perfect, not a cloud in the sky." "That's what I mean. It's rotten. A clear night means a lot of people strolling around the canals. In bad weather, they don't. Tomorrow's forecast is for rain." "That doesn't make sense. In 10 seconds, we block a bridge, he's over the side and dead in the water." "Tell that clown to shut up, Bray," shouted the technician at the table. "You heard the man," said Schofield, focusing on the spires of the buildings outside. "You just lost the upgrade. Your outrageous statement that we intend to commit bodily harm tarnishes our friends in the company." The younger man grimaced. The rebuke was deserved. "Sorry. It still doesn't make sense. That cipher was a priority alert. We should take him tonight." Schofield lowered the binoculars and looked at Harry. "I'll tell you what does make sense," he said. "Somewhat more than those silly goddamned phrases someone found on the back of a cereal box. That man down there was terrified. He hasn't slept in days. He's strung out to the breaking point, and I want to know why." "There could be a dozen reasons," countered the younger man. "He's old, inexperienced. Maybe he thinks we're onto him, that he's about to be caught. What difference does it make?" "A man's life, that's all." "Come on, Bray, not from you. He's Soviet poison, a double agent." "I want to be sure." "And I want to get out of here," broke in the technician, handing Schofield a reel of tape and picking up his machine. "Tell the clown we never met." "Thanks, Mr. No-Name. I owe you." The CIA man left, nodding at Bray, avoiding any contact with his associate. "There was no one here but us chickens, Harry," said Schofield after the door was shut. "You do understand that." "He's a nasty bastard." "Who could tap the White House toilets if he hasn't already," said Bray, tossing the reel of tape to Harry. "Get our unsolicited indictments over to the embassy. Take out the film and leave the camera here." Harry would not be put off. He caught the reel of tape, but made no move toward the camera. "I'm in this, too. That cipher applied to me as well as you. I want to have answers in case I'm asked questions, in case something happens between tonight and tomorrow. If Washington's right, nothing will happen. I told you. I want to be sure." "What more do you need? The target thinks he just made contact with KGB Amsterdam. You engineered it. You proved it." Schofield studied his associate for a moment, then turned away and walked back to the window. "You know something, Harry? All the training you get, all the words you hear, all the experiences you go through, never take the place of the first rule." Bray picked up the binoculars and focused on a faraway point above the skyline. "Teach yourself to think like the enemy thinks. Not how you'd like him to think, but how he really thinks. It's not easy. You can kid yourself because that is easy." Exasperated, the younger man spoke angrily. "For God's sake, what's that got to do with anything? We've got our proof." "Do we?" "As you say, our defector's made contact with his own. He's a pigeon who's found his own particular route to Mother Russia. He's safe. He's out of the cold." "That's what he thinks, yes." "Then why isn't he a happy man?" asked Bray Schofield, angling the binoculars down at the canal. The mist and the rain fulfilled Amsterdam's promise of winter. The night sky was an impenetrable blanket, the edges mottled by the shimmering lights of the city. There were no strollers on the bridge, no boats on the canal below. Pockets of fog swirled overhead, evidence that the North Sea winds traveled south unencumbered. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Schofield leaned against the iron railing at the west entrance of the ancient stone bridge. In his left hand was a small transistorized radio, not for verbal communication, only for receiving signals. His right hand was in his raincoat pocket, his extended fingers touching the barrel of a .22 caliber automatic, not much larger than a starter's pistol, with a report nowhere near as loud. At close range it was a very feasible weapon. It fired rapidly, with an accuracy sufficient for a distance measured in inches, and could barely be heard above the noises of the night. 200 yards away, Bray's young associate was concealed in a doorway on the Sarfatistraat. The target would pass him on the way to the bridge. There was no other route. When the old Russian did so, Harry would press a button on his transmitter. The signal. The execution was in progress. The victim was walking his last 100 yards. To the midpoint of the bridge, where his own personal hangman would greet him, insert a watertight packet in the victim's overcoat, and carry out the appointed task. In a day or so that packet would find its way to KGB Amsterdam. A tape would be listened to, a film observed closely, and another lesson would be taught. And naturally go unheeded, as all lessons went unheeded, as they always went unheeded. Therein lay the futility, thought Schofield, the never-ending futility that numbed the senses with each repetition. What difference does it make? A perceptive question asked by an eager, if not very perceptive, young colleague. None, Harry, none at all. Not any longer. But on this particular night, the needles of doubt kept pricking Bray's conscience. Not his morality. Long ago, morality had been replaced by the practical. If it worked, it was moral. If it did not, it wasn't practical, and thus was immoral. What bothered him tonight had its basis in that utilitarian philosophy. Was the execution practical? Was the lesson about to be taught the best lesson, the most feasible option? Was it worth the risks and the fallout that came with the death of an old man who'd spent his adult life in space engineering? On the surface, the answer would appear to be yes. 6 years ago, the Soviet engineer had defected in Paris during an international space exposition. He had sought and been granted asylum. He had been welcomed by the space fraternity in Houston, given a job, a house, and protection. However, he was not considered an outstanding prize. The Russians had actually joked about his ideological deviation, implying that his talents might be more appreciated by the less demanding capitalistic laboratories than by theirs. He rapidly became a forgotten man. Until 8 months ago, when it was discovered that Soviet tracking stations were gridding into American satellites with alarming frequency, reducing the value of photographic checks through sophisticated ground camouflage. It was as if the Russians knew in advance the great majority of orbital trajectories. They did, and a trace was made. It led to the forgotten man in Houston. What followed was relatively simple.
a technical conference that dealt exclusively with one forgotten man's small area of expertise, was called in Amsterdam. He was flown over on a government aircraft, and the rest was up to a specialist in these matters, Brandon Schofield, attaché at large, consular operations. Schofield had long since broken KGB Amsterdam's codes and methods of contact. He put them in motion and was mildly surprised at the target's reaction. It was the basis of his profound concern now. The old man showed no relief at the summons. After 6 years of a balancing act, the target had every right to expect termination with honors, the gratitude of his government, and the last years of his life spent in comfort. Expect hell. Bray had indicated as much in their ciphered conversations. But the old Russian was not a happy man, and there were no overriding personal relationships evident in Houston. Schofield had requested the 4-0 dossier on the target, a file so complete it detailed the projected hours of bowel movements. There was nothing in Houston. The man was a mole, apparently in both senses of the word. And that too bothered Bray. A mole in espionage did not assume the characteristics of the social equivalent. Something was wrong. Yet the evidence was there, the proof of duplicity confirmed. The lesson had to be taught. A short, sharp whine came from the transmitter in his hand. It was repeated 3 seconds later. Schofield acknowledged receipt with the press of a button. He put the radio in his pocket and waited. Less than a minute passed. He saw the figure of the old man coming through the blanket of fog and rain, a street light beyond creating an eerie silhouette. The target's gait was hesitant, but somehow painfully determined, as if he were about to keep a rendezvous both desired and loathed. It did not make sense. Bray glanced to his right. As he expected, there was no one in the street, no one anywhere to be seen in this deserted section of the city at this hour. He turned to his left and started up the ramp toward the midpoint of the bridge, the old Russian on the opposite side. He kept in the shadows. It was easy to do, as the first 3 lights above the left railing had been shorted out. Rain pounded the ancient cobblestones. Across the bridge proper, the old man stood facing the water below, his hands on the railing. Schofield stepped off the walkway and approached from behind, the sound of the downpour obscuring his footsteps. In his left raincoat pocket, his hand now gripped a round, flat case 2 inches in diameter and less than an inch thick. It was coated in waterproof plastic, the sides possessing a chemical that, when immersed in liquid for 30 seconds, became an instant adhesive. Under such conditions, it would remain where it was placed until cut free. In the case was the evidence, a reel of film and a reel of magnetic tape. Both could be studied by KGB Amsterdam. "Tachaya noch, stary priachel," said Bray to the Russian's back, while taking the automatic from his pocket. The old man turned, startled. "Why did you contact me?" he asked in Russian. "Has anything happened?" He saw the gun and stopped. Then he went on, an odd calm in his voice suddenly replacing the fear. "I see it has, and I'm no longer of value. Go ahead, comrade. You'll do me an enormous favor." Schofield stared at the old man, at the penetrating eyes that were no longer frightened. He had seen that look before. Bray answered in English. "You've spent an active 6 years. Unfortunately, you haven't done us any favors at all. You weren't as grateful as we thought you might be." The Russian nodded. "American," he said. "I wondered. A hastily called conference in Amsterdam over problems as easily analyzed in Houston. My being allowed out of the country, albeit covertly and guarded, that protection something less than complete once here. But you had all the codes, you said all the right words, and your Russian is flawless, priachel." "That's my job. What was yours?" "You know the answer. It's why you're here." "I want to know why." The old man smiled grimly. "Oh, no, you'll get nothing but what you've learned. You see, I meant what I said. You'll do me a favor. You're my listok." "Solution to what?" "Sorry." Bray raised the automatic. Its small barrel glistened in the rain. The Russian looked at it and breathed deeply. The fear returned to his eyes, but he did not waver or say a word. Suddenly, deliberately, Schofield thrust the gun up beneath the old man's left eye, steel and flesh making contact. The Russian trembled, but remained silent. Bray felt sick. What difference does it make? None, Harry, none at all. Not any longer. A lesson had to be taught. Schofield lowered the gun. "Get out of here," he said. "What?" "You heard me. Get out of here. The KGB operates out of the Diamond Exchange on the Tollstraat. Its cover is a firm of Hasidim, Diamant, Brüsten. Beat it." "I don't understand," said the Russian, his voice barely audible. "Is this another trick?" "God damn it," yelled Bray, now trembling. "Get out of here." Momentarily the old man staggered, then grabbed the railing to steady himself. He backed away awkwardly, then started running through the rain. "Schofield!" The shout came from Harry. He was at the west entrance of the bridge, directly in the path of the Russian. "Schofield, for God's sake!" "Let him go!" screamed Bray. He was either too late or his words were lost in the pounding rain. He did not know which. He heard 3 muted, sharp reports, and watched in disgust as the old man held his head and fell against the railing. Harry was a professional. He supported the body, fired a last shot into the neck, and, with an upward motion, edged the corpse over the railing into the canal below. What difference does it make? None at all. Not any longer. Schofield turned away and walked toward the east side of the bridge. He put the automatic in his pocket. It seemed heavy. He could hear racing footsteps drawing nearer through the rain. He was terribly tired, and did not want to hear them, any more than he wanted to hear Harry's abrasive voice. "Bray, what the hell happened back there? He nearly got away." "But he didn't," said Schofield, walking faster. "You made sure of that." "You're damn right I did. For Christ's sake, what's wrong with you?" The younger man was on Bray's left. His eyes dropped to Schofield's hand. He could see the edge of the watertight case. "Jesus, you never planted it." "What?" Then Bray realized what Harry was talking about. He raised his head, looked at the small round receptacle, then threw it past the younger man over the railing. "What are you doing?" "Go to hell," said Schofield quietly. Harry stopped. Bray did not. In seconds, Harry caught up and grabbed the edge of Schofield's raincoat. "Christ almighty, you let him get away!" "Take your hands off me." "No, damn it, you can't—" It was as far as Harry got. Bray shot his right hand up, his fingers clasping the younger man's exposed thumb, and yanked it counterclockwise. Harry screamed. His thumb was broken. "Go to hell," repeated Schofield. He continued walking off the bridge. The safe house was near the Rosengracht, the meeting to take place on the second floor. The sitting room was warmed by a fire, which also served to destroy any notes that might be taken. A State Department official had flown in from Washington. He wanted to question Schofield at the scene, as it were, in the event there were circumstances that only the scene could provide. It was important to understand what had happened, especially with someone like Brandon Schofield. He was the best there was, the coldest they had. He was an extraordinary asset to the American intelligence community, a veteran of 22 years of the most complicated negotiations one could imagine. He had to be handled with care, at the source, not ordered back on the strength of a departmental complaint filed by a subordinate. He was a specialist, and something had happened. Bray understood this, and the arrangements amused him. Harry was taken out of Amsterdam the next morning in such a way that there was no chance of Schofield seeing him. Among the few at the embassy who had to be aware of the incident, Bray was treated as though nothing had taken place. He was told to take a few days off. A man was flying in from Washington to discuss a problem in Prague. That's what the cipher said. Wasn't Prague an old hunting ground of his? Cover, of course, and not a very good one. Schofield knew that his every move in Amsterdam was now being watched, probably by teams of company men. And if he had walked to the Diamond Exchange on the Tollstraat, he undoubtedly would have been shot. He was admitted into the safe house by a nondescript maid of indeterminate age, a servant convinced that the old house belonged to the retired couple who lived there and paid her. He said he had an appointment with the owner and his attorney. The maid nodded and showed him up the stairs to the second-floor sitting-room. The old gentleman was there, but not the man from State. When the maid closed the door, the owner spoke. "I'll wait a few minutes and then go back up to my apartment. If you need anything, press the button on the telephone. It rings upstairs." "Thanks," said Schofield, looking at the Dutchman, reminded of another old man on a bridge. "My associate should be along shortly. We won't need anything." The man nodded and left. Bray wandered about the room, absently fingering the books on the shelves. It occurred to him that he wasn't even trying to read the titles. Actually, he didn't see them. And then it struck him that he didn't feel anything, neither cold nor heat, not even anger or resignation. He didn't feel anything. He was somewhere in a cloud of vapor, numbed, all senses dormant. He wondered what he would say to the man who had flown 3,500 miles to see him. He did not care. He heard footsteps on the stairs beyond the door. The maid had obviously been dismissed by a man who knew his way in this house. The door opened, and the man from State walked in. Schofield knew him. He was from Planning and Development, a strategist for covert operations. He was around Bray's age, but thinner, a bit shorter, and given to old school-tie exuberance which he did not feel, but which he hoped concealed his ambition. It did not. "Bray, how are you, old buddy?" he said in a half-shout, extending an exuberant hand for a more exuberant grip. "My God, it must be damn near 2 years. Have I got a couple of stories to tell you?" "Really?" "Have I?" An exuberant statement, no question implied. "I went up to Cambridge for my 20th, and naturally ran into friends of yours right and left. Well, old buddy, I got pissed and couldn't remember what lies I told who about you. Christ almighty, I had you an import analyst in Malaya, a language expert in New Guinea, an undersecretary in Canberra. It was hysterical. I couldn't remember, I was so pissed." "Why would anyone ask you about me, Charlie?" "Well, they knew we were both at State. We were friends. Everybody knew that." "Cut it out. We were never friends. I suspect you dislike me almost as much as I dislike you, and I've never seen you drunk in my life." The man from State stood motionless. The exuberant smile slowly disappeared from his lips. "You want to play it rough?" "I want to play it as it is." "What happened?" "Where? When? At Harvard?" "You know what I'm talking about. The other night." "What happened the other night?" "You tell me. You set it in motion. You spun the first wheels." "We uncovered a dangerous security leak, a pattern of active espionage going back years that reduced the effectiveness of space surveillance to the point where we now know it's been a mockery. We wanted it confirmed. You confirmed it. You knew what had to be done, and you walked away." "I walked away," agreed Schofield. "And when confronted with the fact by an associate, you did bodily injury to him, to your own man." "I certainly did. If I were you, I'd get rid of him. Transfer him to Chile. You can't fuck up a hell of a lot more down there." "What?" "On the other hand, you won't do that. He's too much like you, Charlie. He'll never learn. Watch out. He'll take your job one day." "Are you drunk?" "No, I'm sorry to say. I thought about it, but I've got a little acidity in my stomach. Of course, if I'd known they were sending you, I might have fought the good fight and tried. For old time's sake, naturally. If you're not drunk, you're off your trolley. The track veered. Those wheels you spun couldn't take the curve." "Cut the horse shit." "What a dated phrase, Charlie. These days we say bullshit, although I prefer lizard shit." "That's enough. Your action, or should I say inaction, compromised a vital aspect of counter-espionage." "Now you cut the horse shit," roared Bray, taking an ominous step toward the man from State. "I've heard all I want to hear from you. I didn't compromise anything. You did. You and the rest of those bastards back there. You found an ersatz leak in your goddamn sieve, and so you had to plug it up with a corpse. Then you could go to the 40 committee and tell those bastards how efficient you were." "What are you talking about?" "The old man was a defector. He was reached, but he was a defector." "What do you mean, reached?" I'm not sure. I wish I did. Somewhere in that 4-0 dossier, something was left out. Maybe a wife that never died but was in hiding, or grandchildren no one bothered to list. I don't know, but it's there. Hostages, Charlie. That's why he did what he did. And I was his listock. What's that mean? For Christ's sake, learn the language. You're supposed to be an expert. Don't pull that language crap on me. I am an expert. There's no evidence to support an extortion theory, no family reported or referred to by the target at any time. He was a dedicated agent for Soviet intelligence. Evidence? Oh, come on, Charlie. Even you know better than that. If he was good enough to pull off a defection, he was smart enough to bury what had to be buried. My guess is that the key was timing, and the timing blew up. His secret, or secrets, were found out. He was reached. It's all through his dossier. He lived abnormally, even for an abnormal existence. We rejected that approach, said Charlie emphatically. He was an eccentric. Schofield stopped and stared. You rejected? An eccentric? God damn you, you did know. You could have used that, fed him anything you liked, but no, you wanted a quick solution so the men upstairs would see how good you were. You could have used him, not killed him, but you didn't know how, so you kept quiet and called out the hangman. That's preposterous. There's no way you could prove he'd been reached. Prove it? I don't have to prove it. I know it. How? I saw it in his eyes, you son of a bitch. The man from State paused, then spoke softly. You're tired, Bray. You need a rest. With a pension? Asked Schofield. Or with a casket? Chapter 4. Telenyakov walked out of the restaurant into a cold blast of wind that disturbed the snow, swirling it up from the sidewalk with such force that it became a momentary haze, diffusing the light of the street lamp above. It was going to be another freezing night. The weather report on Radio Moscow had the temperature dropping to -8 Celsius. Yet it had stopped snowing early that morning. The runways at Sheremetyevo Airport were cleared, and that was all that concerned Vasily Telenyakov at the moment. Air France, Flight 85, had left for Paris 10 minutes ago. Aboard that plane was a Jew who was meant to leave 2 hours later on Aeroflot for Athens. He would not have left for Athens if he had shown up at the Aeroflot terminal. Instead, he would have been asked to step into a room. Greeting him would have been a team from the Vodenaya Kontrarozvedka, and the absurdity would have begun. It was stupid, thought Telenyakov as he turned right, pulling the lapels of his overcoat up around his neck and the brim of his adya lower on his head. Stupid in the sense that the VKR would have accomplished nothing but provide a wealth of embarrassment. It would have fooled no one, least of all those it was trying to impress. A dissident recanting his dissidency. What comic literature did the young fanatics in the VKR read? Where were the older and wiser heads when fools came up with such schemes? When Vasily had heard of the plan, he had laughed, actually laughed. The objective was to mount a brief but strong campaign against Zionist accusations, to show people in the West that not all Jews thought alike in Soviet Russia. The Jewish writer had become something of a minor cause in the American press, the New York press, to be specific. He had been among those who had spoken to a visiting senator in search of votes 8,000 miles away from a constituency. But race notwithstanding, he simply was not a good writer, and, in fact, something of an embarrassment to his co-religionists. Not only was the writer the wrong choice for such an exercise, but for reasons intrinsic to another operation, it was imperative that he be permitted to leave Russia. He was a blind trade-off for the senator in New York. The senator had been led to believe it was his acquaintanceship with an attaché at the consulate that had caused Soviet immigration to issue a visa. The senator would make capital out of the incident, and a small hook would exist where one had not existed before. Enough hooks and an awkward relationship would suddenly exist between the senator and acquaintances within the Soviet power structure. It could be useful. The Jew had to leave Moscow tonight. In 3 days, the senator had scheduled a welcoming news conference at Kennedy Airport. But the young aggressive thinkers at the VKR were adamant. The writer would be detained, brought to the Lubyanka, and the process of transformation would commence. No one outside the VKR was to be told of the operation. Success depended upon sudden disappearance, total secrecy. Chemicals were to have been administered until the subject was ready for a different sort of news conference, one in which he revealed that Israeli terrorists had threatened him with reprisals against relatives in Tel Aviv if he did not follow their instructions and cry publicly to be able to leave Russia. The scheme was preposterous, and Vasily had said as much to his contact at the VKR, but was told confidentially that not even the extraordinary Telenyakov could interfere with Group 9 Vodenaya Kontrarozvedka. And what in the name of all the discredited Tsars was Group 9? It was the new Group 9, his friend had explained. It was the successor to the infamous Section 9 KGB, Smert Shpionanam, that division of Soviet intelligence devoted exclusively to the breaking of men's minds and wills through extortion, torture, and that most terrible of methods, killing loved ones in front of loved ones. Killing was nothing strange to Vasily Telenyakov, but that kind of killing turned his stomach. The threat of such killing was often useful, but not the act itself. The state did not require it, and only sadists demanded it. If there was truly a successor to Smerchpionanam, then he would let it know with whom it had to contend within the larger sphere of KGB. Specifically, one extraordinary Telenyakov. They would learn not to contradict a man who had spent 25 years roaming all of Europe in the cause of the state. 25 years. It had been a quarter of a century since a 21-year-old student with a gift for languages had been taken out of his classes at the Leningrad University and sent to Moscow for 3 years of intensive training. It was training the likes of which the son of introspective socialist teachers could barely believe. He had been plucked out of a quiet home where books and music were the staples, and set down in a world of conspiracy and violence, where ciphers, codes, and physical abuse were the main ingredients, where all forms of surveillance and sabotage, espionage, and the taking of life, not murder, murder was a term that had no application, were the subjects studied. He might have failed had it not been for an incident that changed his life and gave him the motive to excel. It had been provided by animals, American animals. He had been sent to East Berlin on a training exercise, an observer of undercover tactics at the height of the Cold War. He had formed a relationship with a young woman, a German girl who fervently believed in the cause of the Marxist state, and who had been recruited by the KGB. Her position was so minor, her name was not even on a payroll. She was an unimportant organizer of demonstrations, paid with loose Reichsmarks from an expense drawer. She was quite simply a university student far more passionate in her beliefs than knowledgeable, a wild-eyed radical who considered herself a kind of Joan of Arc. But Vasily had loved her. They had lived together for several weeks, and they were glorious weeks, filled with the excitement and anticipation of young love. And then one day she was sent across Checkpoint Casimir. It was such an unimportant thing, a street-corner protest on the Kurfürstendamm. A child leading other children, mouthing words they barely understood, espousing commitments they were ill-prepared to accept. An unimportant ritual, insignificant. But not to the animals of the American Army of Occupation, G2 branch, who set other animals upon her. Her body was sent back in a hearse, her face bruised almost beyond recognition, the rest of her clawed to the point where the flesh was torn, the blood splotches of dried red dust. And the doctors had confirmed the worst. She had been repeatedly raped and sodomized. Attached to the body, the note held in place by a nail driven into her arm, were the words, "Up your commie ass, just like hers." Animals. American animals who bought their way to victory without a shell having fallen on their soil, whose might was measured by unfettered industry that made enormous profits from the carnage of foreign lands, whose soldiers peddled cans of food to hungry children, so as to gratify other appetites. All armies had animals, but the Americans were most offensive. They proclaimed such righteousness. The sanctimonious were always the most offensive. Telenyakov had returned to Moscow. The memory of the girl's obscene death burned into his mind. Whatever he had been, he became something else. According to many, he became the best there was, and by his own lights none could possibly wish to be better than he was. He had seen the enemy, and he was filth. But that enemy had resources beyond imagination, wealth beyond belief. So it was necessary to be better than the enemy in things that could not be purchased. One had to learn to think as he did, then outthink him. Vasily had understood this. He became the master of strategy and counter-strategy, the springer of unexpected traps, the deliverer of unanticipated shock, death in the morning sunlight on a crowded street corner, death in the Unter den Linden at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at that hour when the traffic was maximum. He had brought that about, too. He had avenged the murder of a child woman years later, when, as the director of KGB operations East Berlin, he had drawn the wife of an American killer across the checkpoint. She had been run down cleanly, professionally, with a minimum of pain. It was a far more merciful death than that delivered by animals 4 years earlier. He had nodded in appreciation at the news of that death, yet there was no joy. He knew what that man was going through, and as deserved as it was, there was no elation. For Telenyakov also knew that man would not rest until he found his own vengeance. He did, 3 years later in Prague. A brother. Where was the hated Schofield these days, wondered Vasily. It was close to a quarter of a century for him, too. They each had served their causes well. That much could be said for both of them. But Schofield was more fortunate. Things were less complicated in Washington, one's enemies within more defined. The despised Schofield did not have to put up with such amateurish maniacs as Group 9 VKR. The American State Department had its share of madmen, but sterner controls were exercised. Vasily had to admit that. In a few years, if Schofield survived in Europe, he would retire to some remote place and grow chickens or oranges or drink himself into oblivion. He did not have to be concerned about surviving in Washington, just in Europe. Telenyakov had to worry about surviving in Moscow. Things had changed in a quarter of a century. And he had changed. Tonight was an example, but not the first. He had covertly thwarted the objectives of a fellow intelligence unit. He would not have done so 5 years ago, perhaps not even 2 years ago. He would have confronted the strategists of that unit and strenuously objected on professional grounds. He was an expert, and in his expert judgment, the operation was not only miscalculated, but less vital than another with which it interfered. He did not take such action these days. He had not done so during the past 2 years as director of the Southwest sectors. He had made his own decisions, caring little for the reactions of damn fools who knew far less than he did. Increasingly, those reactions caused minor furors back in Moscow. Still, he did what he believed was right. Ultimately, those minor furors became major grievances, and he was recalled to the Kremlin and a desk where strategies were remote, dealing with progressive abstractions such as getting shadowy hooks into an American politician. Telenyakov had fallen, he knew that. It was only a question of time. How much time had he left? Would he be given a small firma north of Grasnov and told to grow his crops and keep his own counsel? Or would the maniacs interfere with that course of action, too? Would they claim the extraordinary Telenyakov was indeed too dangerous? As he made his way along the street, Vasily felt tired. Even the loathing he felt for the American killer who had murdered his brother was muted in the twilight of his feelings. He had little feeling left. The sudden snowstorm reached blizzard proportions, the wind's gale force causing eruptions of huge white sprays through the expanse of Red Square. Lenin's tomb would be covered by morning. Telenyakov let the freezing particles massage his face as he trudged against the wind toward his flat. KGB had been considerate. His rooms were 10 minutes from his office in Dzerzhinsky Square, 3 blocks away from the Kremlin. It was either consideration or something less benevolent, but infinitely more practical. His flat was 10 minutes from the centers of crisis, 3 minutes in a fast automobile. He walked into the entranceway of his building, stamping his feet as he pulled the heavy door shut, cutting off the harsh sound of the wind. As he always did, he checked his mail slot in the wall, and as always there was nothing. It was a futile ritual that had become a meaningless habit for so many years, in so many mail slots, in so many different buildings. The only personal mail he ever received was in foreign countries, under strange names, when he was in deep cover. And then the correspondence was in code and cipher, its meaning in no way related to the words on the paper. Yet sometimes those words were warm and friendly, and he would pretend for a few minutes that they meant what they said. But only for a few minutes. It did no good to pretend, unless one was analyzing an enemy. He started up the narrow staircase, annoyed by the dim light of the low-wattage bulbs. He was quite sure the planners in Moscow's Elektrikiskaya did not live in such buildings. Then he heard the creak. It was not the result of structural stress. It had nothing to do with the sub-freezing cold or the winds outside. It was the sound of a human being shifting his weight on a floorboard. His ears were the ears of a trained craftsman, distances judged quickly. The sound did not come from the landing above, but from higher up the staircase. His flat was on the next floor. Someone was waiting for him to approach. Someone wanted him inside his room, perhaps, egress awkward, a trap being set. Vasily continued his climb, the rhythm of his footsteps unbroken. The years had trained him to keep such items as keys and coins in his left-hand pockets, freeing his right to reach quickly for a weapon, or to be used as a weapon itself. He came to the landing and turned. His door was only feet away. There was the creak again, faint, barely heard, mixed with the sound of the distant wind outside. Whoever was on the staircase had moved back, and that told him 2 things. The intruder would wait until he was definitely inside his flat, and whoever it was either careless or inexperienced or both. One did not move when this close to a quarry. The air was a conductor of motion. In his left hand was his key. His right had unfastened the buttons of his overcoat and was now gripped around the handle of his automatic, strapped in an open holster across his chest. He inserted the key, opened the door, then yanked it shut, stepping back rapidly, silently into the shadows of the staircase. He stayed against the wall, his gun leveled in front of him over the railing. The sound of footsteps preceded the rushing figure as it raced to the door. In the figure's left hand was an object. He could not see it now. It was hidden by the heavily clothed body. Nor were there seconds to wait. If the object was an explosive, it would be on a timer release. The figure had raised his right hand to knock on the door. "Press yourself into the door. Your left hand in front of you, between your stomach and the wood, now." "Please." The figure spun halfway around. Telenyakov was on him, throwing him against the panel. He was a young man, a boy really, barely in his teens, thought Vasily. He was tall for his age, but his age was obvious from his face. It was callow, the eyes wide and clear and frightened. "Move back slowly," said Telenyakov harshly. "Raise your left hand. Slowly." The young man moved back, his left hand exposed. It was clenched into a fist. "I didn't do anything wrong, sir. I swear it." The young man's whisper cracked in fear. "Who are you?" "Andreev Danilovich, sir. I live in the Chermushki." "You're a long way from home," said Vasily. The housing development referred to by the youth was nearly 45 minutes south of Red Square. "The weather's terrible, and someone your age could be picked up by the militsianya." "I had to come here, sir," answered Andreev. "A man's been shot. He's hurt very badly. I think he's going to die. I am to give this to you." He opened his left hand. In it was a brass emblem, an army insignia denoting the rank of general. Its design had not been used in more than 30 years. "The old man said to say the name Krupskaya, Alexia Krupskaya. He made me say it several times so I wouldn't forget it. It's not the name he uses down at the Cheremushki, but it's the one he said to give you. He said I must bring you to him. He's dying, sir." At the sound of the name, Telenyakov's mind raced back in time. Alexia Krupskaya. It was a name he had not heard in years, a name few people in Moscow wanted to hear. Krupskaya was once the greatest teacher in the KGB, a man of infinite talent for killing and survival, as well he might be. He was the last of the notorious Istrabiteli, that highly specialized group of exterminators that had been an elite outgrowth of the old NKVD, its roots in the barely remembered OGPU. But Alexei Krupskaya had disappeared, as so many had disappeared at least a dozen years ago. There had been rumors linking him to the deaths of Beria and Zhurkov, some even mentioning Stalin himself. Once, in a fit of rage, or fear, Khrushchev had stood up in the Presidium and called Krupskaya and his associates a band of maniacal killers. That was not true. There was never any mania in the work of the Istrabiteli. It was too methodical. Regardless, suddenly, one day, Alexei Krupskaya was no longer seen at the Lubyanka. Yet there were other rumors, those that spoke of documents prepared by Krupskaya, hidden in some remote place, that were his guarantees to a personal old age. It was said these documents incriminated various leaders of the Kremlin in scores of killings, reported, unreported, and disguised. So it was presumed that Alexei Krupskaya was living out his life somewhere north of Grasnov, on a firma perhaps, growing crops and keeping his mouth shut. He had been the finest teacher Vasily had ever had. Without the old master's patient instructions, Telenyakov would have been killed years ago. "Where is he?" asked Vasily. "We brought him down to our flat. He kept pounding on the floor, our ceiling. We ran up and found him." "We?" "My sister and I. He's a good old man. He's been good to my sister and me. Our parents are dead, and I think he will soon be dead too. Please hurry, sir." The old man on the bed was not the Alexei Krupskaya Telenyakov remembered. The close-cropped hair and the clean-shaven face that once displayed such strength were no more. The skin was pale and stretched, wrinkled beneath the white beard, and his long white hair was a bird's nest of tiny, thin strings, matted, separated, revealing splotches of grayish flesh that was Krupskaya's gaunt skull. The man was dying and could barely speak. He lowered the covers briefly and lifted a blood-soaked cloth away from the perforated flesh of a bullet wound. Virtually no time was spent on greetings. The respect and affection in each man's eyes were sufficient. "I widened my pupils into the death stare," said Krupskaya, smiling weakly. "He thought I was dead. He had done his job and ran." "Who was it?" "An assassin sent by the Corsicans." "The Corsicans? What Corsicans?" The old man took a long, painful breath, gesturing for Vasily to lean closer. "I will be dead before the hour is gone, and there are things you must be told. No one else will tell you. You are the best we have, and you must be told. Above all men, you have the skills to match their skills. You and another, one from each side. You may be all that's left." "What are you talking about?" "The Matarese." "The what?" "The Matarese. They know I know what they are doing, what they are about to do. I am the only one left who would recognize them, who would dare speak of them. I stopped the contacts once, but I had neither the courage nor the ambition to expose them." "I can't understand you." "I will try to explain." Krupskaya paused, gathering strength. "A short while ago, a general named Blackburn was killed in America." "Yes, I know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. We were not involved, Alexei. Are you aware that you were the one the Americans believed the most likely assassin? No one told me. It's ridiculous. No one tells you much anymore, do they? I don't fool myself, old friend. I've given. I don't know how much more I have to give. Grasnov is not far distant, perhaps. If it is permitted, interrupted Krupskaya. I think it will be. No matter. Last month, the scientist Yurievich. He was murdered while on holiday up in the Provasotodacha, along with Colonel Drigorin and the man Brunov from Industrial Planning. I heard about it, said Telenyakov. I gather it was horrible. Did you read the report? What report? The one compiled by VKR. Madmen and fools, interjected Telenyakov. Not always, corrected Krupskaya. In this case, they have specific facts, accurate as far as they go. What are these supposedly accurate facts? Krupskaya, breathing with difficulty, swallowed and continued. Shell casings, 7mm American. Bore markings from a Browning Magnum, grade 4. A brutal gun, said Telenyakov, nodding. Very reliable. And the last weapon that would be used by someone sent from Washington. The old man did not seem to hear. The gun used to kill General Blackburn was a Grasburia. Vasily raised his eyebrows. A prized weapon when obtainable. He paused and added quietly, I favor mine. Exactly, as the Magnum Grade 4 is a favored weapon of another. Telenyakov stiffened. Oh? Yes, Vasily. VKR came up with several names it thinks could be responsible for Yurievich's death. The leading contender was a man you despise, Beowulf Agate. Telenyakov spoke in a monotone. Brandon Schofield, Consular Operations. Codename Prague, Beowulf Agate. Yes. Was he? No. The old man struggled to raise his head on the pillow. No more than you were involved with Blackburn's death. Don't you see? They know everything, even of operatives whose skills are proven but whose minds are tired, who, perhaps, need a significant kill. They are testing the highest levels of power before they make their move. Who? Who are they? The Matarese, the Corsican fever. What does that mean? It spreads. It has changed, far more deadly in its new form. The old Istrabiteli fell back on the pillow. You must be clearer, Alexei. I can see nothing. What is this Corsican fever, this Matarese? Krupskaya's eyes were wide, now staring at the ceiling. He whispered. No one speaks. No one dares to speak. Our own Presidium, England's Foreign Office, its MI6 boardroom, the French Société Diable d'État, and the Americans. Oh, never forget the Americans. No one speaks. We all used it. We are stained by the Matarese. Stained? How? What are you trying to say? What in heaven's name is the Matarese? The old man turned his head slowly. His lips trembled. Some say it goes back as far as Sarajevo. Others swear it claims Dolphus, Bernadotte, even Trotsky on its list. We know about Stalin. We contracted for his death. Stalin? It's true, then, what was said? Oh, yes. Beria, too. We paid. The Istrabiteli's eyes seemed now to float out of focus. In 45, the world thought Roosevelt succumbed to a massive stroke. Krupskaya shook his head slowly, saliva at the corners of his mouth. There were financial interests who believed his policies with the Soviet were economically disastrous. They could not permit any further decisions on his part. They paid, and an injection was administered. Telenyakov was stunned. Are you telling me that Roosevelt was killed by this Matarese? Assassinated, Vasily Vasilievich Telenyakov. That is the word, and that is one of the truths no one will speak of. So many, for so many years, None dare talk of the contracts, the payments. The admissions would be catastrophic for governments everywhere. But why? Why was it used, this Matarese? Because it was available, and it removed the client from the scene. It's preposterous. Assassins have been caught. There's been no such name ever mentioned. You should know better than that, Vasily Vasilievich. You've used the same tactics yourself, no different from the Matarese. What do you mean? You both kill and program killers. The old man acknowledged Telenyakov's nod. The Matarese was dormant for years. Then it came back, but it was not the same. Killings took place without clients, without payments. Senseless butchery without a pattern. Men of value kidnapped and slain, aircraft stolen or blown up in midair, governments paralyzed, payments demanded or wholesale slaughter the result. The incidents have become more refined, more professional. You're describing the work of terrorists, Alexei. Terrorism has no central apparatus. Once again the old Istrebiteli struggled to raise his head. It does now. It has for the past several years. Baader-Meinhof, the Red Brigades, the Palestinians, the African maniacs, they all gravitate to the Matarese. It kills with impunity. And now it is throwing the two superpowers into chaos before it makes its boldest move, and that is to assume control of one or the other. Ultimately, both. How can you be certain? A man was caught, a blemish on his chest, a soldier of the Matarese. Chemicals were administered, every one ordered from the room but my source. I had warned him. You? Hear me out. There is a timetable, but to speak of it would be to acknowledge the past. None dare do that. Moscow by assassination, Washington by political maneuver, murder if necessary. 2 months, 3 at the outside. Everything is in motion now. Action and reaction has been tested at the highest levels, unknown men positioned at the centers of power. Soon it will happen, and when it does, we are consumed. We are destroyed, subjects of the Matarese. Where is this man? Dead. The chemicals wore off. There was a cyanide pellet sewn into his skin. He tore his own flesh and reached it. Assassination? Political maneuver? Murder? You must be more specific. Krupskaya's breath came shorter as he again fell back on the pillow. But strangely, his voice grew firmer. There is no time. I do not have the time. My source is the most reliable in Moscow, in all the Soviet. Forgive me, dear Alexei, you were the best, but you do not exist anymore. Everyone knows that. You must reach Beowulf Agate, said the old Istrebiteli, as though Vasily had not spoken. You and he must find them. Stop them. Before one of us is taken, the other's destruction guaranteed. You and the man Schofield. You are best now, and the best are needed. Telenyakov looked impassively at the dying Krupskaya. That is something no one can ask me to do. If Beowulf Agate were in my sight, I would kill him, as he would kill me if he were capable. You are insignificant. The old man had to breathe slowly, in desperation, to get the air back in his lungs. You have no time for yourselves, can't you understand that? They are in our clandestine services, in the most powerful circles of both governments. They used the two of you once. They will use you again and again. They use only the best, and they will kill only the best. You are their diversions, you and men like you. Where is the proof? In the pattern, whispered Krupskaya. I've studied it. I know it well. What pattern? The Graz-Buria shells in New York, the 7mm casings of a Browning Magnum in Provasoto. Within hours, Moscow and Washington were at each other's throats. This is the way of the Matarese. It never kills without leaving evidence, often the killers themselves, but It is never the right evidence, never the true killers. Men have been caught who pulled triggers, Alexei, for the wrong reasons, for reasons provided by the Matarese. Now it takes us to the edge of chaos and overthrow. But why? Krupskaya turned his head, his eyes in focus, pleading. I don't know. The pattern is there, but not the reasons for it. That is what frightens me. One must go back to understand. The roots of the Matarese are in Corsica. The madman of Corsica. It started with him. The Corsican fever. Guillaume de Matarese. He was the high priest. When? Asked Telenyakov. How long ago? During the early years of the century. Guillaume de Matarese and his council, the high priest and his ministers. They've come back. They must be stopped. You and the man Schofield. Who are they? Asked Vasily. Where are they? No one knows. The old man's voice was failing now. He was failing. The Corsican fever, it spreads. Alexei, listen to me, said Telenyakov, disturbed by a possibility that could not be overlooked. The fantasies of a dying man could not be taken seriously. Who is this reliable source of yours? Who is the man so knowledgeable in Moscow, in all the Soviet? How did you get the information you've given me? About the killing of Blackburn, the VKR report on Yurievich. Above all, this unknown man who speaks of timetables. Through the personal haze of his approaching death, Krupskaya understood. A faint smile appeared on his thin, pale lips. Every few days, he said, struggling to be heard, a driver comes to see me. Perhaps take me for a ride in the countryside. Sometimes to meet quietly with another. It's the state's kindness to a pensioned old soldier whose name was appropriated. I am kept informed. I don't understand, Alexei. The Premier of Soviet Russia is my source. The Premier? But why you? He is my son. Telenyakov felt a wave of cold rush through him. The revelation explained so much. Krupskaya had to be taken seriously. The old Istrebiteli had possessed the information, the ammunition, to eliminate all who stood in the way of his son's march to premiership of Soviet Russia. Would he see me? Never. At the first mention of the Matarese, he would have you shot. Try to understand. He would have no choice. But he knows I am right. He agrees, but will never acknowledge it. He cannot afford to. He simply wonders whether it is he or the American president who will be in the gun sight. I understand. Leave me now, said the dying Krupskaya. Do what you must do, Telenyakov. I have no more breath. Reach Beowulf Agate. Find the Matarese. It must be stopped. The Corsican fever can spread no further. The Corsican fever? In Corsica? The answer may be there. It is the only place to start. Names. The first council. Many years ago. Chapter 5. A coronary inefficiency had made it necessary for Robert Winthrop to use a wheelchair, but in no way did it impair the alertness of his mind, nor did he dwell on the infirmity. He had spent his life in the service of his government. There was never any lack of problems he considered more important than himself. Guests at his Georgetown home soon forgot the wheelchair. The slender figure with the graceful gestures and the intensely interested face reminded them of the man he was, an energetic aristocrat who had used his private fortune to free himself from the marketplace and pursue a life of public advocacy. Instead of an infirm elder statesman with thinning gray hair and the still perfectly clipped mustache, one thought of Yalta and Potsdam, and an aggressive younger man from the State Department forever leaning over Roosevelt's chair or Truman's shoulder to clarify this point or suggest that objection. There were many in Washington, and in London and Moscow as well, who thought the world would be a better place had Robert Winthrop been made Secretary of State by Eisenhower. But the political winds had shifted, and he was not a feasible choice. And later Winthrop could not be considered. he had become involved in another area of government that required his full concentration. He had been quietly retained as senior consultant, Diplomatic Relations, Department of State. 26 years ago, Robert Winthrop had organized a select division within State called Consular Operations, and after 16 years of commitment, he had resigned. Some said because he was appalled at what his creation had become, while others claimed he was only too aware of the necessary directions it had taken, but could not bring himself to make certain decisions. Nevertheless, during the 10 years since his departure, he had been consistently sought out for advice and counsel, as he was tonight. Consular Operations had a new director. A career intelligence officer named Daniel Congdon had been shifted from a ranking position at the National Security Agency to the clandestine chair at State. He had replaced Winthrop's successor and was finally attuned to the harsh decisions required by Consop. But he was new. He had questions. He also had a problem with a man named Schofield, and was not sure how to handle it. He knew only that he wanted Brandon Allen Schofield terminated, removed from the State Department for good. His actions in Amsterdam could not be tolerated. They revealed a dangerous and unstable man. How much more dangerous would he be removed from the controls of consular operations? It was a serious question. The man with the code name Beowulf Agate knew more about the State Department's clandestine networks than any other man alive. And since Schofield had initially been brought to Washington years ago by Ambassador Robert Winthrop, Congdon went to the source. Winthrop had readily agreed to make himself available to Congdon, but not in an impersonal office or an operations room. Over the years, the ambassador had learned that men involved with covert operations too instinctively reflected their surroundings. Short, cryptic sentences took the place of freer, rambling conversations wherein a great deal more could be revealed and learned. Therefore, he had invited the new director over for dinner. The meal was finished, nothing of substance discussed. Congdon understood. The ambassador was probing the surface before delving deeper. But now the moment had come. "Let's go into the library, shall we?" said Winthrop, wheeling himself away from the table. Once inside the book-lined room, the ambassador wasted no time. "So you want to talk about Brandon?" "Very much so," replied the new director of Consop. "How do we thank such men for what they've done?" asked Winthrop. "For what they've lost. The field extracts a terrible price." "They wouldn't be there if they didn't want to be," said Congdon. "If, for some reason, they didn't need it. But once having been out there and survived, there's another question. What do we do with them? They're walking explosives." "What are you trying to say?" "I'm not sure, Mr. Winthrop. I want to know more about him. Who is he? What is he? Where did he come from?" "The child being the father of the man?" "Something like that. I've read his file, a number of times, in fact, but I've yet to speak to anyone who really knows him." "I'm not sure you'll find such a person. Brandon—" The elder statesman paused briefly and smiled. "Incidentally, he's called Bray for reasons I've never understood. It's the last thing he does. Bray, I mean." "That's one of the things I've learned," interrupted the director, returning Winthrop's smile as he sat down in a leather armchair. "When he was a child, he had a younger sister who couldn't say Brandon. She called him Bray. The name just stuck with him. That must have been added to his file after I left. Indeed, I imagine a great deal has been added to that file. But as for his friends, or lack of them, he's simply a private person, quite a bit more so since his wife died." Congdon spoke quietly. "She was killed, wasn't she?" "Yes." "In fact, she was killed in East Berlin 10 years ago next month, isn't that right?" "Yes." "And 10 years ago next month you resigned the directorship of consular operations, the highly specialized unit you built." Winthrop turned, his eyes leveled at the new director. "What I conceived and what finally emerged were two quite different entities.
Consular operations was designed as a humanitarian instrument to facilitate the defection of thousands from a political system they found intolerable. As time went on, and circumstances seemed to warrant, the objectives were narrowed. The thousands became hundreds, and as other voices were heard, the hundreds were reduced to dozens. We were no longer interested in the scores of men and women who daily appealed to us, but only in those select few whose talents and information were considered far more important than those of ordinary people. The unit concentrated on a handful of scientists and soldiers and intelligence specialists, as it does today. That's not what we began with. But as you pointed out, sir, said Congdon, the circumstances warranted the change. Winthrop nodded. Don't mistake me, I'm not naive. I dealt with the Russians at Yalta, Potsdam, Casablanca. I witnessed their brutality in Hungary in '56, and I saw the horrors of Czechoslovakia and Greece. I think I know what the Soviets are capable of as well as any strategist in covert services. And for years I permitted those more aggressive voices to speak with authority. I understood the necessity. Did you think I didn't? Of course not. I simply meant... Congdon hesitated. You simply made a connection between the murder of Schofield's wife and my resignation, said the statesman kindly. Yes, sir, I did. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's just that the circumstances warranted a change, completed Winthrop. That's what happened, you know. I recruited Schofield. I'm sure that's in his file. I suspect that's why you're here tonight. Then the connection? Congdon's words trailed off. Accurate. I felt responsible. But surely there were other incidents, other men and women? Not the same, Mr. Congdon. Do you know why Schofield's wife was selected to be the target that afternoon in East Berlin? I assume it was a trap meant for Schofield himself. Only she showed up and he didn't. It happens. A trap meant for Schofield? In East Berlin? He had contacts in the Soviet sector. He made frequent penetrations, set up his own cells. I imagine they wanted to catch him with his contact sheets. Her body was searched, her purse taken. It's not unusual. Your assumption being that he'd used his wife in the operation? Asked Winthrop. Congdon nodded. Again, not unusual, sir. Not unusual? I'm afraid in Schofield's case it was impossible. She was part of his cover at the embassy, but never remotely connected to his covert activities. No, Mr. Congdon, you're wrong. The Russians knew they could never spring a trap on Bray Schofield in East Berlin. He was too good, too efficient, too elusive. So they tricked his wife into crossing the checkpoint and killed her for another purpose. I beg your pardon? An enraged man is a careless man. That's what the Soviets wanted to accomplish. But they, as you, misunderstood their subject. With his rage came a new determination to sting the enemy in every way he could. If he was brutally professional before his wife's death, he was viciously so afterwards. I'm still not sure I understand. Try, Mr. Congdon, said Winthrop. 22 years ago, I ran across a government major at Harvard University, a young man with a talent for languages and a certain authority about him that indicated a bright future. He was recruited through my office, sent to the Maxwell School in Syracuse, then brought to Washington to become part of consular operations. It was a fine beginning for a possibly brilliant career in the State Department. Winthrop paused, his eyes straying as if lost in a personal reverie. I never expected him to stay in Consop. Strangely enough, I thought of it as a springboard for him, to the diplomatic corps, to the ambassadorial level, perhaps. His gifts cried out to be used at international conference tables. But something happened, continued the statesman, glancing absently back at the new director. As Consop was changing, so was Brandon Schofield. The more vital those highly specialized defections were considered, the quicker the violence escalated. On both sides, very early, Schofield requested commando training. He spent 5 months in Central America going through the most rigorous survival techniques, offensive and defensive. He mastered scores of codes and ciphers. He was as proficient as any cryptographer in NSA. Then he returned to Europe and became the expert. He understood the requirements of his work, said Congdon, impressed. Very commendable, I'd say. Oh, yes, very, agreed Winthrop, because you see it had happened. He'd reached his plateau. There was no turning back, no changing. He could never be accepted around a conference table. His presence would be rejected in the strongest diplomatic terms, because his reputation was established. The bright young government major I'd recruited for the State Department was now a killer. No matter the justification, he was a professional killer. Congdon shifted his position in the chair. Many would say he was a soldier in the field, the battleground extensive, dangerous, never-ending. He had to survive, Mr. Winthrop. He had to, and he did, concurred the old gentleman. Schofield was able to change, to adapt to the new rules, but I wasn't. When his wife was killed, I knew I didn't belong. I saw what I had done, taken the gifted student for one purpose, and seen that purpose warped, just as the benign concept of consular operations had been warped by circumstances that warranted those changes we spoke of. I had to face my own limitations. I couldn't continue any longer. But you did ask to be kept informed of Schofield's activities for several years. That's in the file, sir. May I ask why? Winthrop frowned, as if wondering himself. I'm not sure. An understandable interest in him, even fascination, I suppose. Or punishment, perhaps. That's not out of the question. Sometimes the reports would stay in my safe for days before I read them. And, of course, after Prague, I no longer wanted them sent to me. I'm sure that's in the file. Yes, it is. By Prague, I assume you refer to the courier incident? Yes, answered Winthrop softly. Incident is such an impersonal word, isn't it? It fit the Schofield in that report. The professional killer, motivated by the need to survive, as a soldier survives, turned into a cold-blooded killer, driven solely by vengeance. The change was complete. Again the new director of Konzop shifted his position, crossing his legs uncomfortably. It was established that the courier in Prague was the brother of the KGB agent who ordered the death of Schofield's wife. He was the brother, not the man who issued that order. He was a youngster, no more than a low-level messenger. He might have become something else. Then where does it end? I can't answer that. But I can understand Schofield's doing what he did. I'm not sure I wouldn't have done the same. With no sense of righteousness, said the aging statesman, I'm not sure I would have. Nor am I convinced that young man in Cambridge 22 years ago would have done so. Am I getting through to you, as is so often asked these days? Painfully, sir. But in my defense, and in defense of the current Schofield, we didn't create the world we operate in. I think that's a fair thing to say. Painfully fair, Mr. Congdon. But you perpetuate it. Winthrop wheeled his chair to his desk and reached for a box of cigars. He offered the box to the director, who shook his head. I don't like them either, but ever since Jack Kennedy, we're all expected to keep our supply of Havanas. Do you disapprove? No. As I recall, the Canadian supplier was one of President Kennedy's more accurate sources of information about Cuba. Have you been around that long? I joined the National Security Agency when he was a senator. Did you know that Schofield has recently begun to drink? I know nothing about the current Schofield, as you called him. His file indicates previous use of alcohol, but no evidence of excess. I would think not. It would interfere with his work. It may be interfering now. Maybe. It either is or it isn't. I don't think that's such a difficult thing to establish. If he's drinking a great deal, that's excess. It would have to interfere. I'm sorry to hear it, but I can't say I'm surprised. Oh? Congdon leaned forward in the chair. It was apparent that he thought he was about to be given the information he was seeking. When you knew him as well as you did, were there signs of potential instability? None at all. But you just said you weren't surprised. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised at any thinking man turning to alcohol after so many years of living so unnaturally. Schofield is, or was, a thinking man, and God knows he's lived unnaturally. If I'm surprised, it's only that it's taken so long to reach him, affect him. What got him through the nights? Men condition themselves. As you put it, he adapted, extremely successfully. But still unnaturally, maintained Winthrop. What are you going to do with him? He's being recalled. I want him out of the field. Good. Give him a desk and an attractive secretary, and have him analyze theoretical problems. Isn't that the usual way? Congdon hesitated before replying. Mr. Winthrop, I think I want him separated from the State Department. The creator of Kanzop arched his eyebrows. Really? 22 years is insufficient for an adequate pension. That's not a problem. Generous settlements are made. It's common practice these days. Then what does he do with his life? What is he, 45, 6? 46. Hardly ready for one of these, is he? Said the statesman, fingering the wheel of his chair. May I ask why you've come to that conclusion? I don't want him around personnel involved with covert activities. According to our latest information, he's displayed hostile reactions to basic policy. He could be a negative influence. Winthrop smiled. Someone must have pulled a Butte. Bray never did have much patience with fools. I said basic policy, sir. Personalities are not the issue. Personalities, Mr. Congdon, unfortunately, are intrinsic to basic policy. They form it. But that's probably beside the point, at this point. Why come to me? You've obviously made your decision. What can I add? Your judgment. How will he take it? Can he be trusted? He knows more about our operations, our contacts, our tactics, than any man in Europe. Winthrop's eyes became suddenly cold. And what is your alternative, Mr. Congdon? He asked icily. The new director flushed. He understood the implication. Surveillance, controls, telephone, and mail intercepts. I'm being honest with you. Are you? Winthrop now glared at the man in front of him. Or are you looking for a word from me, or a question that you can use for another solution? I don't know what you mean. I think you do. I've heard how it's done, incidentally, and it appalls me. Word is sent to Prague, or Berlin, or Marseille that a man's no longer in sanction. He's finished, out. But he's restless, drinks a lot. Contacts' names might be revealed by this man, whole networks exposed. In essence, the word spreads. Your lives are threatened. So it's agreed that another man, or perhaps 2 or 3, get on planes from Prague or Berlin or Marseille. They converge on Washington with but one objective, the silencing of that man who's finished. Everyone's more relaxed, and the American intelligence community, which has remained outside the incident, breathes easier. Yes, Mr. Congdon, it appalls me. The director of Kanzop remained motionless in the chair. His reply was delivered in a quiet monotone. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Winthrop, that solution has been exaggerated far out of proportion to its practice. Again, I'll be completely honest with you. In 15 years, I've heard of it being exercised only twice, and in both incidents, the agents out of sanction were beyond salvage. They had sold out to the Soviets. They were delivering names. Is Schofield beyond salvage? That's the correct phrase, isn't it? If you mean, do I think he's sold out? Of course not. It's the last thing he'd do. I really came here to learn more about him. I'm sincere about that. How is he going to react when I tell him he's terminated? Winthrop paused, his relief conveyed, then frowned again. I don't know because I don't know the current Schofield. It's drastic. What's he going to do? Isn't there a halfway measure? If I thought there was one acceptable to us both, I'd leap at it. If I were you, I'd try to find one. It can't be on the premises, said Congdon firmly. I'm convinced of that. Then may I suggest something? Please do. Send him as far away as you can, someplace where he'll find a peaceful oblivion. Suggest it yourself. He'll understand. He will? Yes. Bray doesn't fool himself, at least he never did. It was one of his finer gifts. He'll understand because I think I do. I think you've described a dying man. There's no medical evidence to support that. Oh, for God's sake, said Robert Winthrop. Schofield turned off the television set. He had not seen an American news broadcast in several years, since he was last brought back for an inter-operations briefing, and he was not sure he wanted to see one again for the next several years. It wasn't that he thought all news should be delivered in the ponderous tones of a funeral, but the giggles and leers that accompanied descriptions of fire and rape struck him as intolerable. He looked at his watch. It was 7:20. He knew it because his watch read 20 past midnight. He was still on Amsterdam time. His appointment at the State Department was for 8 o'clock p.m. That was standard for specialists of his rank, but what was not standard was the State Department location itself. Attachés at large for consular operations invariably held strategy conferences in safe houses, usually in the Maryland countryside, or perhaps in hotel suites in downtown Washington. Never at the State Department, not for specialists expected to return to the field. But then Bray knew he was not scheduled to return to the field. He had been brought back for only one purpose: termination. 22 years and he was out. An infinitesimal speck of time into which was compressed everything he knew, everything learned, absorbed, and taught. He kept waiting for his own reaction, but there was none. It was as though he were a spectator, watching the images of someone else on a white wall, the inevitable conclusion drawing near, but not drawing him into the events as they took place. He was only mildly curious. How would it be done? The walls of Under-Secretary of State Daniel Congdon's office were white. There was a certain comfort in that, thought Schofield, as he half listened to Congdon's droning narrative. He could see the images, face after face, dozens of them, coming into focus and fading rapidly. Faces of people remembered and unremembered, staring, thinking, weeping, laughing, dying. Death. His wife, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, unter den Linden. Men and women running, stopping, in sunlight, in shadows. But where was he? He was not there. He was a spectator. Then, suddenly, he wasn't. He could not be sure he heard the words correctly. What had this coldly efficient under-secretary said? Bern, Switzerland? I beg your pardon? The funds will be deposited in your name, proportionate allocations made annually. In addition to whatever pension I'm entitled to? Yes, Mr. Schofield, and regarding that, your service record's been predated. You'll get the maximum. That's very generous. It was. Calculating rapidly, Bray estimated that his income would be over $50,000 a year. Merely practical. These funds are to take the place of any profits you might realize from the sale of books or articles based on your activities in consular operations. I see, said Bray slowly. There's been a lot of that recently, hasn't there? Marchetti, A.G., Snep. Exactly. Schofield could not help himself. The bastards never learned. Are you saying that if you'd banked funds for them, they wouldn't have written what they did? Motives vary, but we don't rule out the possibility. Rule it out, said Bray curtly. I know two of those men. Are you rejecting the money? Hell no, I'll take it. When I decide to write a book, you'll be the first to know. I wouldn't advise it, Mr. Schofield. Such breaches of security are prohibited. You'd be prosecuted. Years in prison inevitable. And if you lost in the courts, there just might follow certain extra-legal penalties. A shot in the head while driving in traffic, for example. The laws are clear, said the Undersecretary. I can't imagine that. I can. Look in my 40 file. I trained with a man in Honduras. I killed him in Madrid. He was from Indianapolis, and his name was— I'm not interested in past activities, interrupted Congdon harshly. I just want us to understand each other. We do. You can relax. I'm not breaching any security. I haven't the stomach for it. Also, I'm not that brave. Look, Schofield, said the Undersecretary, leaning back in his chair, his expression pleasant. I know it sounds trite, but there comes a time for all of us to leave the more active areas of our work. I want to be honest with you. Bray smiled, a touch grimly. I'm always nervous when someone says that. What? That he wants to be honest with you, as if honesty was the last thing you should expect. I am being honest. So am I. If you're looking for an argument, you won't get it from me. I'll quietly fade away. But we don't want you to do that, said Congdon, leaning forward, his elbows on the desk. Oh? Of course not. A man with your background is extraordinarily valuable to us. Crises will continue to arise. We'd like to be able to call upon your expertise. Schofield studied the man. But not in territory. A statement. Not in strategy. No, not officially. Naturally, we'll want to know where you're living, what trips you make. I'll bet you will, said Bray softly. But for the record, I'm terminated. Yes, however, we'd like it kept out of the record. A 40 entry. Schofield did not move. He had the feeling that he was in the field arranging a very sensitive exchange. Wait a minute, let me understand you. You want me officially terminated, but no one's supposed to know it. And although I'm officially finished, you want to maintain contact on a permanent basis. Your knowledge is invaluable to us, you know that, and I think we're paying for it. Why the 40 then? I'd have thought you'd appreciate it. Without official responsibilities, you retain a certain status. You're still part of us. I'd like to know why this way. I'll be— Congdon stopped, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. We really don't want to lose you. Then why terminate me? The smile left the Undersecretary's face. I'll call it as I see it. You can confirm it with an old friend of yours if you like, Robert Winthrop. I told him the same thing. Winthrop? What did you tell him? That I don't want you around here. And I'm willing to pay out of budget and predate records to get you out. I listened to your words. You were taped by Charles Engelhart in Amsterdam. Bray whistled softly. Old Crimson Charlie. I should have known it. I thought you did. I thought you were sending us a personal message. Nevertheless, we got it. We have a lot to do here, and your kind of obstinacy, your cynicism, isn't needed. Now we're getting somewhere. But everything else is true. We do need your expertise. We have to be able to reach you any time. You have to be able to reach us. Bray nodded. And the 40 means that my separation is top secret. The field doesn't know I'm terminated. Precisely. All right, said Schofield, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. I think you're going to a lot of unnecessary trouble to keep a string on me, but as you said, you're paying for it. A simple field directive could accomplish the same thing. Issue clearance until rescinded. Special category. Too many questions would be asked. It's easier this way. Really? Bray lit the cigarette, his eyes amused. All right. Good. Congdon shifted his weight in the chair. I'm glad we understand each other. You've earned everything we've given you, and I'm sure you will continue to earn it. I was looking at your file this morning. You enjoy the water. God knows your record's filled with hundreds of contacts made in boats at night. Why not try it in the daylight? You've got the money. Why not go to some place like the Caribbean and enjoy your life? I envy you. Bray got up from his chair. The meeting was over. Thanks, I may do that. I like warm climates. He extended his hand. Congdon rose and took it. While they shook hands, Schofield continued. You know that 40 business would make me nervous if you hadn't called me in here. What do you mean? Their hands were clasped, but the movement stopped. Well, our own field personnel won't know I'm terminated, but the Soviets will. They won't bother me now. When someone like me is taken out of strategy, everything changes. Contacts, codes, ciphers, sterile locations. Nothing remains the same. They know the rules. They'll leave me alone. Thanks very much. I'm not sure I understand you, said the Undersecretary. Oh, come on, I said I'm grateful. We both know that the KGB operations in Washington keep their cameras trained on this place 24 hours a day. No specialist who's to remain in sanction is ever brought here. As of an hour ago, they know I'm out. Thanks again, Mr. Congdon. It was considerate of you. The Undersecretary of State, Consular Operations, watched as Schofield walked across the office and let himself out the door. It was over. Everything. He would never have to hurry back to an antiseptic hotel room to see what covert message had arrived. No longer would it be necessary to arrange for 3 changes of vehicle to get from point A to point B. The lie to Congdon notwithstanding, the Soviets probably did know by now he had been terminated. If they didn't, they would soon. After a few months of inactivity, the KGB would accept the fact that he was no longer of value. That rule was constant. Tactics and codes were altered. The Soviets would leave him alone. They would not kill him. But the lie to Congdon had been necessary, if only to see the expression on his face. We'd like it kept out of the record. 40 entry. The man was so transparent. He really believed he had created the climate for the execution of his own man, a man he considered dangerous. That a supposedly active agent would be killed by the Soviets for the sake of a kill. Then, pointing to official separation, the Department of State would disclaim any responsibility, no doubt insisting that the dead man refused safeguards. The bastards never changed, but they knew so little. An execution for its own sake was pointless, the fallout often too hazardous. One killed for a purpose, to learn something by removing a vital link in a chain, or to stop something from happening, or to teach a specific lesson, but always for a reason. Except in instances like Prague, and even that could be considered a lesson. A brother for a wife. But it was over. There were no strategies to create, no decisions to make that resulted in a defection or a turn back, of someone living or not living. It was over. Perhaps now even the hotel rooms would come to an end, and the stinking beds in run-down rooming houses in the worst sections of 100 cities. He was so sick of them. He despised them all. With the exception of a single brief period, too brief, too terribly brief, he had not lived in a place he could call his own for 22 years. But that pitifully brief period, 27 months in a lifetime, was enough to see him through the agonies of 1,000 nightmares. The memories never left him. They would sustain him until the day he died. It had been only a small flat in West Berlin, but it was the home of dreams and love and laughter, he had never thought he'd be capable of knowing. His beautiful Corinne, his adorable Corinne, she of the wide, curious eyes, and the laughter that came from deep inside her, and moments of quiet when she touched him. He was hers, and she was his, and death in the Unter den Linden. Oh, God! A telephone call and a password. Her husband needed her, desperately. See a guard. Cross the checkpoint. Hurry! And a KGB pig had no doubt laughed. Until Prague. There was no laughter in that man after Prague. Schofield could feel the sting in his eyes. The few sudden tears had made contact with the night wind. He brushed them aside with his glove and crossed the street. On the other side was the lighted front of a travel agency, the posters in the window displaying idealized, unreal bodies soaking up the sun. The Washington amateur, Congdon, had a point. The Caribbean was a good idea. No self-respecting intelligence service sent agents to the islands in the Caribbean for fear of winning. Down in the islands, the Soviets would know he was out of strategy. He had wanted to spend some time in the Grenadines. Why not now? In the morning he would... The figure was reflected in the glass, tiny, obscure, in the background across the wide avenue, barely noticeable. In fact, Bray would not have noticed had the man not walked around the spill of a street lamp. Whoever it was wanted the protection of the shadows in the street. Whoever it was following him. And he was good. There were no abrupt movements, no sudden jumping away from the light. The walk was casual, unobtrusive. He wondered if it was anyone he had trained. Schofield appreciated professionalism. He would commend the man and wish him a lesser subject for surveillance next time. The State Department was not wasting a moment. Congdon wanted the reports to begin at once. Bray smiled. He would give the Undersecretary his initial report. Not the one he wanted, but one he should have. The amusement began, a short-lived pavan between professionals. Schofield walked away from the storefront window, gathering speed until he reached the corner, where the circles of light from the 4 opposing street lamps overlapped each other. He turned abruptly left, as if to head back to the other side of the street, then halfway through the intersection stopped. He paused in the middle of the traffic lane and looked up at the street sign, a man confused, not sure of where he was. Then he turned and walked rapidly back to the corner, his pace quickening until he was practically running when he reached the curb. He continued down the pavement to the first unlighted storefront, then he spun into the darkness of the doorway and waited. Through the right-angled glass, he had a clear view of the corner. The man following him would have to come into the overlapping circles of light now. They could not be avoided. A quarry was getting away. There was no time to look for shadows. It happened. The overcoated figure came dashing across the avenue. His face came into the light. His face came into the light. Schofield froze. His eyes ached. Blood rushed to his head. His whole body trembled, and what remained of his mind tried desperately to control the rage and the anguish that welled up and swept through him. The man at the corner was not from the State Department. The face under the light did not belong to anyone remotely connected to American intelligence. It belonged to the KGB, to KGB East Berlin. It was a face on one of the half-dozen photographs he had studied until he knew every blemish, every strand of hair, in Berlin 10 years ago. Death on the Unter den Linden. His beautiful Corinne, his adorable Corinne, trapped by a team across the checkpoint, a unit set up by the filthiest killer in the Soviet, V. Telenyakov, animal. This was one of those men, that unit, one of Telenyakov's hangmen, here in Washington, within minutes after his termination from state. So KGB had found out, and someone in Moscow had decided to bring a stunning conclusion to the finish of Beowulf Agate. Only one man could think with such dramatic precision. V. Telenyakov, animal. As Bray stared through the glass, he knew what he was going to do, what he had to do. He would send a last message to Moscow. It would be a fitting capstone. a final gesture to mark the end of one life and the beginning of another, whatever it might be. He would trap the killer from KGB. He would kill him. Schofield stepped out of the doorway and ran down the sidewalk, racing in a zigzag pattern across the deserted street. He could hear running footsteps behind him. Chapter 6. Aeroflot's night flight from Moscow approached the Sea of Azov northeast of Crimea. It would arrive at Sevastopol by 1 o'clock in the morning, something over an hour. The aircraft was crowded, the passengers by and large jubilant, on winter holiday leaves from their offices and factories. A scattering of military personnel, soldiers and sailors, were less exuberant. For them, the Black Sea signified not a vacation, but a return to work at the naval and air bases. They'd had their leaves in Moscow. In one of the rear seats sat a man with a dark leather violin case held firmly between his knees. His clothes were rumpled, undistinguished, somehow in conflict with the strong face and the sharp, clear eyes that seemed to belong above other apparel. His papers identified him as Pyotr Rydukov, musician. His flight pass explained curtly that he was on his way to join the Sevastopol Symphony as third-chair violinist. Both items were false. The man was Vasily Talenyakov, master strategist, Soviet intelligence. Former master strategist. Former director of KGB operations, East Berlin, Warsaw, Prague, Riga, and the southwest sectors, which consisted of Sevastopol, the Bosporus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Dardanelles. It was this last post that dictated the papers that put him on board the Sevastopol plane. It was the beginning of his flight from Russia. There were scores of escape routes out of the Soviet Union, and in his professional capacity he had exposed them as he had found them, ruthlessly, more often than not killing the agents of the West who kept them open, enticing malcontents to betray Russia with lies and promises of money. Always money. He had never wavered in his opposition to the liars and the proselytizers of greed. No escape route was too insignificant to warrant his attention. Except one, a minor network route through the Bosporus and the Sea of Marmara into the Dardanelles. He had uncovered it several months ago during his last weeks as director, KGB Southwest Soviet sectors, during the days when he found himself in continuous confrontation with hot-headed fools at the military bases and asinine edicts from Moscow itself. At the time he was not sure why he held back exposure. For a while he had convinced himself that by leaving it open and watching it closely, it could lead to a larger network. Yet, in the back of his mind, he knew that was not true. His time was coming. He was making too many enemies in too many places. There could be those who felt that a quiet retirement north of Grasnov was not for a man who held the secrets of the KGB in his head. Now he possessed another secret, more frightening than anything conceived of by Soviet intelligence, the Matarese, and that secret was driving him out of Russia. It had happened so fast, thought Talenyakov, sipping the hot tea provided by the steward. Everything had happened so fast. The bedside, deathbed, talk with old Alexei Krupskaya, and the astonishing things the dying man had said. Assassins sent forth to kill the elite of the nation, both nations, pitting the Soviet and the United States against one another until it controlled one or the other. A premier and a president, one or both to be in a gun sight. Who were they? What was it, this fever that had begun in the first decades of the century in Corsica, the Corsican fever, the Matarese? But it existed. It was functioning, alive and deadly. He knew that now. He had spoken its name, and for speaking it, a plan had been put in motion that called for his arrest. The sentence of execution would follow shortly. Krupskaya had told him that going to the premier was out of the question, so he had sought out 4 once powerful leaders of the Kremlin, now generously retired, which meant that none dared touch them. With each he had spoken of the strange phenomenon called the Matarese, repeated the words whispered by the dying Istrabiteli. One man obviously knew nothing. He was as stunned as Telenyakov had been. Two said nothing, but the acknowledgment was in their eyes, and in their frightened voices when they protested. Neither would be a party to the spreading of such insanity. Each had ordered Vasily from his house. The last man, a Georgian, was the oldest, older than the dead Krupskaya, and in spite of an upright posture, had little time left to enjoy a straight spine. He was 96, his mind alert, but given swiftly to an old man's fear. At the mention of the name Matarese, his thin, veined hands had trembled. Then tiny muscular spasms seemed to spread across his ancient withered face. His throat became suddenly dry. His voice cracked, his words barely audible. It was a name from long ago in the past, the old Georgian had whispered, a name no one should hear. He had survived the early purges, survived the mad Stalin, the insidious Beria, but no one could survive the Matarese. In the name of all things sacred to Russia, the terrified man pleaded, walk away from the Matarese. We were fools, but we were not the only ones. Powerful men everywhere were seduced by the sweet convenience of having enemies and obstacles eliminated. The guarantee was absolute. The eliminations would never be traced to those who required them. Agreements were made through parties 4 and 5 times removed, dealing in fictitious purchases, unaware of what they were buying. Krupskaya saw the danger. He knew. He warned us in 48 never to make contact again. Why did he do that? Vasily had asked. If the guarantee was proven true, I speak professionally. Because the Matarese added a condition. The Council of the Matarese demanded the right of approval. That's what I was told. The prerogative of killers for hire, I'd think, Telenyakov had interjected. Some targets simply aren't feasible. Such approval was never sought in the past. Krupskaya did not think it was based on feasibility. On what, then? Ultimate extortion. How were the contacts made with this council? I never knew. Neither did Alexei. Someone had to make them. If they are alive, they will not speak. Krupskaya was right about that. He called it the Corsican fever. He said the answers might be in Corsica. It's possible. It's where it began with the maniac of Corsica, Guillaume de Matarese. You still have influence with the party leaders, sir. Will you help me? Krupskaya told me this Matarese must be— No, the old man had screamed. Leave me in peace. I've said more than I should, admitted more than I had a right to, but only to warn you, to stop you. The Matarese can do no good for Russia. Turn your back on it. You've misunderstood me. It is I who want to stop it. Them. This Matarese council. I gave my word to Alexei that— But you've had no words with me, the withered, once powerful leader had shouted, his voice childlike in its panic. I will deny you ever came here, deny anything you say. You are a stranger, and I do not know you. Vasily had left, disturbed, perplexed. He had returned to his flat, expecting to spend the night analyzing the enigma that was the Matarese, trying to decide what to do next. As usual, he had glanced at the mail slot in the wall. He had actually taken a step away before he realized there was something inside. It was a note from his contact at the VKR, written in one of the elliptical codes they had arranged between them. The words were innocuous: an agreement to have a late dinner at 11:30, and signed with a girl's first name. The very blandness of the note concealed its meaning. There was a problem of magnitude. The use of 11 meant emergency. No time was to be lost making contact. His friend would be waiting for him at the usual place. He had been there, at a Piva Café near the Lomonosov State University. It was a raucous drinking establishment in tune with the new student permissiveness. They had moved to the rear of the hall. His contact had wasted no seconds getting to the point. Make plans, Vasily. You're on their list. I don't understand it, but that's the word. Because of the Jew? Yes, and it doesn't make sense. When that idiotic news conference was held in New York, we division men laughed. We called it Telenyakov's surprise. Even a section chief from Group 9 said he admired what you did, that you taught a lesson to impetuous potato heads. Then yesterday everything changed. What you did was no longer a joke, but rather a serious interference with basic policy. Yesterday, Vasily had asked his friend. Late afternoon, past 4 o'clock, that bitch director marched through the offices like a gorilla in heat. She smelled a gang rape, and she loved it. She told each division man to be at her office at 5 o'clock. When we got there and listened, it was unbelievable. It was as if you were personally responsible for every setback we've sustained for the past 2 years. Those maniacs from Group 9 were there, but not the section chief. How long have I got? 3 or 4 days at the outside. Incriminating evidence against you is being compiled, but silently no one is to say anything. Yesterday? What happened, Vasily? This isn't a VKR operation, it's something else. It was something else, and Telenyakov had recognized it instantly. The yesterday in question had been the day he had seen the 2 former Kremlin officials who had ordered him from their homes. The something else was the Matarese. "One day I'll tell you, my friend," Vasily had answered. "Trust me." "Of course. You're the best we have, the best we've ever had. Right now I need 36, perhaps 48 hours. Do I have them?" "I think so. They want your head, but they'll be careful. They'll document as much as they can." "I'm sure they will. One needs words to read over the corpse. Thank you. You'll hear from me." Vasily had not returned to his flat, but instead to his office. He had sat in the darkness for hours, arriving at his extraordinary decision. Hours before it would have been unthinkable, but not now. If the Matarese could corrupt the highest levels of the KGB, it could do the same in Washington. If the mere mention of its name called for the death of a master strategist of his rank, and there was no mistaking it, death was the objective, then the power it possessed was unthinkable. If in truth it was responsible for the murders of Blackburn and Yurievich, then Krupskaya was right. There was a timetable. The Matarese were closing in, the premier or the president moving into the gun sight. He had to reach a man he loathed. He had to reach Brandon Allen Schofield, American killer. In the morning, Telenyakov had put several wheels in motion, one after the other. With his customary, if curtailed, freedom of decision, he let it be known quietly that he was traveling under cover to the Baltic Sea for a conference. He then scoured the rolls of the Musicians' Protective and found the name of a violinist who had retired 5 years ago to the Ural Mountains. He would do. Lastly, he had put the computers to work, looking for a clue to the whereabouts of Brandon Schofield. The American had disappeared in Marseille, but an incident had taken place in Amsterdam that bore the unmistakable mark of Schofield's expertise. Vasily had sent a cipher to an agent in Brussels, a man he could trust, for he had saved his life on more than one occasion. Approach Schofield, white status. Amsterdam. Contact must be made. Imperative. Stay with him. Apprise situation Southwest Sector codes. Everything had happened rapidly, and Telenyakov was grateful for the years that made it possible for him to arrive at swift decisions. Sevastopol was less than an hour away. In Sevastopol, and beyond, those years of hard experience would be put to the test. He took a room at a small hotel on the boulevard Chersonesos and called a number at the KGB headquarters that was not attached to a recorder. He had installed it himself. VKR Moscow had not as yet put out an alarm for him. That much could be ascertained from headquarters' warm greeting. An old friend had returned. It gave Vasily the latitude he needed. "To be frank," he said to the night-duty officer, a former associate, "we have our ongoing problem with VKR. They've interfered again. You may get a teletype inquiry. You haven't heard from me, all right?" "That's no problem as long as you don't show up here. You called on the right telephone. Are you staying in cover?" "Yes, I won't burden you with my whereabouts. We're involved with a courier probe, convoys of trucks heading for Odessa, then south to the mountains. It's a CIA network." "That's easier than fishing boats through the Bosporus." By the way, does Amsterdam fit into your blueprints? Telenyakov was startled. He had not expected so quick a reply from his man there. It could? What have you got? It came in 2 hours ago. It took that long to break. Our cryptographer, the man you brought from Riga, recognized an old code of yours. We were going to send it on to Moscow with the morning's dispatches. Don't do that, said Vasily. Read it to me. Wait a minute. Papers were shuffled. Here it is. Beowulf, removed from orbit. Storm clouds, Washington. On strength of imperative, will pursue and deliver white contact. Cable instructions, Capital Depot. That's it. It's enough, said Telenyakov. Sounds impressive, Vasily. A white contact? You've struck a high-level defection, I gather. Good for you. Is it tied in with your probe? I think so, lied Telenyakov. But don't say anything. Keep VKR out. With pleasure. You want us to cable for you? No, replied Vasily, I can do it. It's routine. I'll call you this evening, say 9:30. That should be time enough. Tell my old friend from Riga I said hello. No one else, however, and thank you. When your probe's over, let's have dinner. It's good to have you back in Sevastopol. It's good to be back. We'll talk. Telenyakov hung up, concentrating on the message from Amsterdam. Schofield had been recalled to Washington, but the circumstances were abnormal. Beowulf Agate had run into a severe State Department storm. That fact alone was enough to propel an agent from Brussels into a transatlantic pursuit, debts notwithstanding. A white status contact was a momentary truce. A truce generally meant that someone was about to do something drastic. And if there existed even the remote possibility that the legendary Schofield might defect, any risk was worth the candle. The man who brought in Beowulf Agate would have all of Soviet intelligence at his feet. But defection was not possible for Schofield, any more than it was for him. The enemy was the enemy. That would never change. Vasily picked up the phone again. There was an all-night number in the Lazarev district of the waterfront used by Greek and Iranian businessmen to send out cables to their home offices. By saying the right words, priority would be given over the existing traffic. Within several hours, his cable would reach Capital Depot. It was a hotel on Nebraska Avenue in Washington, D.C. He would meet with Schofield on neutral ground, some place where neither could take advantage of the location. Within the departure gates of an airline, where the security measures were the harshest, West Berlin or Tel Aviv, it did not matter. Distance was inconsequential. But they had to meet, and Schofield had to be convinced of the necessity of that meeting. The cipher to Washington instructed the agent from Brussels to convey the following to Beowulf Agate. We have traded in blood very dear to both of us. In truth, I more than you, but you could not know it. Now there is another who would hold us responsible for international slaughter on a scale to which neither of us can subscribe. I operate outside of authority and alone. We must exchange views, as loathsome as it may be to both of us. Choose a neutral location within an airport security compound. Suggest El Al, Tel Aviv, or German domestic carrier West Berlin. This courier will know how to reply. My name is known to you. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning before he closed his eyes. He had not slept in nearly 3 days, and when sleep came, it was deep and long. He had gone to bed before there was any evidence of the sun in the eastern sky. He awoke an hour after it had descended in the west. That was good. His mind and his body had needed the rest, and one traveled at night to the place he was going in Sevastopol. There were 3 hours before the duty officer arrived at KGB. It was simpler not to involve anyone else at headquarters. The fewer who knew he was in the city, the better. Of course, the cryptographer knew. He had deduced the connection from the cipher out of Amsterdam, but the man would say nothing. Telenyakov had trained him, taken a bright young man from the austerity of Riga to the freer life in Sevastopol. The time could be well spent, thought Vasily. He would eat, then make arrangements for passage in the hold of a Greek freighter that would cut straight across the sea, then follow the southern coast through the Bosporus and on to the Dardanelles. If any of the Greek or Iranian units in the pay of the CIA or SAVAK recognized him, and it was possible, he would be entirely professional. As the previous director of the KGB sector, he had not exposed the escape route for personal reasons. However, if a musician named Pyotr Redukov did not make a telephone call to Sevastopol within 2 days after departure, exposure was guaranteed, KGB reprisals to follow. It would be a shame. Other privileged men might wish to use the route later, their talents and information worth having. Telenyakov put on the undistinguished, ill-fitting overcoat and his battered hat. A slouch and a pair of steel-rimmed spectacles were added. He checked his appearance in the mirror. It was satisfactory. He picked up the leather violin case. It completed his disguise, for no musician left his instrument in a strange hotel room. He went out the door, down the staircase, never an elevator, and out into the Sevastopol streets. He would walk to the waterfront. He knew where to go and what to say. Fog rolled in from the sea, curling through the beams of the floodlights on the pier. There was activity everywhere as the hold of the freighter was loaded. Giant cranes swung cables cradling enormous boxcars of merchandise over the side of the ship. The loading crews were Russian, supervised by Greeks. Soldiers milled about, weapons slung casually over their shoulders, ineffectual patrols more interested in watching the machinery than in looking for irregularities. If they wanted to know, mused Vasily as he approached the officer at the entrance gate, he could tell them. The irregularities were in the huge containers being lifted over the hull of the ship. Men and women, packed in shredded cardboard, tubes from mouths to air spaces where necessary, instructions having been given to empty bladders and bowels several hours ago. There would be no relief until well past midnight, when they were at sea. The officer at the gate was a young lieutenant, bored with his work, irritation in his face. He scowled at the slouching, bespectacled old man before him. "What do you want? The pier is off limits unless you have a pass." He pointed to the violin case. "What's that?" "My livelihood, Lieutenant. I'm with the Sevastopol Symphony." "I wasn't aware of any concerts scheduled for the docks." "Your name, please," said Vasily casually. "What?" Telenyakov stood up to his full height, the slouch gradually but clearly disappearing. "I asked you your name, Lieutenant." "What for?" The officer was somewhat less hostile. Vasily removed the spectacles and looked sternly into his bewildered eyes. "For a commendation or a reprimand?" "What are you talking about? Who are you?" "KGB Sevastopol. This is part of our waterfront inspection program." The young lieutenant was politely hesitant. He was not a fool. "I'm afraid I wasn't told, sir. I'll have to ask you for identification." "If you didn't, it would be the first reprimand," said Telenyakov, reaching into his pocket for his KGB card. "The second would come if you speak of my appearance here tonight. The name, please." The lieutenant told him, then added, "Do you people suspect trouble down here?" He studied the plastic card and returned it. "Trouble?" Telenyakov smiled, his eyes humorous and conspiratorial. "The only trouble, Lieutenant, is that I'm being deprived of a warm dinner in the company of a lady. I think the new directors in Sevastopol feel compelled to earn their rubles. You men are doing a good job. They know that, but don't care to admit it." Relieved, the young officer smiled back. "Thank you, sir. We do our best in a monotonous job. But don't say anything about my being here. They're serious about that. 2 officers of the guard were reported last week." Vasily smiled again. "In the director's secrecy lies their true security, their jobs." The lieutenant grinned. "I understand. Have you a weapon in that case?" "No, actually, it's a very good violin. I wish I could play it." Both men nodded knowingly. Telenyakov continued onto the pier into the melee of machinery, dock workers, and supervisors. He was looking for a specific supervisor, a Greek from Kavala named Zymis, which was to say he was looking for a man whose heritage was Greek and whose mother's name was Zymis, but whose citizenship was American. Karas Zymis was a CIA agent, formerly station chief in Salonika, now field expediter of the escape route. Vasily knew the agent's face from several photographs he had removed from the KGB files. He peered through the bodies and the fog and the floodlights. He could not spot the man. Telenyakov threaded his way past rushing forklifts and crews of complaining laborers toward the huge cargo warehouse. Inside the enormous enclosure, the light was dim, the wire-meshed floods too high in the ceiling to do much good. Beams of flashlights crisscrossed the containers. Men were checking numbers. Vasily wondered briefly how much talent was in those boxcars. How much information was being taken out of Russia? Actually, not a great deal of either, he reminded himself. This was a minor escape route. More comfortable accommodations were provided for serious talent and significant bearers of intelligence data. His slouch controlling his walk and his spectacles awkwardly in place, he excused himself past a Greek supervisor arguing with a Russian laborer. He wandered toward the rear of the warehouse, past stacks of cartons and aisles blocked with freight dollies, studying the faces of those holding flashlights. He was becoming annoyed. He did not have the time to waste. Where was Zymus? There had been no change of status. The freighter was the carrier, the agent still the conduit. He had read every report sent from Sevastopol. There had been no mention of the escape route whatsoever. Where was he? Suddenly, Telenyakov felt a shock of pain as the barrel of a gun was shoved viciously into his right kidney. Strong fingers gripped the loose cloth of his overcoat, crunching the flesh of his lower rib cage. He was propelled into a deserted aisle. Words were whispered harshly in English. I won't bother speaking Greek or trying to get through to you in Russian. I'm told your English is as good as anyone's in Washington. Conceivably better than most, said Vasily through his teeth. Zymus? Never heard of him. We thought you were out of Sevastopol. I am. Where is Zymus? I must speak with Zymus. The American disregarded the question. You've got balls, I'll say that for you. There's no one from KGB within 10 blocks of here. Are you sure about that? Very. We've got a flock of night owls out there. They see in the dark. They saw you. A violin case. Christ! Do they look to the water? Seagulls do that. You're very well organized, all you birds. And you're less bright than everyone says. What did you think you were doing, a little personal reconnaissance? Vasily felt the grip lessen on his ribs, then heard the muted sound of an object pulled out of rubber. A vial of serum. A needle. Don't, he said firmly. Don't do that. Why do you think I'm here alone? I want to get out. That's just where you're going. My guess would be an interrogation hospital somewhere in Virginia for about 3 years. No, you don't understand. I have to make contact with someone, but not that way. Tell it to the nice doctors. They'll listen to everything you say. There's no time. There was no time. Telenyakov could feel the man's weight shift. In seconds, a needle would puncture his clothes and enter his flesh. It could not happen this way. He could not deal with Schofield officially. None dare talk. The admissions would be catastrophic for governments everywhere. The Matarese. If he could be destroyed in Moscow, the Americans would not think twice about silencing him. Vasily raised his right shoulder, a gesture of pain from the gun barrel in his kidney. The gun was abruptly pressed further into his back, a reaction to the gesture. In that split instant, the pressure point of the hand holding the gun was on the heel of the palm, not the index finger. Telenyakov's movement was timed for it. He spun to his left, his arm arcing up, crashing down over the American's elbow, vicing it into his hip until the forearm cracked. He jabbed the fingers of his right hand into the man's throat, bruising the windpipe. The gun fell to the floor, its clatter obscured by the din of the warehouse. Vasily picked it up and shoved the CIA agent against a boxcar container. In his pain, the American held the hypodermic needle limply in his left hand. It, too, dropped to the floor. His eyes were glazed, but not beyond cognizance. Now you listen to me, said Telenyakov, his face against Zymus's face. I've known about Operation Dardanelles for nearly 7 months. I know you're Zymus. You deal in mediocre traffic. You're not significant. But that's not the reason I didn't blow you apart. I thought one day you might be of use to me. That time has come. You can accept it or not. Telenyakov defect? Said Zymus, holding his throat. No way. You're Soviet poison. A double entry, but no defector. You're right. I do not defect. And if that unthinkable option ever entered my mind, I'd contact the British or the French before you. I said I wanted to get out of Russia, not betray it. You're lying, said the American, his hand slipping down to the lapel of his heavy cloth jacket. You can go anywhere you want. Not at the moment, I'm afraid. There are complications. What did you do, turn capitalist? Make off with a couple of pouches? Come on, Zymus. Which of us doesn't have his small box of resources? Often legitimate. Funneled monies can be delayed. Where's yours? I doubt Athens, and Rome is too unstable. I'd guess Berlin or London. Mine's quite ordinary. Certificates of deposit, Chase Manhattan, New York City. The CIA man's expression remained passive, his thumb curled beneath his jacket's lapel. So you got caught, he said absently. We're wasting time, Vasily barked. Get me to the Dardanelles. I'll make my own way from there. If you don't, if a telephone call is not received here in Sevastopol when expected, your operation is finished. You'll be... Zymus's hand shot up toward his mouth. Telenyakov grabbed the agent's fingers and twisted them violently outward. Stuck to the American's thumb was a small tablet. You damn fool, what do you think you're doing? Zymus winced, the pain excruciating. I'd rather go this way than in the Lubyanka. You ass, if anyone goes to the Lubyanka, it will be me. Because there are maniacs just like you sitting at their desks in Moscow, and fools just like you who would prefer a tablet rather than listen to the truth. You want to die, I'll accommodate you. But first get me to the Dardanelles. The agent, breathing with difficulty, stared at Telenyakov. Vasily released his hand, removing the tablet from Zymus's thumb. You're for real, aren't you? Zymus said. I'm for real. Will you help me? I haven't got anything to lose, said the agent. You'll be on our carrier. Don't forget, word must get back here from the Dardanelles. If it doesn't, you're finished. Zymus paused, then nodded. Check. We trade off. We trade off, agreed Telenyakov. Now, can you get me to a telephone? The cinder block cubicle in the warehouse had two phones, installed by Russians and, no doubt, electronically monitored by Savak and CIA for intercepts, thought Vasily. They would be sterile. He could talk. The American agent picked up his when Telenyakov finished dialing. The instant the call was answered, Vasily spoke. Is this you, my old comrade? It was, and it was not. It was not the station chief he had spoken with earlier. Instead, it was the cryptographer Telenyakov had trained years ago in Riga and brought to Sevastopol. The man's voice was low, anxious. Our mutual friend was called to the code room. It was arranged. I said I'd wait for your call. I have to see you right away. Where are you? Zymus reached over, his bruised fingers gripping the mouthpiece of Vasily's phone. Telenyakov shook his head. In spite of the fact that he trusted the cryptographer, he had no intention of answering the question. That's of no consequence. Did the cable come from depot? A great deal more than that, old friend. But it came, pressed Vasily. Yes, but it's not in any cipher I've ever heard of. Nothing you and I ever used before, neither during our years in Riga nor here. Read it to me. There's something else, insisted the code man, his tone now intense. They're after you openly. I recycled the teletype to Moscow for in-house confirmation and burnt the original. It will be back in less than 2 hours. I can't believe it. I won't believe it. Calm down. What was it? There's an alert out for you from the Baltic to the Manchurian borders. VKR asked Vasily, alarmed but controlled. He expected Group 9 to act swiftly, but not quite this swiftly. Not just VKR, KGB, and every intelligence station we have, as well as all military units, everywhere. This isn't you they speak of. It couldn't be. I will not believe it. What do they say? That you've betrayed the state. You're to be taken, but there's to be no detention, no interrogation at all. You're to be executed, without delay. I see, said Telenyakov. And he did see. He expected it. It was not the VKR. It was powerful men who'd heard he had spoken a name that no one should hear. Matarese. I've betrayed no one, believe that. I do. I know you. Read me the cable from depot. Very well. Have you a pencil? It makes no sense. Vasily reached into his pocket for his pen. There was paper on the table. Go ahead. The man spoke slowly, clearly. As follows. Invitation, Casimir. Schrankenfahrten, 5 goals. The cryptographer stopped. Telenyakov could hear voices in the distance over the line. I can't go on. People are coming, he said. I must have the rest of that cable. 30 minutes. The Amar magazine. I'll be there. The line went dead. Vasily slammed his fist on the table, then replaced the phone. I must have it, he repeated in English. What's the Amar magazine? The lobster shop? Asked the CIA man. A fish restaurant on Kerensky Street, about 7 blocks from headquarters. No one who knows Sevastopol goes there. The food is terrible. But it fits what he was trying to tell me. What's that? Whenever the cryptographer wanted me to screen certain incoming material before others saw it, he would suggest we meet at the Amar. He didn't just come to your office and talk. Telenyakov glanced over at the American. You know better than that. The agent looked hard at Vasily. They want you very dead, don't they? It's a gargantuan error. It always is, said Zymus, frowning. You trust him? You heard him. When do you sail? 11:30, 2 hours, roughly the same time that confirmation's due back from Moscow. I'll be here. I know you will, said the agent, because I'm going with you. You what? I've got protection out there in the city. Of course, I'll want my gun back. And yours. We'll see how much you want to get through the Bosporus. Why would you do this? I have an idea you may reconsider that unthinkable option of yours. I want to bring you in. Vasily shook his head slowly. Nothing ever changes. It will not happen. I can still expose you, and you don't know how. And by exposing you, I blow apart your Black Sea network. It would take years to reestablish. Time is always the issue, isn't it? We'll see. You want to get to the Dardanelles? Of course. Give me the gun, said the American. The restaurant was filled, the waiters' aprons as dirty as the sawdust on the floor. Telenyakov sat alone by the right rear wall, Zymus 2 tables away in the company of a Greek merchant seaman in the pay of the CIA. The Greek's face was creased with loathing for his surroundings. Vasily sipped iced vodka, which helped disguise the taste of the fifth-rate caviar. The cryptographer came through the door, spotted Telenyakov, and weaved his way awkwardly between waiters and patrons to the table. His eyes behind the thick lenses of his glasses conveyed at once joy and fear and 100 unspoken questions. It's all so incredible, he said, sitting down. What have they done to you? It's what they're doing to themselves, replied Vasily. They don't want to listen. They don't want to hear what has to be said, what has to be stopped. It's all I can tell you. But to call for your execution, it's inconceivable. Don't worry, old friend. I'll be back. And, as they say, rehabilitated with honors. Telenyakov smiled and touched the man's arm. Never forget, there are good and decent men in Moscow, more committed to their country than to their own fears and ambitions. They'll always be there, and those are the men that I will reach. They'll welcome me and thank me for what I've done. Believe that. Now we're dealing in minutes. Where is the cable? The cryptographer opened his hand. The paper was neatly folded, creased into his palm. I wanted to be able to throw it away if I had to. I know the words. He handed the cipher to Vasily. A dread came over Telenyakov as he read the message from Washington. Invitation Casimir. Schranken warten 5 goals, unter den Linden. Brzeslawatz 0, Prague. Repeat text, 0. Repeat again at will, 0. Beowulf Agate. When he had finished reading, the former master strategist of KGB whispered, Nothing ever changes. What is it? Asked the cryptographer. I didn't understand it. It's no code we've ever used. There's no way that you could understand, answered Vasily, anger and sadness in his voice. It's a combination of 2 codes, ours and theirs. Ours from the days in East Berlin, theirs from Prague. This cable was not sent by our man from Brussels. It was sent by a killer who won't stop killing. It happened so fast there were only seconds to react, and the Greek seaman moved first. His weathered face had been turned toward the incoming customers. He spat out the words. Watch it, the goats are filthy. Telenyakov looked up. The cryptographer spun in his chair. 20 feet away, in an aisle peopled by waiters, were 2 men who had not come in for a meal. Their expressions were set, their eyes darting about the room. They were scanning the tables, but not for friends. Oh, my God, whispered the cryptographer, turning back to Vasily. They found the phone and tapped it. I was afraid of that. Followed you, yes, said Telenyakov, glancing over at Zymus, who was half out of his chair, the idiot. They know we're friends. You're being watched. But they didn't find the phone. If they were certain that I was here, they'd break in with a dozen soldiers. They're district VKR. I know them. Calmly now. Take off your hat and slide out of your chair. Head toward the back hallway to the men's room. There's a rear exit, remember? Yes, I remember, sputtered the man. He got up, his shoulders hunched, and started for the narrow corridor several tables away. But he was an academic, not a field man, and Vasily cursed himself for trying to instruct him. One of the two VKR men spotted him and came forward, pushing aside the waiters in the aisle. Then he saw Telenyakov, and his hand whipped into the open space of his jacket toward an unseen weapon. As he did so, the Greek seaman lurched up from his chair, weaving unsteadily, waving his arms like a man with too much vodka in him. He slammed against the VKR man, who tried to push him away. The Greek feigned drunken indignation, and pushed back with such force that the Russian went sprawling over a table, sending dishes and food crashing to the floor. Vasily sprang up and raced past his old friend from Riga, pulling him toward the narrow hallway. Then he saw the American. Zymus was on his feet, his gun in his hand. Idiot! Put that away, shouted Telenyakov. Don't expose... It was too late. A gunshot exploded through the sounds of chaos, escalating it instantly into pandemonium. The CIA man brought both his hands to his chest as he fell, the shirt beneath his jacket suddenly drenched with blood. Vasily grabbed the cryptographer by the shoulder, yanking him through the narrow archway. There was a second gunshot. The code man arched spastically, his legs together, an eruption of flesh at his throat. He had been shot through the back of the neck. Telenyakov lunged to the floor of the hallway, stunned at what followed. He heard a third gunshot, a shrill scream after it, penetrating the cacophony of screams surrounding it, and then the Greek seaman crashed through the archway, an automatic in his hand. "Is there a way out back here?" he roared in broken English. "We have to run. The first goat got away. Others will come." Telenyakov scrambled to his feet and gestured for the Greek to follow him. Together they raced through a door into a kitchen filled with terrified cooks and waiters, and out into an alley. They turned left and ran through a maze of dark connecting pavements between the old buildings until they reached the back streets of Sevastopol. They kept running for more than a mile. Vasily knew every inch of the city, but it was the Greek who kept shouting the turns they must make. As they entered a dimly lit side street, the seaman grabbed Telenyakov's arm. The man was out of breath. "We can rest here for a minute," he said, gasping. "They won't find us." "It's not a place we think of first in a search," agreed Vasily, looking at the row of neat apartment buildings. "Always hide out in a well-kept neighborhood," said the seaman. "The residents veer from controversy. They'd inform on you in a minute. Everybody knows it, so they don't look in such places." "You say we can stay for a minute," said Telenyakov. "I'm not sure where we'll go after that. I need time to think." "You rule out the ship, then?" asked the Greek. "I thought so." "Yes, Zymus had papers on him. Worse, he had one of my guns. The VKR will be swarming over the piers within the hour." The Greek studied Vasily in the dim light. "So the great Telenyakov flees Russia. He can remain only as a corpse." "Not from Russia, only from frightened men. But I do have to leave, for a while. I've got to figure out how." "There is a way," said the merchant seaman simply. "We'll head over the northwest coast, then south into the mountains. You'll be in Greece in 3 days." "How?" "There's a convoy of trucks that go first to Odessa." Telenyakov sat on the hard bench in the back of the truck, the light of dawn seeping through the billowing canvas flaps that covered the sides. In a while he and the others would have to crawl beneath the floorboards, remaining motionless and silent on a concealed ledge between the axles while they passed through the next checkpoint. But for an hour or so they could stretch and breathe air that did not reek of oil and grease. He reached into his pocket and took out the cipher from Washington, the cable that had already cost 3 lives. Invitation Casimir, Schrankenfahrten 5 goals unter den Linden, Przeszlewac 0, Prague, repeat text, 0, repeat again at will, 0, Beowulf agate. 2 codes, 1 meaning. With his pen, Vasily wrote out that meaning beneath the cipher. "Come and take me, as you took someone else across a checkpoint at 5 o'clock on the Unter den Linden. I've broken and killed your courier, as another courier was killed in Prague. Repeat, come to me. I'll kill you. Schofield. Beyond the American killer's brutal decision, the most electrifying aspect of Schofield's cable was the fact that he was no longer in the service of his country. He had been separated from the intelligence community, and considering what he had done and the pathological forces that drove him to do it, the separation was undoubtedly savage. For no government professional would murder a courier under the circumstances of this extraordinary Soviet contact. And if Schofield was nothing else, he was a professional. The storm clouds over Washington had been catastrophic for Beowulf Agate. They had destroyed him, as the storm over Moscow had destroyed a master strategist named Telenyakov. It was strange, bordering on the macabre. Two enemies who loathed each other had been chosen by the Matarese as the first of its lethal decoys, ploys, and diversions, as old Krupskaya had called them. Yet only one of those enemies knew it, the other did not. He was concerned solely with ripping scars open, letting the blood between them flow again. Vasily put the paper back into his pocket and breathed deeply. The coming days would be filled with move and countermove, two experts stalking each other until the inevitable confrontation. My name is Telenyakov. We will kill each other, or we will talk. Chapter 7. Under-Secretary of State Daniel Congdon shot up from the chair, the telephone in his hand. Since his early days at NSA, he had learned that one way of controlling an outburst was to physically move during a moment of crisis, and control was the key to everything in his profession, at least the appearance of it. He listened as this particular crisis was defined by an angry Secretary of State. God damn it, he was controlled. I've just met privately with the Soviet ambassador, and we both agree the incident must not be made public. The important thing now is to bring Schofield in. Are you certain it was Schofield, sir? I can't believe it. Let's say that until he denies it with irrefutable proof that he was 1,000 miles away during the past 48 hours, we must assume it had to be Schofield. No one else in clandestine operations would have committed such an act. It's unthinkable. Unthinkable? Incredible. The body of a dead Russian delivered through the gates of the Soviet embassy in the back of a yellow cab at 8:30 in the morning at the height of Washington's rush-hour traffic. And a driver who knew absolutely nothing except that he had picked up two drunks, not one, although one was in worse shape than the other. What the hell had happened to the other guy? The one who sounded like a Ruskie and wore a hat and dark glasses and said the sunlight was too bright after a whole night of vodka. Where was he? And was the fellow in the back seat all right? He looked like a mess. Who was the man, Mr. Secretary? He was a Soviet intelligence officer stationed in Brussels. The ambassador was Frank. The KGB had no knowledge he was in Washington. A possible defection? There's no evidence whatsoever to support that. Then what ties him to Schofield, beyond the method of dispatch and delivery? The Secretary of State paused, then replied carefully. You must understand, Mr. Congdon, the ambassador and I have a unique relationship that goes back several decades. We are often more candid with each other than diplomatic, always with the understanding that neither speaks for the record. I understand, sir, said Congdon, realizing that the answer about to be given could never be referred to officially. The intelligence officer in question was a member of a KGB unit in East Berlin roughly 10 years ago. I assume, in light of your recent decisions, that you're familiar with Schofield's file. His wife? Congdon sat down. The man was one of those who killed Schofield's wife? The ambassador made no reference to Schofield's wife. He merely mentioned the fact that the dead man had been part of a relatively autonomous section of the KGB in East Berlin 10 years ago. That section was controlled by a strategist named Telenyakov. He gave the orders. Yes, said the Secretary of State. We discussed Mr. Telenyakov and the subsequent incident several years later in Prague at some length. We looked for the connection you've just considered. It may exist. How is that, sir? Vasily Telenyakov disappeared 2 days ago. Disappeared? Yes, Mr. Congdon, think about it. Telenyakov learned that he was to be officially retired mounted a simple but effective cover, and disappeared. "Schofield's been terminated." Congdon spoke softly, as much to himself as into the telephone. "Exactly," agreed the Secretary of State. "The parallel is our immediate concern. Two retired specialists now bent on doing what they could not do, or pursue officially: kill each other. They have contacts everywhere, men who are loyal to them for any number of reasons. Their personal vendetta could create untold problems for both governments during these precious months of conciliation. This cannot happen." The director of Consop frowned. There was something wrong in the Secretary's conclusions. "I spoke with Schofield myself 3 nights ago. He didn't appear consumed with anger or revenge or anything like that. He was a tired field agent who'd lived abnormally for a long time, for years. He told me he just wanted to fade away, and I believed him. I discussed Schofield with Robert Winthrop, by the way, and he felt the same way about him. He said—" "Winthrop knows nothing," interrupted the Secretary of State with unexpected harshness. "Robert Winthrop is a brilliant man, but he's never understood the meaning of confrontation except in its most rarefied forms. Bear in mind, Mr. Congdon, Schofield killed that intelligence officer from Brussels." "Perhaps there were circumstances we're not aware of." "Really?" Again the Secretary of State paused, and when he spoke the meaning behind his words was unmistakable. "If there are such circumstances, I submit we have a far more potentially dangerous situation than any personal feud might engender. Schofield and Telenyakov know more about the field operations of both intelligence services than any 2 men alive. They must not be permitted to make contact, either as enemies intent on killing one another, or for those circumstances we know nothing about. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Congdon? As Director of Consular Operations, it is your responsibility. How you execute that responsibility is no concern of mine. You may have a man beyond salvage. That's for you to decide." Daniel Congdon remained motionless as he heard the click on the other end of the line. In all his years of service he had never received such an ill-disguised, if oblique, order. The language could be debated, not the command. He replaced the phone in its cradle and reached for another on the left side of his desk. He pressed a button and dialed 3 digits. "Internal Security," said a male voice. "This is Under Secretary Congdon. Pick up Brandon Schofield. You have the information. Bring him in at once." "1 minute, sir," replied the man politely. "I think a Level 2 surveillance entry on Schofield came in a couple of days ago. Let me check the computer. All the data's there." "A couple of days ago?" "Yes, sir. It's on the screen now. Schofield checked out of his hotel at approximately 11 p.m. on the 16th. "The 16th? Today's the 19th. "Yes, sir. There was no time lapse as far as the entry was concerned. The management informed us within the hour." "Where is he?" "He left 2 forwarding addresses, but no dates. A sister's residence in Minneapolis, and a hotel in Charlotte Amalia, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands." "Have they been verified?" "As to accuracy, yes, sir. A sister does live in Minneapolis, and the hotel in St. Thomas is holding a prepaid reservation for Schofield effective the 17th. The money was wired from Washington." "Then he's there." "Not as of noon today, sir. A routine call was made. He hasn't arrived." "What about the sister?" interrupted Congdon. "Again a routine call. She confirmed the fact that Schofield called her and said he'd drop by, but he didn't say when. She added that it wasn't unusual. It was normal for him to be casual about visits. She expected him sometime during the week." The director of Consop felt the urge to get up again, but he suppressed it. "Are you telling me you don't really know where he is?" "Well, Mr. Congdon, an S-Level 2 operates on reports received, not continuous visual contact. We'll shift to Level 1 right away. Minneapolis won't be any problem. The Virgin Islands could be, though." "Why?" "We have no reliable sources there, sir. Nobody does." Daniel Congdon got up from his chair. "Let me try to understand you. You say Schofield's on a Level 2 surveillance, yet my instructions were clear. His whereabouts were to be known at all times. Why wasn't a Level 1 put out on him? Why wasn't continuous visual contact maintained?" The man from Internal Security answered haltingly. "That wouldn't be my decision, sir, but I think I can understand it. If a Level 1 was put on Schofield, he'd spot it and, well, sheer perversity would make him mislead us." "What the hell do you think he's just done? Find him. Report your progress hourly to this office." Congdon sat down angrily, replacing the phone with such force that it jarred the bell. He stared at the instrument, picked it up, and dialed again. "Overseas Communications, Miss Andros," said the woman's voice. "Miss Andros, this is Undersecretary Congdon. Please send a cipher specialist to my office immediately. Classification Code A, maximum security and priority." "An emergency, sir?" "Yes, Miss Andros, an emergency. The cable will be sent in 30 minutes. Clear all traffic to Amsterdam, Marseille, and Prague." Schofield heard the footsteps in the hallway and got out of the chair. He walked to the door and peered through the tiny disk in the center. The figure of a man passed by. He did not stop at the door across the way, the entrance to the suite of rooms used by Telenyakov's courier. Bray went back to the chair and sat down. He leaned his head against the rim, staring at the ceiling. It had been 3 days since the race in the streets, 3 nights since he'd taken the messenger from Telenyakov. Messenger 3 nights ago, killer on the Unter den Linden 10 years before. It had been a strange night, an odd race, a finish that might have been otherwise. The man could have lived. The decision to kill him had gradually lost its urgency for Bray, as so much had lost urgency. The courier had brought it upon himself. The Soviet had gone into panic and pulled out a 4-inch razor-sharp blade from the recesses of the hotel chair and attacked. His death was due to Schofield's reaction. It was not the premeditated murder planned in the street. Nothing ever changed much. The KGB courier had been used by Telenyakov. The man was convinced that Beowulf Agate was coming over, and the Russian who brought him in would be given the brassiest medal in Moscow. "You've been tricked," Bray had told the courier. "Impossible," the Soviet had yelled. "It's Telenyakov." "It certainly is, and he chooses a man from the Unter den Linden to make contact, a man whose face he knows I'll never forget. The odds were that I'd lose control and kill you. In Washington. I'm exposed, vulnerable, and you've been taken." "You're wrong. It's a white contact." "So was East Berlin, you son of a bitch." "What are you going to do?" "Earn some of my severance pay. You're coming in." "No." "Yes." The man had lunged at Schofield. 3 days had passed since that moment of violence, 3 mornings since Schofield had deposited the package at the embassy and sent the cipher to Sevastopol. Still no one had come to the door across the hall, and that was not normal. The suite was leased by a brokerage house in Bern, Switzerland, to be available for its executives, standard procedure for international businessmen, and also a transparent cover for a Soviet drop. Bray had forced the issue. The cipher and the courier's dead body had to provoke someone into checking the suite of rooms. Yet no one had. It did not make sense. Unless part of Telenyakov's cable was true, he was acting alone. If that were the case, there was only one explanation. The Soviet killer had been terminated, and before retiring to an isolated life somewhere in the vicinity of Grasnov, he had decided to settle an outstanding debt. He had sworn to do so after Prague. The message had been clear. "You're mine, Beowulf Agate, someday, somewhere. I'll see you take your last breath." A brother for a wife. The husband for the brother. It was vengeance rooted in loathing, and that loathing never left. There'd be no peace for either of them until the end came for one. It was better to know that now, thought Bray, rather than find out on a crowded street or a deserted stretch of beach with a knife in the side or a bullet in the head. The courier's death was an accident. Telenyakov's would not be. There would be no peace until they met, and then death would come, one way or the other. It was a question now of drawing the Russian out. He had made the first move. He was the stalker, the role established. The strategy was classic. Tracks clearly defined for the stalker to follow, and at the chosen moment, least expected, the tracks would not be there. The stalker bewildered, exposed, the trap sprung. Like Bray, Telenyakov could travel anywhere he wished, with or without official sanction. Over the years, both had learned too many methods. A plethora of false papers were out there for purchase, hundreds of men everywhere ready to provide concealment or transportation, cover or weapons, any and all. There were only 2 basic requirements, identities and money. Neither he nor Telenyakov lacked either. Both came with the profession, the identities quite naturally, the money less so. more often than not the result of having been hung by bureaucratic delays in the forwarding of payments demanded. Every specialist worth his rank had his own personal sources of funds. Payments exaggerated, monies diverted and deposited in stable territories. The objective was neither theft nor wealth, merely survival. A man in the field had only to be burned once or twice to learn the necessity of economic backups. Bray had accounts under various names in Paris, Munich, London, Geneva, and Lisbon. One avoided Rome and the communist bloc. The Italian treasury was madness, and banking in the eastern satellites too corrupt. Schofield rarely thought about the money that was his for the spending. In the back of his mind he supposed he would give it back one day. Had the predatory Congdon not flirted with his own temptations, and made the official termination so complicated, Bray might have walked in the next morning and handed him the bank books. Not now. The Undersecretary's actions ruled it out. One did not hand over several $100,000 to a man who tried to orchestrate one's elimination while remaining outside the act itself. It was a very professional concept. Schofield recalled that years ago it had been brought to its zenith by the killers of the Matarese. But they were assassins for hire. There'd been no one like them in centuries, since the days of Hassan ibn al-Sabah. There could be no one like them ever again, and someone like Daniel Congdon was a pale joke in comparison. Congdon. Schofield laughed and reached into his pocket for his cigarettes. The new director of consular operations was not a fool, and only a fool would underestimate him. But he had the upper Washington mentality so prevalent in the management of clandestine services. He did not really understand what being in the field did to a man. He might mouth the phrases, but he did not see the simple line of action and reaction. Few did, or wanted to, because to recognize it meant admitting knowledge of abnormality in a subordinate whose function the department, or the company, could not do without. Quite simply, pathological behavior was a perfectly normal way of life for a field man, and no particular attention was paid to it. The man in the field accepted the fact that he was a criminal before any crimes had been committed. Therefore, at the first hint of activity, he took measures to protect himself before anything happened. It was second nature. Bray had done just that. While the messenger from Telenyakov had been seated across the room in the hotel on Nebraska Avenue, Schofield had made several calls. The first was to his sister in Minneapolis. He was flying out to the Midwest in a couple of hours, and would see her in a day or so. The second was to a friend in Maryland, who was a deep-sea fisherman with a room full of stuffed victims and trophies on the walls. Where was a good small place in the Caribbean that would take him on short notice? The friend had a friend in Charlotte Amalia. He owned a hotel and always kept 2 or 3 rooms open for just such emergencies. The fisherman from Maryland would call him for Bray. So, for all intents and purposes, as of the night of the 16th, he was en route to the Midwest, or the Caribbean, both more than 1,500 miles from Washington, where he remained unobserved, never leaving the hotel room across the hall from the Soviet drop. How often had he hammered the lesson into younger, less experienced field agents? Too many times to count. A man standing motionless in a crowd was difficult to spot. But every hour escalated the complexity. All possible explanations had to be examined. The most obvious was that the Russian had activated a dormant drop known to him and his messenger. Instructions could be sent quietly to Bern, the suite of rooms leased by cable. It would take weeks before the information was filtered back to Moscow, one drop among thousands around the world. If so, and it was perhaps the only explanation, Telenyakov was not merely acting alone, he was acting in conflict with KGB interests. His vendetta superseded his allegiance to his government, if the term had meaning any longer. It had little for Schofield. It was the only explanation. Otherwise, the suite of rooms across the hall would be swarming with Soviets. They might wait 24 or 36 hours to check out FBI observation, but no more than that. There were too many ways to elude the Bureau's surveillance. Bray had the gut instinct that he was right, an instinct developed over the years to the point where he trusted it implicitly. Now he had to put himself into Telenyakov's place, think as Vasily Telenyakov would think. It was his protection against a knife in the side or a bullet from a high-powered rifle. It was the way to bring it all to an end, and not have to go through each day wondering what the shadows held, or the crowds. The KGB man had no choice. It was his move, and it had to be in Washington. One started with the physical connection, and it was the dormant drop across the hall. In a matter of days, perhaps hours now, Telenyakov would fly into Dulles Airport, and the hunt would begin. But the Russian was no idiot. He would not walk into a trap. Instead, another would come, someone who knew nothing, who had been paid to be an unknowing decoy. An unsuspecting passenger whose friendship was carefully cultivated on a transatlantic flight, or one of dozens of blind contacts Telenyakov had used in Washington. Men and women who had no idea that the European they did well-paid favors for was a strategist for KGB. Among them would be the decoy, or decoys, and the birds. Decoys knew nothing. They were bait. Birds watched, sending out alarms when the bait was being taken. Birds and decoys. They would be Telenyakov's weapons. Someone would come to the hotel on Nebraska Avenue. Whoever it was would have no instructions beyond getting into those rooms, no telephone number, no name that meant anything. And nearby the birds would be waiting for the quarry to go after the bait. When the quarry was spotted, the birds would reach the hunter, which meant that the hunter was also nearby. This would be Telenyakov's strategy, for no other was available. It was also the strategy that Schofield would use. 3 or 4, 5 at the outside, persons readily available for such employment, simply mounted, phone calls placed at the airport, a meeting at a downtown restaurant, an inexpensive exercise considering the personal value of the quarry. Sounds came from beyond the door. Voices. Bray got out of the chair and walked quickly to the tiny glass circle in the panel. Across the hall, a well-dressed woman was talking with the bell captain who carried her overnight bag. Not a suitcase, not luggage from a transatlantic flight, but a small overnight case. The decoy had arrived, the birds not far away. Telenyakov had landed. It had started. The woman and the bell captain disappeared into the suite of rooms. Schofield walked to the telephone. It was the moment to begin the counter-exercise. He needed time. 2 or 3 days were not out of the question. He called the deep-sea fisherman on the Maryland shore, making sure to dial direct. He capped the mouthpiece with his right hand, filtering his voice through his barely separated fingers. The greeting was swift, the caller in a hurry. "I'm in the Keys and can't reach that damned hotel in Charlotte Amalia. Call it for me, will you? Tell them I'm on a charter out of Tavernier and will be there in a couple of days." "Sure, Bray. On a real vacation, aren't you?" "More than you know, and thanks." The next call needed no such artifice. It was to a French woman he had lived with briefly in Paris several years ago. She had been one of the most effective undercover personnel at Interpol until her cover was blown. She worked now for a CIA proprietary based in Washington. There was no sexual attraction between them any longer, but they were friends. She asked no questions. He gave her the name of the hotel on Nebraska Avenue. "Call in 15 minutes and ring Suite 211. A woman will answer. Ask for me." "Will she be furious, darling?" "She won't know who I am, but someone else will." Telenyakov leaned against the brick of the dark alleyway across from the hotel. For several moments he let his body sag and rolled his neck back and forth, trying to ease the tension, reduce the exhaustion. He had been traveling for nearly 3 days, flying for more than 18 hours, driving into cities and villages, finding those men who would provide him with false documents that would get him through 3 immigration stations. From Salonika to Athens, Athens to London, London to New York. Finally, a late afternoon shuttle flight to Washington, after visits to 3 banks in lower Manhattan. He had made it. His people were in place. An expensive whore he'd brought from New York, and 3 others from Washington, 2 men and an older woman. All but one were well-spoken nichivo, what the Americans called hustlers. Each had performed services in the past for the generous businessman from The Hague, who had a proclivity for checking up on his associates and a penchant for confidence, both of which he paid for in large sums. They were primed for their evening's employment. The whore was in the suite of rooms that was the Berne Washington depot. Within minutes, Schofield would know it. But Beowulf Agate was no amateur. He would receive the news from a desk clerk or switchboard operator and send another to question the girl. Whoever it was would be seen by one or all of Telenyakov's birds, the two men and the older woman. He had provided each with a miniaturized walkie-talkie no larger than a handheld recorder. He had purchased 4 at the Mitsubi complex on Fifth Avenue. They could reach him instantly, unobtrusively. Except the whore. No risk could be taken that such a device would be found on her. She was expendable. One of the two men sat in a booth in the dimly lit cocktail lounge, with small candle lanterns on each table. Beside him was an open attaché case, papers pulled out and placed under candlelight, a salesman summarizing the events of a business trip. The other man was in the dining room, the table set for 2, the reservation made by a highly placed aide at the White House. The host was delayed. Several apologetic calls were received by the maitre d'. The guest would be treated as befitted one receiving such apologies from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But it was the older woman Telenyakov counted on most. She was paid well above the others, and with good reason. She was not a Nichevo at all. She was a killer. His unexpected weapon. A gracious, articulate woman who had no compunction about firing a weapon into a target across the room or plunging a knife into the stomach of a dinner companion. Who could, on a moment's notice, change her appearance from the dignified to the harridan, and all shades in between. Vasily had paid her thousands over the past half-dozen years, several times having flown her to Europe for chores that suited her extraordinary talents. She had not failed him. She would not fail him tonight. He had reached her soon after landing at Kennedy Airport. She had had a full day to prepare for the evening. It was sufficient. Telenyakov pushed himself away from the brick wall, shaking his fingers, breathing deeply, forcing thoughts of sleep from his mind. He had covered his flanks. Now he could only wait. If Schofield wanted to keep the appointment, in the American's judgment, fatal to one of them. And why wouldn't he? It was better to get it over with rather than be obsessed with every patch of darkness or each crowded street in sunlight, wondering who might be concealed, taking aim, unsheathing a knife. No, it was far more desirable to conclude the hunt. That would be Beowulf Agat's opinion. And yet how wrong he was. If there was only some way to reach him, tell him. There was the Matarese. There were people to see, to appeal to convince. Together they could do it. There were decent men in Moscow and Washington, men who would not be afraid. But there was no way to reach Brandon Schofield on neutral ground, for no ground would be neutral to Beowulf Agat. At the first sight of his enemy, the American would instantly use every weapon he had mustered to blow that enemy away. Vasily understood, for if he were Schofield, he would do the same. So it was a question of waiting, circling, knowing that each thought the other was the quarry who would expose himself first, each maneuvering to cause his adversary to make that mistake. The terrible irony was that the only significant mistake would come about if Schofield won. Telenyakov could not let that happen. Wherever Schofield was, he had to be taken, immobilized, forced to listen. Which was why the waiting was so important now. And the master strategist of East Berlin and Riga and Sevastopol was an expert in patience. The waiting paid off, Mr. Congdon, said the excited voice over the phone. Schofield's on a charter out of Tavernia in the Florida Keys. We estimate he'll arrive in the Virgin Islands the day after tomorrow. What's the source of your information? Asked the director of consular operations apprehensively, clearing the sleep from his throat, squinting at the clock on his bedside table. It was 3 a.m. The hotel in Charlotte Amalia. What's the source of their information? They received an overseas call asking that the reservation be held, that he'd be there in 2 days. Who made the call? Where did it come from? There was a pause on the other end of the State Department line. We assume Schofield, from the Keys. Don't assume, find out. We're confirming everything, of course. Our man in Key West is on his way to Tavernier now. He'll check out all the charter logs. Check out that phone call, let me know. Congdon hung up and raised himself on the pillow. He looked over at his wife on the twin bed next to him. She had pulled the sheet over her head. The years had taught her to sleep through the all-night calls. He thought about the one he had just received. It was too simple, too believable. Schofield was covering himself in the haze of casual, spur-of-the-moment traveling, an exhausted man getting away for a while. But there was the contradiction. Schofield was not a man ever exhausted to the point of being casual about anything. He had deliberately obscured his movements, which meant he had killed the intelligence officer from Brussels. KGB, Brussels, Telenyakov, East Berlin. Telenyakov and the man from Brussels had worked together in East Berlin, in a relatively autonomous section of KGB, which means East Berlin, and beyond. In Washington? Had that relatively autonomous unit from East Berlin sent men to Washington? It was not unreasonable. The word autonomous had two meanings. Not only was it designed to absolve superiors from certain acts of their subordinates, but it signified freedom of movement. A CIA agent in Lisbon might track a man to Athens. Why not? He was familiar with an operation. Conversely, a KGB agent in London would follow an espionage suspect to New York. Given general clearance, it was in his line of duty. Telenyakov had operated in Washington. There was speculation that he had made a dozen trips or more to the United States within the past decade. Telenyakov and the man from Brussels. That was the connection they had to examine. Congdon sat forward and reached for the telephone, then stopped. Timing was everything now. The cables had been received in Amsterdam, Marseille, and Prague nearly 12 hours ago. According to reliable informants, they had stunned the recipients. Covert sources in all three cities had reacted to the news of Schofield's unsalvageable behavior with some panic. Names could be revealed, men and women tortured, killed, whole networks exposed. No time was to be lost in eliminating Beowulf Agate. Word had been relayed by early evening that 2 men had already been chosen as the killers, in Prague and Marseille. They were in the air now, on their way to Washington. No delays anticipated regarding passports or immigration procedures. A third would be leaving Amsterdam before morning. It was morning now in Amsterdam. By noon, an execution team totally disassociated from the United States government would be in Washington. Each man had the same telephone number to call, an untraceable phone in the Baltimore ghetto. Whatever information had been gathered on Schofield would be relayed by the person at that number, and only one man could give that information to Baltimore. The man responsible, the director of consular operations. No one else in the United States government had the number. Could one final connection be made, wondered Congdon. There was so little time, and it would take extraordinary cooperation. Could that cooperation be requested, even approached? Nothing like it had ever happened. But if it could be made, a location might be uncovered, a dual execution guaranteed. He had been about to call the Secretary of State to suggest a very unusual early morning meeting with the Soviet ambassador. But too much time would be consumed with diplomatic complications, neither side wishing to acknowledge the objective of violence. There was a better way. It was dangerous, but infinitely more direct. Congdon got out of bed quietly, went downstairs, and entered the small study that was his office at home. He went to his desk, which was bolted into the floor, the lower right-hand drawers concealing a safe with a combination lock. He turned on the lamp, opened the panel, and twisted the dial. The lock clicked. The steel plate sprung open. He reached inside and took out an index card with a telephone number written on it. The number was one he never thought he would call. The area code was 902, Nova Scotia, and it never went unanswered. It was the number for a computer complex, the central clearing station for all Soviet intelligence operations in North America. By calling it, he exposed information that should not be revealed. The complex in Nova Scotia was not supposedly known by U.S. intelligence, but time and the extraordinary circumstances overrode security. There was a man in Nova Scotia who would understand. He would not be concerned about appearances. He had called for too many sentences of death. He was the highest-ranking KGB officer outside of Russia. Congdon reached for the telephone. "Cabot Strait Exporters," said the male voice in Nova Scotia. "Night dispatcher." "This is Daniel Congdon, Under-Secretary of State, Consular Operations, United States Government. I request that you put a trace on this call to verify that I'm telephoning from a private residence in Herndon Falls, Virginia. While you're doing that, please activate electronic scanners for evidence of taps on the line. You won't find any. I'll wait as long as you wish, but I must speak with Voltage 1. Volt-Agin, I think you call him. His words were greeted by silence from Nova Scotia. It did not take much imagination to visualize a stunned operator pushing emergency buttons. Finally, the voice replied. There seems to be interference. Please repeat your message. Congdon did so. Again, silence. Then, if you'll hold on, the supervisor will speak with you. However, we think you've reached the wrong party here in Cape Breton. You're not in Cape Breton. You're in St. Peter's Bay, Prince Edward Island. Hold on, please. The wait took nearly 3 minutes. Congdon sat down. It was working. Voltage 1 got on the line. Please wait for a moment or two, said the Russian. There followed the hollow sound of a connection still intact but suspended. Electronic devices were in operation. The Soviet returned. This call indeed originates from a residential telephone in the town of Herndon Falls, Virginia. The scanners pick up no evidence of interference, but of course that could be meaningless. I don't know what other proof to give you. You mistake me, Mr. Undersecretary. The fact that you possess this number is not in itself earth-shaking. The fact that you have the audacity to use it and ask for me by my code name perhaps is. I have the proof I need. What is this business between us? Congdon told him in as few words as possible. You want Telenyakov. We want Schofield. The contact ground is Washington. I'm convinced of it. The key to the location is your man from Brussels. If I recall, his body was delivered to the embassy several days ago. Yes. You've connected it with Schofield? Your own ambassador did. He pointed out that the man was part of a KGB section in East Berlin in 1968, Telenyakov's unit. There was an incident involving Schofield's wife. I see, said the Russian. So Beowulf Agate still kills for revenge. That's a bit much, isn't it? May I remind you that it would appear Telenyakov is coming after Schofield, not the other way around. Be specific, Mr. Undersecretary. Since we agree in principle, what do you want from us? It's in your computers or in a file somewhere. It probably goes back a number of years, but it's there. It would be in ours. We believe that at one time or another the man from Brussels and Telenyakov operated in Washington. We need to know the address of the whole. It's the only connection we have between Schofield and Telenyakov. We think that's where they'll meet. I see, repeated the Soviet. And presuming there is such an address or addresses, what would be the position of your government? Congdon was prepared for the question. No position at all, he replied in a monotone. The information will be relayed to others, men very much concerned about Beowulf Agate's recent behavior. Outside of myself, no one in my government will be involved. A ciphered cable, identical in substance, was sent to 3 counter-revolutionary cells in Europe, to Prague, Marseille, and Amsterdam. Such cables can produce killers. I commend you on your interception, said the director of Consop. You do the same with us every day. No compliments are called for. You made no move to interfere? Of course not, Mr. Undersecretary. Would you? No. It's 11 o'clock in Moscow. I'll call you back within the hour. Congdon hung up and leaned back in the chair. He desperately wanted a drink, but would not give in to the need. For the first time in a long career, he was dealing directly with faceless enemies in Moscow. There could be no hint of irresponsibility. He was alone, and in that solitary contact was his protection. He closed his eyes and pictured blank walls of white concrete in his mind's eye. 22 minutes later, the phone rang. He sprang forward and picked it up. There is a small, exclusive hotel on Nebraska Avenue. Chapter 8. Schofield let the cold water run in the basin, leaned against the sink, and looked into the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, the stubble of his beard pronounced. He had not shaved in nearly 3 days, the periods of rest cumulatively not much more than 3 hours. It was shortly past 4 in the morning, and no time to consider sleeping or shaving. Across the hall, Telenyakov's well-dressed decoy was getting no more sleep than he was. The telephone calls were coming every 15 minutes now. Mr. Brandon Schofield, please. I don't know any Schofield. Stop calling me. Who are you? A friend of Mr. Schofield's. It's urgent that I speak with him. He's not here. I don't know him. Stop it. You're driving me crazy. I'll tell the hotel not to ring this phone anymore. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Your friend would not approve. You wouldn't be paid. Stop it. Bray's former lover from Paris was doing her job well. She had asked only one question when he had made the request that she keep up the calls. Are you in trouble, darling? Yes. Then I'll do as you ask. Tell me what you can so I'll know what to say. Don't talk over 20 seconds. I don't know who controls the switchboard. You are in trouble. Within an hour or less, the woman across the hall would go into panic and flee the hotel. Whatever she had been promised was not worth the macabre phone calls, the escalating sense of danger. The decoy would be removed, the hunter stymied. Telenyakov would then be forced to send in his birds, and the process would start over again. Only the phone calls would come less frequently, perhaps every hour, just when sleep was settling in. Eventually the birds would fly away, there being limits as to how long they could stay in the air. The hunter's resources were extensive, but not that extensive. He was operating in foreign territory. How many decoys and birds were available to him? He could not go on indefinitely calling blind contacts, setting up hastily summoned meetings, issuing instructions and money. No, he could not do that. Frustration and exhaustion would converge, and the hunter would be alone, at the end of his resources. Finally, he would show himself. He had no choice. He could not leave the drop unattended. It was the only trap he had, the only connection between himself and the quarry. Sooner or later, Telenyakov would walk down the hotel corridor and stop at the door of Suite 211. When he did, it would be the last sight he'd see. The Soviet killer was good, but he was going to lose his life to the man he called Beowulf Agate, thought Schofield. He turned off the faucet and plunged his face into the cold water. He pulled up his head. There were sounds of movement in the corridor. He walked to the tiny circular peephole. Across the way, a matronly-looking hotel maid was unlocking the door. Draped over her right forearm were several towels and sheets. A maid at 4 o'clock in the morning? Bray silently acknowledged Telenyakov's imagination. He had hired an all-night maid to be his late-night eyes inside. It was an able move, but flawed. Such an individual was too limited, too easily removed. She could be called away by the front desk. A guest had had an accident, a burning cigarette, an overturned pitcher of water. Too limited, and with a greater flaw. In the morning she would go off duty, and when she did, she would be summoned by a guest across the hall. Schofield was about to go back to his basin when he heard the commotion. He looked once more through the glass circle. The well-dressed woman had walked out of the room, her overnight case in her hand. The maid stood in the doorway. Schofield could hear the decoy's words. "Tell him to go to hell," shouted the woman. "He's a fucking nut, dear. This whole goddamn place is filled with nuts." The maid watched in silence as the woman walked rapidly down the corridor. Then she closed the door, remaining inside. The matronly-looking maid had been paid well. She would be paid better in the morning by a guest across the hall. The negotiations would begin quickly the second she stepped out of the suite. The string was drawing tighter. Everything was patience now, and staying awake. Telenyakov walked the streets, aware that his legs were close to buckling, struggling to stay alert and avoid colliding with the crowds on the sidewalk. He played mental games to keep his concentration alive, counting footsteps and cracks in the pavement and blocks between telephone booths. The radios could not be used any longer. The citizen bands were filled with babble. He cursed the fact that there had not been time to purchase more sophisticated equipment. But he never thought it could possibly go on so long. Madness. It was 20 minutes past 11 in the morning, the city of Washington vibrating, people rushing, automobiles and buses clogging the streets, and still the insane telephone calls kept coming to the suite at the hotel on Nebraska Avenue. "Brandon Schofield, please. It's urgent that I speak with him." Insanity. What was Schofield doing? Where was he? Where were his intermediaries? Only the old woman remained in the hotel. The whore had revolted, the two men long since exhausted, their presence merely embarrassing, accomplishing nothing. The woman stayed in the suite, getting what rest she could between the maddening telephone calls, relaying every word spoken by the caller. A female with a pronounced foreign accent, probably French, never staying on the line more than 15 seconds, unable to be drawn out and very abrupt. She was either a professional or being instructed by a professional. There could be no tracing the number or the location of the calls. Vasily approached the phone booth 50 yards north of the hotel's entrance on the opposite side of the street. It was the fourth call he had made from this particular booth, and he had memorized the graffiti and the odd numbers scratched on the gray metal of the edge. He walked in, pulled the glass door shut, and inserted a coin. The tone hummed in his ear, and he reached for the dial. Prague. His eyes were playing tricks on him. Across Nebraska Avenue, a man got out of a taxi and stood on the pavement looking down the street toward the hotel. He knew that man. At least he knew the face. And it was Prague. The man had a history of violence, both political and non-political. His police record was filled with assaults, thefts, and unproven homicides, his years in prison nearer 10 than 5. He had worked against the state more for profit than for ideology. He had been well paid by the Americans. His firing arm was good, his knife better. That he was in Washington and less than 50 yards from this particular hotel could only mean he had a connection with Schofield. Yet there was no sense in the connection. Beowulf Agate had scores of men and women he could call upon for help in dozens of cities, but he would not call on someone from Europe now, and he certainly would not call on this man. The streak of sadism was conceivably unmanageable. Why was he here? Who had summoned him? Who had sent him? And were there others? But it was the why that burned into Telenyakov's brain. It was profoundly disturbing. Beyond the fact that the Berne Washington depot had been revealed, undoubtedly unwittingly by Schofield himself, someone knowing it had reached Prague for a walking gun known to have performed extensively for the Americans. Why? Who was the target? Beowulf Agate? Oh, God, there was a method. It had been used before by Washington, and strangely enough there was a vague similarity to the ways of the Matarese. Storm clouds over Washington. Schofield had run into a storm so severe that he had not only been terminated, but conceivably his execution had been ordered. Vasily had to be sure. The man from Prague might himself be a ploy, a brilliant ploy, designed to trap a Russian, not kill an American. His hand was still suspended in front of the dial. He pressed down on the coin return lever and thought for a moment, wondering if he could take the risk. Then he saw the man across the street check his watch and turn toward the entrance of a coffee shop. He was going to meet someone. There were others, and Vasily knew that he could not afford not to take the risk. He had to find out. There was no way to know how much time was left. It might only be minutes. There was a Pradavyet at the embassy, a diplomatic assistant, whose left foot had been blown off during a counterinsurgency operation in Riga a number of years ago. He was a KGB veteran, and he and Telenyakov had once been friends. It perhaps was not the moment to test that former friendship, but Vasily had no choice. He knew the number of the embassy. It had not changed in years. He reinserted the coin and dialed. "It's been a long time since that terrible night in Riga, old friend," said Telenyakov, after having been connected to the Pradavyet's office. "Would you remain on the line, please?" was the reply. "I have another call." Vasily stared at the telephone. If the wait was more than 30 seconds, he'd have his answer. The former friendship would not serve. There were ways for even the Soviets to trace a call in the national capital of the United States. He turned his wrist and kept his eyes on the thin, jumping hand of his watch. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. He reached up to break the connection when he heard the voice. "Telenyakov, it is you?" Vasily recognized the echoing sound of an activated jamming device placed over the mouthpiece of a telephone. It operated on the principle of electronic spillage. Any intercepts would be clogged with static. "Yes, old friend, I nearly hung up on you." "Riga was not that long ago. What happened? The stories we get are crazy." "I'm no traitor." "No one over here thinks you are. We assume you stepped on some large Muscovite feet. But can you return?" "Someday, yes." "I can't believe the charges. Yet you're here." "Because I must be." For Russia's sake, for all our sakes. Trust me. I need information quickly. If anyone at the embassy has it, you would. What is it? I've just seen a man from Prague, someone the Americans used for his more violent talents. We kept an extensive file on him. I assume we still keep it. Do you know anything? Beowulf Agate interrupted the diplomat quietly. It's Schofield, isn't it? That's what drives you still. Tell me what you know. Leave it alone, Telenyakov. Leave him alone. Leave him to his own people. He's finished. My God, I'm right, said Vasily, his eyes on the coffee shop across Nebraska Avenue. I don't know what you think you're right about, but I know 3 cables were intercepted, to Prague, Marseille, and Amsterdam. They've sent a team, broke in Telenyakov. Stay away. You have your revenge, the sweetest imaginable. After a lifetime, he's taken by his own. It can't happen. There are things you don't know. It can happen regardless of what I know. We can't stop it. Suddenly, Vasily's attention was drawn to a pedestrian about to cross the intersection not 10 yards from the telephone booth. There was something about the man, the set expression of his face, the eyes that darted from side to side behind the lightly tinted glasses, bewildered perhaps, but not lost, studying his surroundings. And the man's clothes, loose-fitting, inexpensive tweeds, thick and made to last. They were French. The glasses were French. The man's face itself Gallic. He looked across the street toward the marquee of the hotel and hastened his step. Marseille had arrived. Come in to us. The diplomat was speaking. Whatever happened cannot be irreparable in light of your extraordinary contributions. The former comrade from Riga was being persuasive. Too persuasive. It was not in character between professionals. The fact that you came in voluntarily will be in your favor. Heaven knows you'll have our support. We'll ascribe your flight to a temporary aberration, a highly emotional state. After all, Schofield killed your brother. I killed his wife. A wife is not blood. These things are understandable. Do the right thing. Come in, Telenyakov. The excessive persuasion was now illogical. One did not voluntarily turn himself in until the evidence of exoneration was more concrete. Not with an order for summary execution on one's head. Perhaps, after all, the former friendship could not stand the strain. You will protect me? He asked the Pradovyet. Of course. A lie. No such protection could be promised. Something was wrong. Across the street, the man wearing tinted glasses approached the coffee shop. He slowed his pace, then stopped and went up to the window as if studying a menu affixed to the glass. He lit a cigarette. From inside, barely seen in the sunlight, there was a flicker of a match. The Frenchman went inside. Prague and Marseille had made contact. Thank you for your advice, said Vasily into the phone. I'll think it over and call you back. It would be best if you didn't delay, answered the diplomat, urgency replacing sympathetic persuasion. Your situation would not be improved by any involvement with Schofield. You should not be seen down there. Seen down there? Telenyakov reacted to the words as though a gun had been fired in front of his face. In his old friend's knowledge was the betrayal. Seen down where? His colleague from Riga knew. The hotel on Nebraska Avenue. Schofield had not exposed the Bern Depot, unwittingly or otherwise. KGB had. Soviet intelligence was a participant in Beowulf Agate's execution. Why? The Matarese? There was no time to think, only act. The hotel. Schofield was not sitting alone by a phone in some out-of-the-way place, waiting to hear from intermediaries. He was in the hotel. No one would have to leave the premises to report to Beowulf Agate. No bird could be followed to the target. The target had executed a brilliant maneuver. He was in the direct range of fire, but unseen, observing but unobservable. You really must listen to me, Vasily. The Pradovyet's words came faster now. He obviously sensed indecision. If his former colleague from Riga had to be killed, it could be done any number of ways within the embassy. That was infinitely preferable to a comrade's corpse being found in an American hotel, somehow tied to the murder of an American intelligence officer by foreign agents, which meant the KGB had revealed the location of the depot to the Americans, but had not known the precise schedule of the execution at the time. They knew it now. Someone in the State Department had told them, the message clear. His countrymen had to stay away from the hotel, as did the Americans. None could be involved. Vasily had to buy minutes, for minutes might be all he had left. Diversion. "I'm listening." Telenyakov's voice was choked with sincerity, an exhausted man coming to his senses. "You're right. I've nothing to gain now, only everything to lose. I put myself in your hands. If I can find a taxi in this insane traffic, I'll be at the embassy in 30 minutes. Watch for me. I need you." Vasily broke the connection and inserted another coin. He dialed the hotel's number. No second could be wasted. "He's here?" said the old woman incredulously in response to Telenyakov's statement. "My guess would be nearby. It would explain the timing, the phone calls, his knowing when someone was in the suite. He could hear sounds through the walls, open a door when he heard someone in the corridor. Are you still in your uniform?" "Yes, I'm too tired to take it off." "Check the surrounding rooms." "Good heavens, do you know what you're asking? What if he—" "I know what I'm paying. There's more if you do it. Do it. There's not a moment to be lost. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. "How will I know him?" "He won't let you into the room." Bray sat shirtless between the open window and the door and let the cold air send shivers through his body. He had brought the temperature of the room down to 50 degrees. The chill was necessary to keep him awake. A cold, tired man was far more alert than a warm one. There was the tiny blunt sound of metal slapping against metal, then the twisting of a knob. Outside in the hallway a door was being opened. Schofield went to the window and closed it, then walked quickly to another window, his minute lookout on a narrow world that soon would be the site of his reverse trap. It had to be soon. He was not sure how much longer he could go on. Across the way the pleasant-looking elderly maid had come out of the suite, towels and sheets still draped over her arm. From the expression on her face, she was perplexed but resigned. Undoubtedly, from her point of view, an unheard-of sum of money had been offered by a foreigner who only wished her to remain in a grand suite of rooms and stay awake to receive a series of very strange telephone calls. And someone else had stayed awake to make those calls. Someone Bray owed a great deal to. He would repay her one day. But right now he concentrated on Telenyakov's bird. She was leaving. She was not capable of staying in the air any longer. She had abandoned the drop. It was only a question of time now, and very little time at that. The hunter would be forced to examine his trap, and be caught in it. Schofield walked over to his open suitcase on the luggage rack and took out a fresh shirt. Starched, not soft. A crisp, starched shirt was like a cold room, a benign irritant. It kept one alert. He put it on and crossed to the bedside table where he had placed his gun, a Browning Magnum, grade 4, with a custom-made silencer drilled to his specifications. Bray spun around at an unexpected sound. There was a hesitant tapping at his door. Why? He had paid for total isolation. The front desk had made it clear to those few employees who might have reason to enter room 213 that the sign on the knob was to be respected. Do not disturb. Yet someone was now disregarding that order, bypassing a guest's request that had been reinforced with several $100s. Whoever it was either deaf or illiterate or— It was the maid, Telenyakov's bird still in the air. Schofield peered through the tiny circle of glass that magnified the aged features of the face only inches away. The tired eyes, encased in wrinkled flesh swollen by lack of sleep, looked to the left, then the right, then dropped to the lower part of the door. The old woman had to be aware of the Do Not Disturb sign, but it had no meaning for her. Beyond the contradictory behavior, there was something odd about the face. But Bray had no time to study it further. Under these new circumstances, the negotiations had to begin quickly. He shoved the gun into his shirt, the stiff cloth keeping the bulge to a minimum. "Yes?" he asked. "Maid service, sir," was the reply, spoken in an indeterminate brogue more guttural than definable. "The management has asked that all rooms be checked for supplies, sir." It was a poor lie, the bird too flawed to think of a better one. "Come in," said Schofield, reaching for the latch. "There's no answer in Suite 211, said the switchboard operator, annoyed by the persistence of the caller. "Try it again," replied Telenyakov, his eyes on the entrance of the coffee shop across the street. "They may have stepped out for a moment, but they'll be right back. I know it. Keep ringing. I'll stay on the line." "As you wish, sir," snapped the operator. Madness. 9 minutes had passed since the old woman had begun the search. 9 minutes to check 4 doors in the hallway. Even assuming all the rooms were occupied, and a maid had to give explanations to the occupants, 9 minutes was far longer than she needed. A fourth conversation would be brief and blunt. "Go away. I am not to be disturbed." Unless... A match flared in the sunlight, its reflection sharp in the dark glass of the coffee shop window. Vasily blinked and stared. From one of the unseen tables inside there was a corresponding signal, extinguished quickly. Amsterdam had arrived. The execution team was complete. Telenyakov studied the figure walking toward the small restaurant. He was tall and dressed in a black overcoat, a gray silk muffler around his throat. His hat, too, was gray and obscured his profile. The ringing on the telephone was now abrasive, long, sudden bursts resulting from a furious operator punching a switchboard button. There was no answer, and Vasily began to think the unthinkable. Beowulf Agate had intercepted his bait. If so, the American was in greater danger than he could imagine. 3 men had flown in from Europe to be his executioners, and, no less lethal, a gentle-appearing old woman whom he might try to compromise would kill him the instant she felt cornered. He would never know where the shot came from, nor that she even had a weapon. "I'm sorry, sir," said the operator angrily. "There's still no pickup in Suite 211. I suggest you call again." She did not wait for a reply. The switchboard line was disconnected. The switchboard? The operator? It was a desperate tactic, one he would never condone except as a last extremity measure. The risk of exposure was too great. But it was the last extremity, and if there were alternatives, he was too exhausted to think of them. Again, he knew only that he had to act, each decision an instinctive reflex, the shaping of those instincts trusted. He reached into his pocket for his money and removed 5 $100 bills. Then he took out his passport case and extracted a letter he had written on an English-language typewriter 5 days ago in Moscow. The letterhead was that of a brokerage house in Bern. It identified the bearer as one of the firm's partners. One never knew. He walked out of the telephone booth and entered the flow of pedestrians until he was directly opposite the entrance of the hotel. He waited for a break in the traffic, then walked rapidly across Nebraska Avenue. 2 minutes later, a solicitous day manager introduced a Monsieur Blanchard to the operator of the hotel switchboard. This same manager, as impressed with Monsieur Blanchard's credentials as he was with the $200 the Swiss financier had casually insisted he take for his troubles, dutifully provided a relief operator while the woman talked alone with the generous Monsieur Blanchard. "I ask you to forgive a worried man's rudeness over the telephone," said Telenyakov, as he pressed 3 $100 bills into her nervous hand. "The ways of international finance can be appalling in these times. It is a bloodless war, a constant struggle to prevent unscrupulous men from taking advantage of honest brokers and legitimate institutions. My company has just such a problem. There's someone in this hotel." A minute later, Vasily was reading a master list of telephone charges recorded by a mindless computer. He concentrated on the calls made from the second floor. There were 2 corridors, Suites 211 and 212, opposite 3 double rooms in the west wing, 4 single rooms on the other side. He studied all charges billed to telephones 211 through 215. Names would mean nothing. Local calls were not identified by number. Long-distance charges were the only items that might provide information. Beowulf Agate had to build a cover, and it would not be in Washington. He had killed a man in Washington. The hotel was, as Telenyakov knew, an expensive one. This was further confirmed by the range of calls made by guests who thought nothing of picking up a telephone and calling London as easily as a nearby restaurant. He scanned the sheets, concentrating on the OOT areas listed. 212, London, UK, charges $26.50. 214, Des Moines, Iowa, charges $4.75. 214, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, charges $6.20. 213, Minneapolis, Minnesota, charges $7.10. 215, New Orleans, Louisiana, charges $11.55. 214, Denver, Colorado, charges $6.75. 213, Easton, Maryland, charges $8.05. 215, Atlanta, Georgia, charges $3.15. 212, Munich, Germany, charges $41.10. 213, Easton, Maryland, charges $4.30. 212, Stockholm, Sweden, charges $38.25. Where was the pattern? Suite 212 had made frequent calls to Europe, but that was too obvious, too dangerous. Schofield would not place such traceable calls. Room 214 was centered in the Midwest, room 215 in the South. There was something, but he could not pinpoint it. Something that triggered a memory. Then he saw it, and the memory was activated, clarified. The one room without a pattern, room 213. 2 calls to Easton, Maryland, 1 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Vasily could see the words in the dossier as if he were reading them. Brandon Schofield had a sister in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Telenyakov memorized both numbers in case it was necessary to use them, if there was time to use them, to confirm them. He turned to the operator. "I don't know what to say. You've been most helpful, but I don't think there's anything here that will help." The switchboard operator had entered into the minor conspiracy, and was enjoying her prominence with the impressive Swiss. "If you'll note, Monsieur Blanchard, Suite 212 placed a number of overseas calls." "Yes, I see that. Unfortunately, no one in those cities would have anything to do with the present crisis. Strange, though. Room 213 telephoned to Easton and Minneapolis. An odd coincidence, but I have friends in both places. However, nothing relevant." Vasily let his words drift off, inviting comment. "Just between the two of us, Monsieur Blanchard, I don't think the gentleman in room 213 is all there, if you know what I mean." "Oh?" The woman explained. The DND on 213 was a standing order. No one was to disturb the man's privacy. Even room service was instructed to leave the tray tables in the hallway, and maid service was to be suspended until specifically requested. To the best of the operator's knowledge, there had been no such request in 3 days. Who could live like that? Of course we get people like him all the time, men who reserve a room so they can stay drunk for hours on end, or get away from their wives, or meet other women. But 3 days without maid service, I think, is sick. It's hardly fastidious. "You see it more and more," said the woman confidentially, "especially in the government. Everyone's so harried. But when you think our taxes are paying for it—" "I don't mean yours, monsieur." "He's in the government?" interrupted Telenyakov. "Oh, we think so. The night manager wasn't supposed to say anything to anybody, but we've been here for years, if you know what I mean." "Old friends, of course. What happened?" "Well, a man came by last evening, actually it was this morning around 5 a.m., and showed the manager a photograph." "A picture of the man in 213? The operator glanced around briefly. The door of the office was open, but she could not be overheard. "Yes, apparently he's really sick. An alcoholic or something, a psychiatric case. No one's to say anything. They don't want to alarm him. A doctor will be coming for him sometime today." "Sometime today? And, of course, the man who showed the photograph identified himself as someone from the government, didn't he? I mean, that's how you learned the guest upstairs was in the government." "When you've spent as many years in Washington as we have, Monsieur Blanchard, you don't have to ask for identification. It's all over their faces." "Yes, I imagine it is. Thank you so much. You've been a great help." Vasily left the room quickly and rushed out into the lobby. He had his confirmation. He had found Beowulf Agate. But others had found him too. Schofield's executioners were only a few hundred feet away, preparing to close in on the condemned man. To break into the American's room to warn him would be to invite an exchange of gunfire. One or both would die. To reach him on the telephone would provoke only disbelief. Where was the credibility in such an alarm, delivered by an enemy one loathed, about a new enemy one did not know existed? There had to be a way, and it had to be found quickly. If there was only time to send another, with something on his person that would explain the truth to Schofield, something Beowulf Agate would accept. There was no time. Vasily saw the man in the black overcoat walk through the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 9. Schofield knew the instant the maid walked through the door what disturbed him about the elderly face. It was the eyes. There was an intelligence behind them beyond that of a plain-spoken domestic who spent her nights cleaning up the soils of pampered hotel guests. She was frightened, or perhaps merely curious, but whichever, neither was born of a blunt mind. An actress, perhaps? "Forgive my disturbing you, sir," said the woman, noticing his unshaven face and the cold room and heading for the open bathroom door. "I'll not be a minute." An actress. The brogue was an affectation, no roots in Ireland. 2, the walk was light. She did not have the leg muscles of an old woman used to the drudgery of carrying linens and bending over beds. And the hands were white and soft, not those of someone used to abrasive cleansers. Bray found himself pitying her even while faulting Telenyakov's choice again. A real maid would have made a better bird. "You've a fresh supply of towels, sir," said the old woman, coming out of the bathroom and heading for the door. "I'll be on my way. Sorry for disturbing you." Schofield stopped her with a gesture. "Sir?" asked the woman, her eyes alert. "Tell me, what part of Ireland do you come from? I can't place the dialect. County Wicklow, I think." "Yes, sir." "The South Country?" "Yes, sir. Very good, sir," she said rapidly, her left hand on the doorknob. "Would you mind leaving me an extra towel? Just put it on the bed." "Oh?" The old woman turned, the perplexed expression again on her face. "Yes, sir, of course." She started toward the bed. Bray went to the door and pushed the bolt into place. He spoke as he did so, but gently. There was nothing to be gained by alarming Telenyakov's frightened bird. "I'd like to talk to you. You see, I watched you last night at 4 o'clock this morning, to be precise." A rush of air, the scratching of fabric. Sounds he was familiar with. Behind him in the room. He spun, but not in time. He heard the muted spit and felt a razor-like cut across the skin of his neck. An eruption of blood spread over his left shoulder. He lunged to his right. A second shot followed, the bullet embedding itself in the wall above him. He swung his arm in a violent arc, sending a lamp off a table toward the impossible sight 6 feet away in the center of the room. The old woman had dropped the towels, and in her hand was a gun. Gone was her soft, gentle bewilderment. In its place the calm, determined face of an experienced killer. He should have known. He dove to the floor, his fingers gripping the base of the table. He spun again to his right, then twisted to his left, lifting the table by its legs like a small battering ram. He rose, crashing forward. 2 more shots were fired, splintering the wood inches above his head. He rammed the woman, hammering her back into the wall with such force that a stream of saliva accompanied the expulsion of breath from the snarling lips. "Bastard!" The scream was swallowed as the gun clattered to the floor. Schofield dropped the table, slamming it down on her feet as he reached for the weapon. He held it, stood up, and grabbed the bent-over woman by the hair, yanking her away from the wall. The red wig beneath the ruffled maid's cap came off in his hand, throwing him off balance. From somewhere beneath the uniform, the gray-haired killer had pulled a knife, a thin stiletto. Bray had seen such weapons before. They were as deadly as any gun, the blades coated with succinylcholine. Paralysis began in seconds, death seconds later. A scrape or a superficial puncture was all the attacker needed to inflict. She was on him, the thin knife plunging straight forward, the most difficult thrust to parry, used by the most experienced. He leaped backwards, crashing the gun down on the woman's forearm. She withdrew it quickly in pain, but no suspension of purpose. "Don't do it," he shouted, leveling the gun directly at her head. 4 shots were fired. 2 shells are left. I'll kill you. The old woman stopped and lowered the knife. She stood motionless, speechless, breathing heavily, staring at him in a kind of ethereal disbelief. It occurred to Schofield that she had never been in this position before. She had always won. Telenyakov's bird was a vicious hawk in the guise of a small gray dove. That protective coloration was her insurance. It had never failed her. "Who are you, KGB?" asked Bray, reaching for the towel on the bed and holding it against the wound on his neck. "What?" she whispered, her eyes barely in focus. "You work for Telenyakov. Where is he?" "I'm paid by a man who uses many names," she replied, the lethal knife still held limply in her hand. Her fury was gone, replaced by fear and exhaustion. "I don't know who he is. I don't know where he is." "He knew where to find you. Here's something. Where did you learn? When?" "When?" she repeated in her bloodless whisper. "When you were a child. Where? Out of Belsen and Dachau. To other camps, other fronts, all of us." "Christ," uttered Schofield softly. "All of us." They were legion. Girls taken from the camps, sent to the war fronts, to barracks everywhere, to airfields, surviving as whores, dishonored by their own, unwanted, ostracized. They became the scavengers of Europe. Telenyakov did know where to find his flocks. "Why do you work for him? He's no better than those who sent you to the camps." "I have to. He'll kill me. Now you say you will. 30 seconds ago I would have. You didn't give me a choice. You can now. I'll take care of you. You stay in contact with this man. How?" "He calls. In the suite across the hall." "How often?" "Every 10 or 15 minutes. He'll call again soon." "Let's go," said Bray cautiously. "Move to your right and drop the knife on the bed." "Then you'll shoot," whispered the old woman. "If I was going to, I'd do it now," said Schofield. He needed her confidence. There'd be no reason to wait, would there? Let's get over to that phone. Whatever he was paying, I'll double. I don't think I can walk. I think you broke my foot. I'll help you. Bray lowered the towel and took a step toward her. He held out his hand. Take my arm. The old woman placed her left foot in front of her painfully. Then, suddenly, like an enraged lioness, she lunged forward, her face again contorted, her eyes wild. The blade came rushing toward Schofield's stomach. Telenyakov followed the man from Amsterdam into the elevator. There was one other couple in the car, young, rich, pampered Americans, fashionably dressed lovers or newlyweds, aware only of themselves and their hungers. They had been drinking. The Hollander in the black overcoat removed his gray Homburg as Vasily, his face briefly turned away, stood next to him against the paneled wall of the small enclosure. The doors closed. The girl laughed softly. Her companion pressed the button for the 5th floor. The man from Amsterdam stepped forward and touched number 2. As he moved back, he glanced to his left, his eyes making contact with Telenyakov's. The man froze, the shock total, the recognition absolute. And in that shock, that recognition, Vasily saw another truth. The execution trap was meant for him as well. The team had a priority, and it was Beowulf Agate, but if a KGB agent known as Telenyakov appeared on the scene, he was to be taken out as ruthlessly as Schofield. The man from Amsterdam swung his hat in front of his chest, plunging his right hand into his pocket. Vasily rushed him, pinning him against the wall, his left hand gripping the wrist in the pocket, slipping down, separating hand from weapon, groping for the thumb, twisting it back until the bone cracked and the man bleated. He sank to his knees. The girl screamed. Telenyakov spoke in a loud voice. He addressed the couple. You will not be harmed. I repeat, you will not be harmed if you do as I say. Make no noise and take us to your room. The Hollander lurched to the right. Vasily slammed his knee into the man's face, vicing the head against the wall. He took his gun from his pocket and held it up, pointing at the ceiling. I will not use this. I will not use this unless you disobey. You're no part of our dispute, and I don't want you harmed. But you must do as I say. Jesus Christ! The young man's lips trembled. Take out your key, ordered Telenyakov almost amiably. When the doors open, walk casually in front of us to your room. You will be perfectly safe if you do as I say. If you don't, if you cry out or try to raise an alarm, I shall have to shoot. I won't kill you. Instead, I'll fire into your spines. You'll be paralyzed for life. Oh, Christ, please! The young man's trembling spread throughout his head, neck, and shoulders. Please, mister, we'll do whatever you say. The girl, at least, was lucid. She took the key from her lover's vest. Get up, said Vasily to the man from Amsterdam. He reached into the killer's overcoat pocket and removed the Hollander's weapon. The elevator doors opened. The couple walked out stiffly, passing an elderly man reading a newspaper, and turned right down the corridor. Telenyakov, his Grasburia concealed at his side, gripped the cloth of Amsterdam's overcoat, propelling him forward. One sound, Dutchman, he whispered, and you'll not make another. I'll blow your back away. You won't have time to scream. Inside the double room, Vasily shoved the Hollander into a chair, held his gun on him, and issued orders once again to the frightened couple. Get inside that clothes closet. Quickly! Tears were streaming down the young man's pampered face. The girl pushed him into their dark, temporary cell. Telenyakov propped a chair underneath the knob and kicked it until it was wedged firmly between the metal and the rug. He turned to the Hollander. You have exactly 5 seconds to explain how it's to be done, he said, raising the automatic diagonally across the executioner's face. You'll have to be clearer, came the professional reply. By all means. Vasily slammed the barrel of the Grasburia downward, ripping the flesh of the assassin's face. Blood spread. The man raised his hands. Telenyakov bent over the chair and cracked both wrists in rapid succession. Don't touch. We've just begun. Drink it. Soon you'll have no lips. Then no teeth, no chin, no cheekbones. Finally, I'll take your eyes. Have you ever seen a man like that? The face is a terrible source of pain, puncturing the eyes unendurable. Vasily struck again, now arcing upwards, catching the man's nostrils in the swing. No, I followed orders. Where have I heard that before? Telenyakov raised the weapon. Again the hands were raised, and again they were repulsed with blows. What are those orders, Dutchman? There are 3 of you, and the 5 seconds have passed. We must be serious now. He tapped the barrel of the Grasburia harshly over the Hollander's left eye, then the right. No more time. He pulled the weapon back, then shoved it knife-like into Amsterdam's throat. Stop! screamed the man, his air cut off, the word garbled. "I'll tell you. He betrays us. He takes money for our names. He's sold out to our enemies." "No judgments. The orders." "He's never seen me. I'm to draw him out." "How?" "You. I've come to warn him. You're on your way." "He'd reject you. Kill you. A transparent device. How did you know the room?" "We have a photograph." "Of him, not of me." "Both of you, actually. But I show him only his. The night manager identified him." "Who gave you this photograph?" "Friends from Prague, operating in Washington, with ties to the Soviet. Former friends of Beowulf Agate, who know what he's done." Telenyakov stared at the man from Amsterdam. He was telling the truth, because the explanation was based on partial truth. Schofield would look for flaws, but would not reject Amsterdam's words. He could not afford that luxury. He would take the Dutchman as hostage, and then position himself. Waiting, watching, unseen, Vasily pressed the barrel of the Grasburya into the Hollander's right eye. "Marseille and Prague, where are they? Where will they be?" "Besides the main elevators, there are only 2 exits from the floors, the staircase and the service lift. One will be stationed in each." "Which are where?" "Prague on the staircase, Marseille on the service lift." "What's the schedule, by minutes?" "It's floating. I approached the door at 12:10. Telenyakov glanced at the antique clock on the hotel room desk. It was 11 minutes past 12. "They're in position now." "I don't know. I can't see my watch. The blood's in my eyes." "What's the termination?" "If you lie, I'll know it. You'll die in a way you've never dreamed of. Describe it." "Zero lock is 5 minutes past the half hour. If Beowulf has not appeared in either location, the room is to be stormed. Frankly, I don't trust Prague. I think he'd throw Marseille and myself in first to take the initial fire. He's a maniac." Vasily stood up. "Your judgment exceeds your talents." "I've told you everything. Don't strike me again. For God's sake, let me wipe my eyes. I can't see." "Wipe them. I want you to see clearly. Get up." The Hollander rose, his hands covering his face, brushing away the rivulets of blood, the Grasburya jammed into his neck. Telenyakov stood motionless for a moment, looking at the telephone across the room. He was about to speak with an enemy he had hated for a decade, about to hear his voice. He would try to save that enemy's life. Schofield spun away as the lethal blade sliced into his shirt, blunted by the steel of his gun concealed under the starched cloth only minutes ago. The old woman was insane, suicidal. He would have to kill her, and he did not want to kill her. The gun. He said 4 shells had been fired, 2 were left. She knew differently. She was coming at him again, the knife crisscrossing and slashing diagonals. Anything in its path would have to be touched, scraped, under normal circumstances a meaningless scratch, but not with this blade. He aimed the gun at her head and squeezed the trigger. There was nothing but the click of the firing pin. He lashed his right foot out, catching her between her breast and her armpit, staggering her for an instant, but only an instant. She was wild, clutching the knife as if it were her passport to life. If she touched him, she was free. She crouched, swinging her left arm in front of her, covering the blade that worked furiously in her right. He jumped back, looking for something, anything he could use to parry her lunges. Why had she delayed before? Why had she suddenly stopped and spoken with him, telling him things that would make him think? Then he knew. The old hawk was not only vicious, but wise. She knew when she had to restore dissipated strength, knew she could do it only by engaging her enemy, lulling him, waiting for the unguarded instant, one touch of the coated blade. She lunged again, the knife arcing up from the floor toward his legs. He kicked. She whipped the blade back, then slashed laterally, missing the kneecap by centimeters. As her arm swung left with the slash, he caught her shoulder with his right foot and hammered her backwards. She fell. He grabbed the nearest upright object, a floor lamp with a heavy brass base, hurling it down at her as he kicked again at the hand that held the stiletto. Her wrist was bent. The point of the blade pierced the fabric of her maid's uniform, entering the flesh above her left breast. What followed was a sight he did not care to remember. The old woman's eyes grew wide and thyroid, her lips stretched into a macabre, horrible grin that was no smile. She began to writhe on the floor, her body convulsed and trembling. She rolled into a fetal position, pulling her thin legs into her stomach, the agony complete. Prolonged, muffled screams came from her throat as she rolled again, clawing the rug, mucus disgorged from her convoluted mouth, a swollen tongue blocking passage. Suddenly there was a horrible gasp and a final expulsion of breath. Her body jerked off the floor spastically. It became rigid. Her eyes were open wide, staring at nothing, her lips parted in death. The process had taken less than 60 seconds. Bray leaned over and lifted the hand, separating the bony fingers. He removed the knife, stood up, and walked to the bureau where there was a book of matches. He struck one and held it under the blade. There was an eruption of flame spitting so high that it singed his hair, the heat so intense it burned his face. He dropped the stiletto, stamping the fire out under his foot. The phone rang. "This is Telenyakov," said the Russian into the silence of the telephone. It had been picked up, but there was no voice on the line. "I submit that your position is not lessened by acknowledging our contact." "Acknowledged," was the one-word reply. "You reject my cable, my white flag, and were I you, I would do the same. But you're wrong, and I would be wrong. I swore I'd kill you, Beowulf Agate, and perhaps one day I will, but not now, and not this way." "You read my cipher," was the answer, delivered in a monotone. "You killed my wife. Come and get me. I'm ready for you." "Stop it. We both killed. You took a brother. And before that, an innocent young girl who was no threat to the animals who raped her and killed her." "What?" "There's no time. There are men who want to kill you, but I'm not one of them. I've caught one, however. He's with me now." "You sent another," interrupted Schofield. "She's dead. The knife went into her, not me. The cut didn't have to be very deep." "You had to have provoked her. It was not planned. But we waste seconds, and you don't have them. Listen to the man I put on the phone. He's from Amsterdam. His face is damaged, and he can't see very well, but he can speak." Vasily pressed the telephone against the Hollander's bloody lips and shoved the Grasburia into his neck. "Tell him, Dutchman." "Cables were sent," the injured man whispered, choking on fear and blood. "Amsterdam, Marseille, Prague. Beowulf Agate was beyond salvage. We could all be killed if he lived. The cables made the usual statements. They were alerts, urging us to take precautions, but we knew what they meant. Don't take precautions. Take out the problem. Eliminate Beowulf ourselves. None of this is new to you, Herr Schofield. You have given such orders. You know they must be carried out." Telenyakov yanked the phone away while keeping the barrel of his weapon pressed against Amsterdam's neck. "You heard it. The trap you set for me is being used to ambush you by your own people." Silence. Beowulf Agate said nothing. Vasily's patience was running out. "Don't you understand? They've exchanged information. It's the only way they could have found the depot. What you call a drop. Moscow provided it. Can't you see that? Each of us is being used as the reason to execute the other, to kill us both. My people are more direct than yours. The order for my death has been sent to every Soviet station, civilian and military. Your State Department does it somewhat differently. The analysts take no responsibility for such unconstitutional decisions. They simply send warnings to those who care little for abstractions, but deeply for their lives." Silence. Telenyakov exploded. "What more do you want? Amsterdam was to draw you out. You would have had no choice. You would have tried to position yourself in one of two exits, the service area or the staircase. At this moment, Marseille is by the service elevator, Prague on the staircase. The man from Prague is one you know well, Beowulf. You've employed his gun and his knife on many occasions. He's waiting for you. In less than 15 minutes, if you do not appear in either place, they will take you in your room. What more do you want?" Schofield answered at last. "I want to know why you're telling me this." "Reread my cipher to you. This isn't the first time you and I have been used. An incredible thing is happening, and it goes beyond you and me. A few men know about it, in Washington and Moscow. But they say nothing. No one can say anything. The admissions are catastrophic." "What admissions?" "The hiring of assassins on both sides. It goes back years, decades." "How does it concern me? I don't care about you." "Dmitri Yurievich." "What about him?" "They said you killed him." "You're lying, Telenyakov. I thought you'd be better at it. Yurievich was leaning. He was a probable. The civilian killed was my contact, under my source control. It was a KGB operation. Better a dead physicist than a defected one. I repeat, come and get me." "You're wrong." "Later. There's no time to argue. You want proof? Then listen. I trust your ear is more skilled than your mind." The Russian quickly shoved the Grasburya into his belt and held the mouthpiece up in the air. With his left hand, he gripped the throat of the man from Amsterdam, his thumb centering on the rings of trachea cartilage. He pressed. His hand was a vice, his fingers talons crushing fiber and bone as the vice closed. The Hollander twisted violently, his arms and hands thrashing, trying to break Vasily's grip, the effort useless. His cry of pain was an unbroken scream that diminished into a wail of agony. The man from Amsterdam fell to the floor unconscious. Telenyakov spoke again into the telephone. "Is there human bait alive who would permit what I've just done?" Was he given an alternative? "You're a fool, Schofield. Get yourself killed." Vasily shook his head in desperation. It was a reaction to his own loss of control. No, you mustn't. You can't understand, and I must try to grasp that, so you must try to understand me. I loathe everything you are, everything you stand for. But right now we can do what few others can do. Make men listen, make them speak out. If for no other reason than they fear us, fear what we know. The fear is on both sides." "I don't know what you're talking about," interrupted Schofield. "You're mounting a nice KGB strategy. They'll probably give you a large dacha in Grasnov, but no sale. I repeat, come and get me." "Enough!" shouted Telenyakov, looking at the clock on the desk. "You have 11 minutes. You know where your final proof is. You can find it in a service lift or on the staircase, unless you care to learn it as you die in your room. If you create a disturbance, you'll draw a crowd. That's more to their liking, but I don't have to tell you that. You may recognize Prague. You won't Marseille. You can't call the police or risk the chance that the management will. We both know that. Go find your proof, Schofield. See if this enemy is lying. You'll get as far as your first turn in the corridor. If you live, which is unlikely, I'm on the 5th floor, room 505. I've done what I can." Vasily slammed down the phone, the gesture equal parts artifice and anger. Anything to jar the American, anything to make him think. Telenyakov needed every second now. He had told Beowulf Agate that he had done all he could, but it was not true. He knelt down and tore off the black overcoat from Amsterdam's unconscious body. Bray replaced the phone. His mind was churning. If he'd only had sleep, or if he had not gone through the totally unexpected violence of the old woman's attack, or if Telenyakov had not told him so much of the truth, things would be clearer. But it had all happened, and, as he had done so often in the past, he had to shift into a state of blind acceptance and think in terms of immediate purpose. It was not the first time he had been the target of factions distinct from each other. One got used to it when dealing with opposing partisans from the same broad-based camps, although killing was rarely the objective. What was unusual was the timing, the converging of separate assaults. Yet it was so understandable, so clear. Under-Secretary of State Daniel Congdon had really done it. The seemingly bloodless desk-man had found the courage of his own convictions. More specifically, he had found Telenyakov and Telenyakov's moves toward Beowulf Agate. What better reasoning existed for breaking the rules and eliminating a terminated specialist he considered dangerous? What better motive for reaching the Soviets, who could only favor the dispatch of both men? So clear, so well orchestrated, he or Telenyakov might have conceived of the strategy. Denials and astonishment would go hand in hand, statesmen in Washington and Moscow decrying the violence of former intelligence officers from another era, an era when personal animosities often superseded national interests. Christ, he could hear the pronouncements couched in sanctimonious platitudes made by men like Congdon, who concealed filthy decisions under respectable titles. The infuriating thing was that the reality supported the platitudes, the words validated by Telenyakov's hunt for revenge. "I swore I'd kill you, Beowulf Agate, and perhaps one day I will." That day was today, the perhaps without meaning for the Russian. Telenyakov wanted Beowulf Agate for himself. He would brook no interference from killers recruited and programmed by deskmen in Washington and Moscow. "I will see you take your last breath." Those were Telenyakov's words 6 years ago. He meant them then, and he meant them now. Certainly he would save his enemy from the guns of Marseille and Prague. His enemy was worthy of a better gun, his gun, and no ploy was too unreasonable, no words too extreme, to bring his enemy into that gun sight. He was tired of it all, thought Schofield, taking his hand away from the phone. Tired of the tension of move and countermove. In the final analysis, who cared? Who gave a goddamn for two aging specialists dedicated to the proposition that each's counterpart should die? Bray closed his eyes, pressing his lids together, aware that there was moisture in his sockets. Tears of fatigue, mind and body spent. It was no time to acknowledge exhaustion. Because he cared. If he had to die, and it was always an around-the-corner possibility, he was not going to be taken by guns from Marseille, Prague, or Moscow. He was better than that. He had always been better. According to Telenyakov, he had 11 minutes. 2 had passed since the Russian had made the statement. The trap was his room, and if the man from Prague was the one Telenyakov had described, the attack would be made quickly, with a minimum of risk. Gas-filled pellets would precede any use of weapons, the fumes immobilizing anyone in the room. It was a tactic favored by the killer from Prague. He took few gambles. The immediate objective, therefore, was to get out of the trap. Walking in the corridor was not feasible, perhaps not even opening the door. Since it was Amsterdam's function to draw him out, and he had not been drawn, Prague and Marseille would close in. If there was no one in the hallway, as the absence of sound indicated, they had nothing to lose. Their schedule would not be postponed, but it could be accelerated. No one in the hallway. Someone in the hallway. People milling around, excited, creating a diversion. Most of the time, a crowd was to the killer's advantage, not the target's, especially if the target was identifiable and one or more of the killers were not. On the other hand, a target who knew precisely when and where the attack was to be made could use a crowd to cover his run from ground zero. An escape based on confusion and a change of appearance. The change did not have to be much, just enough to cause indecision. Indiscriminate gunfire during an execution had to be avoided. 8 minutes, or less. Everything was preparation. He would take his essential belongings, for when he began running, he'd have to keep running. How long and how far there was no way to tell, nor could he think about that now. He had to get out of the trap and elude 4 men who wanted him dead, one more dangerous than the other 3, for he was not sent by Washington or Moscow. He had come himself. Bray crossed rapidly to the dead woman on the floor, dragged her to the bathroom, rolled the corpse inside, and closed the door. He picked up the heavy-based lamp and smashed it down on the knob. The lock was jammed. The door could be opened only by breaking it down. His clothes could be left behind. There were no laundry marks or overt evidence connecting them immediately to Brandon Schofield. Fingerprints would do that, but lifting and processing them would take time. He would be far away by then, if he got out of the hotel alive. His attaché case was something else. It contained too many tools of his profession. He closed it, spun the combination lock, and threw it on the bed. He put on his jacket and went back to the telephone. He picked it up and dialed the operator. "This is room 213, he said in a whisper, effortlessly made to sound weak. "I don't want to alarm you, but I know the symptoms. I've had a stroke. I need help." He let the phone crash against the table and dropped to the floor. Chapter 10. Telenyakov put on the black overcoat and reached down for the gray scarf still draped around Amsterdam's throat. He yanked it off, wound it around his throat, and picked up the gray hat which had fallen beside the chair. It was too large. He creased the crown so it covered his head less awkwardly, and started for the door, passing the closet. He spoke firmly to the couple within. "Remain where you are and make no sound. I shall be outside in the corridor. If I hear noise, I'll come back and you'll be the worse for it." In the hall, he ran toward the main elevators, and then beyond them, to the plain dark elevator at the end of the corridor. Against the wall was a tray table used by room service. He removed his Grasburia from his belt, shoved it in his overcoat pocket, and pushed the button with his left hand. The red light went on above the door. The elevator was on the second floor. Marseille was in position, waiting for Beowulf Agate. The light went off, and seconds later the number 3 shone brightly, then number 4. Vasily turned around, his back to the sliding panel. The door opened, but there were no words of recognition, no surprise expressed at the sight of the black overcoat or the gray hat. Telenyakov spun around, his finger on the trigger of his gun. There was no one inside the elevator. He stepped in and pressed the button for the second floor. "Sir? Sir? My God, it's the crazy one in 213. The excited voice of the operator floated up piercingly from the telephone on the rug. "Send up a couple of boys. See what they can do. I'll call an ambulance. He's had an attack or something." The words were cut off. The chaos had begun. Schofield stood by the door, unlatched it, and waited. No more than 40 seconds passed by when he heard racing footsteps and shouts in the corridor. The door burst open. The bell captain ran in, followed by a younger, larger man, a bellboy. "Thank Christ it wasn't locked. Where?" Bray kicked the door shut, revealing himself to the two men. In his hand was his automatic. "No one's going to get hurt," he said calmly. "Just do exactly as I tell you." "You," Bray ordered the younger man, "take off your jacket and your cap. And you," he continued, speaking to the bell captain, "get on the phone and tell the operator to send up the manager. You're scared. You don't want to touch anything. There may have been trouble up here. You think I'm dead." The older man stuttered, his eyes riveted on the gun, then ran to the phone. The performance was convincing. He was frightened out of his wits. Bray took the maroon and gold-striped jacket held out for him by the large subordinate. He removed his coat and put it on, bunching his own under his arm. "The cap," demanded Schofield. It was given. The bell captain finished, his eyes staring wildly at Bray. His last plea screamed, "For Christ's sake, hurry! Get someone up here!" Schofield gestured with his weapon. "Stand by the door next to me," he said to the frantic man, then addressed the younger. "There's a closet over there beyond the bed. Get inside, now." The large, dense bellboy hesitated, looked at Bray's face, and retreated quickly into the closet. Schofield, his weapon pointed at the bell captain, took the necessary steps toward the closet and kicked the door shut. He picked up the lamp by its stem. "Get over to your right. Do you understand? Answer me." "Yeah," came the muffled reply from inside. "Knock on the door." The tap came from the extreme left, the young man's right. Bray crashed the base of the lamp down on the knob. It broke off. Then he raised his gun, its silencer attached, and fired one shot into the right side of the door. "That was a bullet," he said. "No matter what you hear, keep your mouth shut or there'll be another. I'm right outside this door." "Oh, my God!" The man would stay silent through an earthquake. Schofield went back to the bell captain, picking up his attaché case on the way. "Where's the staircase?" "Down the hall to the elevators. Turn right. It's at the end of the corridor." "The service elevator?" "The same thing. The other way, the other end. Turn left at—" "Listen to me," interrupted Bray, "and remember what I tell you. In a few seconds we'll hear the manager and probably others coming down the hall. When I open the door, you step outside and shout, and I mean scream your fucking head off, then start running down the corridor with me." "Christ, what am I supposed to say?" "That you want to get out of here," answered Bray. "Say it any way you like. I don't think it'll be difficult for you." "Where are we going? I got a wife and 4 kids." "That's nice. Why don't you go home?" "What?" "What's the quickest way to the lobby?" "Christ, I don't know." "Elevators can take a long time." "The staircase?" "The staircase." The panicked bell captain found triumph in his deduction. "Use the staircase," said Schofield, his ear at the door. The voices were muffled but intense. He could hear the words police and ambulance, and then emergency. There were 3 or 4 people. Bray yanked the door back and pushed the bell captain out into the corridor. "Now," he said. Talenikov turned away as the service elevator opened on the 2nd floor. Again the black overcoat and the distinctive gray hat evoked no sounds of recognition, and again he spun, his hand gripping the Grasburya in his pocket. There were tray tables of half-eaten food and the odor of coffee, remnants of late breakfasts piling up outside the elevator door, but no Marseille. A pair of hinged metal doors opened into the 2nd-floor corridor, round windows in the center of each panel. Vasily approached and peered through the right circle. There he was. The figure in the heavy tweed suit was edging his way along the wall toward the corner of the intersecting hallway that led to room 213. Talenikov looked at his watch. It was 12:31. 4 minutes until the attack. A lifetime if Schofield kept his head about him. A diversion was needed. Fire was the surest. A telephone call, a flaming pillowcase stuffed with cloth and paper thrown into the hallway. He wondered if Beowulf Agate had thought of it. Schofield had thought of something. Down the hall, the light above one of the 2 main elevators went on. The door opened, and 3 men rushed out, talking frantically. One was the manager, now close to panic. Another carried a black bag, a doctor. The third was burly, his face set, the hair close-cropped.
the hotel's private police officer. They raced past the startled Matarese, who turned abruptly away, and proceeded down the long corridor that led to Schofield's room. The Frenchman took out a gun. At the other end of the hallway, below a red exit sign, a heavy door with a crash bar was pulled back. The figure of Prague stepped out, nodding at Matarese. In his right hand was a long-barreled, heavy-caliber automatic. In his left, what looked like, it was, a grenade. The thumb was curved, pressing on the lever. The firing pin was out. And if he had one grenade, he had more than one. Prague was an arsenal. He would take whoever was in the area, as long as he took Beowulf Agate. A grenade hurled into a dead-end corridor, a swift race into the carnage before the smoke had cleared to put bullets into the heads of those surviving, making sure Schofield was the first. No matter what the American had thought of, he was cornered. There was no way out through the gauntlet. Unless Prague could be stopped where he was, the grenade exploding beneath him. Vasily pulled the Grasburia from his pocket and pushed the swinging door in front of him. He was about to shoot when he heard the screams from a man in panic. "Get out of here! For Christ's sake, I've got to get out of here!" What followed was madness. Two men in hotel uniforms came running out of the corridor, one turning right, crashing into Prague, who propelled him away, beating him with the barrel of his gun. Prague shouted at Matarese, ordering him down the corridor. Matarese was no fool, any more than Amsterdam was. He saw the grenade in Prague's hand. The two men screamed at each other. The elevator door closed. It closed. The light went off. It had been on hold. Beowulf Agate had made his escape. Telenyakov spun back behind the metal doors. In the confusion, he had not been spotted. But Prague and Matarese had seen the elevator. It obviously prodded the immediate recollection of a second man in a dark red jacket, running straight ahead, without panic, knowing what he was doing, and carrying something under his left arm. Like Vasily, the two executioners watched the lighted numbers above the elevator door, expecting, as Telenyakov expected, the letter L to light up. It did not. The light reached 3. It stopped. What was Schofield doing? He could be running in the streets in seconds, finding safety in the crowds, heading for any of 100 sanctuaries. He was staying at the killing ground. Again, madness. Then Vasily understood. Beowulf Agate was coming after him. He looked through the circular service window. Prague was talking wildly. Matarese nodded, holding his finger on the left elevator button, as Prague ran back toward the staircase and disappeared beyond the door. Telenyakov had to know what had been said. It could save seconds, if he could learn in seconds. He put the Grasburia in his pocket, burst through the swinging door, the gray silk scarf bunched high around his neck, the gray hat firmly down on his head, his face obscured. He shouted, "Alors, vous avez découvert quelque chose par hasard?" In Marasese's excitement, the swiftness and the deception had their effect. The black overcoat, the gray blur of silk and fur, and the French spoken with the Dutchman's guttural inflections. They were enough to confuse the image of a man he had met only once, briefly, in a coffee shop. He was stunned. He ran toward Telenyakov, shouting in his native tongue, the words so rushed they were barely clear. "What are you doing here? All hell has broken loose. Men are yelling in Beowulf's room. They break down doors. He got away. Prague has—" Matarese stopped. He saw the face in front of him, and his stunned expression turned into one of shock. Vasily's hand shot out, gripping the weapon in the Frenchman's hand, twisting it with such force that Matarese screamed aloud. The gun was pried out of his fingers. Telenyakov slammed the man against the wall, hammering his knee into the Frenchman's groin, his left hand tearing at Marasese's right ear. "Prague has what? You have 1 second to tell me." He crashed his knee up into the Frenchman's testicles. "Now." "We work our way to the roof." Matarese choked the answer, spitting it out between clenched teeth, his hand thrown back in pain. "Floor by floor, to the roof." "Why?" My God, thought Vasily. There was a metal air duct connecting the hotel to the adjacent building. Did they know? He rammed his knee again and repeated, "Why?" "Prague believes Schofield thinks you have men in the streets. At the hotel doors. He'll wait until the police come. The confusion. He did something in the room. In the name of God, stop!" Vasily smashed the handle of the Frenchman's gun into Marasese's skull behind his left temple. The assassin collapsed as the wound spat blood. Telenyakov propelled the unconscious body along the wall, letting it drop so that it fell across the intersecting corridor. Whoever came out of room 213 would be greeted by another unexpected sight. The panic would mount, precious minutes obtained. The elevator on the left had responded to the Frenchman's call. Vasily raced inside and pressed the button for the third floor. The doors closed as far down the hallway 2 excited men ran out of room 213. One was the hotel manager. He saw the fallen Frenchman in the center of a blood-soaked carpet. He screamed. Schofield took off the jacket and the cap, bunching them in a corner, and put on his coat. The elevator stopped at the third floor. He tensed at the sight of a portly maid who walked in carrying towels over her arm. She nodded. He stared at her. The doors closed, and they proceeded to the fourth, where the maid got off. Bray reached over quickly and again pressed the button for the 6th floor. There were none above it. If it were possible, one part of the insanity was going to be over with. He was not going to run away only to start running again, wondering where the next trap would be sprung. Telenyakov was in the hotel, and that was all he had to know. Room 505. Telenyakov had given the number over the phone. He had said he would be waiting. Bray tried to think back, tried to recall a cipher or a code that matched the digits, but there were none he could remember, and he doubted the KGB man would pinpoint his location. 505. 5 Death 5? I'm waiting for you on the 5th floor. One of us will die. Was it as simple as that? Was Telenyakov reduced to a challenge? Was his ego so inflamed or his exhaustion so complete that there was nothing left but spelling out the dueling ground? For Christ's sake, let's get it over with. I'm coming, Telenyakov. You may be good, but you're no match for the man you call Beowulf Agate. Ego. So necessary. So tiring. The elevator reached the 6th floor. Bray held his breath as 2 well-dressed men entered. They were talking business, last year's figures the bothersome topic. Both glanced briefly, disapprovingly at him. He understood. The beard, his bloodshot eyes. He clutched his attaché case and avoided their looks. The door started to close, and Bray stepped forward, his hand inside his jacket. "Sorry," he muttered. "My floor." There was no one in the long corridor directly ahead, 4 stories above 211 and 213. Far down on the right were 2 doors with circular windows. The service elevator. One panel had just swung shut. It still trembled. Schofield pulled his automatic partially out of his belt, then held it in place when he heard the rattle of dishes beyond the swinging doors. A service tray was being taken away. A man concealing himself with intent to kill did not make noise. Down on the left, toward the staircase, a cleaning woman had finished a room. She pulled the door shut and wearily began to roll her cart toward the next. 505. 5 Death 5. If there was a meeting ground, he was above it on the high ground. But it was a high ground from which he could not see, and time was running out. He thought briefly of approaching the cleaning woman, using her as a point somehow, but his appearance ruled it out. His appearance ruled out a great many things. Shaving had been a luxury he could not afford. Relieving himself meant precious moments given up, away from the sounds of the trap. The little things became so ominous, so all-important during the waiting. And he was so tired. Using the service elevator had to be ruled out. It was an enclosure too easily immobilized, isolated. The staircase was not much better, but he had an advantage. Except for a roof, if there was an exit from the roof, it did not go higher. The sightlines favored the one above. Birds of prey swooped. They rarely attacked from below. Sharks did, however. Diversion. Any kind of diversion. Sharks were known to lunge up at inanimate objects, floating debris. Bray walked rapidly toward the heavy door to the staircase, stopping briefly at the cleaning woman's cart. He removed 4 glass ashtrays, stuffing them into his pockets, and wedged the attaché case between his arm and chest. As quietly as he could, he pressed on the crash bar. The heavy steel door opened. He started down the steps, staying close to the wall, listening for the sound of his enemy. It was there. Several stories below, he could hear rapid footsteps slapping against the concrete stairs. They stopped, and Schofield stood motionless. What followed confused him. There was a slicing sound, a series of quick movements, abrasive, metallic. What was it? He looked back up the steps at the metal door he had just walked through, and he knew. The staircase was essentially a fire exit. The crash bar doors opened from the inside, not from the staircase, thus inhibiting thieves. The person below was using a thin sheet of metal or plastic, stabbing the crack around the lock, pulling up and down to catch the rounded latch and open the door. The method was universal. Most fire exits could be manipulated this way if they were functional. They would be functional in this hotel. The abrasive slicing stopped. The door had been opened. Silence. The door slammed shut. Schofield moved to the edge of the steps and looked below. He saw nothing but angled railings, squared at the corners, descending into darkness. Silently, he lowered 1 foot at a time and reached the next landing. He was on the 5th floor. 505. A meaningless number, a meaningless verbal complication. Telenyakov's strategy was clear now, and logical. Bray would have used it himself. Once the chaos had begun, the Russian waited in the lobby, watching the elevators for a sign of his enemy, and when he did not appear, the assumption had to be that Beowulf was cut off, roving, probing for a way out. Only after Telenyakov was certain that his enemy had not run into the streets could he begin the final hunt from the staircase, lurching into the hallways, his weapon leveled for his moving target. But the Russian could not start the kill from the top. He had to begin from the staircase in the lobby. He was forced to give up the high ground, as deadly a disadvantage on the staircase as it was in the hill country. Schofield put down his attaché case and took out 2 of the glass ashtrays from his pocket. The waiting was about over. It would happen any second now. The door below crashed open. Bray hurled the first ashtray down between the railing. The smashing of glass echoed throughout the descending walls of concrete and steel. Footsteps lurching. The thud of a heavy body making contact with a wall. Schofield sprang toward the open space. He threw down the second ashtray. The glass shattered directly beneath. The figure below darted past the edge of the railing. Bray fired his gun. His enemy screamed, twisting in the air, hurling himself out of the sightline. Schofield took 3 steps down, pressing himself against the wall. He saw a thrashing leg and fired again. There was the singing sound of a bullet ricocheting off steel, embedding itself in cement. He had missed. He had wounded the Russian, but not lamed him. There was suddenly another sound. Sirens, distant, outside, drawing closer, and shouting, muted by the heavy exit doors. Orders screamed in corridors and hallways. Options were being cut off, the chance of escape diminishing with each new sound. It had to end now. There was nothing left but a final exchange. 100 lessons from the past were summarized in one. Draw fire first, make the gun expose itself, which means exposing part of you. A superficial wound means nothing if it saves your life. The seconds ticked off. There was no alternative. Bray took out the 2 remaining ashtrays from his pocket and hurled them over the open space above the railing. He stepped down, and at the first sound of shattering glass, swung out his left arm and shoulder, jabbing the air, arcing in a half-circle, part of him in the Russian's direct line of fire. But not his weapon. It was ready for his own attack. 2 deafening explosions filled the vertical tunnel. The gun was blown out of his hand, out of his right hand. He watched helplessly as the weapon sprang out of his fingers, specks of blood spreading over his palm, the high-pitched ring of a still ricocheting bullet bouncing from steel to steel. He had been disarmed by a misplaced shot, killed by an echo. The Browning automatic clattered down the staircase. He dove for it, yet even as he did so, he knew it was too late. The killer below came into view, struggling to his feet, the large barrel of his gun rising, directed at Schofield's head. It was not Telenyakov, not the face in 1,000 photographs, the face he had hated for a decade. It was the man from Prague, a man he had used so often in the cause of free-thinking people. That man was going to kill him now. 2 thoughts came rapidly, one upon the other, final summations, as it were. His death would come quickly. He was grateful for that, and at the last he had deprived Telenyakov of his trophy. "We all do our jobs," said the man from Prague, his 3 fingers tightening on the handle of the gun. "You taught me that, Beowulf. You'll never get out of here. You forget your own lessons, drop your weapons, leave with the crowds. I'll get out, but you won't. If you did, too many would die. Parazdit!" The voice thundered from above, no crash of a door preceding it, the man who roared having intruded swiftly, silently. The executioner from Prague spun to his left, ducking, swinging his powerful gun up the stairs at Vasily Telenyakov. The Russian fired one shot, drilling a hole in Prague's forehead. The Czech fell across Schofield as Bray lunged for his gun, grabbing it off the step, rolling furiously down around the bend in the staircase. He fired wildly up at the KGB man. He would not permit Telenyakov to save him from Prague only to preserve his trophy. "I'll see you take your last breath." "Not here, not now, not while I can move." And then he could not move. The impact came, and Schofield only knew that his head seemed to have split wide open. His eyes were filled with blinding streaks of jagged white light, somehow mingling with sounds of chaos, sirens, screams, voices yelling from distant chasms far below. In his rolling dive to get out of Telenyakov's line of fire, he had crashed his skull into the sharp steel edge of the corner railing post. A misplaced bullet, an echo, an inanimate shaft of structural steel. They would lead him to death. The image was blurred, but unmistakable. The figure of the powerfully built Russian came running down the staircase. Bray tried to raise the gun still in his hand. He could not. It was being crushed under a heavy boot. The weapon was being pried out of his hand. "Do it," whispered Schofield. "For Christ's sake, do it now. You've won by an accident. It's the only way you could." "I've won nothing. I want no such victory. Come, move. The police are here. They'll be swarming up the staircase any moment." Bray could feel the strong arms lifting him up, pulling his arm around a thick neck, a shoulder shoved into his side for support. "What the hell are you doing?" He was not sure the words were his. He could not think through the pain. "You're hurt. The wound in your neck has opened. It's not bad. But your head is cut. I don't know how severely." "What?" "There is a way out. This was my depot for 2 years. I know every inch of the building. Come, help me. Move your legs. The roof." "My case. I've got it." They were in a large, pitch-black metal enclosure, steady blasts of cold air causing the corrugated sides to rattle, the near-freezing temperature producing audible vibrations. They crawled along the ribbed floor in darkness. "This is the main air duct," explained Telenyakov, his voice low, aware of the magnified echo. "The unit serves the hotel and the adjacent office building. Both are comparatively small structures owned by the same company." Schofield had begun to find his mind again, the sheer movement forcing him to send impulses to his arms and legs. The Russian had torn a silk scarf apart, wrapping one half around Bray's head, the other around his throat. The bleeding had not stopped, but it was contained. He had found part of his mind, but there was still no clarity in what was happening. "You saved my life. I want to know why." "Keep your voice down," whispered the KGB man, "and keep moving. I want an answer. I gave it to you. You weren't convincing. You and I, we live only with lies. We see nothing else. From you I expect nothing else. In a few minutes you can make your determination. I give you that." "What do you mean?" "We'll reach the end of the duct. There is a transom 10 or 12 feet from the floor, in a rooftop storage area. Once down, I can get us out on the street, but every second counts. If there are people in the vicinity of the transom, they must be frightened away. Gunshots will do it. Fire above their heads." "What?" "Yes, I'll give you your gun back." "You killed my wife." "You killed my brother. Before that, your army of occupation returned the corpse of a young girl, a child I loved very much." "I don't know anything about that." "Now you do. Make your determination." The metal-webbed transom was perhaps 4 feet wide. Below was a huge, dimly lit room that served as a miniature warehouse filled with crates and boxes of supplies. There was no one in sight. Telenyakov handed Schofield the automatic and began forcing the metal screen from its brackets with his shoulder. It sprang loose and fell crashing to the cement floor. The Russian waited several moments for a response to the noise. There was none. He turned his body around and, legs first, began sliding out of the duct. His shoulders and head passed over the rim, his fingers gripping the edge. He was finding his balance, prepared for the drop to the floor. The strange sound came faintly at first, then louder. Step, scrape, step, scrape, step, scrape, step. Telenyakov froze, his body suspended between transom and floor. "Good morning, comrade," said the voice softly in Russian. "My walk has improved since Riga, no? They gave me a new foot." Bray pulled back into the shadows of the duct. Below, beside a large crate, was a man with a cane, a cripple whose right leg was no leg at all, but instead a limb of stiff, straight wood beneath the trousers. The man continued as he took a gun from his pocket. "I knew you too well, old friend. You were a great teacher. You gave me an hour to study your depot. There were several means of escape, but this is the one you would choose. I'm sorry, my teacher. We cannot afford you any longer." He raised his gun. Schofield fired. They raced into the alley across the street from the hotel on Nebraska Avenue. Both leaned against the brick wall, breathing heavily, their eyes on the activity beyond. 3 patrol cars, their lights revolving on their roofs, blocked the entrance of the hotel, hemming in an ambulance. 2 stretchers were carried out, the bodies covered with canvas. Another emerged. Telenyakov could see the bloodied head of Prague. Uniformed police held back curious pedestrians as their superiors rushed back and forth, barking into handheld radios, issuing orders. A net was being formed around the hotel, all exits covered, all windows observed, weapons drawn against the unexpected. "When you feel strong enough," said Telenyakov, speaking between swallows of air, "we'll slip into the crowds and walk several blocks away where it will be safer to find a taxi. However, I'll be honest with you. I don't know where to go." "I do," said Schofield, pushing himself away from the wall. "We'd better get going while there's confusion out there. Pretty soon they'll start an area search. They'll look for anyone wounded. There was a lot of gunfire." "One moment." The Russian faced Bray. 3 days ago I was on a truck in the hills outside of Sevastopol. I knew then what I would say to you if we met. I say it now. We will either kill each other, Beowulf Agate, or we will talk." Schofield stared at Telenyakov. "We may do both," he said. "Let's go." Chapter 11. The cabin was in the backwoods of Maryland, on the banks of the Patuxent River, fields on 3 sides, water below. It was isolated, no other houses within a mile in any direction, accessible only by a primitive dirt road over which no taxi would venture. None was asked to do so. Instead, Bray telephoned a man at the Iranian embassy, an unregistered Savak agent into hard drugs and exchange students whose exposure would be embarrassing to a benevolent Shah. A rented car was left for them in a metered parking lot on K Street, the keys under the floor mat. The cabin belonged to a professor of political science at Georgetown, a closet homosexual Schofield had befriended years ago when he had torn up a fragment of a dossier that had nothing to do with the man's ability to evaluate classified data for the State Department. Bray had used the cabin a number of times during his recalls to Washington, always when he wished to be beyond reach of the deskman, usually with a woman. A phone call to the professor was all that it took. No questions were asked, the location of the house key given. This afternoon it was nailed beneath the second shingle from the right on the front roof. Bray got it by using a ladder propped against a nearby tree. Inside, the decor was properly rustic. Heavy beams and Spartan furniture relieved by a profusion of quilted cushions, white walls, and red-checked curtains. Flanking the stone fireplace were floor-to-ceiling bookcases filled to capacity, the varied bindings lending additional color and warmth. "He is an educated man," said Telenyakov, his eyes scanning the titles. "Very," replied Bray, lighting a gas-fed Franklin stove. There were matches on the mantel, the kindling stacked and ready to light. "How convenient," said the KGB man, taking a wooden match from a small glass on the mantel, kneeling down and striking it. "It's part of the rent. Whoever uses the cabin cleans the fireplace and stacks it." "Part of the rent? What are the other arrangements?" "There's only one. Say nothing. About the place or the owner." "Again convenient." Telenyakov pulled his hand back as the fire leapt up from the dry wood. "Very," repeated Schofield, adjusting the heater, satisfied it was functioning. He stood up and faced the Russian. "I don't want to discuss anything until I've had some sleep. You may not agree, but that's the way it's going to be." "I have no objection. I'm not sure I'm capable of being lucid right now, and I must be when we talk. If it's possible, I've had less sleep than you." 2 hours ago we could have killed each other," said Bray, standing motionless. Neither of us did. Quite the reverse, agreed the KGB man. We prevented others from doing so, which cancels any obligation between us. No such obligations exist, of course. However, I submit you may find a larger one when we talk. You could be right, but I doubt it. You may have to live with Moscow, but I don't have to live with what happened here in Washington today. I can do something about it. Maybe that's the difference between us. For both our sakes, for all our sakes, I fervently hope you're right. I am. I'm also going to get some sleep. Schofield pointed to a couch against the wall. That pulls out into a bed. There are blankets in the closet over there. I'll use the bedroom. He started for the door, then stopped and turned to the Russian. Incidentally, the room will be locked, and I'm a very light sleeper. A condition that afflicts us both, I'm sure, said Telenyakov. You have nothing to fear from me. I never did, Bray said. Schofield heard faint, sharp, crackling sounds and spun under the sheets, his hand gripping the Browning automatic by his knees. He raised it beneath the covers as his feet shot out over the side of the bed. He was prepared to crouch and fire. There was no one in the room. Moonlight streamed through the north window, shafts of colorless white light separated by the thick panes into single streaks of suspended, eerie illumination. For a moment he was not sure where he was, so complete had been his exhaustion, so deep his sleep. He knew by the time his feet touched the floor his enemy was in the next room, a very strange enemy who had saved his life, and whose life he had saved minutes later. Bray looked at the luminous dial of his watch. It was 4:15 in the morning. He had slept nearly 13 hours, the heavy weight of his arms and legs, the adhesive moisture in his eyes, and the dryness of his throat, evidence of his having moved very little during that time. He sat for a while on the side of the bed, breathing the cold air deeply, putting the gun down and shaking his hands, slapping his fingers together. He looked over at the locked door of the bedroom. Telenyakov was up and had started a fire, the sharp crackling now the unmistakable sound of burning wood. Schofield decided to put off seeing the Russian for a few more minutes. His face itched, the growth of his beard so uncomfortable it had caused the beginning of a rash on his neck. There was always shaving equipment in the bathroom. He would afford himself the luxury of a shave and change the bandages he had placed on his neck and skull 14 hours ago. It would postpone for a bit longer his talk with the former defected KGB man. Whatever it concerned, Bray wanted no part of it, yet the unexpected events and decisions of the past 24 hours told him he was already involved. It was 4:37 when he unlocked the door and opened it. Telenyakov was standing in front of the fire, sipping from a cup in his hand. I apologize if the fire awakened you, the Russian said, or the sound of the front door, if you heard it. The heater went out, said Schofield, looking down at the flameless Franklin. I think the propane tank is empty. Is that why you went outside? No, I went outside to relieve myself. There's no toilet here. I forgot. Did you hear me leave, or return? Is that coffee? Yes, answered Telenyakov. A bad habit I picked up from the West. Your tea has no character. The pot's on the burner. The KGB man gestured beyond a room divider where stove, sink, and refrigerator were lined up against the wall. I'm surprised you did not smell it boiling. I thought I did, lied Schofield, crossing to the stove and the pot, but it was weak. And now we've both made our childish points. Childishly, added Bray, pouring coffee. You keep saying you have something to tell me. Go ahead. First, I shall ask you a question. Have you ever heard of an organization called the Matarese? Schofield paused, remembering. He nodded. Political killers for hire, run by a council in Corsica. It started well over a half-century ago and died out in the middle 40s after the war. What about it? It never died out. It went further underground, became dormant, if you like, but it returned in a far more dangerous form. It's been operating since the early 50s. It operates now. It has infiltrated the most sensitive and powerful areas of both our governments. Its objective is the control over both our countries. The Matarese was responsible for the murders of General Blackburn here and Dmitri Yuryevich in my country.
Bray sipped his coffee, studying the Russian's face over the rim of the cup. "How do you know that? Why do you believe it?" An old man who saw more in his lifetime than you and I combined made the identification. He was not wrong. He was one of the few who admitted, or will ever admit, having dealt with the Matarese. Saw? Was? Past tenses. He died. He called for me while he was dying. He wanted me to know. He had access to information neither you nor I would be given under any circumstances. Who was he? Alexei Krupskaya. The name is meaningless, I realize, so I'll explain. Meaningless, interrupted Schofield, crossing to an armchair in front of the fire and sitting down. Not entirely. Krupskaya, the white cat of Krivoy Rog. Istrabitali, the last of the exterminators from Section 9 KGB. The original 9, of course. You do your schoolwork well, but then, as they say, you're a Harvard man. That kind of schoolwork can be helpful. Krupskaya was banished 20 years ago. He became a non-person. If he were alive, I figured he was vegetating in Groznow, not a consultant being fed information by people in the Kremlin. I don't believe your story. Believe it now, said Telenyakov, sitting down opposite Bray. Because it was not people in the Kremlin, just one man, his son. For 30 years, one of the highest-ranking survivors of the Politburo. For the past 6, Premier of Soviet Russia. Schofield put his cup down on the floor and again studied the KGB man's face. It was the face of a practiced liar, a professional liar, but not a liar by nature. He was not lying now. Krupskaya's son, the Premier, that's a shock. As it was to me, but not so shocking when you think about it. Guided at every turn, protected by his father's extensive collection of, shall we say, memorabilia. Hypothetically, it could have happened here. Suppose your late John Edgar Hoover had a politically ambitious son. Who could have stood in his way? Hoover's secret files would have paved any road, even the one leading to the Oval Office. The landscape is different, but the trees are the same genus. They haven't varied much since the senators gave Rome to Caligula. What did Krupskaya tell you? The past first. There were things I could not believe until I spoke of them to several retired leaders of the Politburo. One frightened old man confirmed them. The others caused a plan to be mounted that called for my execution. Yes, Vasily Vasilievich Telenyakov, master strategist, KGB. An irascible man who may have seen his best years, but whose knowledge could be called upon for several decades, perhaps, from a farm in Groznow. We are a practical people. That would have been the practical solution. In spite of the minor doubts we all have, I believed that. I knew it was my future. But not after I mentioned the Matarese. Abruptly, everything changed. I, who have served my country well, was suddenly the enemy. What specifically did Krupskaya say? What, in your judgment, was confirmed? Telenyakov recounted the dying Istrabitali's words, admissions that traced scores of assassinations to the Matarese, including Stalin, Beria, and Roosevelt. How the Corsican organization had been used by all the major governments, both within their borders and outside of them. None were exempt from the stain. Soviet Russia, England, France, Germany, Italy, the United States. The leaders of each, at one time or another, had made contracts with the Matarese. That's all been speculated upon before, said Bray. Quietly, I grant you, but nothing concrete ever came of the investigations. Because no one of substance ever dared testify. In Krupskaya's words, the revelations would be catastrophic for governments everywhere. Now there are new tactics being employed, all for the purpose of creating instability in the power centers. What are they? Acts of terrorism, bombings, kidnappings, the hijacking of aircraft, ultimatums issued by bands of fanatics, wholesale slaughter promised if they are not met. They grow in numbers every month, and the vast majority are funded by the Matarese. How? I can only surmise. The Matarese Council studies the objectives of the parties involved, sends in the experts, and provides covert financing. Fanatics do not labor over the sources of funds, only their availability. I submit that you and I have used such men and women more often than we can count. For distinctly accountable purposes, said Bray, picking up his cup from the floor. What about Blackburn and Yurievich?
What did the Matarese accomplish by killing them? Krupskaya believed it was to test the leaders, to see if their own men could control each government's reactions. I'm not so sure now. I think perhaps there was something else. Frankly, because of what you've told me. What's that? Yurievich. You said he was your operation, is that true? Bray frowned. True, but not that simple. Yurievich was gray. He wasn't going to defect in any normal sense. He was a scientist, convinced both sides had gone too far. He didn't trust the maniacs. It was a probe. We weren't sure where we were going. Are you aware that General Blackburn, who was nearly destroyed by the war in Vietnam, did what no chairman of the Joint Chiefs has ever done in your history? He met secretly with your potential enemies. In Sweden, in the city of Skellefteå on the Gulf of Bothnia, traveling undercover as a tourist. It was our judgment that he would go to any length to avoid the repetition of pointless slaughter. He abhorred conventional warfare, and he did not believe nuclear weapons would ever be used. The Russian stopped and leaned forward. Two men who believed deeply, passionately in the rejection of human sacrifice, who sought accommodation, both killed by the Matarese. So perhaps testing was only a part of the exercise. There could well have been another. Eliminate powerful men who believed in stability. At first, Schofield did not reply. The information about Blackburn was astonishing. In the testing, then, they pointed at me with Yurievich. And at me with Blackburn, completed Telenyakov. A Browning Magnum, grade 4, was used to kill Yurievich. A Grasburia for Blackburn. And both of us set up for execution. Exactly, said the Soviet. Because above all men in either country's intelligence service, we cannot be permitted to live. That will never change because we cannot change. Krupskaya was right. We are diversions. We will be used and killed. We are too dangerous. Why do they think so? They've studied us. They know we could no more accept the Matarese than we do the maniacs within our own branches. We are dead men, Schofield. Speak for yourself. Bray was suddenly angry. I'm out. Terminated. Finished. I don't give a goddamn what happens out there. Don't you make judgments about me. They've already been made. By others. Because you say so? Schofield got up, putting the coffee down, his hand not far from the Browning in his belt. Because I believed the man who told me. It's why I'm here, why I saved your life and did not take it myself. I have to wonder about that, don't I? What? Everything timed, even to your knowing where Prague was on the staircase? I killed a man who had you under his gun. Prague? A minor sacrifice. I'm a terminated encyclopedia. I have no proof my government reached Moscow, only possible conclusions based on what you told me. Maybe I'm missing the obvious. Maybe the great Telenyakov is eating a little temporary crow to bring in Beowulf agate. Damn you, Schofield, roared the KGB man, springing up from the chair. I should have let you die. Hear me clearly. What you suggest is unthinkable, and the KGB knows it. My feelings run too deep. I'd never bring you in. I'd kill you first. Bray stared at the Russian, the honesty of Telenyakov's statement obvious. I believe you, said Schofield, nodding, his anger diminishing in weariness. But it doesn't change anything. I don't care. I really don't give a goddamn. I'm not even sure I want to kill you anymore. I just want to be left alone. Bray turned away. Take the keys to the car and get out of here. Consider yourself alive. Thank you for your generosity, Beowulf, but I'm afraid it's too late. What? Schofield turned back to the Soviet. I did not finish. A man was caught, chemicals administered. There is a timetable, 2 months, 3 at the outside. The words were, Moscow by assassination, Washington by political maneuver, murder if necessary. When it happens, neither you nor I will survive. They'll track us to the ends of the earth. Wait a minute, said Bray, furious. Are you telling me that your people have a man? Had, corrected Telenyakov. Cyanide was implanted under his skin. He reached it. But he was heard. He was taped, recorded. His words were there. Heard, not taped, not recorded. And only by one man, who was warned by his father not to permit anyone else to listen. The Premier? Yes. Then he knows. Yes, he knows. And all he can do is try to protect himself. Nothing particularly new in his position, but he can't speak of it. For to speak of it, as Krupskaya said, is to acknowledge the past. This is the age of conspiracy, Schofield. Who cares to bring up past contracts? In my country, there are a number of unexplained corpses. You're not so different over here. The Kennedys, Martin Luther King, perhaps most stunning, Franklin Roosevelt. We could all be at each other's throats, more precisely, on the nuclear buttons, if our combined pasts were revealed. What would you do if you were the premier? Protect myself, said Bray softly. Oh, my God. Now do you see? I don't want to. I really don't want to. I'm out. I submit that you cannot be. Nor I. The proof was yesterday on Nebraska Avenue. We're marked. They want us. They convinced others to have us killed for the wrong reasons, but they were behind the strategy. Can you doubt it? I wish I could. The manipulators are always the easiest to manipulate. Con men, the biggest suckers. Jesus. Schofield walked to the stove to pour himself more coffee. Suddenly he was struck by something not said, unclear. I don't understand. From what little's known about the Matarese, it started as a cult and evolved into a business. It accepted contracts, or supposedly accepted contracts, on the basis of feasibility and price. It killed for money. It was never interested in power, per se. Why is it interested now? I don't know, said the KGB man. Neither did Krupskaya. He was dying and not very lucid. But he said the answer might be in Corsica. Corsica? Why? It's where it all began. Not where it is, if it is. The word was that the Matarese moved out of Corsica in the mid-30s. Contracts were negotiated as far away as London, New York, even Berlin, centers of international traffic. Then perhaps clues to an answer is more appropriate. The Council of the Matarese was formed in Corsica, only one name ever revealed, Guillaume de Matarese. Who were the others? Where did they go? Who are they now? There's a quicker way of finding out than going to Corsica. If the Matarese is even a whisper in Washington, there's one person who can track it down. He's the one I was going to call anyway. I wanted my life straightened out. Who is he? Robert Winthrop, said Bray. The creator of consular operations. The Russian nodded. A good man who had no stomach for what he built. The Konzop you're referring to isn't the one he began. He's still the only man I've heard of who can call up to the White House and see the president in 20 minutes. Very little goes on that he doesn't know about, or can't find out about. Schofield glanced over at the fire, remembering. It's strange. In a way, he's responsible for everything I am, and he doesn't approve of me. But I think he'll listen. The nearest telephone booth was 3 miles down the highway beyond the dirt road to the cabin. It was 8:10 when Bray stepped in, shielding his eyes from the glare of the morning sun, and pulled the glass door shut. He had found Winthrop's private number in his attaché case. He had not called it in years. He dialed, hoping it was still the same. It was. The cultivated voice on the line brought back many memories, possibilities missed, many others taken. Schofield, where are you? I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Please try to understand. I understand you're in a great deal of trouble, and nothing will be served by running away. Congdon called. The man killed in the hotel was shot with a Russian gun. I know. The Russian who killed him saved my life. That man was sent by Congdon. So were the other two. They were my execution team, from Prague, Marseille, and Amsterdam. Oh, my God. The elder statesman was silent for a moment, and Bray did not interrupt that silence. Do you know what you're saying? Asked Winthrop. Yes, sir. You know me well enough to know I wouldn't say it unless I were sure. I'm not mistaken. I spoke to the man from Prague before he died. He confirmed it? In oblique words, yes. But then that's how those cables are sent. The words are always oblique. Again there was a moment of silence before the old man spoke. I can't believe it, Bray, for a reason you couldn't know. Congdon came to see me a week ago. He was concerned how you'd take retirement. He had the usual worries. A highly knowledgeable agent terminated against his will with too much time on his hands, perhaps too much to drink. He's a cold fellow, that Congdon, and I'm afraid he angered me. After all you've been through, to have so little trust. I rather sardonically mentioned what you've just described. Not that I ever dreamed he would consider such a thing, just that I was appalled at his attitude. So I can't believe it, don't you see? He'd know I'd recognize it. He wouldn't take that risk. Then someone gave him the order, sir. That's what we have to talk about. Those 3 men knew where to find me, and there was only one way they could have learned. It was a KGB drop, and they were Kanzap personnel. Moscow gave it to Congdon. He relayed it. Congdon reached the Soviets? That's not plausible. Even if he tried, why would they cooperate? Why would they reveal a drop? Their own man was part of the negotiation. They wanted him killed. He was trying to contact me. We'd exchanged cables. Telenyakov? It was Schofield's moment to pause. He answered quietly, "Yes, sir." "A white contact?" "Yes. I misread it, but that's what it was. I'm convinced now." "You? And Telenyakov? Extraordinary. The circumstances are extraordinary. Do you remember an organization from the 40s that went by the name of the Matarese?" They agreed to meet at 9 o'clock that evening, a mile north of the Missouri Avenue exit of Rock Creek Park on the eastern side. There was an indented stretch of pavement off the road where automobiles could park and strollers could enter the various paths that overlooked a scenic ravine. Winthrop intended to cancel the day's appointments and concentrate on learning whatever there was to learn about Bray's astonishing, if fragmentary, information. "He'll convene the 40 committee if he has to," said Schofield to Telenyakov on the way back to the cabin. "Can he do that?" asked the Russian. "The President can," answered Bray. The 2 men talked little during the day, the strain of proximity uncomfortable for each. Telenyakov read from the extensive bookshelves, glancing at Schofield now and then, the look in his eyes a mixture of remembered fury and curiosity. Bray felt the glances. He refused to acknowledge them. He listened to the radio for news reports about the carnage at the hotel on Nebraska Avenue and the death of a Russian attaché in the adjacent building. They were played down, de-emphasized, no mention made of the dead embassy official. The hotel killings were theorized to be foreign in origin. That much was allowed, and no doubt criminally oriented, probably related to upper-level narcotics. The suppressants had been applied. The Department of State had moved swiftly with sure-footed censorship. And with each progressively fading report, Schofield felt progressively trapped. He was becoming intrinsic to something he wanted no part of. His new life was not around the corner any longer. He began to wonder where it was, or if it would be. He was being inexorably drawn into an enigma called the Matarese. At 4 o'clock he went for a walk in the fields and along the banks of the Patuxent. As he left the cabin, he made sure the Russian saw him slip the Browning automatic into his holster. The KGB man did see. He placed his Grasburia on the table next to the chair. At 5 o'clock, Telenyakov made an observation. "I think we should position ourselves a good hour before the appointment." "I trust Winthrop," replied Bray. "With good reason, I'm sure, but can you trust those he'll be contacting?" "He won't tell anyone he's meeting us. He wants to talk to you at length. He'll have questions. Names, past positions, military ranks. I'll try to provide answers where they are relative to the Matarese. I will not be compromised in other areas." "Bully for you." "Nevertheless, I still think—" "We'll leave in 15 minutes, interrupted Schofield. "There's a diner on the way. We'll eat separately." At 7:35, Bray drove the rented car into the south end of the parking area on the border of Rock Creek Park. He and the KGB man made 4 penetrations into the woods, sweeping in arcs off the paths, checking the trees and the rocks and the ravine below for signs of intruders. The night was bitterly cold. There were no strollers, no one anywhere. They met at a prearranged spot on the edge of the small gorge. Telenyakov spoke first. "I saw nothing. The area is secure." Schofield looked at his watch in the darkness. "It's nearly 8:30. I'll wait by the car. You stay up here at this end. I'll meet with him first and then signal you." "How? It's several hundred yards." "I'll strike a match." "Very appropriate." "What?" "Nothing. It's unimportant." At 2 minutes to 9, Winthrop's limousine came out of the Rock Creek exit, drove into the parking area, and stopped within 20 feet of the rented car. The sight of the chauffeur disturbed Bray, but only momentarily. Schofield recognized the huge man almost instantly. He had been with Robert Winthrop for more than 2 decades. Rumors about a checkered Marine Corps career, cut short by several courts-martial, followed the chauffeur, but Winthrop never discussed him other than to call him my friend Stanley. No one ever pressed. Bray walked out of the shadows toward the limousine. Stanley opened the door and was on the pavement in one motion, his right hand in his pocket, in his left a flashlight. He turned it on. Schofield shut his eyes. It went off in seconds. "Hello, Stanley," said Bray. "It's been a long time, Mr. Schofield," replied the chauffeur. "Nice to see you." "Thanks, good to see you." "The ambassador's waiting," continued the driver, reaching down and snapping the lock release. "The door's open now." "Fine. By the way, in a couple of minutes I'm going to get out of the car and strike a match. It's the signal for a man to come and join us. He's up at the other end. He'll walk out of one of the paths." "I gotcha. The ambassador said there'd be 2 of you. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, if you still smoke those thin cigars of yours, wait till I get out before you light up. I'd like a few moments alone with Mr. Winthrop." "You've got a hell of a memory," said Stanley, tapping his jacket pocket with the flashlight. "I was about to have one." Bray got into the back seat of the car and faced the man who was responsible for his life. Winthrop had grown old, but in the dim light his eyes were still electric, still filled with concern. They shook hands, the elder statesman prolonging the grip. "I've thought about you often," he said softly, his eyes searching Schofield's, then noting the bandages and wincing. "I have mixed feelings, but I don't think I have to tell you that." "No, sir, you don't." "So many things changed, didn't they, Bray? The ideals, the opportunities to do so much for so many. We were crusaders, really, at the beginning." The old man released Schofield's hand and smiled. "Do you remember? You came up with a processing plan that was to be cross-collateralized with Lend-Lease, debts in occupied territories for multiple immigration. A brilliant concept in economic diplomacy. I've always said that. Human lives for monies that were never going to be repaid anyway. It would have been rejected. Probably, but in the arena of world opinion it would have pushed the Soviets to the wall. I recall your words. You said, if we're supposed to be a capitalistic government, don't walk away from it. Use it. Define it. American citizens paid for half the Russian army. Stress the psychological obligation. Get something. Get people. Those were your words." That was a graduate student expounding on naive theoretical geopolitics. There's often a great deal of truth in such naivete. You know, I can still see that graduate student. I wonder about him. "There's no time now, sir," interrupted Schofield. "Telenyakov's waiting. Incidentally, we checked the area. It's clear." The old man's eyes blinked. "Did you think it would be otherwise?" "I was worried about a tap on your phone." "No need for that," said Winthrop. "Such devices have to be listed somewhere, recorded somewhere. I wouldn't care to be the person who did such a thing. Too many private conversations take place on my telephone. It's my best protection." "Did you learn anything?" "About the Matarese? No. And yes. No, in the sense that even the most rarefied intelligence data contained no mention of it whatsoever, hasn't for the past 43 years. The President assured me of this, and I trust him. He was appalled. He leapt at the possibility and put men on the alert. He was furious and frightened, I think." "What's the yes?" The old man chose his words carefully. "It's obscure, but it's there. Before I decided to call the President, I reached 5 men who for years, decades, have been involved in the most sensitive areas of intelligence and diplomacy. Of the 5, 3 remembered the Matarese and were shocked. They offered to do whatever they could to help. The specter of the Matarese's return was quite terrifying to them. Yet the other 2, men who, if anything, are far more knowledgeable than their colleagues, claimed never to have heard of it. Their reactions made no sense. They had to have heard of it. Just as I had. My information minimal, but certainly not forgotten. When I said as much, when I pressed them, both behaved rather strangely, and, considering our past associations, not without insult. Each treated me as though I were some kind of senile patrician, given to senile fantasies. Really, it was astonishing. Who were they? Again, odd. A flash of light in the distance. Schofield's eyes were drawn to it. And another. And another. Matches were being struck in rapid succession. Telenyakov. The KGB man was cupping matches and lighting one after another furiously. It was a warning. Telenyakov was warning him that something had happened, was happening. Suddenly the distant flame was constant, but broken by a hand held in front of the flame, in rapid sequences, more light, less light. Basic Morse, dots and dashes. 3 dots repeated twice, S. A long spill repeated once. A single dash, T. S, T. What's the matter? Asked Winthrop. Just a second, replied Schofield. 3 dots, broken, then followed by a dash. The letters S and T were being repeated. S-T. Surveillance, terminal. The flame moved to the left, toward the road bordering the woods of the parking area, and was extinguished. The Soviet agent was repositioning himself. Bray turned back to the old man. How certain are you about your telephone? Very. It's never been tapped. I have ways of knowing. They may not be extensive enough. Schofield touched the window button. The glass rolled down, and he called to the chauffeur standing in front of the limousine. Stan, come here. The driver did so. When you drove through the park, did you check to see if anyone followed you? Sure did, and no way. I keep one eye on the rearview mirror. I always do, especially when we're meeting someone at night. Did you see the light up there? Was it your man? Yes, he was telling me someone else was here. Impossible, said Winthrop emphatically. If there is, it's no concern of ours. This is, after all, a public park. I don't want to alarm you, sir, but Telenyakov's experienced. There are no headlights, no cars in the road. Whoever's out there doesn't want us to know it, and it's not a night for a casual walk. I'm afraid it does concern us. Bray opened the door. Stan, I'm going to grab my briefcase from my car. When I get back, drive out of here. Stop briefly at the north end of the lot by the road. What about the Russian? Asked Winthrop. That's why we're stopping. He'll know enough to jump in. He'd better. Wait a minute, said Stanley, no deference in his voice. If there's any trouble, I'm not stopping for anyone. I've only got one job, to get him out of here. Not you or anybody else. We don't have time to argue. Start the engine. Bray ran to the rented car, the keys in his hand. He unlocked the door, removed his attaché case from the front seat, and started back toward the limousine. He never reached it. A beam of powerful light pierced through the darkness, aimed at Robert Winthrop's huge automobile. Stanley was behind the wheel, gunning the motor, prepared to bolt out of the area. Whoever held the light was not going to allow that to happen. He wanted that car, and whoever was in that car. The limousine's wheels spun, screeching on the pavement, as the huge car surged forward. A staccato spray of gunfire erupted. Windows shattered, bullets crunched into metal. The limousine weaved back and forth in abrupt half-circles, seemingly out of control. 2 loud reports came from the woods beyond. The searchlight exploded. A scream of pain followed. Winthrop's car straightened out briefly, then lurched into a sharp left turn. Caught in the headlights were 2 men, weapons drawn, a third on the ground. Bray's gun was in his hand. He dropped to the pavement and fired. One of the 2 men fell. The limousine completed the turn and roared out of the parking lot into the southbound road. Schofield rolled to his right. 2 shots were fired, the bullets singing off the pavement where he had been seconds ago. Bray got to his feet and ran in the darkness toward the railing that fronted the ravine. He lunged over the top rail, his attaché case slamming into the wood post, the sound distinct. The next gunshot was expected. It came as he hugged the earth and the rocks. Lights. Headlights. 2 beams shooting overhead, accompanied by the sound of a racing car. The smashing of glass came hard upon tires, screeching to a sudden stop. A shout, unclear, hysterical, cut off by a loud explosion, preceded silence. The engine had stalled, the headlights still on, revealing curls of smoke, and 2 immobile bodies on the ground, a third on his knees, looking around in panic. The man heard something. He spun and raised his gun. A weapon was fired from the woods. It was final. The would-be killer fell. "Schofield!" Telenyakov shouted. "Over here!" Bray lunged up over the railing and ran toward the source of the Russian's voice. Telenyakov walked out of the woods. He was no more than 10 feet from the stalled automobile. Both men approached the car warily. The driver's window had been shattered, blown apart by a single shot from the KGB man's automatic. The head beyond the fragmented glass was bloodied but recognizable. The right hand was wrapped in a tight bandage, still wrapped from an injured thumb broken on a bridge in Amsterdam at 3 o'clock in the morning by an angry, tired older man. It was the aggressive young agent, Harry, who had killed so needlessly in the rain that night. "I don't believe it," said Schofield. "You know him?" asked Telenyakov, a curious note in his voice. "His name was Harry. He worked for me in Amsterdam." The Russian was silent for a moment, then spoke. "He was with you in Amsterdam, but he did not work for you, and his name was not Harry. That young man is a Soviet intelligence officer, trained since the age of 9 at the American compound in Novgorod. He was a VKR agent." Bray studied Telenyakov's face, then looked back through the shattered window at Harry. "Congratulations. Things fall into place more clearly now." "They don't for me, I'm afraid," said the KGB man. "Believe me when I tell you that it is most unlikely that any order out of Moscow would include a direct attack on Robert Winthrop. We are not fools. He's above reprisals, a voice and a skill to be preserved, not struck down, and certainly not for such personnel as you and me." "What do you mean?" "This was an execution team, as surely as those men at the hotel. You and I were not to be isolated, not to be taken separately. The kill was inclusive. Winthrop was to be executed as well, and for all we know, he may have been. I submit that the order did not come from Moscow." "It didn't come from the State Department, I'm damn sure of that." "Agreed. Neither Washington nor Moscow, but a source capable of issuing orders in the name of one or the other, or both." "The Matarese?" said Schofield. The Russian nodded. The Matarese. Bray held his breath, trying to think, to absorb it all. If Winthrop's still alive, he'll be caged, trapped, held under a microscope. I won't be able to get near him. They'd kill me on sight." "Again, I agree. Are there others you trust that can be reached?" "It's crazy," said Schofield, shivering in the cold, and at the thought that now struck him. "There should be, but I don't know who they are. Whoever I went to would have to turn me over. The laws are clear about that. Police warrants aside, there's a little matter of national security. The case against me will be built quickly, legally. Suspected of treason, internal espionage, delivering information to the enemy. No one will touch me." "Surely there are people who will listen to you." "Listen to what? What do I tell them? What have I got? You? You'd be thrown into a maximum security hospital before you could say your name. The words of a dying Ishtrebiteli? A communist killer? Where's the verification, even the logic? God damn it, we're cut off. All we've got are shadows." Telenyakov took a step forward, his conviction in his voice. "Perhaps old Krupskaya was right. Perhaps the answer is in Corsica after all." "Oh, Christ. Hear me out. You say we have only shadows. If so, we need a great deal more. If we had more, traced even a few names, constructed a fabric of probability, built our own case, if you will, then could you go to someone, force him to listen to you?" "From a distance," answered Bray slowly. "Only from a distance, beyond reach." "Naturally. The case would have to be more than probable. It'd have to be damned conclusive." "I could move men in Moscow if I had such proof. It was my hope that over here an inquiry might be made with less evidence. You're notorious for your never-ending Senate inquiries. I merely assumed it could be done, that you could bring it about. Not now, not me. Corsica, then?" "I don't know. I'd have to think about it. There's still Winthrop." "You said yourself you could not reach him. If you tried to get near him, they'd kill you." "People have tried before. I'll protect myself. I've got to find out what happened. He saw it for himself. If he's alive and I can talk to him, he'll know what to do." "And if he's not alive, or you cannot reach him?" Schofield looked at the dead men on the pavement. "Maybe the only thing that's left. Corsica. The KGB man shook his head. "I look at odds more thoroughly than you, Beowulf. I won't wait. I won't risk that hospital you speak of. I'll go to Corsica now. If you do, start on the southeast coast, north of Porto Vecchio. Why? It's where it all began. It's Matarese country." Telenyakov nodded. Again the schoolwork. "Thank you. Perhaps we'll meet in Corsica." "Can you get out of the country?" asked Bray. "Getting in, getting out, easily managed. These are not obstacles. What about yourself, if you decide to join me?" "I can buy my way to London, to Paris. I've got accounts there. If I do, count on 3 days, 4 at the outside. There are small inns up in the hills. I'll find you." Schofield stopped. Both men turned swiftly at the sound of an approaching automobile. A sedan swung casually off the road into the parking area. In the front seat was a couple, the man's arm draped over the woman's shoulder. The headlights shone directly on the immobile bodies on the pavement, the spill illuminating the shattered window of the stalled car and the bloody head inside. The driver whipped his arm off the woman's shoulder, pushing her down on the seat, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. He spun it violently to the right and sped back into the road, the roar of the motor echoing throughout the woods and the open space. "They'll reach the police," said Bray. "Let's get out of here." "I submit it would be best not to use that car," replied the KGB man. "Why not?" "Winthrop's chauffeur. You may trust him. I'm not sure I do." "That's crazy. He was damn near killed." Telenyakov gestured at the dead men on the pavement. "These were marksmen, Russian or American, it makes no difference. They were experts. The Matarese would employ no less. The windshield of that limousine was at least 5 feet wide, the driver behind it an easy target for a novice. Why wasn't he shot? Why wasn't that car stopped? We looked for traps, Beowulf. We were led into one, and we didn't see it. Perhaps even by Winthrop himself." Bray felt sick. He had no answer. "We'll separate. It's better for both of us." "Corsica, perhaps?" "Maybe. You'll know if I get there." "Very well." "Telenyakov?" "Yes." "Thanks for using the matches. Under the circumstances, I believe you would have done the same for me." "Under the circumstances, yes, I would." "Has it struck you? We did not kill each other, Beowulf Agate. We talked." "We talked." A lone siren was carried on the cold night wind. Others would be heard soon. Patrol cars would converge on the killing ground. Both men turned away from each other and ran, Schofield down the dark path into the woods beyond the rented car, Telenyakov toward the railing that fronted the ravine in Rock Creek Park. Part 2. Chapter 12. The thick-beamed fishing boat plowed through the chopping swells like a heavy, awkward animal, dimly aware that the waters were unfriendly. Waves slapped against the bow and the sides, sending cascading sprays over the gunwales, the tails of salt whipped by the early morning winds into the faces of men handling the nets. One man, however, was not involved with the drudgery of the catch. He pulled at no rope and manipulated no hook, nor did he join in the cursing and laughter that were byproducts of making a living from the sea. Instead, he sat alone on the deck, a thermos of coffee in one hand, a cupped cigarette in the other. It was understood that should French or Italian patrol boats approach, he would become a fisherman, but if none did, he was to be left by himself. No one objected to this strange man without a name, for each member of the crew was 100,000 lire richer for his presence. The boat had picked him up on a pier in San Vincenzo. The vessel's schedule had called for a dawn departure from the Italian coast, but the stranger had suggested that if the coast of Corsica were seen by dawn, captain and crew would have a far better catch for their labors. Rank had its privileges. The captain received 150,000 lire. They had sailed out of San Vincenzo before midnight. Schofield twisted the top back onto the thermos and threw his cigarette over the side. He stood up and stretched, peering through the mists at the coastline. They had made good time. According to the captain, they would be in sight of Solenzara within minutes, and within an hour they would drop off their esteemed passenger between St. Lucie and Porto Vecchio. No problems were anticipated.
There were scores of deserted inlets on the rocky shoreline for a temporarily disabled fishing boat. Bray yanked on the cord looped around the handle of his attaché case and strapped it to his wrist. It was firm and wet. The string burn on his wrist was irritated by the salt water, but it would heal quickly, actually aided by the salt. The precaution might seem unwarranted, but the appearance of it was as valuable as the attachment. One could doze, and Corsos were known to be quick to relieve travelers of valuables, especially travelers who journeyed without identification, but with money. Signore, the captain approached, his wide smile revealing an absence of key teeth. Ecco Solenzara, ci arriveremo subito, 30 minuti, e nord di Porto Vecchio. Benissimo, grazie. Prego. In a half hour he'd be on land, in Corsica, in the hills where the Matarese was born. That it had been born was not disputed. That it had provided assassins for hire until the mid-30s was accepted as a firm probability. But so little was known about it that no one really knew how much of its story was myth and how much was based in reality. The legend was both encouraged and scorned at the same time. It was basically an enigma because no one understood its origins. Only that a madman named Guillaume de Matarese had summoned a council, from where was never recorded, and given birth to a band of assassins, based, some said, on the killer society of Hasar ibn al-Sabah in the 11th century. Yet this smacked of cult orientation, thus feeding the myth and diminishing the reality. No court testimony was ever given, no assassin ever caught, who could be traced to an organization called the Matarese. If there were confessions, none were ever made public. Still the rumors persisted. Stories were circulated in high places. Articles appeared in responsible newspapers, only to be denied editorial substance in later editions. Several independent studies were begun. If any were completed, no one knew about them. And through it all, governments made no comment. Ever. They were silent. And for a young intelligence officer studying the history of assassination years ago, it was this silence that lent a certain credibility to the Matarese. Just as another silence, suddenly imposed 3 days ago, convinced him that the rendezvous in Corsica was no proposal made in the heat of violence, but the only thing that was left. The Matarese remained an enigma, but it was no myth. It was a reality. A powerful man had gone to other powerful men and spoken the name in alarm. It was not to be tolerated. Robert Winthrop had disappeared. Bray had run from Rock Creek Park 3 nights ago and made his way to a motel on the outskirts of Fredericksburg. For 6 hours he had traveled up and down the highway calling Winthrop from a series of telephone booths, never the same one twice, hitching rides on the pretext of a disabled car to put distance between them. He had talked to Winthrop's wife, alarming her, he was sure, but saying nothing of substance, only that he had to speak with the ambassador. Until it was dawn, and there was no answer on the phone, just interminable rings spaced farther and farther apart, or so it seemed, and no one at all on the line. There had been nowhere to turn, no one to go to. The networks were spreading out for him. If they found him, his termination would be complete. He understood that. If he was permitted to live, it would be within the 4 walls of a cell, or worse, as a vegetable. But he did not think he would be permitted to live. Telenyakov was right. They were both marked. If there was an answer, it was 4,000 miles away in the Mediterranean. In his attaché case were a dozen false passports, 5 bank books under assumed names, and a list of men and women who could find him all manner of transportation. He had left Fredericksburg at dawn 2 days ago, had stopped at banks in London and Paris, and late last night had reached a fishing pier in San Vincenzo. And now he was within minutes of setting foot on Corsica. The long stretches of immobility in the air and over the water had given him time to think, or at least the time to organize his thoughts. He had to start with the incontrovertible. There were 2 established facts. Guillaume de Matarese had existed, and there'd been a group of men who had called themselves the Council of the Matarese, dedicated to the insane theories of its sponsor. The world moved forward by constant, violent changes of power. Shock and sudden death were intrinsic to the evolution of history. Someone had to provide the means. Governments everywhere would pay for political murder. Assassination,
carried out under the most controlled methods untraceable to those contracting for it, could become a global resource with riches and influence beyond imagination. This was the theory of Guillaume de Matarese. Among the international intelligence community, a minority maintained that the Matarese had been responsible for scores of political killings from the second decade of the century through the mid-30s, from Sarajevo to Mexico City, from Tokyo to Berlin. In their view, the collapse of the Matarese was attributed to the explosion of World War II, with its growth of covert services where such murders were legitimized, or the Council's absorption by the Sicilian Mafia, now entrenched everywhere, but centralized in the United States. But this positive judgment was decidedly a minority viewpoint. The vast majority of professionals held with Interpol, Britain's MI6, and the American Central Intelligence Agency, who claimed that the power of the Matarese was exaggerated. It undoubtedly had killed a number of minor political figures in the maze of passionately ineffective French and Italian politics, but there was no hard evidence of anything beyond this. It was essentially a collection of paranoiacs, led by a wealthy eccentric who was as misinformed about philosophy as he was about governments accepting his outrageous contracts. If it were anything else, these professionals claimed further, why had not they ever been contacted? Because, Bray had believed years ago, as he believed now, we were, the last people on earth the Matarese wanted to do business with. From the beginning, we were the competition, in one form or another. Ancora 15 minuti, bellowed the captain from the open wheelhouse. La costa è molto vicina. Grazie tante, capitano. Prego. The Matarese. Was it possible? A group of men selecting and controlling global assassinations, providing structure to terrorism, spawning chaos everywhere? For Bray, the answer was yes. The words of a dying Istrabiteli, the sentence of death imposed by the Soviets on Vasily Telenyakov, his own execution team recruited from Marseille, Amsterdam, and Prague. All were a prelude to the disappearance of Robert Winthrop. All were tied to this modern Council of the Matarese. It was the unseen, unknown mover. Who were they, these hidden men who had the resources to reach into the highest places of governments as readily as they financed wild-eyed terrorists and selected celebrated men for murder? The larger question was why? Why? For what purpose or purposes did they exist? The who was the riddle that had to be unraveled first, and whoever they were, there had to be a connection between them and those fanatics initially summoned by Guillaume de Matarese. Where else could they have come from? How else could they have known? Those early men had come to the hills of Porto Vecchio. They had names. The past was the only point of departure he had. There'd been another, he reflected, but the flare of a match in the woods of Rock Creek Park had erased it. Robert Winthrop had been about to name two powerful men in Washington who had vehemently denied any knowledge of the Matarese. In their denials was their complicity. They had to have heard of the Matarese, one way or the other. But Winthrop had not said those names. The violence had interfered. Now he might never say them. Names past could lead to names present. In this case, they had to. Men left their works, their imprints on their times, their money. All could be traced and lead somewhere. If there were keys to unlock the vaults that held the answers to the Matarese, they would be found in the hills of Porto Vecchio. He had to find them, as his enemy Vasily Telenyakov had to find them. Neither would survive unless they did. There'd be no farm in Grasnov for the Russian, no new life for Beowulf Agate until they found the answers. La costa si avvicina, roared the captain, spinning the wheel. He turned, grinning at his passenger through the wind-blown spray. Ancora 5 minuti, signore, e poi la Corsica. Grazie, capitano. Prego. Corsica. Telenyakov raced up the rocky hill in the moonlight, ducking into the patches of tall grass to obscure his movements, but not the path he was breaking. He did not want those following him to give up the hunt, merely to be slowed down, separated if possible. If he could trap one, that would be ideal. Old Krupskaya had been right about Corsica, Schofield accurate about the hills north of Porto Vecchio. There were secrets here. It had taken him less than 2 days to learn that. Men now chased him through the hills in the darkness to prevent him from learning anything further. 4 nights ago, Corsica had been a wildly speculative source, an alternative to capture, Porto Vecchio merely a town on the southeast coast of the island, the hills beyond unknown. The hills were still unknown. The people who lived in them were distant, strange, and uncommunicative, their ultramontane dialect difficult to understand. But the speculation had been removed. The mere mention of the Matarese was enough to further cloud eyes that were hostile to begin with. Pressing for even the most innocuous information was enough to end conversations barely begun. It was as if the name itself were part of a tribal rite of which no one spoke outside the enclaves in the hills, and never in the presence of strangers. Vasily had begun to understand within hours after he had entered the rock-dotted countryside. It had been dramatically confirmed the first night. 4 days ago, he would not have believed it. Now he knew it was so. The Matarese was more than a legend, more than a mystic symbol to primitive hill people. It was a form of religion. It had to be. Men were prepared to die to keep it secret. 4 days in the world had changed for him. He was no longer dealing with knowledgeable men, sophisticated equipment at their disposal. There were no computer tapes whirling inside glass panels at the touch of a button, no green letters rat-tat-tatting across black screens, delivering immediate information necessary for the next decision. He was probing the past among people of the past. Which was why he wanted so desperately to trap one of the men following him up the hill in the darkness. He judged there were 3 of them. The crest of the hill was long and wide and profuse with ragged trees and jagged rocks. They would have to separate in order to cover the various descents that led to further hills and the flatlands that preceded the mountain forests. If he could take one man and have several hours to work on his mind and body, he could learn a great deal. He had no compunction about doing so. The night before, a wooden bed had been blown apart in the darkness as a Corsican stood silhouetted in the doorframe, a Lupo shotgun in his hand. Telenyakov was presumed to have been in that bed. Just one man, that man, thought Vasily, suppressing his anger, as he ran into a small cluster of wild fir trees just beneath the crown of the hill. He could rest for a few moments. Far below, he could see the weak beams of flashlights. 1, 2, 3. 3 men, and they were separating. The one on the extreme left was covering his area. It would take that man 10 minutes of climbing to reach the cluster of wild fir. Telenyakov hoped it was the man with the Lupo. He leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, and let his body go limp. It had happened so fast, the excursion into this primitive world. Yet there was a symmetry of a kind. He had begun running at night along the wooded banks of a ravine in Washington's Rock Creek Park, and here he was in an isolated tree-lined sanctuary high in the hills of Corsica, at night. The journey had been swift. He had known precisely what to do and when to do it. 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, he had been in Rome's Leonardo da Vinci Airport, where he had negotiated for a private flight to Bonifacio, due west, on the southern tip of Corsica. He had reached Bonifacio by 7, and a taxi had driven him north along the coast to Porto Vecchio, and up to an inn up in the hill country. He had sat down to a heavy Corsican meal, engaging the curious owner in offhand conversation. "I am a scholar of sorts," he had said. "I seek information about a padrone of many years ago, a Guillaume de Matarese." "I do not understand," the innkeeper had replied. "You say a scholar of sorts. It would seem to me that one either is or is not, signore. Are you with some great university?" "A private foundation, actually, but universities have access to our studies." "Un fondazione?" "Un organizzazione accademica. My section deals with little-known history in Sardinia and Corsica during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Apparently there was this padrone, Guillaume de Matarese, who controlled much of the land in these hills north of Porto Vecchio." "He owned most of it, signore. He was good to the people who lived on his lands." "Naturally, and we would like to grant him a place in Corsica's history. I'm not sure I know where to begin. Perhaps—" the innkeeper had leaned back in the chair, his eyes leveled, his voice strangely noncommittal. "The ruins of the Villa Matarese. It is a clear night, signore. They are quite beautiful in the moonlight. I could find someone to take you, unless, of course, you are too exhausted from your journey. Not at all. It was a quick flight. He had been taken further up into the hills, to the skeletal remains of a once sprawling estate, the remnants of the great house itself, covering nearly an acre of land. Jagged walls and broken chimneys were the only structures still intact. On the ground, the brick borders of an enormous circular drive could be discerned beneath the overgrowth. On both sides of the great house, stone paths sliced through the tall grass, dotted by broken trellises, remembrances of lushly cultivated gardens long since destroyed. The entire ruins stood eerily on the hill in silhouette, heightened by the backwash of moonlight. Guillaume de Matarese had built a monument to himself, and the power of the edifice had lost nothing in its destruction by time and the elements. Instead, the skeleton had a force of its own. Vasily had heard the voices behind him, the young boy who'd escorted him nowhere to be seen. There had been two men, and those opening words of dubious greeting had been the beginning of an interrogation that had lasted more than an hour. It would have been a simple matter to subdue both Corsicans, but Telenyakov knew he could learn more through passive resistance. Unschooled interrogators imparted more than they dragged forth when they dealt with trained subjects. He had stayed with his story of the Organizzazione Accademica. At the end, he had been given expected advice. "Go back where you came from, signore. There is no knowledge here that would serve you. We know nothing. Disease swept through these mountains years ago. None are left who might help you." "There must be older people in the hills, perhaps, if I wandered about and made a few inquiries." "We are older people, signore, and we cannot answer your inquiries. Go back. We are ignorant men in these parts, shepherds. We are not comfortable when strangers intrude on our simple ways. Go back." "I shall take your advice under consideration." "Do not take such trouble, signore. Just leave us, please." In the morning, Vasily had walked back up into the hills, to the Villa Matarese and beyond, stopping at numerous thatched farmhouses, asking his questions, noting the glaring dark Corsican eyes as the non-answers had been delivered, aware that he was being followed. He had been told nothing, of course, but in the progressively hardened reactions to his presence, he had learned something of consequence. Men were not only following him, they had been preceding him, alerting families in the hills that a stranger was coming. He was to be sent away, told nothing. Last night, thought Telenyakov, as he watched the waving beam of the flashlight on the left slowly ascend the hill, the innkeeper had approached his table. "I am afraid, signore, that I cannot permit you to stay here any longer. I have rented the room." Vasily had glanced up, no hesitation now in his speech. "A pity. I need only an armchair or a cot, if you could spare one. I shall be leaving first thing in the morning. I've found what I came for." "And what is that, signore?" "You will know soon enough. Others will come after me with the proper equipment and land records. There will be a very thorough, very scholarly investigation. What happened here is fascinating. I speak academically, of course." "Of course. Perhaps one more night." 6 hours later, a man had burst into his room and fired 2 shots from the thick barrels of a deadly sawed-off shotgun called the Lupo, the Wolf. Telenyakov had been waiting. He had watched from behind a partially open closet door as the wooden bed exploded, the firm stuffing beneath the covers blown into the dark wall. The sound had been shattering, an explosion echoing throughout the small country inn, yet no one had come running to see what had happened. Instead, the man with the Lupo had stood in the doorframe and had spoken quietly in ultramontane, as if uttering an oath. "Per nostro circolo," he had said. Then he had raced away. It had meant nothing, yet Vasily knew then that it meant everything. Words delivered as an incantation after taking a life. For our circle. Telenyakov had gathered his things together and fled from the inn. He had made his way toward the single dirt road that led up from Porto Vecchio, and had positioned himself in the underbrush 20 feet from the edge. Several hundred yards below, he had seen the glow of a cigarette. The road was being guarded. He had waited. He had to. If Schofield was coming, he would use that road. It had been the dawn of the 4th day. The American had said that if Corsica was all that was left, he'd be there in 3 or 4 days. By 3 in the afternoon there had been no sign of him, and an hour later Vasily knew he could wait no longer. Men had sped down the road toward the burgeoning port resort. Their mission had been clear. The intruder had eluded the roadblock. Find him. Kill him. Search parties had begun fanning through the woods. 2 Corsicans, slashing the overgrowth with mountain machetes, had come within 30 feet of him. Soon the patrols would become more concentrated, the search more thorough. He could not wait for Schofield. There was no guarantee that Beowulf Agate had even escaped from the net being spread for him in his own country, much less on his way to Corsica. Vasily had spent the hours until sundown creating his own assaults on those who would trap him. Like a swamp fox, his trail appeared one moment heading in this direction, his appearance sighted over there. Broken limbs and trampled reeds were proof that he was cornered in a stretch of marshland that fronted an unclimbable wall of schist, and as men closed in, his figure could be seen racing through a field a mile to the west. He was a yellow jacket on the wind, visually stinging in a dozen different places at once. When darkness had come, Telenyakov had begun the strategy that led him to where he was at the moment, hidden in a cluster of fir trees below the crown of a high hill, waiting for a man carrying a flashlight to approach. The plan was simple, carried out in 3 stages, each phase logically evolved from the previous one. First came the diversion, drawing off the largest number of the attack pack as possible. Then the exposure to the few left behind, pulling them farther away from the many. Finally, the separation of those few and the trapping of one. The third phase was about to be concluded as the fires raged a mile and a half below to the east. He had made his way through the woods, descending in the direction of Porto Vecchio, traveling on the right side of the dirt road. He had gathered together dried branches and leaves, breaking several grasburia shells, sprinkling the powder inside the pile of debris. He had ignited his pyre in the forest, waited until it had erupted, and he had heard the shouts of the converging Corsicans. He had raced northward across the road into a denser, drier section of the wooded hill, and repeated the action, lighting a larger pile of dried foliage next to a dead chestnut tree. It had spread like a firebomb, the flames leaping upward through the tree, promising to leap again, laterally into the surrounding forest. He had run once more to the north, and had set his last and largest fire, choosing a beech tree long since destroyed by insects. Within a half hour the hills were blazing in 3 distinct areas, the hunters racing from one to another, containment and the search vying for priority. Fire. Always fire. He had crossed diagonally back to the southwest, climbing through the woods to the road that fronted the inn. He had emerged within sight of the window through which he had escaped the night before. He had walked out on the road, seeing several men with rifles standing, talking anxiously among themselves. The rear guard, confused by the chaos below, unsure whether they should remain where they were, as instructed by superiors, or go to the aid of their island brothers. The irony of coincidence had not been lost on Vasily, as he had struck the match. The striking of a match had started it all so many days ago on Washington's Nebraska Avenue. It was the sign of a trap. It signified another in the hills of Corsica. Ecco, il fiammifero! E lui! The chase had begun. It was now coming to an end. The man with the flashlight was within a stone's lob from him. He would climb up into the cluster of wild fir before the next 30 seconds elapsed. Below, on the slope of the hill, the flashlight in the center was several hundred yards to the south, its beam crisscrossing the ground in front of the Corsican holding it. Far down to the right, the third flashlight, which only seconds ago had been sweeping frantically back and forth in semicircles, was now oddly stationary, its beam angled down to a single spot. The position of the light and its abrupt immobility bothered Telenyakov, but there was no time to evaluate either fact. The approaching Corsican had reached the first tree in Vasily's natural sanctuary. The man swung the beam of light into the cluster of trunks and hanging limbs. Telenyakov had broken a number of branches, stripping more than a few so that any light would catch the white wood. The Corsican stepped forward, following the trail. Vasily stepped to his left, concealed by a tree. The hunter passed within 18 inches, his rifle at the ready. Telenyakov watched the Corsican's feet in the wash of light. When the left foot moved forward, a beat would be lost for a right-handed marksman, the brief imbalance impossible to recover. The foot left the ground, and Vasily lunged, lashing his arm around the man's neck, his fingers surging in for the trigger enclosure, ripping the rifle out of the Corsican's hand. The beam of the flashlight shot up into the trees. Telenyakov crashed his right knee into his victim's kidney, dragging him backward, down onto the ground. He scissored the man's waist with his legs, forcing the Corsican's neck into a painful arch, the man's ear next to his lips. "You and I will spend the next hour together," he whispered in Italian. "When the time's up, you'll have told me what I want to know, or you won't speak again. I'll use your own knife. Your face will be so disfigured no one will recognize you. Now get up slowly. If you raise your voice, you're dead." Gradually, Vasily released the pressure on the man's waist and neck. Both men started to rise. Telenyakov's fingers gripped around the man's throat. There was a sudden crack from above, the sound echoing throughout the trees. A foot had stepped on a fallen branch. Vasily spun around, peering up into the dense foliage. What he saw caused him to lose his breath. A man was silhouetted between two trees, the silhouette familiar, last seen in the doorframe of a country inn. And as that last time, the thick barrels of a lupo were leveled straight ahead. But now they were leveled at him. In the rush of thought, Telenyakov understood that not all professionals were trained in Moscow and Washington. The frenetically waving beam of light at the base of the hill, suddenly still, motionless. A flashlight strapped to a sapling or a resilient limb, pulled back and set in motion to give the illusion of movement, its owner racing in darkness up a familiar incline. "You were very clever last night, signore," said the man with the lupo, "but there is nowhere to hide here." "The Matarese!" screamed Vasily at the top of his lungs. "Per nostro circolo!" he roared. He lunged to his left. The double-barreled explosion of the lupo filled the hills. Chapter 13. Schofield jumped over the side of the skiff and waded through the waves toward the shoreline. There was no beach, only boulders joined together, forming a three-dimensional wall of jagged stone. He reached a promontory of flat, slippery rock and braced himself against the waters, balancing the attaché case in his left hand, his canvas duffel bag in his right. He rolled onto the sandy, vine-covered ground until the surface was level enough to stand. Then he ran into the tangled brush that concealed him from any wandering patrols above on the broken cliffs. The captain had warned him that the police were inconsistent. Some could be bought, others not. He knelt down, took a penknife from his pocket, and cut the webbed strap off his wrist, freeing the case. Then he opened the duffel bag and took out dry corduroy trousers, a pair of ankle boots, a dark sweater, a cap, and a coarse woolen jacket, all bought in Paris, all labels torn off. They were sufficiently rough in appearance to be accepted as native garb. He changed, rolled up the wet clothes, and stuffed them into the duffel bag along with the attaché case, then started the long, winding climb to the road above. He had been to Corsica twice before, Porto Vecchio once, both trips basically concerned with an obnoxious, constantly sweating owner of fishing boats in Bastia on state's payroll as one more observer of Soviet Ligurian sea operations. The brief visit south to Porto Vecchio had been in connection with the feasibility of covertly financing resort projects in the Tyrrhenian. He never knew what happened. While in Porto Vecchio, he had rented a car and driven up into the hills. He had seen the ruins of Villa Matarese in the broiling afternoon sun, and had stopped for a glass of beer at a roadside taverna, but the excursion had faded quickly from his mind. It never occurred to him that he would ever return. The legend of the Matarese was no more alive than the ruins of the villa. Not then. He reached the road and pulled the cap down, the cloth covering the bruise on his upper forehead where he had collided with an iron post in a stairwell. Telenyakov. Had he reached Corsica? Was he somewhere in the hills of Porto Vecchio? It would not take long to find out. A stranger asking questions about a legend would be easily tracked down. On the other hand, the Russian would be cautious. If it had occurred to them to go back to the source of the legend, it might well occur to others to do the same. Bray looked at his watch. It was nearly 11:30. He took out a map, estimating his position as 2.5 miles south of St. Lucie. The most direct line to the hills, to the Matarese hills, he reflected, was due west. But there was something to find before he entered those hills.
a base of operations, a place where he could conceal his things with the reasonable expectation that they would be there when he came back. That ruled out any normal stop a traveler might make. He could not master the Ultramontane dialect in a few hours. He'd be marked as a stranger, and strangers were marks. He would have to make camp in the woods, near water if possible, and preferably within walking distance of a store or inn where he could get food. He had to assume he would be in Porto Vecchio for several days. No other assumption was feasible. Anything could happen once he found Telenyakov, if he found him. But for the moment, the necessities had to be considered before any plan was formulated. All the little things. There was a path, too narrow for any car to travel, a shepherd's route perhaps, that veered off the road into a gently rising series of fields. It headed west. He shifted the canvas duffel bag to his left hand and entered the path, pushing aside low-hanging branches until he was in the tall grass. By 12:45, he had walked no more than 5 or 6 miles inland, but he had purposely traveled in a zigzag pattern that afforded him the widest views of the area. He found what he was looking for, a section of forest that rose abruptly above a stream, thick branches of Corsican pine sweeping down to the ground on the banks. A man and his belongings would be safe behind those walls of green. A mile or so to the southwest, there was a road that led further up into the hills. From what he could remember, he was fairly certain this was the road he had taken to the ruins of Villa Matarese. There had been only one. Again, if memory served, he recalled driving past a number of isolated farmhouses on the way to the ruins on the hill, and the inn where he had stopped for native beer during that hot afternoon. Only the inn came first, near that road on the hill, where a narrower road swung off it, to the right on the way up, on the left returning to Porto Vecchio. Bray checked his map again. It showed the hill road and the branch to the right. He knew where he was. He waded across the stream and climbed the opposite bank to the cascading pines. He crawled underneath, opened his duffel bag, and took out a small shovel, amused that 2 packets of toilet paper fell out with the instrument. The little things, he thought, as he started to dig into the soft earth. It was nearly 4 o'clock. He had set up his camp beneath the screen of green branches, his duffel bag buried, the bandage on his neck changed, his face and hands washed in a stream. Too, he had rested, staring up at the filtered sunlight strained through the webbing of pine needles. His mind wandered, an indulgence he tried to reject but could not. Sleep would not come. Thoughts did. He was under a tree on the banks of a stream in Corsica, a journey that had begun on a bridge at night in Amsterdam, and now he could never go back unless he and Telenyakov found what they were looking for in the hills of Porto Vecchio. It would not be so difficult to disappear. He had arranged many such disappearances in the past with less money and less expertise than he had now. There were so many places: Melanesia, the Fijis, New Zealand, across to Tasmania, the vast expanses of Australia, Malaysia, or any of a dozen Sunda islands. He had sent men to such places, stayed cautiously in touch with a few over the years. Lives had been rebuilt, past histories beyond the reach of present associates, new friends, new occupations, even families. He could do the same, thought Bray. Maybe he would. He had the paper and the money. He could pay his way to Polynesia or the Cook Islands, buy a boat for charters, probably make a decent living. It could be a good life, an anonymous existence, an end. Then he saw the face of Robert Winthrop, the electric eyes searching his, and heard the anxiety in the old man's voice as he spoke of the Matarese. He heard something else, too, less distant, immediate, above in the sky. Birds were swooping down in frantic circles, their screeches echoing harshly, angrily over the fields and throughout the woods. Intruders had disturbed their fiefdom. He could hear men running, hear their shouts. Had he been spotted? He rose quickly to his knees, taking his Browning from his jacket pocket, and peered through a spray of pine needles. Below, 100 yards to the left, 2 men had hacked their way with machetes down the overgrown bank to the edge of the stream. They stood for a moment, pistols in their belts, glancing swiftly in every direction, as if unsure of their next moves. Slowly, Bray let out his breath. They were not after him. He had not been seen. Instead, the 2 men had been hunting, an animal that had attacked their goats, perhaps, or a wild dog. Not him. not a stranger wandering in the hills. Then he heard the words and knew he was only partially right. The shout did not come from either Corsican holding a machete. It came from over the bank of the stream, from the field beyond. "Ecco là, nel campo!" It was no animal being pursued, but a man. A man was running from other men, and to judge from the fury of his pursuers, that man was running for his life. Telenyakov? Was it Telenyakov? And if it was, why? Had the Russian learned something so quickly? Something that the Corsicans in Porto Vecchio would kill for? Schofield watched as the two men below took the guns from their belts and ran up the bank out of sight into the bordering field. He crawled back to the trunk of the tree and tried to gather his thoughts. Instinct convinced him that Il Uomo was Telenyakov. If so, there were several options. He could head for the road and walk up into the hills, an Italian crewman with a fishing boat in for repairs and time on his hands. He could stay where he was until nightfall, then thread his way under cover of darkness, hoping to get near enough to hear men's conversations. Or he could leave now and follow the hunt. The last was the least attractive, but likely to be the most productive. He chose it. It was 5:35 when Bray first saw him running along the crest of a hill, shots fired at his weaving, racing figure in the glare of the setting sun. Telenyakov, as expected, was doing the unexpected. He was not trying to escape. Rather, he was using the chase to sow confusion, and through that confusion learn something. The tactic was sound. The best way to uncover vital information was to make the enemy protect it. But what had he so far learned that would justify the risk? How long would he, or could he, keep up the pace and the concentration to elude his enemy? The answers were as clear as the questions. Isolate, trap, and break, within the territory. Schofield studied the terrain as best he could from his prone position in the field. The early evening breezes made his task easier. The grass bent with each gentle sweep of wind, his view clearer for it. He tried to analyze the choices open to Telenyakov, where best to intercept him. The KGB man was running due north. Another mile or so, and he would reach the base of the mountains where he would stop. Nothing could be achieved by going up into them. He would double back, heading southwest, to avoid being hemmed in by the roads. And somewhere he would create a diversion, one significant enough to escalate the confusion into a moment of chaos, the trap to follow shortly. Intercepting Telenyakov might have to wait until that moment, thought Bray, but he preferred that it did not. There would be too much activity compressed into a short period of time. Mistakes were made that way. It would be better to reach the Russian beforehand. That way, they could develop the strategy together. Crouching, Schofield made his way southwest through the tall grass. The sun fell behind the distant mountains. The shadows lengthened until they became long shafts of ink spilling over the hills, enveloping whole fields that moments ago had been drenched in orange sunlight. Darkness came, and still there was no sign, no sound of Telenyakov. Bray moved swiftly within the perimeters of the Russian's logical area of movement, his eyes adjusting to the darkness, his ears picking up every noise foreign to the fields and the woods. Still no Telenyakov. Had the KGB man taken the risk of using either dirt road for faster mobility? If he had, it was foolhardy, unless he had conceived of a tactic better employed in the lower hills. The entire countryside was now alive with search parties ranging in size from 2 to 6 men, all armed, knives, guns, and mountain machetes hanging from their clothing, their flashlight beams crisscrossing each other like intersecting lasers. Schofield raced further west to higher ground, the myriad beams of light his protection against the roving, angry Corsicans. He knew when to stop, when to run. He ran, cutting between two teams of converging men, halting abruptly at the sight of a whining animal, its fur thick, its eyes wide and staring. He was about to use his knife when he realized it was a shepherd's dog, its nostrils uninterested in human scent. The realization did not prevent him from losing his breath. He stroked the dog, reassuring it, then ducked beneath a flashlight beam that shot out of the woods and scrambled further up the sloping field. He reached a boulder half buried in the ground and threw himself behind it. He got up slowly, his hands on the rock, prepared to spring away and run again. He looked over the top, down at the scene below,
the flashlight beams breaking up the darkness, defining the whereabouts of the search parties. He was able to make out the crude wooden structure that was the inn he had stopped at years ago. In front of it was the primitive dirt road he had crossed several hours before to reach the higher ground. 100 yards to the right of the inn was the wider, winding road that descended out of the hills down into Porto Vecchio. The Corsicans were spread over the fields. Here and there Bray could hear the barking of dogs amid angry human shouts and the slashing of machetes. It was an eerie sight, no figures seen, just beams of light shooting in all directions, invisible puppets dancing on illuminated strings in the darkness. Suddenly there was another light, yellow, not white. Fire. An abrupt explosion of flames in the distance, to the right of the road that led to Porto Vecchio. Telenyakov's diversion. It had its effect. Men ran, shouting, the beams of light converging on the road, racing toward the spreading fire. Schofield held his place, wondering, clinically, professionally, how the KGB man would use his diversion. What would he do next? What method would he use to spring his trap on one man? The beginning of the answer came 3 minutes later. A second, larger eruption of flames surged skyward about a quarter of a mile to the left of the road to Porto Vecchio. A single diversion was now two, dividing the Corsicans, confusing the search. Fire was lethal in the hills. He could see the puppets now, their strings of light fusing with the glow of the spreading flames. Another fire appeared, this one massive, an entire tree bursting into a ball of yellowish white, as though engulfed by napalm. It was 300 or 400 yards farther left, a third diversion greater than the previous two. Chaos spread as rapidly as the flames, both in danger of leaping out of control. Telenyakov was covering all his bases. If a trap was not feasible, he could escape in the confusion. But if the Russian's mind was working as his might, thought Bray, the trap would be sprung in moments. He crawled around the boulder and started down the expanse of descending field, keeping his shoulders close to the ground, propelling himself like an animal, hands and feet working in concert. There was a sudden flash far below on the road. It lasted no more than a second, a tiny eruption of light. A match had been struck. It appeared senseless until Bray saw a flashlight beam shoot out from the right, followed instantly by two others. The three beams converged in the direction of the briefly held match. Seconds later they separated at the base of the hill that bordered the road below. Schofield knew what the tactic was now. 4 nights ago a match had been struck in Rock Creek Park to expose a trap. It was struck now to execute one. By the same man. Telenyakov had succeeded in throwing the Corsicans' search into chaotic paralysis. He was now drawing off the few left behind. The final chase had started. The Russian would take one of those men. Bray took the automatic from the holster strapped beneath his jacket and reached into his pocket for his silencer. Snapping it into place, he unlatched the safety and began running diagonally to his left, below the crest of the hill. Somewhere within those acres of grassland and forest, the trap would be sprung. It was a question of finding out precisely where, if possible, immobilizing one of the pursuers, thus favoring the odds for the trap's success. Better still, taking one of the Corsicans. 2 sources of information were better than one. He ran in spurts, staying close to the ground, his eyes on the 3 flashlight beams below. Each was covering a section of the hill, and in the spills he could see weapons clearly. At the first sign of the hunted, shots would be fired. Schofield stopped. Something was wrong. It was the beam of light on the right, the one perhaps 200 yards directly beneath him. It was waving back and forth too rapidly, without focus. And there was no reflection, not even a dull reflection of light bouncing off metal, even dull metal. There was no weapon. There was no hand holding that flashlight. It had been secured to a thick branch or a limb, a feint, a false placement given false motion to cover another movement. Bray lay on the ground, concealed by the grass in the darkness, watching, listening for signs of a man running. It happened so fast, so unexpectedly, that Schofield nearly fired his gun in instinctive defense. The figure of a large Corsican was suddenly beside him, above him, the crunch of a racing foot not 18 inches from his head. He rolled to his left, out of the running man's path. He inhaled deeply, trying to throw off the shock and the fear.
then rose cautiously and followed as best he could the trail of the racing Corsican. The man was heading directly north along the hill below the ridge, as Bray had intended doing, relying on beams of light and sound, or the sudden absence of both, to find Telenyakov. The Corsican was familiar with the terrain. Schofield quickened his pace, passing the center beam of light still far below, and by passing it knowing that Telenyakov had fixed on the third man. The flashlight, barely seen, on the extreme north side of the hill. Bray hurried faster. Instinct told him to keep the Corsican in his sight, but the man was nowhere to be seen. All was silent, too silent. Schofield dropped to the ground and joined that silence, peering about in the darkness, his finger around the trigger of his automatic. It would happen any second. But how? Where? About 150 yards ahead, diagonally down to the right, the third beam of light appeared to go off and on in a series of short, irregular flashes. No, it was not being turned off and on rapidly. The light was being blocked. Trees. Whoever held the flashlight was walking into a cluster of trees growing on the side of the hill. Suddenly, the beam of light shot upward, dancing briefly in the higher regions of the thinning trunks, then plummeted down, the glow stationary, dulled by the foliage on the ground. That was it. The trap had been sprung, but Telenyakov did not know a Corsican was waiting for a sign of that trap. Bray got to his feet and ran as fast as he could, his boots making harsh contact with the profusion of rocks on the hillside. He had only seconds. There was so much ground to cover, and too much darkness. He could not tell where the trees began. If there was only an outline to fire at, the sound of a voice. Voice. He was about to shout, to warn the Russian, when he heard a voice. The words were in that strange Italian spoken by the southern Corsicans. The sound floated up in the night breezes. 30 feet below him, he saw the man standing between two trees, his body outlined in the spill of the muted, immobile beam of light that glowed up from the ground. The Corsican held a shotgun in his hands. Schofield pivoted to his right and sprang toward the armed man, his automatic leveled. "The Matarese!" The name was screamed by Telenyakov, as was the enigmatic phrase that followed. "Per nostro circolo!" Bray fired into the back of the Corsican, the three rapid spits overwhelmed by an explosion from the shotgun. The man fell forward. Schofield dug his feet into the body, crouching, expecting an attack. What he saw next had prevented it. The Corsican trapped by Telenyakov had been blown apart by his would-be rescuer. "Telenyakov? You! Is it you, Schofield? Put that light out!" cried Bray. The Russian lunged for the flashlight on the ground, snapping it off. "There's a man on the hill. He's not moving. He's waiting to be called. If he comes, we must kill him. If we don't, he'll go for help. He'll bring others back with him." "I'm not sure his friends can spare the time," replied Schofield, watching the beam of light in the darkness. "You've got them pretty well tied up. There he goes. He's running down the hill." "Come," said the Russian, getting up, approaching Bray. "I know a dozen places to hide. I've got a great deal to tell you." "You must have." "I do. It's here." "What is?" "I'm not sure. The answer, perhaps. Part of it, anyway. You've seen for yourself. They're hunting me. They'd kill me on sight. I've intruded. Fermate!" The sudden command was shouted from beyond Schofield on the hill. Bray spun on the ground. The Russian raised his gun. "Basta!" The second command was accompanied by the snarling of an animal, a dog straining on a leash. "I have a two-barreled rifle in my hand, signori," continued the voice, the unmistakable voice of a woman, speaking now in English. "As the one fired moments ago, it is a Lupo, and I know how to use it better than the man at your feet. But I do not wish to. Hold your guns to your sides, signori. Do not drop them. You may need them." "Who are you?" asked Schofield, squinting his eyes at the woman above. From what he could barely see in the night light, she was dressed in trousers and a field jacket. The dog snarled again. "I look for the scholar." "The what?" "I am he," said Telenyakov, "from the Organizzazione Accademica. This man is my associate." "What the hell are you—" "Basta," said the Russian quietly. "Why do you look for me, yet do not kill me? Word goes everywhere. You ask questions about the padrone of padrones." "I do, Guillaume de Matarese. No one wants to give me answers." "One does," replied the girl. "An old woman in the mountains. She wants to speak with the scholar. She has things to tell him." "But you know what's happened here," said Telenyakov, probing. "Men are hunting me. They would kill me. You're willing to risk your own life to bring us to her?" "Yes. It is a long journey and a hard one. 5 or 6 hours up into the mountains." Please answer me. Why are you taking this risk? She is my grandmother. Everyone in the hills despises her. She cannot live down here. But I love her. Who is she? She is called the whore of Villa Matarese. Chapter 14. They traveled swiftly through the hills to the base of the mountains and up into winding trails cut out of the mountain forests. The dog had sniffed both men when the woman had first come up to them. It was set free and preceded them along the overgrown paths, sure in its knowledge of the way. Schofield thought it was the same dog he had come across so suddenly, so frighteningly in the fields. He said as much to the woman. "Probably, signore. We were there for many hours. I was looking for you, and I let him roam, but he was always near in case I needed him." "Would he have attacked me?" "Only if you raised your hand to him, or to me." It was past midnight when they reached a flat stretch of grassland that fronted what appeared to be a series of imposing wooded hills. The low-flying clouds had thinned out. Moonlight washed over the field, highlighting the peaks in the distance, lending grandeur to this section of the mountain range. Bray could see that Telenyakov's shirt, beneath the open jacket, was as drenched with sweat as his own, and the night was cool. "We can rest for a while now," said the woman, pointing to a dark area several hundred feet ahead, in the direction the dog had raced. "Over there is a cave of stone in the hill. It is not very deep, but it is shelter." "Your dog knows it," added the KGB man. "He expects me to build a fire," laughed the girl. "When it is raining, he takes sticks in his mouth and brings them inside to me. He is fond of the fire." The cave was dug out of dark rock, no more than 10 feet deep, but at least 6 in height. They entered. "Shall I light a fire?" Telenyakov asked. "If you wish. Uccello will like you for it. I am too tired." "Uccello?" asked Schofield. "Bird?" "He flies over the ground, signore." "You speak English very well," said Bray, as the Russian piled sticks together within a circle of stones, obviously used for previous fires. "Where did you learn?" "I went to the convent school in Vescovato. Those of us who wished to enter the government programs studied French and English." Telenyakov struck a match beneath the kindling. The fire caught instantly, the flames crackling the wood, throwing warmth and light through the cave. "You're very good at that sort of thing," said Schofield to the KGB man. "Thank you. It's a minor talent." "It wasn't minor a few hours ago." Bray turned back to the woman who had removed her cap and was shaking free her long dark hair. For an instant he stopped breathing and stared at her. Was it the hair, or the wide, clear brown eyes that were the color of a deer's eyes, or the high cheekbones, or the chiseled nose above the generous lips that seemed so ready to laugh? Was it any of these things, or was he simply tired and grateful for the sight of an attractive, capable woman? He did not know. He knew only that this Corsican girl of the hills reminded him of Karin, his wife, whose death was ordered by the man 3 feet away from him in that Corsican cave. He suppressed his thoughts and breathed again. "And did you," he asked, "enter the government programs?" "As far as they would take me." "Where was that?" "To the Scuola Media in Bonifacio. The rest I managed with the help of others, monies supplied by the fondos." "I don't understand." "I am a graduate of the University of Bologna, signore. I am a comunista. I say it proudly." "Bravo," said Telenyakov softly. "One day we shall set things right throughout all Italy," continued the girl, her eyes bright. "We shall end the chaos, the Christian stupidity." "I'm sure you will," agreed the Russian. "But never as Moscow's puppets. That we will never be. We are independente. We do not listen to vicious bears who would devour us and create a worldwide fascist state. Never." "Bravo," said Bray. The conversation trailed off, the young woman reluctant to answer further questions about herself. She told them her name was Antonia, but beyond that said little. When Telenyakov asked why she, a political activist from Bologna, had returned to this isolated region of Corsica, she replied only that it was to be with her grandmother for a while. "Tell us about her," said Schofield. "She will tell you what she wants you to know," said the girl, getting up. "I have told you what she instructed me to say." "The whore of Villa Matarese," repeated Bray. "Yes. They are not words I would choose, or ever use. Come, we have another 2 hours to walk. They reached the flat crown of a mountain and looked down a gentle slope to a valley below. It was no more than 150 yards from mountain crest to valley floor, perhaps a mile of acreage covering the basin. The moon had grown progressively brighter. They could see a small farmhouse in the center of the pasture, a barn at the end of a short roadway. They could hear the sound of rushing water. A stream flowed out of the mountain near where they stood, tumbling down the slope between a row of rocks, passing within 50 feet of the small house. "It's very beautiful," said Telenyakov. "It is the only world she has known for over half a century," replied Antonia. "Were you brought up here?" asked Schofield. "Was this your home?" "No," said the girl, without elaborating. "Come, we will see her. She has been waiting." "At this hour of the night?" Telenyakov was surprised. "There is no day or night for my grandmother. She said to bring you to her as soon as we arrived. We have arrived." There was no day or night for the old woman sitting in the chair by the wood-burning stove, not in the accepted sense of sunlight and darkness. She was blind, her eyes two vacant orbs of pastel blue, staring at sounds and at the images of remembered memories. Her features were sharp and angular beneath the covering of wrinkled flesh. The face had once been that of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her voice was soft, with a hollow whispering quality that forced the listener to watch her thin white lips. If there was no essential brilliance about her, neither was there hesitancy nor indecision. She spoke rapidly, a simple mind secure in its own knowledge. She had things to say, and death was in her house, a reality that seemed to quicken her thoughts and perceptions. She spoke in Italian, but it was an idiom from an earlier era. She began by asking both Telenyakov and Schofield to answer, each in his own words, why he was so interested in Guillaume de Matarese. Vasily replied first, repeating his story of an academic foundation in Milan, his department concentrating on Corsican history. He kept it simple, thus allowing Schofield to elaborate in any way he wished. It was standard procedure when 2 or more intelligence officers were detained and questioned together. Neither had to be primed for the exercise. The fluid lie was second nature to them both. Bray listened to the Russian and corroborated the basic information, adding details on dates and finances he believed pertinent to Guillaume de Matarese. When he finished, he felt not only confident about his response, but superior to the KGB man. He had done his schoolwork better than Telenyakov. Yet the old woman just sat there, nodding her head in silence, brushing away a lock of white hair that had fallen to the side of her gaunt face. Finally she spoke. "You're both lying. The second gentleman is less convincing. He tries to impress me with facts any child in the hills of Porto Vecchio might learn." "Perhaps in Porto Vecchio," protested Schofield gently, "but not necessarily in Milan." "Yes, I see what you mean. But then neither of you is from Milan." "Quite true," interrupted Vasily. "We merely work in Milan. I myself was born in Poland, northern Poland. I'm sure you detect my imperfect speech." "I detect nothing of the sort, only your lies. However, don't be concerned, it doesn't matter." Telenyakov and Schofield looked at each other, then over at Antonia, who sat curled up in exhaustion on a pillow in front of the window. "What doesn't matter?" Bray asked. "We are concerned. We want you to speak freely." "I will," said the blind woman, "for your lies are not those of self-seeking men. Dangerous men, perhaps, but not men moved by profit. You do not look for the padrone for your own personal gain." Schofield could not help himself. He leaned forward. "How do you know?" The old woman's vacant yet powerful pale blue eyes held his. It was hard to accept the fact that she could not see. "It is in your voices," she said. "You are afraid." "Have we reason to be?" asked Telenyakov. "That would depend on what you believe, wouldn't it?" "We believe a terrible thing has happened," said Bray, "but we know very little. That's as honestly as I can put it." "What do you know, signore?" Again Schofield and Telenyakov exchanged glances. The Russian nodded first. Bray realized that Antonia was watching them closely. He spoke as obviously to her as to the old woman. "Before we answer you, I think it would be better if your granddaughter left us alone." "No!" said the girl so harshly that Uccello snapped up his head. "Listen to me," continued Schofield. "It's one thing to bring us here, two strangers your grandmother wanted to meet. It's something else again to be involved with us. My associate and I have experience in these matters. It's for your own good. Leave us, Antonia." The blind woman turned in the chair. "I have nothing to fear from these men, and you must be tired. Take Uccello with you. Rest in the barn." "All right," said the girl, getting up, "but Uccello will remain here." Suddenly, from beneath the pillow, she took out the lupo and leveled it in front of her. "You both have guns. Throw them on the floor. I don't think you would leave here without them." "That's ridiculous," cried Bray, as the dog got to its feet, growling. "Do as the lady says," snapped Telenyakov, shoving his Grasburia across the floor. Schofield took out his Browning, checked the safety, and threw the weapon on the rug in front of Antonia. She bent down and picked up both automatics, the lupo held firmly in her hand. "When you've finished, open the door and call out to me. I will summon Uccello. If he does not come, you won't see your guns again, except looking down the barrels." She let herself out quickly. The dog emitted a growl and returned to the floor. "My granddaughter is high-spirited," said the old woman, settling back in her chair. "The blood of Guillaume, though several times removed, is still apparent." "She's his granddaughter?" asked Telenyakov. "His great-grandchild, born to my daughter's child quite late in her life. But that first daughter was the result of the padrone bedding his young whore." "The whore of Villa Matarese," said Bray. "You told her to tell us that was what you were called." The old woman smiled, brushing aside a lock of white hair. For an instant she was in that other world, and vanity had not deserted her. "Many years ago. We will go back to those days, but before we do, your answers, please. What do you know? What brings you here?" "My associate will speak first," said Telenyakov. "He is more learned in these matters than I am, although I came to him with what I believed to be startling new information." "Your name, please," interrupted the blind woman. "Your true name and where you come from." The Russian glanced at the American. In the look between them was the understanding that no purpose would be served by further lies. On the contrary, that purpose might be thwarted by them. This simple but strangely eloquent old woman had listened to the voices of liars for the better part of a century, in darkness. She was not to be fooled. "My name is Vasily Vasilyevich Telenyakov, formerly External Affairs Strategist, KGB Soviet Intelligence." "And you?" The woman shifted her blind eyes to Schofield. "Brandon Schofield, retired intelligence officer, Euro-Mediterranean sectors, consular operations, United States Department of State." "I see." The old courtesan brought her thin hands and delicate fingers up to her face, a gesture of quiet reflection. "I am not a learned woman, and live an isolated life, but I am not without news of the outside world. I often listen to my radio for hours at a time. The broadcasts from Rome come in quite clearly, as do those from Genoa, and frequently Nice. I pretend no knowledge, for I have none, but your coming to Corsica together would appear strange." "It is, madam," said Telenyakov. "Very," agreed Schofield. "It signifies the gravity of the situation." "Then let your associate begin, signore." Bray sat forward in the chair, his arms on his knees, his eyes on the blind eyes in front of him. At some point between the years 1909 and 1913, Guillaume de Matarese summoned a group of men to his estate in Porto Vecchio. Who they were and where they came from has never been established. But they gave themselves a name. "The date was April 4th, 1911, interrupted the old woman. "They did not give themselves a name. The padrone chose it. They were to be known as the Council of the Matarese." "Go on, please." "You were there?" "Please continue." The moment was unsettling. They were talking about an event that had been the object of speculation for decades, with no records of dates or identities, no witnesses. Now, delivered in a brief few seconds, they were told the correct year, the exact month, the precise day. "Signore?" "Sorry." During the next 30 years or so, this Matarese and his council were the subject of controversy. Schofield told the story rapidly, without embellishment, keeping his words in the simplest Italian he knew, so there'd be no misunderstanding. He admitted that the majority of experts who had studied the Matarese legend had concluded it was more myth than reality. "What do you believe, Signore?" "That is what I asked you at the start." "I'm not sure what I believe, but I know a very great man disappeared 4 days ago. I think he was killed because he spoke to other powerful men about the Matarese." "I see." The old woman nodded. 4 days ago. Yet I thought you said 30 years, from that first meeting in 1911. What happened then, Signore? There are many years to be accounted for." "According to what we know, or what we think we know, after Matarese died, the Council continued to operate out of Corsica for a number of years, then moved away, negotiating contracts in Berlin, London, Paris, New York, and God knows where else. Its activities began to fade at the start of the Second World War. After the war, it disappeared. Nothing was heard from it again." A trace of a smile was on the old woman's lips. "So, from nowhere it comes back. Is that what you are saying?" "Yes. My associate can tell you why we believe it." Bray looked at Telenyakov. "Within recent weeks," said the Russian, 2 men of peace from both our countries were brutally assassinated. Each government led to believe the other was responsible. Confrontation was avoided by a swift exchange between our leaders, but they were dangerous moments. A dear friend sent for me. He was dying, and there were things he wanted me to know. He had very little time, and his mind wandered, but what he told me compelled me to seek out others for help, for guidance." "What did he tell you?" "That the Council of the Matarese was very much with us. That, in fact, it never disappeared, but instead went underground, where it continued to grow silently and spread its influence. That it was responsible for hundreds of acts of terrorism and scores of assassinations during recent years for which the world condemned others. Among them, the 2 men I just mentioned. But the Matarese no longer killed for money. Instead, it killed for its own purposes." "Which were?" asked the old woman in that strange, echoing voice. He did not know. He knew only that the Matarese was a spreading disease that had to be stamped out, but he could not tell me how or whom to go to. No one who ever had dealings with the Council will speak of it." "He offered you nothing, then?" "The last thing he said to me before I left him was that the answer might be in Corsica. Naturally, I was not convinced of that until subsequent events left no alternative for either me or my associate, Agent Schofield." "I understand your associate's reason. A great man disappeared 4 days ago because he spoke of the Matarese. What was yours, Signore?" "I, too, spoke of the Matarese. To those men from whom I sought guidance, and I was a man of credentials in my country, the order was put out for my execution." The old woman was silent, and again there was that slight smile on her wrinkled lips. "The padrone returns," she whispered. "I think you must explain that," said Telenyakov. "We've been frank with you." "Did your dear friend die?" she asked instead. "The next day. He was given a soldier's funeral, and he was entitled to it. He lived a life of violence without fear. Yet, at the end, the Matarese frightened him profoundly." "The padrone frightened him," said the old woman. "My friend did not know Guillaume de Matarese. He knew his disciples. It was enough. They were him. He was their Christ, and as Christ he died for them." "The padrone was their God?" asked Bray. "And their prophet, Signore. They believed him." "Believed what?" "That they would inherit the earth. That was his vengeance." Chapter 15. The old woman's vacant eyes stared at the wall as she spoke in her half-whisper. "He found me in the convent at Bonifacio, and negotiated a favorable price with the Mother Superior. 'Render unto Caesar,' he said, and she complied,
for she agreed that I was not given to God. I was frivolous and did not take to my lessons, and looked at myself in dark windows, for they showed me my face and my body. I was to be given to man, and the padrone was the man of all men. I was 10 and 7 years of age, and a world beyond my imagination was revealed to me. Carriages with silver wheels and golden horses with flowing manes took me above the great cliffs, and into the villages and the fine shops where I could purchase whatever struck me. There was nothing I could not have, and I wanted everything, for I came from a poor shepherd's family, a God-fearing father and mother who praised Christ when I was taken into the convent and never saw me again. And always at my side was the padrone. He was the lion, and I was his cherished cub. He would take me around the countryside, to all the great houses, and introduce me as his proteta, laughing when he used the word. Every one understood and joined in the laughter. His wife had died, you see, and he had passed his 70th year. He wanted people to know, his 2 sons above all, I think, that he had the body and the strength of youth, that he could lie with a young woman and satisfy her as few men could. Tutors were hired to teach me the graces of his court, music and proper speech, even history and mathematics, as well as the French language, which was the fashion of the time for ladies of bearing. It was a wondrous life. We sailed often across the sea on to Rome. Then we would train north to Switzerland and across into France and to Paris. The padrone made these trips every 5 or 6 months. His business holdings were in those places, you see. His 2 sons were his directors, reporting to him everything they did. For 3 years I was the happiest girl in the world, for the world was given me by the padrone. And then that world fell apart. In a single week it came crashing down, and Guillaume de Matarese went mad. Men traveled from Zurich and Paris, from as far away as the great exchange in London, to tell him. It was a time of great banking investments and speculation. They said that during the 4 months that had passed, his sons had done terrible things, made unwise decisions, and most terrible of all, had entered into dishonest agreements, committing vast sums of money to dishonorable men who operated outside the laws of banking and the courts. The governments of France and England had seized the companies and stopped all trade, all access to funds. Except for the accounts he held in Genoa and Rome, Guillaume de Matarese had nothing. He summoned his 2 sons by wireless, ordering them home to Porto Vecchio to give him an accounting of what they had done. The news that came back to him, however, was like a thunderbolt striking him down in a great storm. He was never the same again. Word was sent through the authorities in Paris and London that both the sons were dead, one by his own hand, the other killed, it was said, by a man he had ruined. There was nothing left for the padrone. His world had crumbled around him. He locked himself in his library for days on end, never coming out, taking trays of food behind the closed door, speaking to no one. He did not lie with me, for he had no interest in matters of the flesh. He was destroying himself, dying by his own hand as surely as if he had taken a knife to his stomach. Then, one day, a man came from Paris and insisted on breaking into the padrone's privacy. He was a journalist who had studied the fall of the Matarese companies, and he brought with him an incredible story. If the padrone was driving himself into madness before he heard it, afterward he was beyond hope. The destruction of his world was deliberately brought about by bankers working with their governments. His 2 sons had been tricked into signing illegal documents and blackmailed, held up to ruin, over matters of the flesh. Finally, they had been murdered, the false stories of their deaths acceptable, for the official evidence of their terrible crimes was complete. It was beyond reason. Why had these things been done to the great padrone? His companies stolen from him and destroyed,
His sons killed. Who would want such things to be done? The man from Paris gave part of the answer. One mad Corsican was enough for Europe for 500 years, was the phrase he had heard. The Padrone understood. In England, Edward was dead, but he had brought about the French and English treaties of finance, opening the way for the great companies to come together, fortunes made in India and Africa and the Suez. The Padrone, however, was Corsican. Beyond making profit from them, he had no use for the French, less so for the English. He not only refused to join the companies and the banks, but he opposed them at every turn, instructing his sons to outmaneuver their competitors. The Matarese fortune blocked powerful men from carrying out their designs. For the Padrone, it was all a great game. For the French and English companies, his playing was a great crime, to be answered with greater crimes. The companies and their banks controlled their governments. Courts of law and the police, politicians and statesmen, even kings and presidents, all were lackeys and servants to the men who possessed vast sums of money. It would never change. This was the beginning of his final madness. He would find a way to destroy the corruptors and the corrupted. He would throw governments everywhere into chaos, for it was the political leaders who were the betrayers of trust. Without the cooperation of government officials, his sons would be alive, his world as it was, and with governments in chaos, the companies and the banks would lose their protectors. "They look for a mad Corsican," he screamed. "They will not find him, yet he will be there." We made a last trip to Rome, not as before, in finery and in carriages with silver wheels, but as a humble man and woman staying in cheap lodgings in the Via due Macelli. The Padrone spent days prowling the Borsa Valori, reading the histories of the great families who had come to ruin. We returned to Corsica. He composed 5 letters to 5 men known to be alive in 5 countries, inviting them to journey in secrecy to Porto Vecchio on matters of the utmost urgency, matters pertaining to their own personal histories. He was the once great Guillaume de Matarese. None refused. The preparations were magnificent. Villa Matarese made more beautiful than it had ever been. The gardens were sculptured and bursting with color, the lawns greener than a brown cat's eyes, the great house and the stables washed in white, the horses curried until they glistened. It was a fairyland again, the Padrone running everywhere at once, checking all things, demanding perfection. His great vitality had returned, but it was not the vitality we had known before. There was a cruelty in him now. "Make them remember, my child," he roared at me in the bedroom. "Make them remember what once was theirs." For he came back to my bed, but his spirit was not the same. There was only brute strength in the performance of his manhood. There was no joy. If all of us, in the house and the stables and in the fields, knew then what we soon would learn, we would have killed him in the forest. I, who had been given everything by the great Padrone, who worshipped him as both father and lover, would have plunged in the knife myself. The great day came. The ships sailed in at dawn from Lido di Ostia, and the carriages were sent down to Porto Vecchio to bring up the honored guests to Villa Matarese. It was a glorious day, music in the gardens, enormous tables heaped with delicacies, and much wine. The finest wines from all Europe, stored for decades in the Padrone's cellars. The honored guests were given their own suites, each with a balcony and a magnificent view. And, not the least, each guest was provided with his own young whore for an afternoon's pleasure. Like the wines, they were the finest, not of Europe, but of southern Corsica, 5 of the most beautiful virgins to be found in the hills. Night came, and the grandest banquet ever seen at Villa Matarese was held in the great hall. When it was over, the servants placed bottles of brandy in front of the guests, and were told to remain in the kitchens. The musicians were ordered to take their instruments into the gardens and continue playing. we girls were asked to go to the upper house to await our masters. We were flushed with wine, the girls and I, but there was a difference between myself and them. I was the proteta of Guillaume de Matarese, and I knew a great event was taking place. He was my padrone, my lover, and I wished to be a part of it. In addition to which, I'd spent 3 years with tutors, and although hardly a learned woman, I was given to better things than the giddy talk of ignorant girls from the hills. I crept away from the others and concealed myself behind a railing on the balcony above the great hall. I watched and listened for hours, it seems, understanding very little then of what my padrone was saying, only that he was most persuasive, his voice at times barely heard, at other times shouting as though he were possessed by the fever. He spoke of generations past, when men ruled empires given them by God and by their own endeavors. How they ruled them with iron might because they were able to protect themselves from those who would steal their kingdoms and the fruits of their labors. However, those days were gone, and the great families, the great empire builders, such as those in that room, were now being stripped by thieves and corrupt governments that harbored thieves. They, those in that room, had to look to other methods to regain what was rightfully theirs. They had to kill, cautiously, judiciously, with skill and daring, and divide the thieves and their corrupt protectors. They were never to kill by themselves, for they were the decision-makers, the men who selected victims. Wherever possible, victims chosen by others among the corrupted. Those in that room were to be known as the Council of the Matarese, and word was to go forth in the circles of power that there was a group of unknown, silent men who understood the necessity of sudden change and violence, who were unafraid to provide the means, and who would guarantee beyond living doubt that those performing the acts could never be traced to those purchasing them. He went on to speak of things I could not understand, of killers trained by great pharaohs and Arabian princes centuries ago, how men could be trained to do terrible things beyond their wills, even beyond their knowledge, how others needed only the proper encouragement, for they sought the assassin's martyrdom. These were to be the methods of the Matarese, but in the beginning there would be disbelief in the circles of power, so examples had to be made. During the next few years, selected men were to be assassinated. They would be chosen carefully, killed in ways that would breed mistrust, pitting political faction against political faction, corrupt government against corrupt government. There would be chaos and bloodshed, and the message would be clear. The Matarese existed. The padrone distributed to each guest pages on which he had written down his thoughts. These writings were to be the council's source of strength and direction, but they were never to be shown to eyes other than their own. These pages were the last will and testament of Guillaume de Matarese, and those in that room were his inheritors. Inheritors? Asked the guests. They were compassionate, but direct. In spite of the villa's beauty, and the servants, and the musicians, and the feast they had enjoyed, they knew he had been ruined, as each of them had been ruined. Who among them had anything left but his wine cellars and his lands and rents from tenants to keep but a semblance of his former life intact? A grand banquet once in a great while, but little else. The padrone did not answer them at first. Instead, he demanded to know from each guest whether that man accepted the things he had said, if that man was prepared to become a consigliere of the Matarese. They replied yes, each more vehement than the last, pledging himself to the padrone's goals, for great evil had been done to each of them, and they wanted revenge. It was apparent that Guillaume de Matarese appeared to each at that moment a saint. Each except one, a deeply religious Spaniard who spoke of the word of God and of his commandments. He accused the padrone of madness, called him an abomination in the eyes of God. "Am I an abomination in your eyes, sir?" asked the padrone. "You are, sir," replied the man. Whereupon the first of the most terrible things happened. The padrone took a pistol from his belt, aimed it at the man, and fired. The guests sprang up from their chairs and stared in silence at the dead Spaniard. "He could not be permitted to leave this room alive," said the padrone. As if nothing had happened, the guests returned to their chairs, all eyes on this mightiest of men, who could kill with such deliberateness. Perhaps afraid for their own lives, it was difficult to tell. The padrone went on. "All in this room are my inheritors," he said. "For you are the council of the Matarese, and you and yours will do what I can no longer do. I am too old, and death is near, nearer than you believe. You will carry out what I tell you. You will divide the corruptors and the corrupted. You will spread chaos, and through the strength of your achievements you will inherit far more than I leave you. You will inherit the earth. You will have your own again." "What can you leave us?" asked a guest. "A fortune in Genoa and a fortune in Rome. The accounts have been transferred in the manner described in a document, one copy of which has been placed in each of your rooms. There also will you find the conditions under which you will receive the moneys. These accounts were never known to exist. They will provide millions for you to begin your work." The guests were stunned until one had a question. "Your work? Is it not our work?" "It will always be ours, but I shall not be here. For I leave you something more precious than all the gold in the Transvaal, the complete secrecy of your identities. I speak to each of you. Your presence here this day will never be revealed to anyone on earth. No name, no description, no likeness of your face, no pattern of your speech can ever be traced to you. Neither will it ever be forced from the senile wanderings of an old man's mind." Several of the guests protested, mildly to be sure, but with reason. There were many people at Villa Matarese that day. The servants, the grooms, the musicians, the girls. The padrone held up his hand. It was as steady as his eyes were glaring. "I will show you the way. You must never step back from violence. You must accept it as surely as the air you breathe, for it is necessary to life, necessary to your lives, to the work you must do." He dropped his hand, and the peaceful, elegant world of Villa Matarese erupted in gunfire and screams of death everywhere. It came first from the kitchen. Deafening blasts of shotguns, glass shattering, metal crashing, servants slain as they tried to escape through the doors into the great hall, their faces and chests covered with blood. Then from the gardens, the music abruptly stopped, replaced by supplications to God, all answered by the thunder of the guns. And then, most horribly, the high-pitched screams of terror from the upper house, where the young ignorant girls from the hills were being slaughtered. Children who only hours ago had been virgins, defiled by men they had never seen before on the orders of Guillaume de Matarese, now butchered by new commands. I pressed myself back into the wall in the darkness of the balcony, not knowing what to do, trembling, frightened beyond any fear I could imagine. And then the gunfire stopped, the silence that followed more terrible than the screams, for it was the evidence of death. Suddenly I could hear running, 3 or 4 men I could not tell, but I knew they were the killers. They were rushing down staircases and through doors, and I thought, "Oh God in heaven, they are looking for me." But they were not. They were racing to a place where all would gather together. It seemed to be the north veranda. I could not be sure, all was happening so fast. Below in the great hall, the 4 guests were in shock, frozen to their chairs, the padrone holding them in their places by the strength of his glaring eyes. There came what I thought would be the final sounds of gunfire, until my own death. 3 shots, only 3, between terrible screams. And then I understood. The killers had themselves been killed by a lone man given those orders. The silence came back. Death was everywhere, in the shadows and dancing on the walls, in the flickering candlelight of the great hall. The padrone spoke to his guests. "It is over," he said. or nearly over. All but you at this table are dead, save one man you will never see again. It is he who will drive you in a shrouded carriage to Bonifacio, where you may mingle with the night revelers and take the crowded morning steamer to Naples. You have 15 minutes to gather your things and meet on the front steps. There are none to carry your luggage, I am afraid. A guest found his voice, or part of it. And you, Padrone? He whispered. At the last I give you my life as your final lesson. Remember me. I am the way. Go forth and become my disciples. Rip out the corrupters and the corrupted. He was raving mad, his shouts echoing throughout the great house of death. Entrare, he roared. A small child, a shepherd boy from the hills, walked through the large doors of the north veranda. He held a pistol in his 2 hands. It was heavy, and he was slight. He approached the master. The Padrone raised his eyes to the heavens, his voice to God. Do as you were told, he shouted, for an innocent child shall light your path. The shepherd boy raised the heavy pistol and fired it into the head of Guillaume de Matarese. The old woman had finished, her unblinking eyes filled with tears. I must rest, she said. Telenyakov, rigid in his chair, spoke softly. We have questions, madame. Surely you know that. Later, said Schofield. Chapter 16. Light broke over the surrounding mountains as pockets of mist floated up from the fields outside the farmhouse. Telenyakov found tea, and with the old woman's permission boiled water on the wood-burning stove. Schofield sipped from his cup, watching the rippling stream from the window. It was time to talk again. There were too many discrepancies between what the blind woman had told them and the facts as they were assumed to be. But there was a primary question. Why had she told them at all? The answer to that might make clear whether any part of her narrative should be believed. Bray turned from the window and looked at the old woman in the chair by the stove. Telenyakov had given her tea, and she drank it delicately, as though remembering those lessons in the social graces given a girl of 10 and 7 years of age decades ago. The Russian was kneeling by the dog, stroking its fur again, reminding it they were friends. He glanced up as Schofield walked toward the old woman. We've given you our name, Signora, said Bray, speaking in Italian. What is yours? Sofia Pastorine. If one goes back to look, I'm sure it can be found in the records of the convent at Bonifacio. That is why you ask, is it not? To be able to check? Yes, answered Schofield, if we think it's necessary and have the opportunity. You will find my name. The Padrone may even be listed as my benefactor, to whom I was ward, as an intended bride for one of his sons, perhaps. I never knew. Then we must believe you, said Telenyakov, getting to his feet. You would not be so foolish as to direct us to such a source if it were not true. Records that have been meddled with are easily detected these days. The old woman smiled, a smile with its roots in sadness. I have no understanding of such matters, but I can understand if you have doubts. She put down her cup of tea on the ledge of the stove. There are none in my memories. I have spoken the truth. Then my first question is as important as any we may ask you, said Bray, sitting down. Why did you tell us this story? Because it had to be told, and no one else could do so. Only I survived. There was a man, interrupted Schofield, and a shepherd boy. They were not in the great hall to hear what I heard. Have you told it before? Asked Telenyakov. Never, replied the blind woman. Why not? Who was I to tell it to? I have few visitors, and those that come are from down in the hills, bringing me the few supplies I need. To tell them would be to bring them death, for surely they would tell others. Then the story is known, pressed the KGB man. Not what I've told you. But there's a secret down there. They tried to send me away, and when I would not go, they tried to kill me. My granddaughter did not tell me that. She seemed truly surprised. I don't think she had time to, said Bray. The old woman did not seem to be listening, her focus still on the Russian. What did you say to the people in the hills? I asked questions. You had to have done more than that. Telenyakov frowned, remembering. I tried to provoke the innkeeper. I told him I would bring back others, scholars with historical records, to study further the question of Guillaume de Matarese. The woman nodded. When you leave here, do not go back the way you came, nor can you take my child's granddaughter with you. You must promise me that. If they find you, they will not let you live. We know that, said Bray. We want to know why. All the lands of Guillaume de Matarese were willed to the people of the hills. The tenants became the heirs of 1,000 fields and pastures, streams and forests. It was so recorded in the courts of Bonifacio, and great celebrations were held everywhere. But there was a price, and there were other courts that would take away the lands if that price were known. The blind Sophia stopped, as if weighing another price, perhaps one of betrayal. Please, Signora Pastorine, said Telenyakov, leaning forward in the chair. Yes, she answered quietly. It must be told. Everything was to be done quickly, for fear of unwanted intruders happening upon the great house of Villa Matarese, and the death that was everywhere. The guests gathered their papers and fled to their rooms. I remained in the shadows of the balcony, my body filled with pain, the silent vomit of fear all around me. How long I stayed there I could not tell, but soon I heard the running feet of the guests racing down the staircase to their appointed meeting place. Then there was the sound of carriage wheels and the neighing of horses. Minutes later, the carriage sped away, hooves clattering on the hard stone, along with the rapid cracking of a whip, all fading away quickly. I started to crawl toward the balcony door, not able to think, my eyes filled with bolts of lightning, my head trembling so I could barely find my way. I pressed my hands on the wall, wishing there were brackets I could hold on to, when I heard a shout and threw myself to the floor again. It was a terrible shout, for it came from a child, and yet it was cold and demanding. Vieni subito! The shepherd boy was screaming at someone from the north veranda. If all was senseless up to that moment, the child's shouts intensified the madness beyond any understanding, for he was a child, and a killer. Somehow I rose to my feet and ran through the door to the top of the staircase. I was about to run down, wanting only to get away, into the air and the fields and the protection of darkness, when I heard other shouts and saw the figures of running men through the windows. They were carrying torches, and in seconds crashed through the doors. I could not run down, for I would be seen, so I ran above to the upper house, my panic such that I no longer knew what I was doing, only running. And, as if guided by an unseen hand that wanted me to live, I burst into the sewing-room and saw the dead. There they were, sprawled everywhere in blood, mouths stretched in such terror that I could still hear their screams. The screams I heard were not real, but the shouts of men on the staircase were. It was the end for me. There was nothing left. I was to be caught. I would be killed. And then, as surely as an unseen hand had led me to that room, it forced me to do a most terrible thing. I joined the dead. I put my hands in the blood of my sisters and rubbed it over my face and clothes. I fell on top of my sisters and waited. The men came into the sewing room, some crossing themselves, others whispering prayers, but none deterred from the work they had to do. The next hours were a nightmare only the devil could conceive of. The bodies of my sisters and I were carried down the staircase and hurled through the doors, beyond the marble steps, into the drive. Wagons had been brought from the stables, and by now many were filled with bodies. Again, my sisters and I were thrown into the back of a cart, crowded with dead, like so much refuse. The stench of waste and blood was so overpowering I had to sink my teeth into my own flesh to keep from screaming. Through the corpses, above me and over the railings, I could hear men shouting orders. Nothing could be stolen from the Villa Matarese. Anyone found doing so would join the bodies inside. For there were to be many bodies left inside, charred flesh and bones to be found at a later time. The wagons began to move, smoothly at first. Then we reached the fields, and the horses were whipped unmercifully. The wagons raced through the grass and over the rocks at immense speeds, as if every second was a second our living guards wished to leave behind in hell. There was death below me, death above me, and I prayed to Almighty God to take me also. But I could not cry out, for although I wanted to die, I was afraid of the pain of dying. The unseen hand held me by the throat, but mercy was granted me. I fell into unconsciousness. How long, I do not know, but I think it was a very long time. I awakened. The wagons had come to a stop, and I peered through the bodies and the slats in the side. There was moonlight, and we were far up in the wooded hills, but not in the mountains. Nothing was familiar to me. We were far, far away from Villa Matarese, but where I could not tell you then, and cannot tell you now. The last of the nightmare began. Our bodies were pulled off the wagons and thrown into a common grave, each corpse held by two men so that they could hurl it into the deepest part. I fell in pain, my teeth sinking into my fingers to keep my mind from crossing into madness. I opened my eyes, and the vomit came again at what I saw. All around me, dead faces, limp arms, gaping mouths, stabbed, bleeding carcasses that only hours ago had been human beings. The grave was enormous, wide, and deep, and strangely it seemed to me in my silent hysteria shaped in the form of a circle. Beyond the edge I could hear the voices of our grave-diggers. Some were weeping, while others cried out to Christ for mercy. Several were demanding that the blessed sacraments be given to the dead, that for the sake of all their souls a priest be brought to the place of death and intercede with God. But other men said no, they were not the killers, merely those chosen to put the slain to rest. God would understand. Basta, they said. It could not be done. It was the price they paid for the good of generations yet to be born. The hills were theirs, the fields and streams and forests belonged to them. There was no turning back now. They had made their pact with the Padrone, and he had made it clear to the elders. Only the government's knowledge of a cospirazione could take the lands away from them. The Padrone was the most learned of men. He knew the courts and the laws. His ignorant tenants did not. They were to do exactly as he had instructed the elders, or the high courts would take the lands from them. There could be no priests from Porto Vecchio or St. Lucie or anywhere else. No chance taken that word would go out of the hills. Those who had other thoughts could join the dead. Their secret was never to leave the hills. The lands were theirs. It was enough. The men fell silent, picked up their shovels, and began throwing dirt over the bodies. I thought then that surely I would die, my mouth and nostrils smothered under the earth. Yet I think all of us, trapped with death, find ways to elude its touch, ways we could never dream of before we are caught. It happened for me. As each layer of earth filled the circular grave and was trampled upon, I moved my hand in the darkness, clawing the dirt above me so that I could breathe. At the very end I had nothing but the smallest passage of air, but it was enough. There was space around my head, enough for God's air to invade. The unseen hand had guided mine, and I lived. It was hours later, I believed, when I began to burrow my way to the surface, a blind, unknowing animal seeking life. When my hand reached through to nothing but cold, moist air, I wept without control, and a part of my brain went into panic, frightened that my weeping would be heard. God was merciful. Everyone had left. I crawled out of the earth, and I walked out of that forest of death into a field and saw the early sunlight rising over the mountains. I was alive, but there was no life for me. I could not go back to the hills, for surely I would be killed. Yet to go elsewhere, to arrive at some strange place and simply be, was not possible for a young woman in this island country. There was no one I could turn to, having spent 3 years a willing captive of my padrone. Yet I could not simply die in that field, with God's sunlight spreading over the sky. It told me to live, you see. I tried to think what I might do, where I might go. Beyond the hills, on the ocean's coasts, were other great houses that belonged to other padrones, friends of Guillaume. I wondered what would happen Were I to appear at one of them and plead for shelter and mercy? Then I saw the error of such thinking. Those men were not my padrone. They were men with wives and families, and I was the whore of Villa Matarese. While Guillaume was alive, my presence was to be tolerated, even enjoyed, for the great man would have it no other way. But with him dead, I was dead. Then I remembered. There was a man who tended the stables of an estate in Zonza. He had been kind to me during those times we visited, and I rode his employer's mounts. He had smiled often and guided me as to my proper deportment in the saddle, for he saw that I was not born to the hunt. Indeed, I admitted it, and we had laughed together, and each time I had seen the look in his eyes. I was used to glances of desire, but his eyes held more than that. There was gentleness and understanding, perhaps even respect, not for what I was, but for what I did not pretend to be. I looked at the early sun, and knew that Zonza was on my left, probably beyond the mountains. I set out for those stables and that man. He became my husband, and although I bore the child of Guillaume de Matarese, he accepted her as his own, giving us both love and protection through the days of his life. Those years and our lives during those years are no concern of yours. They do not pertain to the padrone. It is enough to say that no harm came to us. For years we lived far north in Vescovato, away from the danger of the hill people, never daring to mention their secret. The dead could not be brought back, you see, and the killer and his killer son, the man and the shepherd boy, had fled Corsica. I have told you the truth, all of it. If you still have doubts, I cannot put them to rest. Again she had finished. Talenikov got up and walked slowly to the stove and the pot of tea. Per nostro circolo, he said, looking at Schofield. 70 years have passed, and still they would kill for their grave. Perdona? The old woman did not understand English, so the KGB man repeated his statement in Italian. Sophia nodded. The secret goes from father to son. These are the 2 generations that have been born since the land was theirs. It is not so long. They are still afraid. There aren't any laws that could take it from them, said Bray. I doubt there ever were. Men might have been sent to prison for withholding information about the massacre, but in those days who would prosecute? They buried the dead, that was their conspiracy. There was a greater conspiracy. They did not permit the Blessed Sacraments. That's another court. I don't know anything about it. Schofield glanced at the Russian, then brought his eyes back to the blind eyes in front of him. Why did you come back? I was able to, and I was old when we found this valley. That's not an answer. The people of the hills believe a lie. They think the padrone spared me, sent me away before the guns began. To others I am a source of fear and hatred. It is whispered that I was spared by God to be a remembrance of their sin, yet blinded by God so never to reveal their grave in the forests. I am the blind whore of Villa Matarese, permitted to live because they are afraid to take the life of God's reminder. Talenikov spoke from the other side of the stove. But you said a while ago that they would not hesitate to kill you if you told the story. Perhaps if they were even aware that you knew it. Yet now you tell it to us and imply that you want us to bring it out of Corsica. Why? Did not a man in your own country call for you and tell you things he wanted you to know? The Russian began to reply. Sophia Pastorine interrupted. Yes, signore. As that man, the end of my life draws near. With each breath I know it. Death, it seems, invites those of us who know some part of the Matarese to speak of it. I'm not sure I can tell you why, but for me there was a sign. My granddaughter traveled down to the hills and came back with news of a scholar seeking information about the padrone. You were my sign. I sent her back to find you. Does she know? Asked Bray. Have you ever told her? She could have brought the story out. Never. She is known in the hills, but she is not of the hills. She would be hunted down wherever she went. She would be killed. I asked for your word, signore, and you must give it to me. You must have nothing further to do with her. You have it, agreed Telenyakov. She's not in this room because of us. What did you hope to accomplish by speaking to my associate? Asked Bray. What his friend hoped for, I think. To make men look beneath the waves to the dark waters below. It is there that the power to move the sea is found. The Council of the Matarese, said the KGB man, staring at the blind eyes. Yes, I told you. I listened to the broadcasts from Rome and Milan and Nice. It is happening everywhere. The prophecies of Guillaume de Matarese are coming true. It does not take an educated person to see that. For years I listened to the broadcasts and wondered, could it be so? Was it possible they survive still? Then, one night, many days ago, I heard the words, and it was as though time had no meaning. I was suddenly back in the shadows of the balcony in the great hall, the gunfire and the screams of horror echoing in my ears. I was there, with my eyes before God took them from me, watching the terrible scene below. And I was remembering what the Padrone had said moments before. You and yours will do what I can no longer do. The old woman stopped, her blind eyes swimming, then began again, her sentences rushed in fear. It was true. They had survived. Not the council as it was then, but as it is today. You and yours. The yours had survived, led by the one man whose voice was crueler than the wind. Sophia Pastorine abruptly stopped again, her frail, delicate hands grasping for the wooden arm of her chair. She stood up and, with her left hand, reached for her cane by the edge of the stove. The list. You must have it, signori. I took it out of a blood-soaked gown 70 years ago after crawling out of the grave in the mountains. It had stayed next to my body through the terror. I had carried it with me, so I would not forget their names and their titles, to make my padrone proud of me. The old woman tapped the cane in front of her as she walked across the room to a primitive shelf on the wall. Her right hand felt the edge, her fingers hesitantly dancing among the various jars until she found the one she wanted. She removed the clay top, reached inside, and pulled out a scrap of soiled paper, yellow with age. She turned. It is yours. Names from the past. This is the list of honored guests who journeyed in secrecy to Villa Matarese on the 4th of April in the year 1911. If, by giving it to you, I do a terrible thing, may God have mercy on my soul. Schofield and Telenyakov were on their feet. You haven't, said Bray. You've done the right thing. The only thing, added Vasily. He touched her hand. May I? She released the faded scrap of paper. The Russian studied it. It's the key, he said to Schofield. It's also quite beyond anything we might have expected. Why? Asked Bray. The Spaniard, the man Matarese killed, has been crossed out, but 2 of these names will startle you. To say the least, they are prominent. Here. Telenyakov crossed to Schofield, holding the paper delicately between 2 fingers so as not to damage it further. Bray took it in the palm of his hand. I don't believe it, said Schofield, reading the names. I'd like to get this analyzed to make sure it wasn't written 5 days ago. It wasn't, said the KGB man. I know, and that scares the hell out of me. Perdona? Sophia Pastorine stood by the shelf. Bray answered her in Italian. We recognize 2 of these names. They are well-known men. But they are not the men, broke in the old woman, stabbing her cane on the floor. None of them. They are only the inheritors. They are controlled by another. He is the man. What are you talking about? Who? The dog growled. Neither Schofield nor Telenyakov paid any attention. An angry voice had been raised. The animal got to its feet, now snarling. The 2 men, their concentration on Sophia, still ignoring it. But the old woman did not. She held up her hand, a gesture for silence. She spoke, her anger replaced by alarm. Open the door. Call out for my granddaughter, quickly. What is it? Asked the Russian. Men are coming. They're passing through the thickets. Uccello hears them. Bray walked rapidly to the door. How far away are they? On the other side of the ridge. Nearly here. Hurry! Schofield opened the door and called out. You, Antonia, come here quickly. The dog's snarls came through bared teeth. Its head was thrust forward, its legs stretched and taut, prepared to defend or attack. Leaving the door open, Bray crossed to a counter and picked up a lettuce leaf. He tore it in half and placed the yellow scrap of paper between the two sections and folded them together. "I'll put this in my pocket," he said to the KGB man. "I've memorized the names and the countries," replied Telenyakov, "but then I'm sure you have too." The girl ran through the door, breathless, her field jacket only partially buttoned, the lupo in her hand, the bulges of the automatics in her side pockets. "What's the matter?" Schofield turned from the counter. "Your grandmother said men were coming. The dog heard them." "On the other side of the hill," interrupted the old woman. 900 paces, perhaps, no more." "Why would they do that?" asked the girl. "Why would they come?" "Did they see you, my child? Did they see Uccello?" "They must have. But I said nothing. I did not interfere with them. They had no reason to think." "But they saw you the day before," said Sophia Pastorine, interrupting again. "Yes, I bought the things you wanted." "Then why would you come back?" The old woman spoke rhetorically. "That is what they tried to understand, and they did. They are men of the hills. They look down at the grass and the dirt and see that 3 people traveled over the ground, not 1. You must leave, all of you." "I will not do that, grandmother," cried Antonia. "They won't harm us. I'll say I may have been followed, but I know nothing." The old woman stared straight ahead. "You have what you came for, signore. Take it. Take her. Leave." Bray turned to the girl. "We owe her that," he said. He grabbed the shotgun out of her hands. She tried to fight back, but Telenyakov pinned her arms and removed the Browning and the Grasburia automatics from her pockets. "You saw what happened down there," continued Schofield. "Do as she says." The dog raced to the open door and barked viciously. Far in the distance, voices were carried on the morning breezes. Men were shouting to others behind them. "Go," said Sophia Pastorine. "Come on." Bray propelled Antonia in front of him. "We'll be back after they've left. We haven't finished." "A moment, signore," shouted the blind woman. "I think we have finished. The names you possess may be helpful to you, but they are only the inheritors. Look for the one whose voice is crueler than the wind. I heard it. Find him. The shepherd boy. It is he." Chapter 17. They ran along the edge of the pasture on the border of the woods and climbed to the top of the ridge. The shadows of the eastern slope kept them from being seen. There had been only a few seconds when they might have been spotted. They were prepared for that, but it did not happen. The men on the opposite ridge were distracted by a barking dog, deciding whether or not to use their rifles on it. They did not, for the dog was retrieved by a whistle before such a decision could be made. Uccello was beside Antonia now in the grass, his breath coming as rapidly as hers. There were 4 men on the opposite ridge, as there were 4 remaining names on the scrap of yellow paper in his pocket, thought Schofield. He wished finding them, trapping them, were as easy as trapping and picking off the 4 men who now descended into the valley. But the 4 men on the list were just the beginning. There was a shepherd boy to find, a voice crueler than the wind, a child's voice recognized decades later as one and the same, coming from the throat of what had to be a very, very old man. I heard the words, and it was as though time had no meaning. What were those words? Who was that man? The true descendant of Guillaume de Matarese, an old man who uttered a phrase that peeled away 70 years from the memory of a blind woman in the mountains of Corsica. In what language? It had to be French or Italian. She understood no other. They had to speak with her again. They had to understand far more. They had not finished with Sophia Pastorine. Bray watched as the 4 Corsicans approached the farmhouse, 2 covering the sides, 2 walking up to the door, all with weapons drawn. The men by the door paused for an instant. Then the one on the left raised his boot and rammed it into the wood, crashing the door inward. Silence. 2 shouts were heard, questions asked harshly. The men outside ran around opposite corners of the farmhouse and went inside. There was more shouting, and the unmistakable sound of flesh striking flesh. Antonia started to get up, fury on her face. Telenyakov pulled her down by the shoulder of her field jacket. The muscles in her throat were contorted. She was about to scream. Schofield had no choice. He clamped his hand over her mouth, forcing his fingers into her cheeks. The scream was reduced to a series of coughs. "Be quiet," whispered Bray. "If they hear you, they'll use her to get you down there." "It would be far worse for her," said Vasily, "and for you. You would hear her pain, and they would take you." Antonia's eyes blinked. She nodded. Schofield relieved his grip, but did not release it. She whispered through his hand, "They hit her. A blind woman, and they hit her." "They're frightened," said Telenyakov. "More than you can imagine. Without their land, they have nothing." The girl's fingers gripped Bray's wrist. "What do you mean?" "Not now," commanded Schofield. "There's something wrong. They're staying in there too long." "They've found something, perhaps," agreed the KGB man. "Or she's telling them something. Oh, Christ, she can't." "What are you thinking?" asked Telenyakov. "She said we'd finished. We haven't, but she's going to make sure of it. They'll see our footprints on the floor. We walked over wet ground. She can't deny we were there. With her hearing, she knows which way we went. She'll send them in another direction." "That's fine," said the Russian. "God damn it, they'll kill her." Telenyakov snapped his head back toward the farmhouse below. "You're right," he said. "If they believe her, and they will, they can't let her live. She's the source. She'll tell them that, too, if only to convince them. Her life for the shepherd boy. So we can find the shepherd boy. But we don't know enough. Come on, let's go." Schofield got to his feet, yanking the automatic from his belt. The dog snarled. The girl rose, and Telenyakov pushed her down to the ground again. They were not in time. 3 gunshots followed one upon the other. Antonia screamed. Bray lunged, holding her, cradling her. "Please, please," he whispered. He saw the Russian pull a knife from somewhere inside his coat. "No, it's all right." Telenyakov palmed the knife and knelt down, his eyes on the farmhouse below. "They're running outside. You were right. They're heading for the south slope." "Kill them!" The girl's words were muffled by Schofield's hand. "To what purpose now?" said the KGB man. "She did what she wished to do, what she felt she had to do." The dog would not follow them. Commands from Antonia had no effect. It raced down into the farmhouse and would not come out, its whimpering carried up to the ridge. "Goodbye, Uccello," said the girl, sobbing. "I will come back for you. Before God, I will come back." They walked out of the mountains, circling northwest beyond the hills of Porto Vecchio, then south to St. Lucie, following the stream until they reached the massive pine under which Bray had buried his attaché case and duffel bag. They traveled cautiously, using the woods as much as possible, separating and walking in sequence across open stretches so no one would see them together. Schofield pulled the shovel from beneath a pile of branches, dug up his belongings, and they started out again, retracing the stream north toward St. Lucie. Conversation was kept to a minimum. They wasted no time putting distance between themselves and the hills. The long silences and brief separations served a practical purpose, thought Bray, watching the girl as she pressed forward, bewildered, following their commands without thinking, tears intermittently appearing in her eyes. The constant movement occupied her mind. She had to come to some sort of acceptance of her grandmother's death. No words from relative strangers could help her. She needed the loneliness of her own thoughts. Schofield suspected that in spite of her handling of the Lupo, Antonia was not a child of violence. She was no child to begin with. In the daylight he could see that she would not see 30 again, but beyond that she came from a world of radical academics, not revolution. He doubted she would know what to do at the barricades. "We must stop running," she cried suddenly. "You may do what you like, but I am returning to Porto Vecchio. I'll see them hanged." "There's a great deal you don't know," said Telenyakov. "She was killed. That is all I have to know." "It's not that simple," said Bray. "The truth is she killed herself." "They killed her." "She forced them to." Schofield took her hand, gripping it firmly. "Try to understand me. We can't let you go back. Your grandmother knew that. What happened during the past 48 hours has got to fade away just as fast as possible. There will be a certain amount of panic up in those hills. They'll send men trying to find us, but in several weeks, when nothing happens, they'll cool off. They'll live with their own fears, but they'll be quiet. It's the only thing they can do. Your grandmother understood that. She counted on it." "But why?" "Because we have other things to do," said the Russian. "She understood that, too. It's why she sent you back to find us." "What are these things?" asked Antonia, then answered for herself. "She said you had names. She spoke of a shepherd boy." "But you must speak of neither," ordered Telenyakov. "Not if you wish her death to mean anything. We cannot let you interfere." Schofield caught the sound in the KGB man's voice, and for an instant found himself reaching for his gun. In that split second, the memory of Berlin 10 years ago was prodded to the surface. Telenyakov had already made a decision. If the Russian had the slightest doubt, he would kill this girl. "She won't interfere," said Bray, without knowing why he gave such a guarantee, but delivering it firmly. "Let's go. We'll make one stop. I'll see a man in Murato. Then, if we can reach Bastia, I can get us out." "To where, signore? You cannot order me." "Be quiet," said Bray. "Don't press your luck." "No, don't," added the KGB man, glancing at Schofield. "We must talk. As before, we should travel separately, divide our work, set up schedules and points of contact. We have much to discuss. By my guess, there are 90 miles between here and Bastia. There'll be plenty of time to talk." Schofield reached down for his attaché case. The girl snapped her hand out of his, angrily moving away. The Russian leaned over for the duffel bag. "I suggest we talk alone," he said to Bray. "She's not an asset, Beowulf." "You disappoint me." Schofield took the duffel bag from the KGB man. "Hasn't anyone ever taught you to convert a liability into an asset?" Antonia had lived in Vescovato on the Golo River, 20-odd miles south of Bastia. Her immediate contribution was to get them there without being seen. It was important that she make decisions, if only to take her mind off the fact that she was following orders she disagreed with. She did so rapidly, choosing primitive back roads and mountain trails she had known as a child growing up in the province. "The nuns brought us here for a picnic," she said, looking down at a dammed-up stream. "We built fires and ate sausage, and took turns going into the woods to smoke cigarettes." They went on. "This hill has a fine wind in the morning," she said. "My father made marvelous kites, and we would fly them here on Sundays. After Mass, of course." "We?" asked Bray. "Do you have brothers and sisters?" "One of each. They're older than I am, and still live in Vescovato. They have families, and I do not see them often. There's not much to talk about between us." "They didn't go to the upper schools, then?" said Telenyakov. "They thought such pursuits were foolish. They're good people, but prefer a simple life. If we need help, they will offer it." "It would be better not to seek it," said the Russian. "Or them." "They are my family, signore. Why should I avoid them?" "Because it may be necessary." "That's no answer. You kept me from Porto Vecchio, and the justice that should be done. You can't give me orders any longer." The KGB man looked at Schofield, his intent in his eyes. Bray expected the Russian to draw his weapon. He wondered briefly what his own reaction would be. He could not tell. But the moment passed, and Schofield understood something he had not fully understood before. Vasily Telenyakov did not wish to kill, but the professional in him was in strong conflict with the man. The Russian was pleading with him. He wanted to know how to convert a liability into an asset. Schofield wished he knew. "Take it easy," said Bray. "Nobody wants to tell you what to do except where your own safety's concerned. We said that before, and it's 10 times more valid now." "I think it is something else. You wish me to stay silent. Silent over the killing of a blind old woman." "Your safety depends on it. We told you that." She understood. "She's dead." "But you want to live," insisted Schofield calmly. "If the Hill people find you, you won't. And if it's known that you've talked to others, they'll be in danger too. Can't you see that?" "Then what am I to do?" "Just what we're doing. Disappear. Get out of Corsica." The girl started to object. Bray cut her off. "And trust us. You must trust us. Your grandmother did. She died so we could live and find some people who are involved in terrible things that go beyond Corsica." "You're not talking to a child. What do you mean, terrible things?" Bray glanced at Telenyakov, accepting his disapproval, but by nodding, overriding it. "There are men, we don't know how many, whose lives are committed to killing other men, who spread mistrust and suspicion by choosing victims and financing murder. There's no pattern except violence, political violence, pitting faction against faction, government against government, people against people." Schofield paused, seeing the concentration in Antonia's face. "You said you were a political activist, a communist. Fine, good. So's my associate here. He was trained in Moscow. I'm an American, trained in Washington. We're enemies. We've fought each other a long time. The details aren't important, but the fact that we're working together now is. The men we're trying to find are much more dangerous than any differences between us, between our governments, because these men can escalate those differences into something nobody wants. They can blow up the globe." "Thank you for telling me," said Antonia pensively. Then she frowned. But how could she know of such things? She was there when it all began, answered Bray. Nearly 70 years ago at Villa Matarese. The words emerged slowly as Antonia whispered, "The whore of Villa Matarese. The padrone, Guillaume?" He was as powerful as any man in England or France, an obstacle to the cartels and the combines. He stood in their way and won too often, so they destroyed him. They used their governments to bring about his collapse. They killed his sons. He went crazy, but in his madness, and with the resources he had left, he put in motion a long-range plan to get revenge. He called together other men who'd been destroyed the same way he had. They became the Council of the Matarese. For years their specialty was assassination. Years later they were presumed to have died. Now they've come back, more deadly than they ever were. Schofield paused. He had told her enough. That's as plainly as I can explain it, and I hope you understand. You want the men who killed your grandmother to pay for it. I'd like to think that one day they will, but I've also got to tell you that they don't much matter. Antonia was silent for a few moments, her intelligent brown eyes riveted on Bray. You're quite clear, Signor Schofield. If they don't matter, then I don't matter either. Is that what you're saying? I guess I am. And my socialist comrade, she added, glancing at Telenyakov, would as soon remove my insignificant presence as not. I look at an objective, answered Vasily, and I do my best to analyze the problems inherent in reaching it. Yes, of course. Then do I turn around and walk into the woods expecting the gunshot that will end my life? That's your decision, said Telenyakov. I have a choice, then? You would take my word that I'll say nothing? No, replied the KGB man. I would not. Bray studied Telenyakov's face, his right hand inches from the Browning automatic in his belt. The Russian was leading up to something, testing the girl as he did so. Then what is the choice, continued Antonia? To let one or the other of your governments put me away until you have found the men you seek? I'm afraid that's not possible, said Telenyakov. We're acting outside our governments. We do not have their approvals. To put it frankly, they seek us as intensely as we seek the men we spoke of. The girl reacted to the Russian's startling information as though struck. You're hunted by your own people? She asked. Telenyakov nodded. I see. I understand clearly now. You will not accept my word, and you cannot imprison me. Therefore I am a threat to you, far more than I imagined. So I have no choice, do I? You may have, replied the KGB man. My associate mentioned it. What was that? Trust us. Help us get to Bastia and trust us. Something may come of it. Telenyakov turned to Schofield and spoke one word. Conduit. We'll see, said Bray, removing his hand from his belt. They were thinking along the same lines. The State Department contact in Murato was not happy. He did not want the complication he was faced with. As an owner of fishing boats in Bastia, he wrote reports on Soviet naval maneuvers for the Americans. Washington paid him well, and Washington had cabled alerts to stations everywhere that Brandon Allen Schofield, former specialist in consular operations, was to be considered a defector. Under such a classification, the rules were clear. Taken to custody, if possible, but if custody was out of the question, employ all feasible measures for dispatch. Silvio Montefiore wondered briefly if such a course of action was worth a try. But he was a practical man, and in spite of the temptation, he rejected the idea. Schofield had the proverbial knife to Montefiore's mouth, yet there was some honey on the blade. If Silvio refused the American request, his activities would be exposed to the Soviets. Yet if Silvio acceded to Schofield's wishes, the defector promised him $10,000. And $10,000, even with the poor rate of exchange, was probably more than any bonus he might receive for Schofield's death. Also, he would be alive to spend the money. Montefiore reached the warehouse, opened the door, and walked through the dark, deserted cavern until he stood next to the rear wall as instructed. He could not see the American. There was too little light, but he knew Schofield was there. It was a matter of waiting while birds circled and signals were somehow relayed. He took a thin, crooked cigar from his handkerchief pocket, fumbled through his trousers for a box of matches, extracted one, and struck it. As he held the flame to the tip of the cigar, he was annoyed to see that his hand trembled. "You're sweating, Montefiore." The voice came from the shadows on the left. "The match shows up the sweat all over your face. The last time I saw you, you were sweating. I was in charge of the pouch then, and asked you certain questions." "Brandon!" exclaimed Silvio, his greeting effusive. "My dear good friend, how fine it is to see you again, if I could see you." The tall American walked out of the shadows into the dim light. Montefiore expected to see a gun in his hand, but of course it was not there. Schofield never did the expected. "How are you, Silvio?" said the defector. "Well, my dear good friend." Montefiore knew better than to reach for a handshake. "Everything's arranged. I take a great risk, pay my crew 10 times their wages, but nothing is too much for a friend I admire so. You and the provocateur need only to go to the end of Pier 7 in Bastia at 1 o'clock this morning. My best trawler will get you to Livorno by daybreak." "Is that its usual run?" "Naturally not. The usual port is Piombino. I pay for the extra fuel gladly, with no thought of my loss." "That's generous of you." "And why not? You have always been fair with me." "And why not? You've always delivered." Schofield reached into his pocket and took out a roll of bills. "But I'm afraid there'll be some changes. To begin with, I need 2 boats. One is to sail out of Bastia to the south, the other north, both staying within 1,000 yards of the coastline. Each will be met by a speedboat, which will be scuttled. I'll be in one, the Russian in the other. I'll give you the signals. Once on board, he and I will both head for open water, where the 2 courses will be charted, the destinations known only to the captains and ourselves." "So many complications, my friend. They are not necessary. You have my word." "And I'll treasure it, Silvio, but while it's locked in my heart, do as I say." "Naturally," said Montefiore, swallowing. "But you must realize how this will add to my costs." "Then they should be covered, shouldn't they?" "It gladdens me, you understand." "Oh, I do, Silvio." The American peeled off a number of very large bills. "For starters, I want you to know that your activities on behalf of Washington will never be revealed by me. That in itself is a considerable payment, if you place any value on your life. And I want you to have this. It's $5,000. Schofield held out the money. "My dearest fellow, you said 10,000. It was on your word that I predicated my very expensive arrangements." Perspiration oozed from Montefiore's pores. Not only was his relationship with the Department of State in untenable jeopardy, but this pig of a traitor was about to rob him blind. "I haven't finished, Silvio. You're much too anxious. I know I said 10,000, and you'll have it. That leaves 5,000 due you, without figuring in your additional expenses. Is that right?" "Quite right," said the Corsican. "The expenses are murderous." "So much is these days," agreed Bray. "Let's say 15% above the original price. Is that satisfactory?" "With others I might argue, but never with you." "Then we'll settle for an additional 1,500, okay? That leaves a total of 6,500 coming to you." "That is a troublesome phrase. It implies a future delivery, and my expenses are current. They cannot be put off." "Come on, old friend. Certainly someone of your reputation can be trusted for a few days." "A few days, Brandon. Again, so vague. A few days, and you could be in Singapore or Moscow. Can you be more specific?" "Sure. The money will be in one of your trawlers. I haven't decided which yet. It'll be under the forward bulkhead, to the right of the center strut, and hidden in a hollow piece of stained wood attached to the ribbing. You'll find it easily." "Mother of God, so will others." "Why, no one will be looking unless you make an announcement." "It's far too risky. There's not a crewman on board who would hesitate to kill his mother in front of his priest for such an amount. Really, my dear friend, come to your senses." "Don't worry, Silvio. Meet your boats in the harbor. If you don't find the wood, look for a man with his hand blown off. He'll have the money." "It will be trapped?" asked Montefiore incredulously, the sweat drenching his shirt collar. "A set screw on the side. You've done it before. Just remove it, and the charge is deactivated." "I'll hire my brother." Silvio was depressed. The American was not a nice person. It was as if Schofield had been reading his thoughts. Since the money was on board, it would be counterproductive to have either boat sunk. The State Department might not pay in full. And by the time both were back in Bastia, the despicable Schofield could be sailing down the Volga, or the Nile. "You won't reconsider, my dear good friend?" "I'm afraid I can't, and I won't tell anybody how much Washington thinks of you either. Don't fret, Silvio. The money will be there. You see, we may be in touch again, very soon. Do not hurry, Brandon, and please, say nothing further. I do not care to know anything. Such burdens. What are the signals for tonight? Simple. 2 flashes of light, repeated several times, or until the trawlers stop. 2 flashes, repeated. Distressed speedboat seeking help. I cannot be responsible for accidents at sea. Ciao, my old friend. Montefiore blotted his neck with his handkerchief, turned in the dim light of the warehouse, and started across the concrete floor. Silvio. Montefiore stopped. Yes? Change your shirt. They had watched her closely for nearly 2 days now, both men silently acknowledging that a judgment had to be made. She would either be their conduit, or she would have to die. There was no middle ground, no security prison or isolated compound to which she could be sent. She would be their conduit, or an act of sheer cold necessity would take place. They needed someone to relay messages between them. They could not communicate directly. It was too dangerous. There had to be a third party stationed in one spot, under cover, familiar with whatever basic codes they mounted, above all secretive and accurate. Was Antonia capable of being that person? And if she was, would she accept the risks that went with the job? So they studied her as if thrown into a crash analysis of an impending exchange between enemies on neutral ground. She was quick and had surface courage, qualities they had seen in the hills. She was also alert, conscious of danger. Yet she remained an enigma. Her core eluded them. She was defensive, guarded, quiet for long periods, her eyes darting in all directions at once, as though she expected a whip to crack across her back or a hand to grab her throat from the shadows behind. But there were no whips, no shadows in the sunlight. Antonia was a strange woman, and it occurred to both professionals that she was hiding something. Whatever it was, if it was, she was not about to reveal it. The moments of rest provided nothing. She kept to herself, intensely to herself, and refused to be drawn out. But she did what they had asked her to do. She got them to Bastia without incident, even to the point of knowing where to flag down a broken-down bus that carried laborers from the outskirts into the port city. Talenikov sat with Antonia in the front, while Schofield remained at the rear, watching the other passengers. They emerged on the crowded streets, Bray still behind them, still watching, still alert for a break in the pattern of surrounding indifference. A face suddenly rigid, a pair of eyes zeroing in on the erect, middle-aged man walking with the dark-haired woman 30 paces ahead. There was only indifference. He had told the girl to head for a bar on the waterfront, a run-down hole where no one dared intrude on a fellow drinker. Even most Corsos avoided the place. It served the dregs of the piers. Once inside, they separated again, Talenikov joining Bray at a table in the corner, Antonia 10 feet away at another table, the chair next to her angled against the edge, reserved. It did nothing to inhibit the drunken advances of the customers. These, too, were part of her testing. It was important to know how she handled herself. "What do you think?" asked Talenikov. "I'm not sure," said Schofield. "She's elusive. I can't find her." "Perhaps you're looking too hard. She's been through an emotional upheaval. You can't expect her to act with even the semblance of normalcy. I think she can do the job. We'd know soon enough if she can't. We can protect ourselves with prearranged cipher. And quite frankly, who else do we turn to? Is there a man at any station anywhere you could trust, or I could trust? Even what you call drones outside the stations. Who would not be curious? Who could resist the pressures of Washington or Moscow?" "It's the emotional upheaval that bothers me," Bray said. "I think it happened long before we found her. She said she was down in Porto Vecchio to get away for a while. Get away from what? There could be a dozen explanations. Unemployment is rampant throughout Italy. She could be without work. Or an unfaithful lover, an affair gone sour. Such things are not relevant to what we would be asking her to do. Those aren't the things I saw. Besides, why should we trust her, and even if we took the chance, why would she accept?" "She was there when that old woman was killed," said the Russian. "It may be enough." Schofield nodded. "It's a start, but only if she's convinced there's a specific connection between what we're doing and what she saw." "We made that clear. She heard the old woman's words. She repeated them." "While she was still confused, still in shock. She's got to be convinced." "Then convince her." "Me?" "She trusts you more than she does her socialist comrade. That's obvious." Schofield lifted his glass. "Were you going to kill her?" "No, that decision would have had to come from you. It still does. I was uncomfortable seeing your hand so close to your belt." "So was I." Bray put down the glass and glanced over at the girl. Berlin was never far away. Telenyakov understood that. But Schofield's mind and his eyes were not playing tricks with his memories now. He was not in a cave on the side of a hill watching a woman toss her hair free in the light of a fire. There was no similarity between his wife and Antonia any longer. He could kill her if he had to. "She'll go with me then," he said to the Russian. "I'll know in 48 hours. Our first communication will be direct. The next two through her in prearranged code so we can check the accuracy. If we want her, and she says she'll do it. And if we do not, or she does not, that'll be my decision, won't it?" Bray made a statement. He did not ask a question. Then he took out the leaf of lettuce from his jacket pocket and opened it. The yellowed scrap of paper was intact, the names blurred but legible. Without looking down, Telenyakov repeated them. "Count Alberto Scozzi, Rome. Sir John Waverley, London. Prince Andrei Voroshin, St. Petersburg. The name Russia is added, and, of course, the city is now Leningrad. Senor Manuel Ortiz Ortega, Madrid. He's crossed out. Joshua, which is presumed to be Joshua, Appleton, State of Massachusetts, America. The Spaniard was killed by the Padrone at Villa Matarese, so he was never part of the council. The remaining four have long since died, but two of their descendants are very prominent, very available. David Waverley and Joshua Appleton IV, Britain's Foreign Secretary, and the Senator from Massachusetts. I say we go for immediate confrontation." "I don't," said Bray, looking down at the paper and the childlike writing of the letters. "Because we do know who they are, and we don't know anything about the others. Who are their descendants? Where are they? If there were more surprises, let's try to find them first. The Matarese isn't restricted to two men, and these two in particular may have nothing to do with it." "Why do you say that?" "Everything I know about both of them would seem to deny anything like the Matarese. Waverley had what they call in England a good war, a young commando, highly decorated. Then a hell of a record in the Foreign Office. He's always been a tactical compromiser, not an inciter. It doesn't fit. Appleton's a Boston Brahmin who bolted the class lines and became a liberal reformer for 3 terms in the Senate, protector of the working man as well as the intellectual community. He's a shining knight on a solid political horse that most of America thinks will take him to the White House next year. What better residence for a consigliere of the Matarese? It's too jarring, too pat. I think he's genuine. The art of conviction, in both instances, perhaps. But you're right, they won't vanish. So we start in Leningrad and Rome, trace what we can. You and yours will do what I can no longer do. Those were the words Matarese used 70 years ago. I wonder if it's that simple." "Meaning the yours could be selected, not born?" asked Telenyakov. "Not direct descendants?" "Yes. It's possible, but these were all once powerful families. The Waverleys and the Appletons still are. There are certain traditions in such families. The blood is always uppermost. Start with the families. They were to inherit the earth. Those were his words, too. The old woman said it was his vengeance." Schofield nodded. "I know. She also said they were only the survivors, that they were controlled by another, that we should look for someone else." "With a voice crueler than the wind," added the Russian. "It is he," she said. "The shepherd boy," said Bray, staring at the scrap of yellow paper. "After all these years, who is he? What is he?" "Start with the families," repeated Telenyakov. "If he's to be found, it is through them. Can you get back into Russia, to Leningrad?" "Easily. Through Helsinki. It will be a strange return for me. I spent 3 years at the university in Leningrad. It's where they found me. I don't think anyone will throw you a welcome home party." Schofield folded the scrap of yellow paper into the leaf of lettuce and put it in his pocket. He took out a small notebook. "When you're in Helsinki, stay at the Tavastian Hotel until you hear from me. I'll tell you who to see there. Give me a name." "Redukov Pietri," replied the KGB man without hesitating. "Who's that?" "A third-chair violinist for the Sevastopol Symphony. I'll have his papers somewhat altered." "I hope no one asks you to play."
Severe arthritis has caused indisposition. Let's work out our codes, said Bray, glancing at Antonia, who was smoking a cigarette and talking to a young Bastian sailor standing next to her. She was handling herself well. She laughed politely but coolly, putting a gentle distance between herself and the importunate young man. In truth, there was more than a hint of elegance in her behavior, out of place in the waterfront cafe, but welcome to the eyes. His eyes, reflected Schofield without thinking further. What do you think will happen? Asked Telenyakov, watching Bray. I'll know in 48 hours, Schofield said. Chapter 18. The trawler approached the Italian coastline. The winter seas had been turbulent, the cross-currents angry, and the boat slow. It had taken them nearly 17 hours to make the trip from Bastia. It would be dark soon, and a small lifeboat would be lowered over the side to take Schofield and Antonia ashore. Besides getting them to Italy, where the hunt for the family of Count Alberto Scozzi would begin, the tediously slow journey served another purpose for Bray. He had the time and the seclusion to learn more about Antonia Grave, for that unexpectedly was her last name, her father having been a French artillery sergeant stationed in Corsica during the Second World War. So you see, she had told him, the curve of a smile on her lips, my French lessons were very inexpensive. It was only necessary to anger Papa, who was never comfortable with my mother's Italian. Except for those moments when her mind wandered back to Porto Vecchio, a change had come over her. She began to laugh, her brown eyes reflecting the laughter, bright, infectious, at times nearly manic, as if the act of laughing itself were a release she needed. It was almost impossible for Schofield to realize that the girl sitting next to him, dressed in khaki trousers and a torn field jacket, was the same woman who had been so sullen and unresponsive, or who had shouted orders in the hills and handled the Lupo so efficiently. They had several minutes left before going into the lifeboat, so he asked her about the Lupo. I went through a phase, we all do, I think, a time when drastic social change seems possible only through violence. Those maniacs from the Brigate Rosse knew how to play us. The brigades? You were with the Red Brigades? Good Lord. She nodded. I spent several weeks at a brigatisti camp in Medicina, learning how to fire weapons and scale walls and hide contraband, none of which I did particularly well, incidentally, until one morning when a young student, a boy really, was killed in what the leaders called a training accident. A training accident, such a military sound, but they were not soldiers, only brutes and bullies, let loose with knives and guns. He died in my arms, the blood flowing from his wound, his eyes so frightened and bewildered. I hardly knew him, but when he died I couldn't stand it. Guns and knives and clubs were not the way. That night I left and returned to Bologna. So what you saw in Porto Vecchio was an act. It was dark, and you did not see the fear in my eyes. He had been right. She was not for the barricades. There would be no merry month of May for her. You know, he said slowly, we're going to be together for a while. There was no fear in her eyes now. We have not settled that question, have we? What question? Where I'm going. You and the Russians said I was to trust you, do as you were doing, leave Corsica and say nothing. Well, signore, we've left Corsica, and I've trusted you. I didn't run away. Why didn't you? Antonia paused briefly. Fear, and you know it. You're not normal men. You speak courteously, but you move too quickly for courteous men. The two don't go together. I think underneath you are what the crazy people in the Brigate Rosse would like to be. You frighten me. That stopped you? The Russian wanted to kill me. He watched me closely. He would have shot me the instant he thought I was running. Actually, he didn't want to kill you, and he wouldn't have. He was just sending a message. I don't understand. You don't have to. You were perfectly safe. Am I safe now? Will you take my word that I will say nothing and let me go? Where to? Bologna. I can always get work there. Doing what? Nothing very impressive. I'm hired as a researcher at the university. I look up boring statistics for the professori who write their boring books and articles. A researcher? Bray smiled to himself. You must be very accurate. What is it to be accurate? Facts are facts. Will you let me go back to Bologna? Your work isn't steady, then? It is work I like, replied Antonia. I work when I wish to, leaving me time for other things. "You're actually a self-employed freelancer with your own business," said Schofield, enjoying himself. "That's the essence of capitalism, isn't it?" "And you're maddening. You ask questions, but you don't answer mine." "Sorry, occupational characteristic. What was your question?" "Will you let me go? Will you accept my word? Will you trust me? Or must I wait for that moment when you cannot be watching and run?" "I wouldn't do that if I were you," replied Bray courteously. "Look, you're an honest person. I don't meet many. A minute ago you said you didn't run away before because you were afraid to, not because you trusted us. That's being honest. You brought us up to Bastia. Be honest with me now. Knowing what you know, seeing what you saw in Porto Vecchio, how good is your word?" At midships the lifeboat was being hoisted over the railing by 4 crewmen. Antonia watched it as she spoke. "You're being unfair. You know what I saw, and you know what you told me. When I think about it, I want to cry out and—" She did not finish. Instead, she turned back to him, her voice weary. "How good is my word? I don't know. So what's left for me? Will it be you and not the Russian who fires the bullet? I may offer you a job. I don't want work from you." "We'll see," said Bray. "Venite subito, signori. La lancia va a partire." The lifeboat was in the water. Schofield reached for the duffel bag at his side and got to his feet. He held out his hand for Antonia. "Come on. I've had easier people to deal with." The statement was true. He could kill this woman if he had to. Still, he would try not to have to. Where was the new life for Beowulf Agate now? God, he hated this one. Bray hired a taxi in Fiumicino, the driver at first reluctant to accept a fare to Rome, changing his mind instantly at the sight of the money in Schofield's hand. They stopped for a quick meal and still reached the inner city before 8 o'clock. The streets were crowded, the shops doing a brisk evening's business. "Pull up in that parking space," said Bray to the driver. They were in front of a clothing store. "Wait here," he added, including Antonia in the command. "I'll guess your size." He opened the door. "What are you doing?" asked the girl. "A transition," replied Schofield in English. "You can't walk into a decent shop dressed like that." 5 minutes later he returned, carrying a box containing denim slacks, a white blouse, and a woolen sweater. "Put these on," he said. "You're mad." "Modesty becomes you, but we're in a hurry. The stores'll close in an hour. I've got things to wear, you don't." He turned to the driver, whose eyes were riveted on the rearview mirror. "You understand English better than I thought," he said in Italian. "Drive around. I'll tell you where to go." He opened his duffel bag and pulled out a tweed jacket. Antonia changed in the back seat of the taxi, glancing frequently at Schofield. As she slipped the khakis off and the denims on, her long legs caught the light of the streets. Bray looked out the window, conscious of being affected by what he saw in the corner of his eye. He had not had a woman in a long time. He would not have this one. It was entirely possible that he might have to kill her. She pulled the sweater over her blouse. The loose-fitting wool did not conceal the swell of her breasts, and Schofield made it a point to focus his eyes on hers. "That's better. Phase 1 complete." "You're very generous, but these would not have been my choices. You can throw them away in an hour. If anyone asks you, you're off a charter boat in La Dispoli." He addressed the driver again. "Go to the Via Condotti. I'll pay you there. We won't need you any longer." The shop on the Via Condotti was expensive, catering to the idle and the rich, and it was obvious that Antonia Grave had never been in one like it. Obvious to Bray. He doubted it was so to anyone else. For she had innate taste, born, not cultivated. She might have been bursting at the sight of the wealth of garments displayed, but she was the essence of control. It was the elegance Bray had seen in the filthy waterfront cafe in Bastia. "Do you like it?" she asked, coming out of a fitting room in a subdued, dark silk dress, a wide-brimmed white hat, and a pair of high-heeled white shoes. "Very nice," said Schofield, meaning it, and her, and everything he saw. "I feel like a traitor to all the things I've believed for so long," she added, whispering. "These prices could feed 10 families for a month. Let's go somewhere else." "We don't have time. Take them and get some kind of coat and anything else you need." "You are mad." "I'm in a hurry." From a booth on the Via Sistina, he called a pensione in the Piazza Navona, where he stayed frequently when in Rome. The landlord and his wife knew nothing at all about Schofield. They were not curious about any of their transient tenants, except that Bray tipped generously whenever they accommodated him.
The owner was happy to do so tonight. The Piazza Navona was crowded. It was always crowded, thus making it an ideal location for a man in his profession. The Bernini fountains were magnets for citizens and tourists alike, the profusion of outdoor cafes, places of assignation, planned and spontaneous. Schofield's had always been planned. A table in a crowded square was a good vantage point for spotting surveillance. It was not necessary to be concerned about such things now. Now it was only necessary to get some sleep, let the mind clear itself. Tomorrow a decision would have to be made. The life or the death of the woman at his side, whom he guided through the piazza to an old stone building and the door of the pensione. The ceiling of their room was high, the windows enormous, opening onto the square 3 stories below. Bray pushed the overstuffed sofa against the door and pointed to the bed across the room. Neither of us slept very much on that damned boat. Get some rest. Antonia opened one of the boxes from the shop in the Via Condotti and took out the dark silk dress. Why did you buy me these expensive clothes? Tomorrow we're going to a couple places where you'll need them. Why are we going to these places? They must surely be extravagant. Not really. There are some people I have to see, and I want you with me. I wanted to thank you. I've never had such beautiful clothes. You're welcome. Bray went over to the bed and removed the spread. He returned to the sofa. Why did you leave Bologna and go to Corsica? More questions? She said quietly. I'm just curious, that's all. I told you I wanted to get away for a while. Is that not a good enough reason? It's not much of an explanation. It's the one I prefer to give. She studied the dress in her hands. Schofield slapped the spread over the sofa. Why Corsica? You saw that valley. It is remote, peaceful, a good place to think. It's certainly remote. That makes it a good place to hide out. Were you hiding from someone? Or something? Why do you say things like that? I have to know. Were you hiding? Not from anything you would understand. Try me. Stop it! Antonio held the dress out for him. Take your clothes. Take anything you want from me. I can't stop you, but leave me alone. Bray approached her. For the first time he saw fear in her eyes. I think you'd better tell me. All that talk about Bologna, it was a lie. You wouldn't go back there even if you could. Why? She stared at him for a moment, her brown eyes glistening. When she began, she turned away and walked to the window overlooking the Piazza Navona. You might as well know it doesn't matter any longer. You're wrong. I can go back. They expect me back. And if I do not return one day, they will come looking for me. Who? The leaders of the Red Brigades. I told you on the boat how I had run away from the camp in Medicina. That was over a year ago. And for over a year I have lived a lie far greater than the one I told you. They found me, and I was put on trial in the Red Court. They call it the Red Court of Revolutionary Justice. Sentences of death are not mere phrases. They are very real executions, as the world knows now. I had not been indoctrinated, yet I knew the location of the camp and had witnessed the death of the boy. Most damaging, I had run away. I couldn't be trusted. Of course, I didn't matter compared to the objectives of the revolution. They said I had proved myself less than insignificant, a traitor. I saw what was coming, so I pleaded for my life. I claimed that I had been the student's lover, and that my reaction, although perhaps not admirable, was understandable. I stressed that I had said nothing to anyone, let alone the police. I was as committed as any in that court to the revolution, more so than most, for I came from a truly poor family. In my own way I was persuasive, but there was something else working for me. To understand, you must know how such groups are organized. There is always a cadre of strong men, and one or two among these who vie for leadership like male wolves in a pack, snarling, dominating, choosing their various mates at will, for that is part of the domination. A man such as this wanted me. He was probably the most vicious of the pack. The others were frightened of him, and so was I. But he could save my life, and I made my choice. I lived with him for over a year, hating every day, despising the nights he took me, loathing myself as much as I loathed him. Still, I could do nothing. I lived in fear, in such a terrible fear that my slightest move would be mistaken, and my head blown away, their favorite method of execution. Antonia turned from the window. You asked me why I did not run from you and the Russian. Perhaps you understand better now. The conditions of my survival were not new to me. To run away meant death. To run away from you means death now. I was a captive in Bologna. I became a captive in Porto Vecchio. And I am a captive now in Rome. She paused, then spoke again. I am tired of you all. I can't stand it much longer. The moment will come, and I will run, and you will shoot. She held out the dress again. Take your clothes, Signore Schofield. I am faster in a pair of trousers. Bray did not move, nor did he object by gesture or voice. He almost smiled, but he could not do that either. I'm glad to hear that your sense of fatalism doesn't include intentional suicide. I mean, you do expect to give us a run. You may count on it. She dropped the dress on the floor. I won't kill you, Antonia. She laughed quietly, derisively. Oh, yes, you will. You and the Russian are the worst kind. In Bologna, they kill with fire in their eyes, shouting slogans. You kill without anger. You need no inner urging. I once did. You get over it. There's no compulsion, only necessity. Please don't talk about these things. The way you've lived is your stay of execution. That's all you need to know. I won't argue with you. I didn't say I couldn't or wouldn't. I simply said I won't. I'm trying to tell you you don't have to run. The girl frowned. Why? Because I need you. Schofield knelt down and picked up the dress and gave it back to her. All I've got to do is convince you that you need me. To save my life? To give it back to you, at any rate. In what form, I'm not sure, but better than before. Without the fear, eventually. Eventually is a long time. Why should I believe you? I don't think you have a choice. I can't give you any other answer until I know more, but let's start with the fact that the brigatisti aren't confined to Bologna. You said if you didn't go back, they'd come looking for you. Their packs roam all over Italy. How long can you keep hiding until they find you, if they want to find you badly enough? I could have hidden for years in Corsica, in Porto Vecchio. They would never find me. That's not possible now, and even if it were, is that the kind of existence you want? To spend your life as a recluse in those goddamn hills? Those men who killed that old woman are no different from the brigades. One wants to keep its world, and its filthy little secret, and it will kill to do it. The other wants to change the world with terror, and it kills every day to do that. Believe me, they're connected to each other. That's the connection Telenyakov and I are looking for. We'd better find it before the maniacs blow us all up. Your grandmother said it. It's happening everywhere. Stop hiding. Help us. Help me. There's no way I can help you. You don't know what I'm going to ask. Yes, I do. You want me to go back. Later, perhaps. Not now. I won't. They're pigs. He's the pig of the world. Then remove him from the world. Remove them. Don't let them grow. Don't let them make you a prisoner, whether you're in Corsica or here or anywhere else. Don't you understand? They will find you if they think you're a threat to them. Do you want to go back that way, to an execution? Antonia broke away, stopped by the overstuffed sofa Bray had placed in front of the door. How will they find me? Will you help them? No, said Schofield, remaining motionless. I won't have to. There are 100 places I can go, and there are 1,000 ways they have of tracing you. That's a lie. She turned and faced him. They have no such methods. I think they do. Groups like the brigades everywhere are being fed information, financed, given access to sophisticated equipment, and most of the time they don't know how or why. They're all foot soldiers, and that's the irony. But they'll find you. Soldiers for what? The Matarese. Madness! I wish it were, but I'm afraid it isn't. Too much has happened to be coincidence any longer. Men who believed in peace have been killed. A statesman respected by both sides went to others and spoke of it. He disappeared. It's in Washington, Moscow, in Italy and Corsica and God knows where. It's there, but we can't see it. I only know we've got to find it, and that old woman in the hills gave us the first concrete information to go on. She gave up what was left of her life to give it to us. She was blind, but she saw it, because she was there when it began. Words. Facts. Names. A sound. Not part of the hum from the square below, but beyond the door. All sounds were part of a pattern, or distinctly their own. This was its own. A footstep, a shifting of weight, a scratch of leather against stone. Bray brought his index finger to his lips, then gestured for Antonia to move to the left end of the sofa while he walked quickly to the right. She was bewildered. She had heard nothing. He motioned for her to help him lift the sofa away from the door. Smoothly, silently. It was done. Schofield waved her back into the corner, took out his Browning, and resumed a normal conversational tone. He inched his way to the door, his face turned away from it. "It's not too crowded in the restaurants. Let's go down to Tre Scalini for some food. God knows I could use—" He pulled the door open. There was no one in the hallway. Yet he had not been mistaken. He knew what he had heard. The years had taught him not to make mistakes about such things. And the years had also taught him when to be furious with himself over his own carelessness. Since Fiumicino, he had been very careless, disregarding the probability of surveillance. Rome was a low-priority station. Since the heavy traffic 4 years ago, CIA, Konzop, and KGB activity had been held to a minimum. It had been more than 11 months since he had been in the city, and the scanner sheets then had shown no agents of status in operation there. If anything, Rome had lessened the intelligence potential during the past year. Who could be around? Someone was, and he had been spotted. Someone moments ago had been close to the door, listening, trying to confirm a sighting. The sudden break in conversation had served to warn whomever it was, but he was there, somewhere in the shadows of the squared-off hallway or on the staircase. God damn it, thought Bray angrily as he walked silently around the landing. Had he forgotten that alerts had been sent to every station in the world by now? He was a fugitive, and he had been careless. Where had he been picked up? In the Via Condotti? Crossing the piazza? He heard a rush of air, and even as he heard it, his instinct told him he was too late to react. He stiffened his body as he spun to his right, lunging downward to lessen the impact of the blow. A door behind him had suddenly been yanked open, and a figure that was only a blur above his back rushed out, an arm held high, but only for an instant. It came crashing down, the sickening bolt of pain spreading from the base of his skull throughout his chest, surging downward into his kneecaps where it settled, bringing on the wind of collapse and darkness. He blinked his eyes, tears of pain filling them, disorienting him, but somehow providing a measure of relief. How many minutes had he been lying on the hallway floor? He could not tell, yet he sensed it was not long. He rose slowly and looked at his watch. He had been out for roughly 15 minutes. Had he not twisted the instant before impact, the elapsed time would have been closer to an hour. Why was he there, alone? Where was his captor? It did not make sense. He had been taken, then left by himself. What was his capture for? He heard a muted cry quickly cut off and turned toward the source, bewildered. Then the bewilderment left him. He was not the target. He never had been. It was she, Antonia. She was the one who had been spotted, not he. Schofield got to his feet, braced himself against the railing, and peered down at the floor around him. His Browning was gone, naturally, and he had no other weapon. But he had something else. Consciousness. His assailant would not expect that. The man had known precisely where to hammer the butt of his gun. In his mind, his victim would be unconscious far longer than the few minutes involved. Drawing that man out was not a significant problem. Bray walked noiselessly to the door of the single room and put his ear to the wood. The moans were more pronounced now. Sharp cries of pain abruptly stilled. A strong hand clasped over a mouth, fingers pressed into flesh, choking off all but throated protests. And there were words, spoken harshly in Italian. "Whore! Pig! It was to be Marseille! 900,000 lire! 2 or 3 weeks at most! We sent our people. You were not there. He was not there. No courier of drugs had ever heard of you. Liar! Whore! Where were you? What have you done? Traitor!" A scream was suddenly formed, more suddenly cut off, the guttural cry that followed, searing in its torment. What in the name of God was happening? Schofield slammed his hand against the door, shouting as though only half-conscious, incoherent, his words slurred and barely comprehensible. "Stop it! Stop it! What is this? I can't... Wait, I'll run downstairs. There are police in the square. I'll bring the police." He pounded his feet on the stone floor as if running, his shouts trailing off until there was silence. He pressed his back into the wall and waited, listening to the commotion within. He heard slaps and gasps of pain. There was a sudden loud thud. A body, her body, was slammed into the door, and then the door was pulled open. Antonia propelled through it with such force she sprawled forward, falling to her knees. What Bray saw of her caused him to suppress all reaction. There was no emotion, only movement, and the inevitable. He would inflict punishment. The man rushed through the door, weapon first. Schofield shot out his right hand, catching the gun, pivoting as he did so, his left foot arcing up viciously into the attacker's groin. The man grimaced in shock and sudden agony. The gun fell to the floor, metal clattering against stone. Bray grabbed the man's throat, smashing his head into the wall and twisting him by the neck into the open doorframe. He held the Italian upright and hammered his fist into the man's lower rib cage. He could hear the bone crack. He plunged his knee into the small of the man's back and, with both hands acting as a battering ram, sent him plummeting through the door into the room. The Italian collapsed over the obstructing sofa and fell senseless to the floor beyond it. Schofield turned and ran to Antonia. Reaction was allowed now. He felt sick. Her face was bruised. Spidery veins of red had spread from the swellings caused by repeated blows to the head. The corner of her left eye was so battered the skin had broken. A two-pronged rivulet of blood flowed down her cheek. The loose-fitting sweater had been removed by force, the white blouse torn to shreds, nothing left but ragged patches of fabric. Beneath, her brassiere had been pulled from its hasps, yanked off her breasts, hanging from a single shoulder strap. It was the flesh of this exposed part of her body that made him swallow in revulsion. There were cigarette burns, ugly little circles of charred skin, progressing from her pelvic area across the flat of her stomach, over the swell of her right breast toward the small red nipple. The man who had done this to her was no interrogator seeking information. That role was secondary. He was a sadist, indulging his sickness as brutally and as rapidly as possible. And Bray had not finished with that man. Antonia moaned, shaking her head back and forth, pleading not to be hurt again. He picked her up and carried her back into the room, kicking the door shut, edging his way around the sofa, past the unconscious man on the floor, to the bed. He placed her gently down, sat beside her, and drew her to him. "It's all right. It's over. He can't touch you any more." He felt her tears against his face, and then was aware that she had put her arms around him. She was suddenly holding him fiercely, her body trembling, the cries from her throat more than pleas for release from immediate pain. She was begging to be set free from a torment that had been deep within her for a very long time. But it was not the time now to probe. The extent of her wounds had to be examined and treated. There was a doctor on the Viale Regina, and a man on the floor that had to be dealt with. Getting Antonia to the doctor might be difficult unless he could calm her down. Disposing of the sadist on the floor would be simple. It might even accomplish something. He would call the police from a booth somewhere in the city and direct them to the pensione. They would find a man and his weapon, and a crude sign over his unconscious body. Brigatisti. Chapter 19. The doctor closed the door of the examining room and spoke in English. He had been schooled in London and recruited by British intelligence. Schofield had found him during an operation involving Consop and MI6. The man was safe. He thought all clandestine services were slightly mad, but since the British had paid for his last 2 years in medical school, he accepted his part of the bargain. He was simply on call to treat unbalanced people in a very foolish business. Bray liked him. "She's sedated, and my wife is with her. She'll come out of it in a few minutes, and you can go." "How is she?" "In pain, but it won't last. I've treated the burns with an ointment that acts as a local anesthetic. I've given her a jar." The doctor lit a cigarette. He had not finished. "An ice pack or two should be applied to the facial contusions. The swellings will go down overnight. The cuts are minor, no stitches required." "Then she's all right," said Schofield, relieved. "No, she's not, Bray." The doctor exhaled smoke. "Oh, medically she's sound, and with a little make-up and dark glasses she'll no doubt be up and about by noon tomorrow. But she is not all right." "What do you mean?" "How well do you know her?" "Barely. I found her several days ago. It doesn't matter where." I'm not interested, interrupted the doctor. I never am. I just want you to know that tonight was not the first time this has happened to her. There is evidence of previous beatings, some quite severe. Good Lord. Schofield thought immediately of the cries of anguish he had heard less than an hour ago. What kind of evidence? Scars from multiple lacerations and burns, all small and precisely placed to cause maximum pain. Recent? Within the last year or so, I'd say. Some of the tissue is still soft, relatively new. Any ideas? Yes. During severe trauma, people speak of things. The doctor stopped, inhaling on his cigarette. I don't have to tell you that. You count on it. Go on, said Bray. I think she was systematically, psychologically broken. She kept repeating catchwords, allegiances to this and that, loyalty beyond death and torture of self and comrades, that sort of garbage. The Brigatisti were busy little pricks, Bray said. What? Forget it. Forgotten. She has a mass of confusion in that lovely head of hers. Not as much as you think. She got away. Intact and functioning? Asked the doctor. Mostly. Then she's remarkable. More to the point, she's exactly what I need, said Schofield. Is that, too, a required response? The medical man's ire was apparent. You people never cease to disappoint me. That woman's scars aren't only on her skin, Bray. She's been brutalized. She's alive. I'd like to be there when she comes out of sedation, may I? So you can catch her while her mind is only half alive, extract your own responses? The doctor paused again. I'm sorry, it's not my business. I'd like her to be your business if she needs help, if you don't mind. The doctor studied him. My services are limited to medicine, you know that. I understand. She has no one else. She's not from Rome. Can she come to you if any of those scars get torn away? The Italian nodded. Tell her to come and see me if she needs medical attention. Or a friend. Thank you very much. And thanks for something else. You've fit several pieces into a puzzle I couldn't figure out. I'll go in now if it's all right. Go ahead. Send my wife out here. Schofield touched Antonia's cheek. She lay still on the bed, but at the touch rolled her head to the side, her lips parted, a moan of protest escaping her throat. Things were clearer now, the puzzle that was Antonia Grave coming more into focus. For it was the focus that had been lacking. He had not been able to see through the opaque glass wall she had erected between herself and the outside world. The commanding woman in the hills who displayed courage without essential strength, yet who could face a man she believed wanted her dead and tell him to fire away. And the childlike woman on the trawler drenched by the sea, given to sudden moments of infectious laughter. The laughter had confused him. It did not confuse him now. It was her way of grasping for small periods of relief and normality. The boat was her temporary sanctuary. She would not be hurt while at sea, and so she had made the most of it. An abused child, or a prisoner, allowed an hour of fresh air and sunshine. Take the moments and find joy in them, if only to forget, for those brief moments. A scarred mind worked that way. Schofield had seen too many scarred minds not to recognize the syndrome once he understood the scars. The doctor had used the phrase, a mass of confusion in her lovely head. What could anyone expect? Antonia Grave had spent her own eternity in a maze of pain. That she had survived above a vegetable was not only remarkable, it was the sign of a professional. Strange, thought Bray, but that conclusion was the highest compliment he could pay. In a way, it made him sick. She opened her eyes, blinking in fear, her lips trembling. Then she seemed to recognize him. The fear receded, and the trembling stopped. He touched her cheek again, and her eyes reflected the comfort she felt at the touch. "Grazie," she whispered. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." He bent over her. "I know most of it," he said quietly. "The doctor told me what they did to you. Now tell me the rest. What happened in Marseille?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and the trembling began again. "No, no, you must not ask me. Please, I have to know. They can't touch you. They'll never touch you again." "You saw what they do. Oh, God, the pain." "It's over."
He brushed away the tears with his fingers. "Listen to me. I understand now. I said stupid things to you because I didn't know. Of course you wanted to get away. Stay away. Isolate yourself. Resign from the human race, for Christ's sake. I understand that. But don't you see? You can't. Help us stop them. Help me stop them. They've put you through so much. Make them pay for it, Antonia. God damn it, get angry. I look at you, and I'm angry as hell." He was not sure what it was. Perhaps the fact that he cared, for he did, and he did not try to conceal that care. It was in his eyes, in his words. He knew it. Whatever it was, the tears stopped. Her brown eyes glistened, as they had glistened on the trawler. Anger and purpose were surfacing. She told the rest of her story. "I was to be the drug whore," she said, "the woman who traveled with the courier, keeping her eyes open and her body available at all times. I was to sleep with men, or women, it made no difference, performing whatever services they wished." Antonia winced, the memories sickening to her. "The drug whore is valuable to the courier. She can do things he cannot do, being bribe and decoy and unsuspected watchdog. I was trained. I let them think I had no resistance left. My courier was chosen, a foul-mouthed animal, who could not wait to have me, for I had been the favorite of the strongest. It gave him status. I was sick to my stomach at what was before me, but I counted the hours, knowing that each one brought me closer to what I had dreamed of for months. My filthy courier and I were taken to La Spezia, where we were smuggled aboard a freighter, our destination Marseille, and the contact who would set up the drug runs.
In the ancient shop, where the potions brew, the big band medicine heals what's due. With electronic beats, let's explore the cure, where the remedies are strong and pure. Bitter medicine, with its potent touch, healing every ailment, but it hurts so much. Through the herbal blends and the ancient jars, bitter medicine leaves its marks.
The courier could not wait, and I was ready for him. We were put into a storage room below deck. The ship was not scheduled to sail for over an hour, so I said to the pig that perhaps we should wait and not risk being intruded upon. But he would not, and I knew he would not. If he had, I would have provoked him, for each minute was precious to me. I knew I could not go out to sea. Once at sea, what remained of my life was over. I had made a promise to myself. I would leap into water at night and drown in peace rather than face Marseille, where the horror would begin again. But I did not have to. Antonia stopped, the pain of the memory choking her. Bray took her hand and held it in his. "Go on," he said. She had to say it. It was the final moment she had to somehow face and exorcise. He felt it as surely as if it were his own. The pig pulled off my coat and tore the blouse from my chest. It did not matter that I was willing to remove them. He had to show his bull strength. He had to rape, for he was taking, not being given. He ripped the skirt off my waist until I stood naked before him. Like a maniac, he removed his own clothes and placed himself under the light, I suppose so that I might stand in awe of his nakedness. He grabbed me by the hair and forced me to my knees, to his waist, and I was sick beyond sickness. But I knew the time was coming, and so I shut my eyes and played my part and thought about the beautiful hills in Porto Vecchio, where my grandmother lived, where I would live for the rest of my life. It happened. The courier threw himself upon me. I moved us both closer to the coil of rope, shouting the things my rapist wanted to hear, as I inched my hand toward the middle of the coil. My moment had come. I had carried a knife, a plain dinner knife I had sharpened on stone. and had shoved it into the coil of rope. I touched the handle and thought again about the beautiful hills in Porto Vecchio. And as that scum lay naked on top of me, I raised the knife behind him and plunged it into his back. He screamed and tried to raise himself, but the wound was too deep. I pulled it out and brought it down again and again and again. And, oh, Mother of Christ, again and again. I could not stop killing. She had said it, and now she cried uncontrollably. Schofield held her, stroking her hair, saying nothing, for there was nothing he could say that would ease the pain. Finally, the terrible control she forced upon herself returned. "It had to be done. You understand that, don't you?" Bray said. She nodded. "Yes." "He didn't deserve to live. That's clear to you, isn't it?" "Yes." "That's the first step, Antonia. You've got to accept it. We're not in a court of law where lawyers can argue philosophies. For us, it's cut and dried. It's a war, and you kill because if you don't, someone will kill you." She breathed deeply, her eyes roaming over his face, her hand still in his. "You are an odd man. You say the right words, but I have the feeling you don't like saying them." "I don't. I do not like what I am. I did not choose my life. It fell down upon me. I am in a tunnel deep in the earth, and I cannot get out. The right words are a comfort, and most of the time I need them for my sanity." Bray squeezed her hand. "What happened after?" "After I killed the courier?" "After you killed the animal who raped you. Who would have killed you?" "Grazie ancora," said Antonia. "I dressed in his clothes, rolled up the trousers, pushing my hair into the cap, and filling out the large jacket with what was left of my dress. I made my way up to the deck. The sky was dark, but there was light on the pier. Dock workers, who were walking up and down the gangplank, carried boxes like an army of ants. It was simple. I got in line and walked off the ship." "Very good," said Schofield, meaning it. "It was not difficult, except when I first put my foot on the ground." "Why? What happened?" "I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout and laugh and run off the pier, yelling to everyone that I was free. Free! The rest was very easy. The courier had been given money. It was in his trousers pocket. It was more than enough to get me to Genoa, where I bought clothes and a ticket on the plane to Corsica. I was in Bastia by noon the next day." "And from there to Porto Vecchio?" "Yes." "Free." "Not exactly. God knows the prison was different, but you were still a prisoner. Those hills were your cell." Antonia looked away. "I would have been happy there for the rest of my life. Since I was a child, I loved the valley and the mountains." "Keep the memories," said Bray. "Don't try to go back." She turned her head toward him. "You said one day I could. Those men must pay for what they did. You yourself agreed to that." "I said I hoped they would. Maybe they will, but let others do the work, not you. Someone would blow your head off if you stepped foot in those hills." Schofield released her hand and brushed away the strands of dark hair that had fallen over her cheek when she turned so abruptly to him. Something disturbed him. He was not sure what it was. Something was missing. A quantum jump had been made, a step omitted. "I know it's not fair to ask you to talk about it, but I'm confused. These drug runs, how are they mounted? You say a courier is chosen, a woman assigned to travel with him, both to meet a contact at some given location?" "Yes. A specific article of clothing is worn by the woman, and the contact approaches her first. He pays for an hour of her time, and they go off together, the courier following. If anything happens, anything like police interception, the courier claims he is the girl's mezzano, pimp. So the contact and the courier rendezvous through the woman. Is the narcotics delivery made then?" "I don't think so. Remember, I never actually made a run, but I believe the contact only sets up the distribution schedules, where the drugs are to be taken and who is to receive them. After that, he sends the courier to a source, again using the whore as his protection. So if there are any arrests, the whore takes the fall?" "Yes. Drug authorities do not pay much attention to such women. They are let out quickly." "But the source is now known, the schedules in hand, and the courier protected." What was it?
Bray stared at the wall, trying to sort out the facts, trying to spot the omission that bothered him so. Was it in the pattern? Most of the risks are reduced to the minimum, said Antonia. Even the delivery runs are made in such a way that the merchandise can be abandoned at a moment's notice. At least, that's what I gathered from the other girls. Most of the risks, repeated Schofield, reduced to a minimum? Not all, of course, but a great many. It is very well organized. Each step has a means to escape built in. Organized? Escape? Organized. That was it. Minimum risks, maximum returns. It was the pattern, the entire pattern. It went back to the beginning, to the concept itself. Antonia, tell me, where did the contacts come from? How did they reach the brigades in the first place? The brigades make a great deal of money from narcotics. The drug market is its main source of income. But how did it start? When? A few years ago, when the brigades began to expand. It didn't just happen. How did it happen? I can only tell you what I heard. A man came to the leaders. Several were in jail. He told them to find him when they got out on the streets again. He could lead them to large sources of money that could be made without the heavy risks involved in robbery and kidnapping. In other words, said Schofield, thinking rapidly as he spoke, he offered to finance them in a major way with minor effort. Teams of 2 people going out for 3 or 4 weeks and returning with something like 9 million lire. $70,000 for a month's work. Minimum risk, maximum return. Very few personnel involved. Yes. In the beginning, the contacts came from him, that man. They, in turn, led to others. As you say, it does not take many people, and they bring in large amounts of money. So the brigades can concentrate on their true calling, completed Bray sardonically. The disruption of the social order. In a single word, terrorism. He got up from the bed. That man who came to see the leaders in jail, did he stay in touch with them? She frowned. Again, I can only tell you what I heard. He was never seen after the second meeting. I'll bet he wasn't. Every negotiation always 5 times removed from the source. A geometric progression, no single line to retrace. That's how they do it. Who? The Matarese. Antonia stared at him. Why do you say that? Because it's the only explanation. Serious dealers in narcotics wouldn't touch maniacs like the brigades. It's a controlled situation, a charade mounted to finance terrorism, so the Matarese can continue to finance the guns and the killing. In Italy, it's the Red Brigades. In Germany, Bader Meinhof. In Lebanon, the PLO. In my country, the Minutemen and the Weathermen, the Ku Klux Klan and the JDL, and all the goddamn fools who blew up banks and laboratories and embassies. Each financed differently, secretly. All pawns for the Matarese. Maniacal pawns, and that's the scary thing. The longer they're fed, the bigger they grow, and the bigger they grow, the more damage they do. He reached for her hand, aware that he had done so only after they had touched. You are convinced, aren't you, that it's happening? Now more than ever. You just showed me how one small part of the whole is manipulated. I knew, or thought I knew, it was being manipulated, but I didn't know how. Now I do, and it doesn't take much imagination to think of variations. It's a guerrilla war with 1,000 battlegrounds, none of them defined. Antonia lifted his hand, as though reassuring herself it was there, freely given. And then her dark brown eyes shifted to his, suddenly questioning. You talk as if this were new to you, this war. Surely that's not so. You're an intelligence officer. I was, corrected Bray, not any more. That doesn't change what you know. You said to me only a moment ago that certain things must be accepted, that courts and avvocati had no place, that one killed in order not to be killed oneself. Is this war so different now? More than I can explain, answered Schofield, glancing up at the white wall. We were professionals, and there were rules, most of them our own, most harsh. But there were rules, and we abided by them. We knew what we were doing. Nothing was pointless. I guess you could say we knew when to stop. He turned back to her. These are wild animals let loose in the streets. They have no rules. They don't know when to stop, and those who are financing them never want them to learn. Don't fool yourself. They're capable of paralyzing governments. Bray caught himself, his voice trailing off. He heard his own words, and they astonished him. He had said it. In a single phrase he had said it. It was there all the time, and neither he nor Telenyakov had seen it. They had approached it, circled it, used words that came close to defining it, but they had never clearly faced it. They're capable of paralyzing governments. When paralysis spreads, control is lost, all functions stop. A vacuum is created for a force not paralyzed to move into the host and assume control. You will inherit the earth. You will have your own again. Other words, spoken by a madman 70 years ago. Yet those words were not political. They were, in fact, apolitical. Nor did they apply to given borders, no single nation rising to ascendancy. Instead, they were directed to a council, a group of men bound together by a common bond. But those men were dead. Who were they now? And what bound them together? Now. Today. "What is it?" asked Antonia, seeing the strained expression on his face. "There is a timetable," said Bray, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's being orchestrated. The terrorism escalates every month as if on schedule. Blackburn, Yurievich. They were tests, probes for reaction at the highest levels. Winthrop raised alarms in those circles. He had to be silenced. It all fits." "And you're talking to yourself. You hold my hand, but you're talking to yourself." Schofield looked at her, struck by another thought. He had heard two remarkable stories from two remarkable women, both tales rooted in violence, as both women were tied to the violent world of Guillaume de Matarese. The dying Istrabitali had said in Moscow that the answer might lie in Corsica. The answer did not, but the first clues to that answer did. Without Sophia Pastorini and Antonia Grave, mistress and descendant, there was nothing. Each in her own way had provided startling revelations. "I'm talking to myself," agreed Bray, "because I've changed my mind. I said I wanted you to help me, but you've gone through enough. There are others. I'll find them." "I see." Antonia pressed her elbows into the bed, raising herself. "Just like that, I'm no longer needed?" "No." "Why was I considered at all?" Schofield paused before replying. "You were right before. It was one or the other, enlisting you or killing you." Antonia winced. "But that is no longer true? It's not necessary to kill me?" "No, it'd be pointless." "Then what's to become of me?" "I found you in hiding. I'll send you back in hiding. I'll give you money, and in the morning get you papers and a flight out of Rome to some place very far away. I'll write a couple of letters. You'll give them to the people I tell you to. You'll be fine." Bray stopped for a moment. He could not help himself. He touched her swollen cheek and brushed aside a strand of hair. "You may even find another valley in a mountain, Antonia, as beautiful as the one you left, but with a difference. You won't be a prisoner there. No one from this life will ever bother you again." "Including you, Brandon Schofield?" "Yes." "Then I think you had better kill me." "What?" "I will not leave. You cannot force me to. You cannot send me away because it is convenient, or worse, because you pity me." Antonia's dark Corsican eyes glistened again. "What right have you? Where were you when the terrible things were done? To me, not to you. Don't make such decisions for me. Kill me first." "I don't want to kill you. I don't have to. You wanted to be free, Antonia. Take it. Don't be a damn fool." "You're the fool. I can help you in ways no one else could." "How, the courier's whore?" "If need be, yes. Why not?" "For Christ's sake, why?" The girl was rigid. Her answer was spoken quietly. "Because of things you said." "I know," interrupted Schofield. "I told you to get angry." "There's something else. You said that all around the world people who believe in causes, many not wisely, many with anger and defiance, are being manipulated by others, encouraged to violence and murder. Well, I've seen something of causes. Not all are unwise, and not all believers are animals. There are those of us who want to change this unfair world, and it is our right to try. And no one has the right to turn us into whores and killers. You call these manipulators the Matarese.
I say they are richer, more powerful, but no better than the brigades, who kill children and make liars and murderers out of people like me. I will help you. I will not be sent away." Bray studied her face. "You're all alike," he said. "You can't stop making speeches.